Zhang Fan was ravenous, profoundly hungry. The acidity gnawed at his insides, akin to being pierced by a sharp implement, sending waves of agony coursing through him. Today marked the 6th day since the apocalypse had descended, and he had just consumed the last pack of instant noodles. What was to be his next meal? Could he resort to feasting on zombies? Indeed, the outside world was rife with them, wandering aimlessly in the hallways and the community, zombies everywhere. The kind depicted in films, with milky eyes, pallid skin, decaying flesh, blood-soaked mouths moving stiffly, and pursuing the living with frenzied intent. Regrettably, they were not an option for sustenance, and Zhang Fan dared not consider it. Reflecting on the nightmarish experiences of the past 6 days, a chill enveloped him, and despair for the future loomed large. It was merely 6 mornings prior when he awoke to a world overrun by the undead. These zombies attacked anything alive, relentless in their pursuit, savage, bloodthirsty, insane, and utterly devoid of fear, forming packs. They assaulted all living beings, and in just a few days, countless souls had succumbed to their jaws. The entire city, nay, the entire world had plunged into chaos. Vehicles collided, planes plummeted, fires raged, power and water supplies ceased, food became scarce, and gas leaks erupted. Order had disintegrated, and society lay in ruins. The apocalypse had arrived. For the past several days, Zhang Fan had cowered in his meager rental unit, too terrified to step outside. To his misfortune, he was not a cook by nature, and his pantry held little, merely a large bag of instant noodles, 3 kilograms of apples, and a case of bottled water. With these scant provisions, he had rationed his food and water, barely surviving for 6 days. As of yesterday, he had officially run out of supplies. At this moment, Zhang Fan had not eaten for over 10 hours. His stomach growled with hunger, a painful reminder of his plight. I can no longer remain in hiding. I must venture out to find something to eat. Otherwise, I may perish from hunger before ever facing a zombie. When hunger ravages a person, they can resort to unimaginable acts. Had anyone suggested to Zhang Fan, prior to today, that he go scavenging for food, he would have staunchly refused. He would rather leap from a height to meet his demise than face the outside world in search of sustenance. Now, the pangs of hunger were insufferable. He needed food. He had to eat. Dressed and equipped, he shouldered his backpack and grasped a fire axe, quietly approaching the door. His movements were as light as a cat's, wary of making any noise that might attract the zombies. According to seasoned experts online, zombies moved sluggishly, not nearly as agile as the living. Their vision and sense of smell had severely deteriorated, yet their hearing was remarkably acute. Even the faintest sound could draw them near. So Zhang Fan treaded carefully, striving to remain silent. Listening intently, he detected no sounds outside, and he gently opened the door. Zhang Fan was only in his 3rd year of university, having recently entered into a relationship. To facilitate this, he had begrudgingly rented this basement near campus. In a city like Shanghai, this wretched basement cost him 2,000 yuan each month. It was precisely because he resided in this basement, safe from the outside, that he had managed to survive the past 6 days without incident. With no sounds beyond the door, it appeared the coast was clear. Zhang Fan let out a sigh of relief and cautiously ascended the staircase. Upon reaching the 1st floor, his expression shifted dramatically. The corridor was smeared with blood and scattered limbs, and several decomposing corpses lay in the lobby, exuding a foul stench. Flies buzzed incessantly, and white maggots crawled over the bodies. One corpse had been eviscerated, its intestines strewn about the floor. Zhang Fan felt his stomach churn violently, nearly regurgitating the instant noodles he had consumed the previous day. Damn it! Having seen countless images online, he had felt little. Now confronted with real corpses, he was overwhelmed with nausea. Forcing himself to avert his gaze, he suppressed the urge to vomit and made his way toward room 101 on his right. He did not intend to leave the building. It was too perilous. Instead, he hoped to find some food within these walls. This was a residential building, inhabited by ordinary people. Surely, they had provisions. The door to room 101 was ajar, and a gentle push opened it. Zhang Fan stepped cautiously inside. The room was in disarray, items strewn everywhere, clearly having been ransacked. Disappointment washed over Zhang Fan, but he methodically searched each room. As anticipated, he found nothing. Room 102, 103, empty. The entire first floor had been looted. There was no sign of food, not even the most basic supplies like oil, salt, or vinegar. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Zhang Fan felt disheartened. There was no alternative. He had to keep searching. The power was out, and the elevator was inoperative, leaving him no choice but to take the stairs. Exiting room 103, he glanced around for any sign of zombies and, finding none, quietly ascended the staircase. As he reached the corner of the stairs, he stumbled upon a corpse lying on the ground. One arm was missing, and the neck bore deep bites from a zombie. The blood had dried, and the flesh was beginning to rot, emanating a horrific stench. Zhang Fan covered his mouth and nose, carefully sidestepping the body as he continued to climb. Roar! Suddenly, just as Zhang Fan turned, the corpse on the floor lurched upright, lunging toward him. Zombie! A jolt coursed through Zhang Fan, his face drained of color, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Roar! The zombie bared its teeth, resembling a heartless beast, clawing its way forward. It had been 6 days since the apocalypse began, and while he had virtually communed with zombies online, this was the first time he faced one directly, paralyzing him with fear. In that moment, the zombie lunged, and in sheer panic, Zhang Fan wildly swung the fire axe he held, striking the creature on the head. Crack! The zombie's head cleaved off, blood splattering Zhang Fan in a grotesque shower. The zombie collapsed, lifeless. In that instant, a golden orb fell from its body, landing on the ground. Zhang Fan slumped to the floor, gasping for breath. That was close. After a brief respite, he composed himself and turned to inspect the golden orb on the ground. What could it be? Hesitating momentarily, he approached the orb and bent down to examine it. About the size of an apple, it shimmered brightly, reminiscent of the sunlight in the game Plants vs. Zombies. Online, no one ever mentioned that zombies drop such items. Zhang Fan tapped the golden orb with his fire axe. To his astonishment, the axe passed right through it, as if it were a mere illusion. An illusion? Curiosity piqued. He reached out with his hand, and to his shock, the golden orb slipped into his palm and vanished. Zhang Fan panicked, patting his hands, yet there was no trace of the golden orb. Where did it go? Unease gripped him. Suddenly, he felt a warm surge erupt within him, flooding every corner of his being. A comforting warmth enveloped him, and an inexplicable power began to course through his body. What is this? Zhang Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. In that instant, a virtual screen materialized before him. Name: Zhang Fan. Level 1 ability, user physique. Level 1, 1.5/10. Mentality. Level 1, 1 out of 10. Ability: infinite item retrieval. Note: the average attributes for adult males are all set at 1. A game interface? Zhang Fan stared at the screen for a considerable time, then suddenly felt exhilarated. He had discovered the key to survival. Roar! A low growl suddenly emanated from the second floor, sending a shiver down Zhang Fan's spine as he swiftly seized a fire axe. At the staircase leading to the second floor, a zombie emerged. Chapter 2. Strengthening the body. His mouth was stained with viscous blood, and his eyes had turned a ghastly white, resembling those of a lifeless fish. His skin bore a pallid hue, akin to a corpse that had languished in water for several days. A guttural growl emanated from his throat, and his ashen eyes fixated on Zhang Fan, staggering towards him. Though Zhang Fan felt a resurgence of fear, it was significantly diminished compared to his earlier encounter with the zombie. He had come to realize that the zombie was weaker than he had anticipated, far less terrifying than imagined. Suppressing the terror within, Zhang Fan brandished a fire axe and struck with all his might. The zombie was sluggish, showing no inclination to evade, and the axe met its forehead with a resounding crack. The creature's head was cleaved in two, and it fell rigidly to the ground, twitching momentarily before succumbing to silence. In that instant, another golden orb dropped from the fallen zombie, landing softly on the ground. Zhang Fan reached out to grasp it, and to his delight, the golden orb melded into his body, a warm current spreading throughout him. He felt his fatigue dissipate swiftly, and his strength seemed to surge. Even the gnawing hunger in his stomach began to fade. Zhang Fan glanced at his attribute panel. Name: Zhang Fan. Level Level 1 Esper Physique. Level 1, 210, Spirit. Level 1, 110, Ability. Infinite item retrieval. His physique had transformed from 15 to 2. Zhang Fan was exhilarated. Absorbing that golden orb had elevated my physique from 15 to 2. He pinched his arm, wincing in pain. This was no mere illusion. His physique had indeed enhanced. And this ability, infinite item retrieval, had he awakened to power? Was the golden orb a representation of his physique attribute? Zhang Fan felt as though he had discovered a treasure, now poised to explore its depths. His stomach grumbled once more. Never mind, food must come first. He ascended the stairs cautiously. The second-floor corridor was remarkably quiet. While there were debris, clutter, and corpses, they were significantly fewer in number compared to the first floor. Rooms 201 and 202, like those below, had been ravaged, leaving them barren. The door to room 203 was tightly shut. Zhang Fan swung the axe against it, breaking it open. As he stepped inside, he was met by a golden retriever. The creature was drenched in blood, its fangs bared, sharp teeth still clinging to a piece of intestine. A zombie golden retriever. Woof! The zombie retriever lunged at Zhang Fan with a ferocious roar. Compared to its human counterparts, its speed was markedly superior, and its agility surpassed that of the human zombies. Zhang Fan raised his hand and struck with the axe. His strength had amplified significantly. The blow cleaved the zombie's head in two. Blood sprayed forth as the zombie was sent hurtling backward, landing several meters away. Another golden orb fell to the ground. Zhang Fan cautiously approached, seized the orb, and absorbed it into his body. Upon checking the virtual panel once more, he noted that his physique had increased from 2 to 22. Clearly, the zombie retriever had granted him 20 points in physique attributes. Excellent. At this rate, I shall grow ever stronger. Zhang Fan felt a surge of exhilaration, but he remained vigilant as he meticulously searched room 203. Room 203 is a spacious four-bedroom, two-living room apartment. To the left of the entrance lies a study, eerily empty. On the right side, the living room reveals a grim sight. A male corpse sprawled on the floor, his abdomen grotesquely gnawed open, intestines protruding. Ahead are 3 bedrooms. 2 are devoid of any furnishings, while the third harbors a female corpse. Clad in a lace nightgown, her neck has been viciously severed, blood staining the entire bed in a horrific display. With a heavy sigh, Zhang Fan makes his way to the kitchen. To his delight, he discovers food. A storage cabinet houses 2 bags of 10-kilogram rice, one of Jinlongju and one of Wuchang rice. The Jinlongju bag has been opened, only half of its contents remaining, while the Wuchang rice remains sealed and pristine. He decides to take it. Zhang Fan retrieves his backpack and fills it with the unopened Wuchang rice. Though water and electricity are cut off, cooking raw rice into a meal is not impossible. It can be done over fire. In addition to the rice, he finds 6 potatoes and various seasonings, including oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. He opens the refrigerator to discover a row of Wangzai milk, a large bottle of orange juice, and a pack of unopened ham sausages. There are also several sausages and a few pounds of pork, unfortunately spoiled due to the power outage. While the rotten meat is inedible, the remaining packaged goods are fair game. In these times, having food is a blessing, and Zhang Fan cannot afford to be picky. He gathers the potatoes, seasonings, Wangzai milk, orange juice, and ham sausages, filling his backpack to capacity. Without greed, he quietly exits room 203, navigating his way back to the basement without incident. Once safely inside, he shuts the heavy iron door of the basement and eagerly consumes a ham sausage. Though he generally prefers chicken and starch sausages, hunger renders anything appetizing. He devours 5 sausages in quick succession and washes them down with 2 cans of milk, releasing a satisfied sigh. He had never realized that being full could bring such happiness. After a brief rest, Zhang Fan rises, organizes the food he has just procured, and ventures out once more. This meager supply is insufficient to truly sustain him. He must seek out more provisions to quell his anxiety. Furthermore, having just vanquished a zombie, he has tasted the thrill of victory and yearns to collect more orbs to grow stronger. Emerging from the basement, Zhang Fan ascends the stairs again. He remains reluctant to leave the building, as the outside world is teeming with zombies. Becoming surrounded would spell certain doom. It is wiser to stay within these walls, at least until he exhausts his supplies. The third floor, compared to the second, is less cluttered with debris and corpses. The doors of the 3 apartments are tightly shut, indicating a reduced likelihood of survivors having ventured here. thus increasing the chance of finding resources. However, this also raises the possibility of encountering both zombies and survivors within those rooms. Approaching room 301, Zhang Fan gently taps on the door with his fire axe. Lowering his voice to inquire, "Is anyone there?" He must first ascertain whether the room is occupied. If there are any, are they survivors or zombies? If they are survivors, there is nothing to discuss. I would simply turn and leave. If they are zombies, I apologize, but my fire axe has been yearning for action. I listened intently, but there was no sound at all. Zhang Fan seized the fire axe, broke the door lock, and kicked the door open to enter. The layout was still that of 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. In fact, both room 01 and room 03 of the entire building were designed in the same manner, while the smaller room 02 in between was a 2-bedroom unit. The room was eerily silent as Zhang Fan cautiously surveyed his surroundings. He saw no one, no bodies, no zombies, and found no food. Instead, in the kitchen, he discovered a sealed 5-gallon bucket of water. At last, he had found water. Zhang Fan was overjoyed. Water is a vital resource. One can endure 2 days without food, but 2 days without water is truly unbearable. Especially since Zhang Fan was not fond of milk or soft drinks. He preferred plain water. For the past few days, he had been rationing 2 bottles of mineral water, and it had been quite torturous. With this bucket of water, if he conserved it, he could last at least 2 weeks. He immediately hoisted the bucket and prepared to leave. Suddenly, the door was violently pushed open with a resounding bang. Who could it be? Chapter 3. Sweeping the floor, Zhang Fan's heart raced as he turned to the door, where a towering man in a tank top stepped inside. Standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, with a muscular build and a buzz cut, the man was quite imposing. He carried a backpack, held a bulging bag in his left hand, and wielded a cleaver in his right, stained with dried blood. It was him. Zhang Fan recognized this individual as Xiao Zhan, a fitness instructor from the local gym. He was notorious for his lewd behavior towards the women at the gym, a true cad. Zhang Fan knew this all too well, as his girlfriend had been harassed by this scoundrel. "Is anyone here?" Upon entering, Xiao Zhan immediately spotted Zhang Fan with the water bucket and paused momentarily. However, upon noticing the pristine water on Zhang Fan's shoulder, he was filled with delight. "Brother, give me the water, and I'll trade you for some instant noodles," Xiao Zhan exclaimed. Water had been cut off in this area for 3 days, and he dared not drink from the tap for fear of illness. After 2 days without water, the thirst was unbearable, compelling him to search for supplies. Now, seeing such a large bucket of pure water, he could not let it slip away. Zhang Fan flatly refused. "No deal. Are you joking? You think a few packets of instant noodles can exchange for this bucket of water? Is your instant noodles made of gold?" Xiao Zhan's demeanor darkened as he scrutinized Zhang Fan from head to toe. Zhang Fan stood at about 5 feet 11 inches, and yes, he was slimmer than Xiao Zhan. Although Zhang Fan was quite handsome, what good was that? Could good looks fill one's stomach? In this world, only a strong fist could ensure survival. "Brother, you still don't grasp the current situation. The world has turned to chaos, yet you dare to defy me?" Xiao Zhan let out a cold laugh, declaring, "I assure you, even if you were to maim or kill me, you would bear no legal repercussions. Be wise and hand over that bucket of water immediately, otherwise." As he spoke, Xiao Zhan dropped the burlap sack in his hand, cracking his knuckles with an audible snap. "You may certainly give it a try." Zhang Fan tightened his grip on the fire axe, his eyes devoid of any fear. Previously, he would have undoubtedly been no match for Xiao Zhan. They were not of the same caliber. But now, one does not shy away from a challenge. Spitting, Xiao Zhan brandished his cleaver and lunged forward with a swift movement. A fitness enthusiast, Xiao Zhan was remarkably agile, his imposing physique exuding an air of intimidation. He swung the cleaver mercilessly towards Zhang Fan's forehead, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Before the apocalypse, Xiao Zhan would have never dared to act so brazenly. Yet now, amidst a world overrun by flesh-eating zombies, what was there to fear? His speed was formidable, but to Zhang Fan, it appeared as if time had slowed to a crawl. With a slight sidestep, he evaded the cleaver and, in one fluid motion, thrust the fire axe upward with great force. With a sickening sound, Xiao Zhan's throat was instantly severed, warm blood gushing forth uncontrollably. The cleaver clattered to the ground as he clutched his throat in a futile attempt to stem the flow. However, it was to no avail. With a thud, Xiao Zhan collapsed, convulsing briefly before falling still. 2 orbs of light descended. One was golden, the other silver. Zhang Fan did not collect the orbs immediately. Instead, staring in shock at Xiao Zhan's lifeless body, he had taken a life, a living being. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from outside. Zombies were approaching. Zhang Fan swiftly gathered the two orbs. The golden orb entered his body, flooding him with a familiar warmth, a continuous surge of strength coursing through him. His physical attribute rose to 2232. The silver orb entered his body, manifesting as a refreshing, chilling energy that surged into his mind. He felt an extraordinary clarity envelop his thoughts, his mental acuity heightened, and his spirit invigorated. Observing his mental attribute, it had increased from 1 to 2, signifying an improvement in his mental capacity. So, the silver orb represented mental attributes, he mused. The sound of shuffling footsteps interrupted his thoughts as a disheveled female zombie staggered into the room. Once likely a vibrant woman who enjoyed dancing, she now wore tattered dance attire, her eyes vacant and bloodied lips twisted into a grotesque grin. Sensing the blood on the floor, she lunged forward like a fly drawn to filth. Unfortunately, her movements were uncoordinated and sluggish, allowing Zhang Fan to swiftly counter with the fire axe. The head of the zombie flew off, dropping a golden orb. Zhang Fan kicked the zombie's body aside and collected the golden orb. Feeling his physical strength surge once more, he paid no further attention to the fallen zombie and approached the burlap sack Xiao Zhan had left behind to inspect its contents. There seemed to be quite a bounty. A bag of whole wheat bread, 2 large packs of instant noodles from Baixiang, 2 bottles of Laogan Ma. For pieces of ham, 3 bags of salt, an unopened box of a small umbrella, and several clothes hangers. Why do I need an umbrella? Zhang Fan hoisted a water bucket, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and grabbed Xiao Zhan's snakeskin bag before departing. He first returned to the basement to retrieve the gathered supplies. Then, he continued to scour the floors. Zhang Fan had tasted the sweetness of success and no longer feared the zombies. He resolved to gather all the supplies from the entire building, for abundance is always beneficial. He methodically searched each floor. As he ascended, the number of visited rooms dwindled, yet the supplies increased and the zombies became fewer. Let us examine Zhang Fan's attributes. Name, Zhang Fan level. Level 1 ability user physique. Level 1, 7710, spirit. Level 1, 210. Ability, infinite retrieval ability. His physique had reached 77. A remarkable increase of 67 points from the initial value of 1. Zhang Fan's most immediate sensation was that his strength, speed, and reflexes had significantly improved. He felt like a bona fide superhero. This surge in power instilled immense confidence in him. He no longer feared encountering zombies. Instead, he looked forward to it. As he continued his sweep, he unknowingly ascended to the 13th floor. With a decisive kick, Zhang Fan struck the door of room 1301. The pitiful wooden door shattered like a fragile watermelon under his assault. A feral roar erupted as 3 bloodied zombies staggered towards him. This was likely a family of 3, 2 adult zombies, around 30 years old, and a child zombie who had just entered middle school. Once a happy family, they had all succumbed to the apocalypse, transformed into the undead. Curse this apocalyptic fate. May I be reborn into a better life in the next. With a swift motion, Zhang Fan's axe descended, and the heads of the 3 zombies flew off, 3 golden orbs falling to the ground. He collected them all. His physique increased by 12, reaching 89, further augmenting his strength. This substantial enhancement of his physique signified an all-around improvement in his physical attributes, including hearing, vision, and smell. As Zhang Fan rummaged through each room, he heard a chattering sound from the master bedroom. Curious, he listened closely and discerned that the sound emanated from the corner cabinet, specifically the bottom shelf. He crouched down, using his fire axe to hook the cabinet's handle and pull it open. Inside the lowest compartment, he discovered a small yellow dog, curled up and trembling. The puppy, a Chinese rural dog, was not yet fully grown, merely 4 or 5 months old, and clearly terrified, shaking violently with fear in its little eyes. A living dog. Zhang Fan was overjoyed. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had not encountered any living creature, the only human he had met being Xiao Zhan. Thus, the sight of a living dog filled him with delight. Having this dog would provide companionship, alleviating his solitude. Moreover, dogs excel at guarding homes. With a dog by his side at night, he could sleep soundly without fear. Furthermore, in times of hardship, this could serve as a source of sustenance. Ahem, Amitba well said. Zhang Fan reached out to stroke the little yellow dog, only to find it startled. baring its teeth and emitting a low growl of warning. Oh, quite fierce indeed. Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow, retrieved a sausage from his burlap sack, unwrapped it, and extended it towards the dog. Famished, the little yellow dog cast a wary glance at Zhang Fan before seizing the sausage and devouring it voraciously, finishing it in mere moments. With this act, the animosity in the dog's eyes diminished significantly. Zhang Fan cautiously extended his hand to pet the dog's neck. After a brief hesitation, the dog refrained from biting. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Fan realized that this dog was now his. He scratched its neck, and the little yellow dog obediently lifted its head, squinting its eyes in sheer delight. Zhang Fan then caressed its head and stroked its back, and the dog remained completely compliant. Good dog. Zhang Fan picked up the little yellow dog, placed it in the burlap sack, and surveyed the area once more before heading home. The night had fallen, casting everything into darkness, particularly the dimly lit corridor, which instinctively instilled fear. Zhang Fan knew it was time to return. As he passed a window, he glanced outside. The entire city was engulfed in utter darkness, devoid of any light. In the pitch-black sky, the only sounds were the distant growls of zombies, interspersed with the cries of survivors. Looking up at the sky, free from light pollution, the night appeared astonishingly bright. The stars twinkled brilliantly, and the Milky Way, unseen for many years, re-emerged in the celestial expanse, beautiful and resplendent. This sight reminded Zhang Fan of a post he had seen online after the apocalypse had begun. Perhaps the end of days was a form of self-purification and restoration of the Earth's ecosystem. He had previously doubted such notions, but now he suddenly felt that the apocalypse and the emergence of zombies might indeed be nature's way of self-cleansing. After all, humanity had inflicted severe damage upon the natural world. Upon returning to the basement, Zhang Fan switched on his flashlight. This flashlight, one of the supplies he had diligently scavenged, operated on batteries, requiring no recharging and capable of lasting for some time. The beam of light dispelled the darkness within the room, surveying the 40-square-meter rental space. Filled to the brim with supplies, Zhang Fan felt a surge of accomplishment. These were the fruits of his labor from the day, everything he needed to eat, drink, wear, and use, even a small umbrella. With these provisions, he could live quite comfortably for the next fortnight. Unfortunately, the basement was too cramped to accommodate any more supplies. It was time for some organization. For over an hour, Zhang Fan meticulously sorted the collected items into categories. Milk, beverages, and bottled water were grouped together, while fruits, bread, and instant noodles formed another category. Underwear, jackets, and trousers were placed in yet another. After an hour of effort, everything was finally organized, freeing up a considerable amount of space. Normally, after such prolonged exertion, one would feel weary, but Zhang Fan felt no fatigue, brimming instead with vigor. I have truly become a Superman. In high spirits, Zhang Fan looked forward to the future with enthusiasm. Before today, Go had been living in this small basement, filled with fear and anxiety, enduring hunger and despairing about the future. Now, however, hope flourishes within him. Zhang Fan was uncertain about how strong he would become as he continued to enhance himself, but one thing was clear: he would certainly grow formidable. The future is bright. It was 10 o'clock, time to rest. Zhang Fan had a bite to eat, then took out his toothbrush and cup, planning to brush his teeth with bottled water. The 5-gallon jug would last him several days. Over time, it could spoil. He decided to use it promptly. The bottled mineral water could be stored longer, so he would reserve that for later. After brushing his teeth, he washed his face and rinsed his firefighting axe with some used water. Zhang Fan was ready for bed. He placed the dog bed he had found by his bedside and gently placed the little yellow dog inside. "Good night, De Huang." Zhang Fan affectionately patted the little dog's head before settling into bed himself. De Huang was the name he had given to the little yellow dog, a rather cliché name. To be sure, the night was tranquil. Of course, tranquility is relative. The haunting cries and howls of the undead and the sporadic explosions from gas pipelines and gas stations never ceased. Within Zhang Fan's small room, there was a profound stillness. At 7 a.m., the alarm rang, and Zhang Fan rose punctually, brushing his teeth, washing his face, and preparing breakfast. His breakfast consisted of several slices of whole grain bread, a tomato, 2 bananas, and 2 sausages. Zhang Fan habitually consumed the food that would spoil soonest, saving the more durable items for later. The days ahead were long, and he needed to learn to be frugal to ensure a steady supply. De Huang's breakfast was 2 sausages, and seeing the dog devour them greedily tugged at Zhang Fan's heartstrings. This was his food, being consumed by the dog. It seemed he would need to find some dog food today. After breakfast, Zhang Fan geared up to leave. Stay quietly at home, don't bark or make noise. Be cautious, and don't attract zombies or other survivors. He patted Da Huang's head, regardless of whether the dog understood, and stepped out with his gear. Today's task was the same as yesterday's, raiding this building to continue scavenging for supplies, while also finding some dog food for Da Huang. Having cleared the first 13 floors, he ascended directly to the 14th without pause. Climbing to the 14th floor without even catching his breath attested to his improved physical condition. He rang the doorbell of Unit 1401 and waited in silence. After a moment, he heard faint sounds from within. Were there living people inside? Zhang Fan turned and left. Without a conflict of interest, he preferred to avoid confrontation with other survivors. Life is hard enough. It is better to avoid unnecessary troubles. Chapter 5. The first warm meal, he continued his sweep from the 15th to the 16th, and then to the 21st and 22nd floors, collecting supplies, clearing out zombies, and picking up the attribute orbs dropped by the undead. Before long, he reached the top floor. Having dispatched several zombies and gathered a substantial amount of supplies in a snakeskin bag. At this moment, Zhang Fan's attributes panel underwent another transformation. Name, Zhang Fan level. Level 2, Esper Constitution. Level 2, 1100, Spirit. Level 1, 310, Ability, Infinite Retrieval Ability. A Level 2 Esper. At last, he had ascended to the second tier. A smile graced Zhang Fan's face as he reveled in his newfound strength. With a single punch, he could create a hole in the wall. A gentle leap allowed him to effortlessly clear 13 stair steps. Undoubtedly, he felt like a superhero, encouraged by his progress. Zhang Fan relished the sensation of continuous growth and power. However, his snakeskin bag was full, signaling it was time to return. Upon arriving back at his basement rental, Zhang Fan was warmly greeted by Da Huang. The little yellow dog wagged its tail vigorously, extending its tiny tongue to lick Zhang Fan's hand with fervent enthusiasm. Da Huang, look what I've brought for you. Zhang Fan affectionately patted Da Huang's head and retrieved a bag from the snakeskin sack. It was dog food. A hefty 40-pound bag. From today onward, you shall feast on this, he declared with a smile, pouring a generous amount into a plastic container. However, Da Huang merely sniffed at the dog food, quickly losing interest and returning to wagging its tail at Zhang Fan. Not fond of it. Zhang Fan anticipated this outcome. Having owned dogs before, most dogs preferred food with a stronger flavor, often rich in fishy and salty components. Yet, overly salty and greasy food is detrimental to health. Hence the rather bland taste of commercial dog food. Disliking it is not an option. You must eat your dog food. Setting the bag down, Zhang Fan washed his hands and began preparing his own lunch. Fortune smiled upon him today, as he discovered a gas canister while searching a room. He carried it back, not neglecting the stove either. For lunch, he planned to steam some rice and whip up 3 warm dishes for a hearty meal. An hour later, the table was adorned with stir-fried shredded potatoes, green peppers with cured meat, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Despite the simplicity of these home-cooked dishes, Zhang Fan found himself salivating with anticipation. Paired with fragrant white rice, the aroma was so enticing that he nearly devoured his own tongue. One never truly understands the value of food until they take on the responsibility of providing for themselves. After enduring days of hunger, savoring these humble dishes felt like a divine blessing. Having polished off 3 large bowls of rice, Zhang Fan leaned back, content, and let out a satisfied burp. Fullness itself is a form of happiness. He patted his round belly and reclined onto his bed, stretching luxuriously. Before long, drowsiness enveloped him, and he fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke, it was already 3 p.m. After a brief splash of water on his face, he seized his fire axe and stepped outside. Today's mission was not to gather supplies, but to venture to the school in search of his missing girlfriend, Ma Li. Both Zhang Fan and Ma Li were students at the same university. Zhang Fan was a junior, while Ma Li was a sophomore. Since the onset of the apocalypse 7 days ago, Zhang Fan had lost contact with her. When the calamity struck, Ma Li had vanished without a trace, most likely having succumbed to becoming a zombie. Yet, as the saying goes, one must see the living or the dead. Zhang Fan remained resolute, unwilling to give up until he had confirmed her fate. Previously, Zhang Fan struggled to survive, his attempts to locate Ma Li fraught with futility. Now, however, he yearned to give it a try. Moreover, His residence was not far from the school, merely a straight distance of around 300 meters. Exercising caution, he deemed the risk manageable. Even if besieged by zombies, Zhang Fan felt unperturbed. His speed far surpassed that of the sluggish undead. Da Huang, stay at home and wait for me. He affectionately ruffled the fur of his little yellow dog before stepping outside. The community lay in eerie silence, engulfed in a dreadful stillness. Corpses littered the ground, dismembered limbs and dried bloodstains everywhere. The air buzzed with flies and mosquitoes, while maggots crawled over the cadavers. An overwhelming stench of decay permeating the atmosphere. A few zombies meandered aimlessly, resembling headless flies drifting about. What constitutes a hell on earth? This was it. Not only this neighborhood, but the entirety of the city, the nation, and even the world had descended into such chaos. The globe had transformed into a hellscape. Before the internet severed, Zhang Fan had encountered a post speculating that, following the apocalypse, over 90% of the global population had succumbed to zombification. Among the remaining 10%, 60% had perished at the hands of the undead, leaving less than 40% of survivors. In other words, of the 7 billion people worldwide, fewer than 28 million remained alive. Yet, this was not the end, it was merely the beginning. The remaining 28 million not only had to contend with an unrelenting horde of zombies, but also face hunger, disease, loneliness, fear, and the treachery of other survivors. Merely existing did not equate to victory. Perhaps, death was the easier path. Following his meticulously plotted route, Zhang Fan cautiously made his way toward the eastern gate of the community, which was closest to the school. His movement immediately attracted the attention of several zombies, who, akin to flies drawn to filth, staggered toward him. Unfazed, Zhang Fan brandished his fire axe and charged forward. In mere moments, 5 zombie heads were severed, one collapsing lifelessly to the ground. 5 orbs of light fell, which Zhang Fan collected, feeling a warm surge coursing through him, further enhancing his physique. Physique, level 2, 35,100. He pressed onward. In the following 2 minutes, Zhang Fan encountered 6 more zombies, all of whom he swiftly dispatched, finally reaching the eastern gate. Physique, level 2, 65,100. Zhang Fan's community was separated from the school by just one street. The once orderly thoroughfare was now cluttered with haphazardly parked vehicles. Some cars had even collided, leaving behind a mess of wreckage and shards of glass. One could only imagine the chaos that ensued when the apocalypse struck. Besides the vehicles, the most numerous were the corpses. Bodies lay sprawled in every direction, transforming the city into a ghost town. Despite having anticipated such a scenario, witnessing it firsthand rendered Zhang Fan speechless. It was only 3 in the afternoon. Typically, at this hour, the streets would be bustling with people, strolling, walking dogs, and feeding them. But now, silence reigned, a profound stillness. Not a single living soul was in sight, not even a stray dog. All that remained were corpses and zombies. The apocalypse. This was the true end of days. I often find myself complaining about the crowds, the raucous elderly ladies performing their square dances, and the inconsiderate gentlemen walking their dogs without picking up after them. Now, in their absence, a sense of melancholy envelopes me. Perhaps our society will never return to its former vibrancy. With a heavy heart, Zhang Fan traversed the congested streets, arriving at the walls of the university. The western gate of the university was still over 100 meters away, and Zhang Fan, feeling lethargic, leapt gracefully over 3 meters high, effortlessly vaulting over the university's walls. Upon landing inside the courtyard, Zhang Fan was taken aback. Before him, dozens of students, dressed as zombies, staggered aimlessly across the campus, akin to headless flies. This phenomenon was easily explicable. The streets near the academic buildings were teeming with students attending morning classes when the zombie outbreak occurred. Those students had transformed into zombies, spilling forth from the classrooms and wandering about the campus. Hence, the multitude of zombies. With his eyes gleaming with excitement, Zhang Fan charged forward, determined to convert each of these creatures into golden orbs of energy. Suddenly, a nearby zombie lunged at him with a menacing growl, attempting to take a bite. In response, he wielded his fire axe with formidable strength. With a swift strike, the zombie's head exploded, releasing a golden orb that Zhang Fan eagerly collected, feeling a surge of warmth within him as his strength increased once more. Undeterred by death, another zombie climbed over its fallen comrade, continuing its advance. With another precise swing, The second zombie met the same fate. One after another, the zombies fell before him, as if he were a tiger descending from the mountains. Each slain creature yielding golden orbs that bolstered his vitality. Within a mere 2 minutes, over 20 zombies perished at his hands, and his physical prowess surged by several points. Physicality. Level 2, 225-100. The average physicality for an adult male is 1, yet Zhang Fan's had reached an impressive 225. This indicated that his physical condition was 325 times that of a typical adult male. Empowered by this newfound strength, Zhang Fan became an unstoppable force. The fire axe felt lighter than a mere stick in his hands, yet the power it unleashed was utterly overwhelming, capable of cleaving through the undead with ease. With a mighty swing, he decapitated 4 or 5 approaching zombies, who stood no chance against his prowess. 5 minutes later, a small mountain of corpses lay before him, the stench of fresh blood saturating the air. No living zombies remained in sight. Although some staggered in the distance, within a 100-meter radius, none dared to approach. Zhang Fan had vanquished them all. Despite the ferocity of the battle, while others might have succumbed to exhaustion, Zhang Fan felt invigorated. It was as if an inexhaustible wellspring of energy surged within him, leaving no trace of fatigue. He glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Zhang Fan. Level 2, awakened physicality. Level 2, 431-100, mentality. Level 1, 310, ability. Infinite item collection indeed. Engaging in mass extermination of zombies was the most efficient path to enhancing my strength. Zhang Fan felt a surge of satisfaction as he wiped the blood from his fire axe and strode purposefully towards his girlfriend's dormitory. Along the way, he encountered a dozen zombies, effortlessly dispatching them before finally arriving at the foot of Ma Li's dormitory building. As a residential area for students, the presence of zombies here was no less than that around the classrooms. Undeterred, Zhang Fan brandished his fire axe and charged forward, determined to fight. With a series of slashes, he cut his way through, severed heads rolling in his wake. One by one, the zombies fell, as Zhang Fan, with nothing but his fire axe, carved a bloody path from the first floor to the 8th. Upon reaching the front of room 818, he felt an inexplicable tension stir within him. Having been together with Ma Li for over a year, their bond was deep and meaningful. Zhang Fan could not bear the thought of anything happening to her. However, fate had other plans. Kicking open the dormitory door, he was immediately confronted by 2 snarling zombies. One of them, standing at about 1.7 meters tall with a round face and double eyelids, was unmistakably Ma Li. Zhang Fan's eyes filled with despair. With a roar, the transformed Ma Li lunged at him, unrecognizing and unresponsive. "I'm sorry." Pain flickered in Zhang Fan's eyes as his fire axe swung instinctively. A golden orb of light fell from the blow. Another zombie charged, and with a swift stroke, Zhang Fan dispatched it, slowly advancing towards Ma Li. Memories flooded his mind, and he felt a lump in his throat. On the day the apocalypse began, Ma Li had gone missing. Yet at that time, there had been no power outages or internet failures. His phone still had battery. The fact that Ma Li had vanished during the onset of the apocalypse suggested that she had already succumbed to the transformation. Despite having suspected this deep down, witnessing Ma Li as a zombie was an unbearable sorrow. Damn it! Zhang Fan struck the wall with his fist, causing the concrete to tremble violently. "Who?" came a low voice from the adjacent room. Zhang Fan's heart raced as he called out, "Jingya?" With a bang, the door to room 819 swung open, revealing a tall and striking figure, standing approximately 1.78 meters with long legs reminiscent of a supermodel, a slender waist, and a well-proportioned figure. She exuded an undeniable allure. Her skin was fair, and her features were exquisitely defined. If rated out of 10, she would easily score a 9. This woman was none other than Jingya, the campus belle and Ma Li's close friend. Jingya and Ma Li shared a profound friendship, making Zhang Fan acquainted with her as well. They had dined together, traveled, and enjoyed each other's company. Today, however, Jingya appeared disheveled, her face pale, stained with blood, and her hair a chaotic mess, clearly in distress. Upon seeing Zhang Fan, she was overwhelmed, tears streaming down her face. "Thank goodness. I finally see a living person." "Zhang Fan, is rescue on the way?" "Rescue?" Zhang Fan was taken aback, but quickly realized the truth. After the apocalypse struck, many had placed their last hopes in the government and military. Struggling in despair, One hopes that the country might dispatch troops to eliminate the zombies and restore order to the city. Yet, such a notion is evidently a mere fantasy. Alas, there is no rescue. I came here alone, Zhang Fan sighed. The sparkle in Jingya's beautiful eyes dimmed instantly, her face awash with disappointment. I should have known. The apocalypse has descended, and what hope is there for rescue? At this juncture, she turned towards Zhang Fan. By the way, are you here to find Molly? Zhang Fan nodded. Molly has turned into a zombie, Jingya said, unable to conceal her sorrow. I know. Zhang Fan shook his head. I must leave now. Do you have any plans for what comes next? Leave? Jingya felt a wave of despair wash over her. I wish to leave as well. But the campus is infested with zombies. How can we escape? That is of little concern, Zhang Fan replied. Wherever you wish to go, I can take you there. The school is not a place to linger. Jingya was undoubtedly aware that staying at the school was untenable. The overwhelming presence of zombies and scarcity of resources made survival impossible. Even if she were not to fall victim to the zombies, she would inevitably succumb to hunger or thirst. If she could have left, she would have done so already, yet she found herself utterly incapable of escaping. Can you truly take me away? A glimmer of hope ignited in Jingya's beautiful eyes. I wish to go to the T-Mountain Manor. My parents are there. Chapter 7. The Space Ability at Hand. T-Mountain Manor? A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Fan's eyes. The manor is situated within the T-Mountain National Forest Park Resort area. The entire estate comprises only 72 villas, each covering an average of 6 acres, with the largest sprawling over 40 acres, distributed across nearly 20 small islands, truly an island residence. With a greening rate of 84.7 and a floor area ratio of merely 0.1, each villa commands a price in the tens of millions. Jingya's parents reside there? She must be from a wealthy family. Zhang Fan had previously heard Molly mention that Jingya used only luxury brands for her attire and accessories. Yet she remained low-key and never divulged her family's situation. No one was aware of her true identity. It now appeared she was indeed a quintessential heiress. However, it was implausible for Zhang Fan to escort her to the T-Mountain Manor due to the considerable distance. Jingya, the T-Mountain Manor is located 50 to 60 kilometers away. We cannot reach it, Zhang Fan said helplessly. Be realistic. Suggest a closer location. I apologize. I was too naive. Disappointment flashed in Jingya's eyes. She had lost contact with her parents for several days and longed to find them. Yet she had overlooked the practicalities of the situation. Returning to the T-Mountain Manor before the apocalypse would take over an hour, and with traffic, it could extend to 2 hours. With zombies roaming outside and vehicles blocking the roads, how could they possibly get there? Then let us go to Huadingyuan. My family has a house there, and the environment is far superior to that of the school, Jingya proposed. Huadingyuan. Zhang Fan gasped. She truly was a child of privilege. Huadingyuan is an upscale villa community, consisting of only 21 villas, each valued at over 100 million. Even more expensive than those at T-Mountain Manor. Zhang Fan, reflecting on his own situation, having to scrimp and save just to afford a 40-square-meter basement apartment while juggling part-time jobs, felt a pang of frustration. Here was Jingya, effortlessly capable of purchasing a villa worth several hundred million, living under the red banner, nurtured by the spring breeze, feasting on grains, and receiving 9 years of compulsory education. Why do disparities among people remain so pronounced? Zhang Fan remained silent, prompting Jingya to inquire further. The Huadingyuan is over 8 kilometers away. It is indeed worth a try. Zhang Fan nodded in agreement. Jingya bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Zhang Fan gestured for her to gather her belongings and follow him. All right. Jingya promptly returned to her dormitory to pack, and shortly after, emerged carrying a suitcase. Zhang Fan was speechless. It is often said that women's suitcases are both large and heavy, and he finally witnessed this firsthand. However, at such a time, is it truly wise to carry such a cumbersome suitcase? Just as Zhang Fan intended to advise Jingya to pack lighter, he observed her delicate hand glide over the surface of the suitcase, and to his astonishment, the suitcase inexplicably vanished. Vanished? Zhang Fan rubbed his eyes, convinced he must have been mistaken, yet the suitcase had indeed disappeared. Jingya, how did you accomplish this? He asked in astonishment. This is my special ability. Jingya replied softly. Zhang Fan, since you made it here alone, you must have awakened your own special powers, right? I have indeed awakened my abilities. Zhang Fan nodded in agreement. Mine is a power type, somewhat underwhelming. His greatest trump card was the ability to infinitely pick up items. which he chose to keep confidential for now, just as I suspected. Upon learning that Zhang Fan had also awakened his powers, Jingya sighed in relief. My ability is a personal space. Through Jingya's explanation, Zhang Fan gradually comprehended what this personal space entailed. As the name suggests, it is a separate dimension created for oneself, akin to a spatial ring or a Doraemon's pocket. However, Jingya's current level was too low, and her personal space was limited to just 1,000 cubic units. 1,000 cubic units is equivalent to a box measuring 10 meters on each side. Zhang Fan's eyes gleamed. This ability seems somewhat overpowered. Overpowered? Jingya chuckled ruefully. I feel this ability is rather lackluster. Apart from storing items, it serves little purpose. Compared to this underwhelming ability, I would prefer to awaken a combat-oriented power, such as controlling water or fire, which would allow me to exterminate zombies and search for my parents. No. Zhang Fan shook his head. This ability is highly valuable. The greatest benefit I can foresee is the collection of supplies. During the past few days of gathering supplies, Zhang Fan could only wander about with a snakeskin bag, but its capacity was limited. It would fill up quickly, forcing him to return to his rented room to unload the contents. Then, he would have to go back upstairs, making the process quite tedious. With a personal space, the situation would be entirely different. Upon finding supplies, he could directly store them in the personal space, simple, convenient, and efficient. Moreover, 1,000 cubic units provides ample room to store a significant amount of items. Clearing out an entire supermarket would be a feasible task. Really? Jingya blinked in surprise. Absolutely. Zhang Fan chuckled, half-jokingly suggesting, if you don't mind, we could form a team. Together, we shall surely thrive. Sure. Jingya readily agreed, having confidence in Zhang Fan's character and reliability. Furthermore, after days of hiding in the dormitory, living in constant fear, encountering a living soul like Zhang Fan was a welcome relief she was eager to seize. Then it's settled, Zhang Fan declared, grasping a fire axe. Stay close to me. We shall set forth. Upon arriving at dormitory 818, Zhang Fan lifted the lifeless body of Ma Li, intending to take it down for burial. Having spent over a year with her, he couldn't bear the thought of her remains being left to decay in the wilderness. Jingya, witnessing this, stored Ma Li's body in her spatial pocket for easier transport. They descended the stairs, encountering no zombies along the way, but instead, countless corpses. All had their heads severed by a sharp blade, the wounds still fresh, indicating they had been recently dispatched. Zhang Fan, did you slay all these zombies? Jingya inquired. Astonished, Zhang Fan nodded. You are so formidable, she exclaimed, struggling to believe it. Just as he was about to elaborate, a bestial roar echoed, and a staggering zombie rounded the corner of the stairs. Clad in a t-shirt and shorts, it was a slender, buzz-cut youth. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan swung his axe, cleanly severing the zombie's head with swift precision. Jingya watched in awe. My ability is strength-based. It's only natural for me to possess such power, Zhang Fan explained with a smile, picking up a golden orb that had fallen to the ground, feeling his strength increase by 0.5. You are incredible, Jingya marveled. This is merely the beginning. Upon exiting the dormitory, they encountered a multitude of corpses strewn about. Did you indeed kill all of these? Jingya asked. Almost all of them, Zhang Fan replied. You single-handedly defeated so many zombies? She asked, incredulous. Indeed, impressive, isn't it? As they made their way, they found that most of the zombies had already been dispatched, allowing for a relatively safe journey. Once they reached the university gates, they were met with streets completely congested with vehicles. Walking the 8 kilometers to Huoding would not only be time-consuming, but also perilous. How can we get past this blockade? Jingya frowned, feeling troubled. It's simple, Zhang Fan said, moving to the roadside and lifting an electric scooter with a grin. We'll ride this. Chapter 8. Has the luxurious villa been occupied? The streets were cluttered with vehicles, making driving an unrealistic prospect until they were cleared. Of course, larger vehicles like trucks could easily plow through, but unfortunately, none were available. Under these circumstances, electric scooters and motorcycles were undoubtedly the most convenient and agile options. Zhang Fan found an electric scooter and navigated through the gaps in the traffic with Jingya. Zhang Fan, is this really safe? Jingya asked, her heart racing as zombies lurked everywhere. Riding a flimsy electric scooter? Are you serious? Do not worry, it will be fine, Zhang Fan reassured her with a smile. On the streets, a few zombies wandered aimlessly, their attention immediately drawn to the sounds produced by the electric scooter. They surged forward like flies attracted to the stench of decay, howling and roaring as they approached. 4 emerged from the front, 3 from behind, effectively blocking their path. Zhang Fan, zombies are coming, Jingya exclaimed, her face turning pale with fear. Watch me. Zhang Fan halted the electric scooter, grasped the fire axe from the basket, and charged forward. With swift precision, before the 7 zombies could close in, their heads were severed and they collapsed silently to the ground. Jingya stood in astonishment. So impressive. Just a piece of cake. Zhang Fan casually tossed the fire axe back into the basket and resumed his journey. To avoid being encircled by hordes of zombies, he deliberately steered clear of bustling areas such as hospitals, subway stations, and residential entrances. Nevertheless, when they passed a supermarket, they encountered over 20 zombies. The creatures, initially aimlessly wandering like headless flies, converged from all directions upon hearing the noise of the electric scooter, surrounding it completely. Jingya, having never witnessed such a multitude of zombies, trembled in terror, clinging tightly to Zhang Fan's waist, her beautiful eyes filled with fear. Jingya, do not be afraid. I'm here. Zhang Fan reassured her with a gentle pat on her hand, then brandished the fire axe and charged forth. In his hands, the fire axe became a scythe of death, effortlessly reaping the heads of the zombies. In under half a minute, every last one of the 20 zombies lay lifeless on the ground, leaving Jingya utterly speechless. Zhang Fan, you are incredible. It's not me. These zombies are simply pathetic. Zhang Fan chuckled. Do not be deceived by their frightening appearance. They are even less capable than ordinary humans. Their movements are stiff, lacking speed and agility. They are devoid of intelligence and do not even comprehend fear. As long as we can conquer our psychological dread, zombies are far less terrifying than one might imagine. That is true. Jingya pondered thoughtfully. Let us go. We must continue our journey. The two resumed their path. After half an hour of uneventful travel, they finally arrived at Huadingyuan, as a high-end villa district. It was considerably less populated with zombies and much cleaner compared to the streets swarming with the undead and scattered corpses. Upon entering the community, they were greeted by solitary villas resembling palatial castles, spaced far apart from one another. Vast green lawns, dense woodlands, and expansive gardens separated the villas. Having heard that Huadingyuan was the most prestigious villa district in the city, Zhang Fan marveled at its splendor and then inquired, Jingya, which villa belongs to your family? Building 9. Jingya replied, her excitement palpable. After all their efforts, they had finally returned. Even her typically tranquil demeanor could not conceal her exhilaration. You lead the way. Sure. With Jingya guiding him, they swiftly approached the front of Building 9, revealing a villa that resembled a European palace. How luxurious. Zhang Fan gasped in admiration. Not of much use. Jingya sighed, remarking that while it may have been valuable before the apocalypse, it now pales in comparison to the sense of security afforded by the fire axe in hand. Such words should not be uttered. The villa was equipped with a smart home system, eliminating the need for keys, as facial recognition would grant access. Alas, with the power out, the hope for the villa to open automatically had become a distant dream. Fortunately, Jingya possessed a key. As she opened the door, the foyer was more spacious than the living rooms of most luxury homes, with 2 Roman columns endowing the space with an air of ceremony. The 8-meter ceiling imbued the living area with grandeur. A classical fireplace, wooden wall paneling, a crystal chandelier, and silk hand-painted wallpaper adorned the interior, complemented by exquisitely crafted furnishings that exuded an aristocratic elegance akin to that of a royal palace. Moreover, there was a dining room reminiscent of European nobility, a crystal bathroom fit for a princess, and a lavish bedroom that evoked a sense of opulence. Zhang Fan admitted to feeling envious. The villa's exquisite splendor was comparable to that of a palace, rendering his modest rental unit utterly incomparable. Jingya, just how large is your home? He inquired incredulously. About 2,000 square meters, Jingya replied with a sigh of relief. Make yourself comfortable. I'll wash my face upstairs. All right. Zhang Fan nodded. Jingya ascended the staircase alone. But as she reached the landing, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed. Zhang Fan turned in confusion to see a man and a woman descending from the upper floor, both regarding them with suspicion. The man, clad in a white bathrobe, stood at 6 feet tall and appeared quite refined. The woman, dressed in an ill-fitting silk nightgown, barely surpassed 5 feet, the garment clearly oversized for her frame. Who are you? And why have you intruded into my home? The woman demanded, her face contorted with anger. Who let you in? Get out of my house at once. The man glared at Zhang Fan and Jingya with equal ire. What on earth? Is this not Jingya's home? Zhang Fan was utterly baffled. Your home? Jingya's expression soured. Building 9 of Huading Yeyuan, is this your residence? What of it? Is there a problem? The woman retorted coldly. Jingya, uninterested in further frivolities, produced a document folder with a swift motion, extracting a property deed. She opened the door and pointed to the ownership certificate. Enunciating each word, understand this clearly, the owner of this house is Jingya, and I am Jingya. Now, it was the man and woman who found themselves in an awkward predicament. They were, of course, not the rightful owners of the villa. In fact, they were local real estate agents. The man's name was Yang Jialong, and the woman's was Gu Yipan. On the day of the cataclysm, they had been showing a property in the neighborhood when they sought refuge in this villa, breaking in through a window and claiming it as their own. Although they had only resided there for a few days, they had grown fond of the place, treating it as if it were their home. In their eyes, the villa's owner had not returned for so long that she must have either succumbed to the undead or been slain by them. Thus, the property had undoubtedly become ownerless. In such dire times, who could blame them for taking advantage of the situation? After all, in the apocalypse, does anyone truly care about property rights? Yet, they never anticipated the original owner would return. Yang Jialong and Gu Yipan shared a moment of awkwardness that lasted but a second before their expressions returned to normal. Regaining their arrogance, Gu Yipan, hands on her hips, resembled a scolding shrew as she exclaimed, "So what if you are the original owner? For heaven's sake, step outside and observe the state of the world. It is the apocalypse, with everyone outside perished. What use is a dilapidated house? Let me inform you. We seized this house first, and it rightfully belongs to us." She shoved Jingyu aside and shouted towards the door, "Now, I demand you vacate my home at once. You are not welcome here." Jingyu's complexion turned pale with indignation. "What do you mean by you? If you have any sense, you should leave quickly." Yang Jialong casually gestured, and a kitchen knife inexplicably soared through the air, aimed directly at Jingyu. With a sinister smile, Yang Jialong taunted, "You wretched woman, in this apocalypse. Even if I were to kill you, it would be a meaningless death. If you wish to avoid such a fate, vacate this place immediately. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to let you enter standing and exit horizontally." What a pair of unscrupulous individuals. Chapter 9. Gaining new abilities. Although Zhang Fan understood that with the advent of the apocalypse, the legal and moral constraints governing human behavior had entirely vanished, leading to the liberation and eruption of suppressed desires and darkness within everyone, he was still taken aback by how quickly and thoroughly those who once appeared upright could transform. Boldly seizing another's property, and doing so with such audacity and self-righteousness was truly astonishing. Zhang Fan found himself at a loss for words, only able to reflect, indeed. I am quite the virtuous person. Why hadn't I considered claiming a villa for myself? The thought of being confined to a 40-square-meter basement filled him with a sense of frustration. He realized he was not sufficiently ruthless. Despite his internal musings, Zhang Fan could not stand idly by while this audacious pair bullied Jingyu, who was, after all, his friend. He stepped forward, shielding Jingyu behind him, and with a displeased gaze, addressed Yang Jialong and Gu Yipan, "I offer you a chance. Leave this place immediately, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." "Oh, lack of courtesy? You think I'm easily intimidated?" Yang Jialong waved his hand slightly, and the hovering knife pressed against Zhang Fan's throat. With arrogance plastered across his face, Yang Jialong sneered, "Fool, today I shall witness how you intend to be discourteous. Let me inform you, my husband can manipulate metal. He is an ability user, a superhuman." Gu Yipan added with bravado, "You are not worthy to even carry his shoes. If you wish to live, leave promptly." Zhang Fan, uninterested in further banter with these two simpletons, seized the knife pressing against his neck and made a casual swipe. With a swift motion, the sharp blade sliced through the throats of Yang Jialong and Gu Yipan, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Their eyes widened in shock as they desperately tried to stanch the flow of blood, but to no avail. Crimson liquid spilled over their fingers, quickly staining their garments. With a thud, both collapsed backward, 5 luminous orbs falling from their bodies. Yang Jialong dropped 3 orbs, 1 gold, 1 silver, and 1 white, while Gu Yipan lost 2, 1 gold and 1 silver. Zhang Fan took a step forward. discreetly collecting 5 luminous orbs before hoisting the bodies of the 2 individuals and making his way outside. You should take a moment to rest. I will handle the remains of these 2, Zhang Fan remarked to Jingya. Thank you. Thank you. Jingya hurriedly expressed her gratitude, refraining from condemning Zhang Fan for the deaths of Yang Jialong and Gui Pan. She was no saint. These 2 had occupied her family's home. They deserved their fate. After transporting their bodies a distance away from the villa, Zhang Fan carelessly discarded them on the ground, indifferent to their final resting place. He soon felt a sharp pain surging through his body, crashing against his nerves like a violent storm. What is happening? Zhang Fan groaned, bending over in agony. What is wrong with me? Fortunately, the pain arrived swiftly and departed even more quickly. In merely half a minute, the excruciating sensation vanished entirely, leaving Zhang Fan in a state of astonishment. Name: Zhang Fan. Level 2 ability user physique. Level 2, 53100, mental strength. Level 1, 610, abilities, infinite retrieval ability. Metal manipulation ability physique increased by 6 points. Mental strength increased by 3 points. Metal manipulation ability? I have acquired the power to manipulate metal? Zhang Fan was taken aback. Suddenly, he recalled Yang Jialong's abilities and the white orbs that had fallen from him. Could it be that the white orb represented Yang Jialong's power? My ability can even retrieve powers? Impressive indeed. Eager to test his newfound ability, Zhang Fan began to keenly observe the subtle changes occurring within his body. He could not quite articulate the nature of these changes. It was an indescribable sensation. With a flicker of thought, a segment of a water pipe in the distance abruptly detached from the ground, levitating in midair. Go! Zhang Fan gestured into the void. Whoosh! The water pipe, suspended in tranquility, shot forth like a released arrow, piercing into a nearby magnolia tree, embedding itself deeply within, leaving only a portion protruding. Disintegrate! Zhang Fan snapped his fingers, and the pipe, embedded in the tree trunk, instantly crumbled to dust, transforming into a puddle of metallic powder. Coalesce! The metallic powder swiftly aggregated, soon forming into a sharp, slender steel spike. Subsequently, the steel spike morphed into a curved blade, then into a disc, and finally into a knife and fork. The metallic powder continuously altered its shape, and Zhang Fan reveled in this newfound toy, delighting in the experience. It was only when Jingya called out to him that he ceased his playful experimentation and returned to the villa. Jingya washed her face and changed into a loose-fitting nightgown, her hair held up with a headband, exuding a blend of languor and vivacity. While losing some of her previous cold allure, she poured 2 glasses of milk, handing one to Zhang Fan. There isn't much to eat at home. The only thing I could offer you is milk, Jingya said with a wry smile. No worries, Zhang Fan replied, taking a sip of the milk, feeling a sense of relief. After a small sip of her own, Jingya slowly inquired, Zhang Fan, do you have any plans for the future? Plans? Zhang Fan answered candidly. What plans could there be? To hunt zombies and gather supplies. Hunting zombies would enhance his strength, and Zhang Fan was determined not to relent. He aspired to grow even stronger. The collection of supplies must not be neglected. Sustenance and necessities are indispensable. Such a vague approach. Jingya furrowed her delicate brows and remarked, I believe we ought to devise a meticulous plan, one that is purposeful, well-structured, and scientifically efficient. We must strictly adhere to this plan to enhance our chances of survival. Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow, earnestly inquiring, what are your thoughts? Please share them. After a moment of contemplation, Jingya slowly asked, have you been residing in that basement these past few days? Indeed, Zhang Fan admitted without hesitation. Since Molly and Jingya shared everything, she was aware of his off-campus rental. You should move in here, Jingya declared. Starting today, we shall live together. Together? Zhang Fan was taken aback. Do not misconstrue my words. Jingya's cheeks flushed as she hurried to clarify. Your basement is far too cramped to store sufficient supplies. Furthermore, it is dark and damp, making it quite uncomfortable to live in. The environment here is vastly superior. My space is substantial, an 800 square meter basement, coupled with a 2,000 square meter room, ample enough to accommodate a multitude of provisions. Additionally, there are fewer zombies here, and the surroundings are much more pleasant than your place. Moreover, it is unsafe for me to inhabit such a large house alone. As evidenced today, I cannot fend off either other survivors or zombies on my own. Hence, I require your presence. Very well, Zhang Fan conceded without pretense. Who would be foolish enough to reside in a basement when offered such a spacious villa? He was certainly not that foolish. Furthermore, Jingya continued, we must collect supplies with intention, food, drinking water, clothing, and shoes in abundance. The more the better, if possible. We should also acquire gas canisters, stoves, pots, and pans, as well as a few generators. Those two fellows just mentioned that we are in an apocalyptic world now, where everything has become abandoned property. Since these items are unclaimed, we may take them freely without concern for anyone. You make a compelling argument. Zhang Fan nodded in agreement. In that case, please create a detailed inventory of supplies, and we shall adhere strictly to it, gathering all necessary items as thoroughly as possible. This is my forte. I can have it ready by tonight. Jingyao promptly agreed. Though still a university student, she had already taken over her family business and managed various affairs. So compiling a simple inventory was child's play for her. That evening, Zhang Fan slept at Jingyao's residence. This luxurious villa, with its 5 bedrooms, 5 living rooms, and 5 bathrooms, was more than sufficient for 2 occupants. To ensure safety, Zhang Fan chose to stay in the room adjacent to Jingyao's. It would be a misunderstanding to think otherwise. This arrangement was Jingyao's own suggestion. Living in such a grand villa, next to the campus beauty, Zhang Fan found himself somewhat distracted, and after tossing and turning, he finally drifted off to sleep around 2 a.m. At 8 a.m. the following morning, still in a haze of slumber, Zhang Fan heard a knock on his door. Jingyao not only had prepared the inventory plan for collecting supplies, but had also made breakfast. The morning meal was simple, a slice of bread, a piece of ham, and a carton of milk for each of them. Jingyao felt somewhat awkward. My apologies. The materials are limited, so let us make do with what we have. These supplies were collected by Yang Jialong and Gu Yipan. Without them, none of this would exist. This will suffice. Zhang Fan nodded, leisurely consuming his breakfast while perusing the inventory list. Jingyao's inventory was meticulously detailed, encompassing several categories. First, the collection of various foods, particularly those with long shelf lives that are easy to store. Second, the gathering of beverages such as bottled water. Third, the procurement of clothing and sanitary paper. Fourth, the acquisition of freezers, generators, and diesel. And finally, the overarching principle was to gather anything necessary for daily life. After finishing their breakfast, the two locked the villa's main door and set off. They intended to visit the nearest Guaha shopping mall first. Guaha shopping mall was the largest in the vicinity, spanning 6 floors, each offering a different array of products. If the mall had not yet been looted, it would contain enough supplies for the two to last a considerable time. As they rode their electric scooter away from the villa towards the mall, they spotted a heavy truck. Zhang Fan parked the scooter in front of the truck and grinned. Jingyao, let us change vehicles. Great. Jingyao's face lit up. The heavy truck instilled a sense of security far beyond that of the electric scooter, which often elicited anxiety. The truck driver was nowhere to be found, and Zhang Fan easily opened the door, inviting Jingyao to join him inside. Zhang Fan, do you know how to drive a heavy truck? Jingyao asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Never driven one, but it shouldn't be a problem. Zhang Fan twisted his neck. The entire street is wide open. I'm not worried about bumping into anyone. That is true. He turned the key, starting the engine. With a press of the accelerator, the truck rumbled forward. It wasn't long before they encountered a Haval H5 ahead. Without hesitation, they rolled right over it. With a thunderous crash, the Haval was pushed a distance before being flattened, and the truck continued on its way. Zhang Fan felt an exhilarating rush. In the past, he would never have dared to act so recklessly. Riding a shared bicycle required utmost caution to avoid scraping against others' vehicles. Now, however, the streets were filled with cars, including several worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. He could drive and collide without concern. There was no fear of an owner demanding compensation or of being stopped by traffic police. After all, there wasn't a living soul in sight. Zhang Fan drove the heavy truck through the streets, gleefully watching as luxury cars were crushed beneath it. Why are you so excited over just hitting a few cars? Jingyao asked, puzzled. Isn't it thrilling? Zhang Fan replied with a laugh. Thrilling? Indeed. Ah man. Their joy is so simple. As Zhang Fan barreled through the streets in the heavy truck, he crushed everything in his path, whether cars or zombies. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Guaha shopping mall. The scene before the mall resembled a hellish landscape, littered with corpses, zombies, and severed limbs. The bodies had begun to decay, infested with maggots and flies, emanating a horrific stench. A group of over 20 zombies loitered in front of the shopping mall, some silent, others growling, resembling headless flies. Upon witnessing these undead creatures, Zhang Fan felt a sense of relief wash over him. The presence of these zombies provided a form of protection. The Guohua Mall likely remained untouched by other survivors, and the supplies within should still be intact. From this perspective, the zombies served a purpose, at least in safeguarding the resources. Stay in the car and wait for me to deal with the zombies here before you come down, Zhang Fan instructed, parking the vehicle by the roadside. Be careful, Jingya cautioned. Don't worry, Zhang Fan replied with a faint smile, opening the car door and jumping out, closing it behind him. The group of zombies had already sensed the disturbance and staggered toward him. Zhang Fan, with a satchel slung over his shoulder, opened it, and a radiant flash erupted from within. What is that? Jingyu observed Zhang Fan's actions closely, momentarily stunned by the emerging brilliance. It was not merely a flash of light, but a metal disc, roughly the size of a plate, thick in the center yet with edges as thin as paper, glinting under the sunlight. With a swift motion, the metal disc transformed into a streak of light, targeting the fastest zombie. With a soft thud, it sliced through the neck of the first zombie, continuing onward to the second. A line of blood appeared on the first zombie's neck, and in the next instant, its head tumbled away, severed from its body. The creature fell to the ground, lifeless. Jingya's eyes widened in astonishment as she turned her gaze to the metal disc. After decapitating the first zombie, the disc flew towards the second. With another soft sound, the second zombie's head fell, followed by the third and the fourth. The small metal disc resembled the scythe of death, seamlessly severing the heads of the zombies in succession. In the blink of an eye, all 20 undead in front of the mall lay headless upon the ground. The disc completed a graceful circle in the air before returning to Zhang Fan, hovering quietly before him. Metal manipulation. Jingyu was profoundly shocked. Isn't Zhang Fan's ability a strength-based one? How did it transform into metal control? Or has he awakened two abilities? The brevity of time since the emergence of powers left her knowledge lacking. She was unsure if each individual could only awaken one ability. Nor could she explain why Zhang Fan possessed two. Nevertheless, such details were inconsequential. The more powerful Zhang Fan became, the greater the likelihood of their team's survival, which brought Jingya immense joy. Get out of the car, Zhang Fan said as he turned. Jingya opened the car door and stepped out, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at Zhang Fan. You possess the ability to control metal, didn't you see? Zhang Fan shrugged, revealing. I just awakened it last night. Impressive, isn't it? Impressive. Absolutely amazing. Jingya nodded enthusiastically. This ability is highly efficient in exterminating zombies. It's truly formidable. I think it's quite remarkable too. Flattered by the praise from the school beauty, Zhang Fan felt a surge of vanity and beckoned her as he led the way toward the mall. As Zhang Fan made his way to the shopping mall, he collected the golden orbs dropped by the zombies one by one. With over 20 golden orbs, he gained an additional 13 points in his physical attributes, further enhancing his strength. His physique now stood at level 2, 66,100. The first floor of the mall housed a supermarket, where disorganized shelves were strewn with goods. A glance revealed numerous zombies aimlessly wandering within the aisles. The abundance of zombies suggested that the merchandise remained largely untouched, giving them hope that their journey would not be in vain. Zhang Fan lowered his voice. I will clear out the zombies first, then you can gather the supplies. Understood. Jingya nodded in agreement. Be careful. Rest assured. Chapter 11. Survivors in the storage room. Yang Xiaomei, Qian1, Duinghe, and Xiao Jie were cashiers at the supermarket on the first floor of the Guohua Mall. After the apocalypse erupted, they had hidden in the storage room at the corner of the supermarket, managing to survive until now. The storage room was merely around 30 square meters, crammed with goods, leaving just enough space for the four of them to squeeze in. The cramped quarters quickly became unbearable and foul-smelling, yet they dared not venture outside. As the hordes of zombies loomed, many had attempted to escape, only to become mere snacks for the undead. For 8 consecutive days, the four of them clung to life in the tiny storage room, subsisting on instant noodles and snacks, washing it down with cola and beer, barely surviving. Regrettably, their supplies were dwindling. The storage contained primarily alcohol and tobacco, with scant food remaining. After days of consumption, only 2 boxes of instant noodles were left. Surrounded by zombies and with no sign of rescue, tensions flared among the 4 women. Ultimately, Yang Xiaomei, Qian1, and Duinghe banded together to monopolize the remaining noodles. They were all in their 40s, local residents of the city, and had worked as cashiers in the supermarket for several years, forming a close-knit alliance. In stark contrast, young Xiao Jia, barely past her 20s and an outsider, found herself marginalized. Yang Jia, could you spare me some food? Xiao Jia pleaded weakly against the wall. I haven't eaten in 2 days. Her arms bore multiple scratches and bruises, evidence of a previous scuffle over the noodles with Yang Xiaomei, Qianwen, and Duinghe. Though these women appeared delicate, they transformed into fierce combatants when provoked. The older women, in particular, were formidable, leaving Xiao Jia at a disadvantage. With only 2 boxes of noodles left, if I give you some, what will we eat? Yang Xiaomei glared, her voice laced with disdain. You have beer at hand. Quench your hunger with that. Exactly. You, an outsider, should be grateful to have anything at all. Qianwen chimed in. Did you all forget that I was the one who let you in? Xiao Jia felt a deep chill of betrayal. Ask yourselves, if it weren't for me, would you still be alive? And what is your rescue matter now? Do you expect us to be grateful for a lifetime? Or to treat you like a deity? Duinghe scoffed. We have nothing to eat ourselves. How could we possibly offer you anything? Exactly. You, an outsider, are worth little more than a worthless life. Yang Xiaomei cursed. Enough of this bickering. At that moment, Qianwen suddenly whispered, it seems there's some commotion outside. Instantly, Yang Xiaomei and Duinghe fell silent, and the 3 of them gathered by the door, peering through the crack to observe the scene outside. What they witnessed was nothing short of astonishing. A silver metallic disc swirling gracefully in the air, deftly slicing through the necks of the zombies. The once fearsome creatures crumbled before this metallic disc, appearing as fragile as paper. With a gentle sweep, the disc severed the heads of the zombies, causing them to topple to the ground like freshly cut chives. In the distance, more zombies charged recklessly, only to meet the same fate, their heads decapitated in swift succession. Within a mere 2 minutes, all 30-odd zombies that had been roaming the supermarket lay lifeless. The trio stood in stunned silence. Then, they noticed a tall, striking young man appearing not far away. The lethal metallic disc returned to hover quietly before him, dripping blood rhythmically, as if suspended in midair. What on earth? The 3 exchanged bewildered glances. At that moment, Qianwen suddenly recalled the day she had been trapped in the storage room, experiencing inexplicable pain for half a minute before awakening to a peculiar ability. She had dared to experiment while the others slept, transforming a sausage into metal. A sausage? Transformed into metal? This was indeed real. However, utilizing this power required immense stamina, and after several attempts, Qianwen felt utterly drained. Due to the scarcity of food, she refrained from further use, fearing starvation in this confined space. Yet, she understood she had awakened a unique ability, which she named turning stone to gold. Here, gold did not refer to precious metal, but rather to alloy and metal. It turned out she was not the only one to awaken such powers. Qianwen gazed at the handsome young man in the supermarket. He too had awakened an ability, one that allowed him to control metal. A living person. Yang Xiaomei suddenly exclaimed. Is he the rescue we've been waiting for? It must be help. Didn't you see how he wiped out all the zombies in the supermarket? Duinghe responded, excitement bubbling within her. Let us go. We need to get out of this cursed place. Right. The 3 ladies, having been cooped up for far too long, paid no heed to anything else and rushed out of the storage room. Young man, please save us. Where have you been? They cried, relief flooding their voices. Startled by the sudden emergence of the 3 women, Zhang Fan nearly commanded the metallic disc to attack. However, upon realizing they were merely 3 living souls, he halted, though his vigilance remained unwavering. Who are you? Zhang Fan demanded. 3 elderly women were in a state of agitation. Yang Xiaomei eagerly responded, Young man, we are the cashiers here. We have been trapped in the supermarket storage room and have only just managed to hold on. Are you part of the rescue team? Qianwen asked, or has the government dispatched rescue personnel to save us? Upon hearing this, Qianwen looked at Zhang Fan with hopeful eyes, yearning for an affirmative answer. Regrettably, I am not a rescue team, like you. I am merely a survivor from the vicinity, Zhang Fan replied candidly. The disappointment was palpable among the 3 women. Yang Xiaomei continued, Young man, you seem quite capable. Could you possibly take us home? Qianwen and Duinghe also gazed at Zhang Fan expectantly. Where do you reside? Zhang Fan inquired, contemplating if he could conveniently escort the 3 women back. I live at 670 Yingxian Road. They simultaneously announced their addresses. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan decisively declined, I'm sorry. Your homes are too far. I cannot take you there. It was absurd. The nearest residence, that of Duinghe, was over 20 kilometers away. What was the point of such a journey? Upon returning home, they would still have to confront the relentless hordes of zombies. What difference would it make? The three women grew anxious. Yang Xiaomei insisted, "Listen, young man, you cannot be like this. We are trapped here, unable to eat or sleep properly. You cannot turn a blind eye to our plight. You are so skilled. Killing zombies must be as easy as slicing through vegetables for you. You cannot abandon us." Qianwen added, "Young man, please do us a favor and take us home. We can pay you. How much do you want? Is 100 enough? Pay you?" Zhang Fan chuckled. "Not enough. How about 200? If that still won't do, I can offer you 500. Qianwen exclaimed, 500 is the maximum. I usually take the bus to work, and it costs me only 5. Zhang Fan laughed. "Ladies, you should save that money for your retirement." With that, he turned his attention away from them and called for Jingya to come in and collect the supplies from the area. Money? What uses money in this world? I wouldn't even use it to wipe myself. Chapter 12. Turning stone to gold. Young man, you cannot act this way. Respect for the elderly and nurturing the young is a cherished virtue in our culture, and as a young person, you have the obligation to take us home. They implored. You cannot disregard us. Otherwise, how will we survive? Do you believe I would lie on the ground and forever depend on you? The three elderly women, in their desperation, surrounded Zhang Fan. Grasping his arms and tugging at his collar, they created an impenetrable barrier, refusing to let him leave. Despite their frail appearance, they possessed surprising strength, making it nearly impossible for anyone else to escape. In the face of zombies, they were timid, but against a human, they showed no fear. Zhang Fan felt a surge of irritation. His expression darkened as he coldly commanded, "Let go." "No way," Yang Xiaomei shouted. "If we release you, you'll just leave. And who will look after us? Let me tell you, young man, you cannot behave this way. It is often said that with great power comes great responsibility. Given your remarkable abilities, you have an obligation to escort us safely home." Qianwen tugged at Zhang Fan's collar, her voice laced with urgency. "In this apocalypse, humanity is nearly extinguished. You cannot abandon us. Otherwise, how will we survive? Listen, one must not be overly selfish. We have offered you payment. 500 is insufficient. But we can increase it. Just ensure our safe return, and we can negotiate a higher sum." Duinghe grasped Zhang Fan's arm with considerable force, leaving red marks on his skin. Zhang Fan, now thoroughly incensed, spoke through gritted teeth. "I shall say this one last time. Let go." "Absolutely not." Qianwen cried out. "What will we do if you run away? Young man, heed my words. If you wish to avoid being exploited by us, you will obediently take us home. Otherwise, suddenly, a streak of light flashed by, and 3 heads tumbled from their shoulders, crashing onto the ground. 3 pairs of eyes widened in shock and confusion, forever unblinking in death. Indeed, they would never close their eyes again. They could never have imagined that Zhang Fan would resort to such lethal force. How could he dare? How could he not? Zhang Fan coldly surveyed the trio before him. In this apocalyptic reality, did they still think they could leverage their age and morals to manipulate him? They had chosen the wrong person. Jingya witnessed the entire scene unfold, remaining silent throughout. She cast a deep glance at Zhang Fan before moving aside to collect the scattered resources from the ground. The 3 women had dropped a total of 7 luminous orbs, 3 golden, 3 silver, and 1 white. A white orb? Zhang Fan's eyes brightened as he eagerly picked it up. The white orb signified a supernatural ability, indicating that one of the 3 women had awakened an extraordinary power. As the green orb merged with his being, a chilling sensation coursed through him. Soon after, a familiar searing pain enveloped his body, and Zhang Fan gritted his teeth to endure it. Half a minute later, the agony dissipated entirely, and he exhaled a sigh of relief, turning to inspect his attributes. Ability: infinite retrieval, manipulation of metal, transmutation of stone into gold. Transmutation of stone into gold? Zhang Fan was taken aback. What kind of ability is this? It turns stones into gold? If it indeed transformed stones into gold, this power might prove somewhat impractical. In the pre-apocalyptic world, it would have been a lucrative ability. But now, in this desolate era, what uses gold? Can it exchange for a few bags of spicy strips? Zhang Fan found that prospect rather bleak. Subsequently, he collected the remaining 6 orbs. His physical attributes increased by 6 points, and his mental attributes by 3 points. Name: Zhang Fan. Level: second tier ability user physical. Level 2, 86100. Mental, level 1, 910. Ability, infinite retrieval, manipulation of metal, transmutation of stone into gold. The increase in mental attributes was rather slow. Zhang Fan felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, yet there was little he could do. Slaying zombies only yielded physical orbs. Mental orbs could only be obtained by killing humans. Unless he embarked on a rampage, specifically targeting survivors, his mental growth would not accelerate. It was time to test his new abilities. Zhang Fan took a moment to absorb the situation, then picked up a fallen packet of instant noodles and activated his newfound ability. The plastic bag enveloping the noodles appeared to be coated with a layer of golden paint, transforming quietly into a gleaming gold. Could it truly have turned into gold? Zhang Fan was momentarily stunned, testing its weight with his hand. Indeed, it felt heavy. Not only the exterior bag, but the noodles within had also morphed into gold. This meant that the entire packet, inside and out, had been transmuted into gold. Is this really gold? Zhang Fan felt something was amiss with its texture, so he manipulated the golden noodles into the shape of a dagger. Go! With a sweeping motion, the golden dagger shot through the air, embedding itself forcefully into the wall ahead. Thud! The golden dagger pierced deeply into the wall, leaving only a portion protruding, which emitted a resonant humming sound. Witnessing this, Zhang Fan immediately realized that this metallic substance was not true gold. Gold is soft, particularly pure gold, which can be easily marked by a bite, rendering it unsuitable for weaponry. The weapons claiming to be made of gold are merely gilded with a thin layer of it. This dagger sliced through the wall effortlessly, and the clear, vibrant hum resembled steel more than gold. Zhang Fan examined the dagger further, discovering it to be incredibly sharp, far sharper than the metallic disc he had crafted from a kitchen knife, capable of cleaving the disc in two with ease. This further confirmed that the metal produced through his ability was not gold, but rather an unknown metal. This material is exceptionally sharp for weaponry, a true instrument of war. Zhang Fan collected a few more items, effortlessly transforming them into metal and fashioning several new weapons. One was a golden disc for ranged attacks, intended for hunting zombies, and another was a hefty cleaver over a meter long for close combat. These weapons were significantly sharper than the previous metallic disc, and Zhang Fan was eager to test them against zombies. However, the zombies on the first floor had already been cleared, leaving him to explore the second floor later. Meanwhile, Jingya walked through the aisles, watching as items vanished one by one, leaving her path spotless. In a mere few minutes, she had gathered a small portion of the supermarket supplies, scarcely leaving behind anything except for spoiled food and useless goods. Soon, Jingya arrived at the storage room, only to discover a young woman lying inside. "Are you all right?" She called from outside the door, remaining cautious and refraining from entering the storage room. Moreover, a foul stench emanated from within, strong enough to make one recoil. "Can you spare me some food?" A weak voice floated out from the storage room. Jingya hesitated, but eventually produced a bottle of milk, preparing to hand it over. "Allow me." Just then, Zhang Fan arrived and took the milk from her, passing it to the woman inside. Upon receiving the milk, the woman eagerly inserted a straw and drank deeply, finishing the entire carton in one go before exhaling a long sigh of relief. She then looked at Zhang Fan and Jingya, her face filled with gratitude as she said, "Thank you." She was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin, delicate features, and a voluptuous figure, her appearance beyond reproach. At this moment, she appeared quite frail, her complexion somewhat pallid, clearly indicating that she had not eaten in quite some time. Beautiful individuals invariably receive preferential treatment, at least in the eyes of Zhang Fan, for he is a connoisseur of aesthetics. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan displayed a warm smile and inquired with curiosity, "You four must be together, yet while the other three are vibrant and lively, why do you seem so weak?" He had first-hand experience of the formidable strength possessed by the three women, who evidently had not endured hunger. With a wry smile, Chao Jia recounted her predicament. Zhang Fan listened attentively, shaking his head. Although he disapproved of the behavior exhibited by the three women, he could not entirely comprehend their motivations. In this world, even the virtuous can be driven to madness, let alone those with inherently malicious hearts. After a while, Chao Jia regained some of her strength. Through their recent conversation, she had learned that Zhang Fan and Jingya were survivors from the vicinity, here to gather supplies. Without hesitation, she implored, "Could you take me with you? I wish to accompany you." She was acutely aware of the dire state outside, Remaining alone in such circumstances would undoubtedly lead to a grim fate. Sticking with Zhang Fan and Jingya offered her a glimmer of hope, and it was indeed her sole option at that moment. Zhang Fan hesitated. Although it was difficult to decline a beautiful woman's request, adding another person meant another mouth to feed, thus increasing the consumption of limited resources. In such dire circumstances, he was reluctant to accommodate an idle companion or a decorative burden. Noticing Zhang Fan's hesitation, Qiao Jia pleaded earnestly, "Rest assured, I will not be a burden. I can work. I am also an excellent cook. I used to run a restaurant and was the head chef." The sparkle in Zhang Fan's eyes revealed his intrigue. For this was indeed an advantageous asset. He himself was not particularly skilled in the culinary arts. Although he could prepare a few simple dishes, they hardly qualified as delectable. Jingya, accustomed to a life of luxury, was not a realistic candidate for cooking. Thus, it was evident that their team was in need of a cook. Zhang Fan then glanced at Jingya. "Let us bring her along," Jingya suggested. "As we gather supplies daily, we will need assistance in organizing them. This lady seems like a valuable addition, especially since she can cook, which is quite rare." She foresaw that as they continued to amass resources, their supplies would inevitably increase. However, simply collecting resources was insufficient. They needed to be sorted and categorized. In such a scenario, two people would certainly struggle to manage. So having Qiao Jia would provide a much-needed boost. "Very well," Zhang Fan nodded. "Welcome to our team. I am Zhang Fan, and this is Jingya. Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Qiao Jia." She expressed her gratitude eagerly. "You must be older than us. From now on, we shall call you Sister Qiao." Zhang Fan smiled warmly. "Sister Qiao, it is a pleasure to meet you. You may call me Xiao Zhang, and her Xiaoya." After a brief exchange of greetings, they had established a connection. "Sister Qiao, please eat a bit more to replenish your strength while Jingya and I gather supplies from the first floor." "Yes, indeed." Several minutes later, all the supplies on the first floor had been collected by Jingya, leaving the vast supermarket desolate. Only rotting fruits and vegetables, foul meat, and some useless debris remained. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Fan couldn't help but marvel at how incredibly useful Jingya's spatial ability was. In just half an hour, such a large supermarket had been thoroughly cleared, transforming into a mobile warehouse. If it had been left to him to scour the supermarket, slowly filling a snakeskin bag, it would have taken an eternity. Not only would it be a tremendous waste of time, but it would also be exceedingly cumbersome and unsafe. How could it possibly compare to Jingya's convenience? "Is your spatial area full?" Zhang Fan inquired with a smile. "There is still ample space." Jingya lightly shook her head. "Though the goods in this supermarket appear plentiful, they hardly occupy any space." "Then let us explore the second floor." Zhang Fan turned to Qiao Jia, asking, "Sister Qiao, what is sold on the second floor?" "Clothing," Qiao Jia replied. Having just consumed some milk, a piece of bread, and a sausage, she had regained considerable strength. Jingya's eyes sparkled. "Are there women's clothes?" "Both men's and women's apparel are available." Qiao Jia nodded. "Shall we head to the second floor?" Jingya looked at Zhang Fan. "Let us go." Zhang Fan gestured. "You all follow closely behind me." "All right." With Zhang Fan in the lead, Jingya in the center, and Qiao Jia bringing up the rear, the trio cautiously ascended the stairs. As the elevator was out of order, they had no choice but to take the stairs, which inevitably made noise. Thus, as soon as they reached the upper level, a zombie lunged at them. This particular zombie was a woman, dressed in designer clothes and adorned with brand-name accessories, looking quite glamorous. Unfortunately, upon becoming a zombie, she was no different from the others and charged at Zhang Fan and his companions. "Be careful," Qiao Jia exclaimed, her face drained of color as she warned them. With a swift motion, a golden disc sliced through the zombie's neck, and with a spray of foul blood, its head separated from its body. A golden orb fell to the ground. Zhang Fan raised his foot, and the orb swiftly entered his body, a warm current flowing through him, enhancing his physique by 0.5. Zhang Fan turned to Qiao Jia with a smile. "Sister Qiao, there is no need to worry. These zombies are not as terrifying as they seem." Qiao Jia stared blankly at the golden disc that had returned to Zhang Fan. "Is that your ability?" "Indeed, it is an ability." Zhang Fan nodded. "After the apocalypse descended, many survivors awakened their abilities. Did Xiaoyu awaken as well?" Qiao Jia turned her gaze to Jingya. "Yes." Jingya lightly nodded her head. With a confirmed answer, Qiao Jia let out a sigh of relief. "I think I have awakened too." Both Zhang Fan and Jingya looked at Qiao Jia with curiosity. "Sister Qiao, what is your ability?" The fact that Qiao Jia had awakened an ability was unexpected for both of them. She had been cramped in a small storage room with Yang Xiaomei and had faced exclusion from the other three, nearly starving. If she had awakened an ability, her combat prowess would soar, and they would no longer dare to bully her. Thus, Zhang Fan and Jingya instinctively believed that Qiao Jie had not awakened any powers. Of course, awakening an ability was not uncommon, as many survivors had done so. Qiao Jie's face flushed with embarrassment. My ability is rather lackluster. I can detect nearby zombies. Detecting zombies? Zhang Fan and Jingya exchanged a glance, both astonished. This ability is far from trivial, is it not? Qiao Jie responded awkwardly. I find it quite useless. It serves no purpose at all. It is immensely valuable. Zhang Fan chuckled. Sister Qiao. It is said that over 90% of humanity has transformed into zombies. This signifies that the world we inhabit has essentially morphed into a realm of the undead. Zombies are ubiquitous around us. Your ability to detect them allows us to foresee where they are located, enabling us to formulate reasonable responses and evade danger. In critical moments, it could be a lifesaver. Really? Qiao Jie blinked. Certainly. Zhang Fan smiled. Sister Qiao, why not test it? How many zombies are on the second floor of the mall? Jingya also turned her gaze toward Qiao Jie. I'll give it a try. Qiao Jie nodded and slowly closed her eyes. 1, 2 after a few moments. Qiao Jie opened her eyes. There are 17 zombies on the second floor and 11 on the third. You can even detect the third floor? Zhang Fan was somewhat astonished. The mall is quite vast, with each floor exceeding 4,000 square meters. Together, the second and third floors encompass at least 8,000 square meters, with a height exceeding 6 meters. That Qiao Jie could sense zombies across such a large area was beyond Zhang Fan's expectations. Qiao Jie concentrated. I can detect zombies within a radius of 1 kilometer around me. A radius of 1 kilometer? Impressive. Both Zhang Fan and Jingya marveled, simultaneously filled with delight at their unexpected treasure. A kilometer radius is a significantly large area. The fact that Qiao Jie could detect zombies from such a distance means they would be forewarned of any approaching threats, allowing them to devise strategies to greatly mitigate danger and enhance their chances of survival. A veritable human radar. Initially, they thought they had recruited merely a cook and a helper, but unexpectedly, they had acquired a human detection device. What a pleasant surprise. Let us proceed. First, we must eliminate the zombies on the second floor and gather some new clothing. I've run out of clothes lately. Chapter 14. Emptying the mall. The second floor of the mall indeed features clothing stores, offering both men's and women's apparel, all branded. The men's section includes Seven Wolves and Hylon Home, while the women's section features Taiping Bird and Uniqlo, among others. After Zhang Fan dispatched the 17 zombies, the trio entered the clothing store on the second floor, collecting garments one by one. Watching Jingya and Qiao Jie fill their arms with outfits, Zhang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. I used to spend ages sifting through clothing stores, finally settling on an ensemble only to be disheartened by the price. Leaving empty-handed due to lack of funds, reluctant to make a purchase. Back then, I often wished that clothing stores wouldn't charge money, allowing me to take whatever I desired. Who could have imagined that one day, this absurd wish of mine would actually come true? Indeed, who could have foreseen? Qiao Jie sighed as well. Not only clothing and shoes, but luxury cars and mansions line the streets. If one desires, they can drive any luxury car or reside in any mansion, taking whatever goods they wish. The world has truly changed from what it once was. However, I do not relish this new reality. I still yearn to return to the past, though I earned a meager salary and the work was exhausting. At least it was safe, and life held promise. As for now, Qiao Jie sighed, her eyes reflecting a sense of bewilderment. The future is uncertain, and hope seems utterly elusive. Zhang Fan and Jingya silently nodded, their shared sentiment distilled into a single word: chaos. Utter chaos. The onset of the apocalypse had shattered societal structures and dismantled the very fabric of civilization. The laws that once upheld order had vanished into thin air. The current state of society is nothing short of tumultuous. Coupled with the threat of zombies and the scarcity of food, the human psyche has descended into utter disarray, unleashing the darker facets of human nature and the suppressed desires long buried within. The world is in turmoil. Hearts are in turmoil. The future is shrouded in complete uncertainty. No one knows what lies ahead. Will one succumb to the zombies or perish from hunger? Everything has spiraled out of control. Life inevitably brings storms, yet time marches ever forward. Zhang Fan remarked. We cannot foresee the future. We can only tread firmly and strive to survive each day. This sentiment resonated with Chao Jia, who nodded emphatically. I believe that as long as we remain united, we shall overcome all adversities. Not only must we conquer challenges, but we must also strive to live better than before. Jingya's gaze sparkled with intensity, her eyes alight with fervor. It is often said that heroes emerge in times of chaos. The world may be fraught with crisis and disorder, yet it may also present opportunities. The existing order has been thoroughly dismantled, and the established social hierarchies have been irrevocably disrupted. The remaining survivors now stand on equal footing. If we can seize the moment and swim against the current, we may very well carve out a new destiny and alter our fates. Zhang Fan glanced at Jingya, taken aback by her unexpected ambition. Yet, he had to concede that her words held profound truth. Indeed, the current landscape is one of shattered paradigms, chaotic order, and fragmented structures, all reset to a common starting line. If one can truly grasp the opportunity, perhaps destiny can be defied, leading to extraordinary achievements. Noticing Zhang Fan's astonished expression, Jingya tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. What is the matter? Are you startled? Not at all, he replied with a smile. I simply find your reasoning compelling. Zhang Fan mused. Had I continued on my previous life's trajectory, it is highly likely I would have graduated from university, secured an ordinary job with a modest salary, lived as an average worker, made a down payment on a standard apartment, and married a typical spouse, leading an unremarkable life. But now, everything has changed. The world has transformed. We have awakened to extraordinary abilities, and even the desire to lead a mundane existence eludes us. To survive, and even thrive, we must strive, contend, and seize opportunities. Zhang Fan gazed at the two women. Since we are destined to compete and contend, why not do so with greater fervor and determination, striving for a better life? Well said, Jingya responded, her eyes shimmering with excitement. If we refuse to settle for mediocrity, then let us fight for it. There is no challenge too great for those with determination. As long as we possess that resolve, success is within our reach. Chao Jia, inspired by their fervor, added, regardless of your endeavors, just don't leave me behind. Of course not. Zhang Fan burst into laughter. Come, our first objective, empty this mall. The enthusiasm was palpable. Without further ado, they gathered an array of clothing, jackets, t-shirts, shirts, trench coats, hoodies, sportswear, trousers, and down jackets. Everything suitable was taken. The trio thoroughly ransacked the entire second floor, amassing nearly 100 outfits. With such a bounty, they had enough attire for several years. Chao Jia's cheeks flushed with joy as she exclaimed, I've never owned so many clothes before. As a woman, she had a fondness for beautiful garments, but the necessity of supporting a family had limited her collection. Now, having acquired so many pieces, especially from renowned brands, her happiness was undeniable. Jingya, however, maintained a calm demeanor. As a daughter of wealth, though modest, her wardrobe was already abundant. Yet, the thrill of acquiring so many clothes at once still delighted her. In this post-apocalyptic world, where resources would soon become scarce and every item would be irreplaceable, possessing such a reserve of clothing was a source of comfort for the years to come. Is there still ample space in your storage? Zhang Fan inquired. Quite sufficient. Jingya replied. That's splendid. Zhang Fan nodded, then turned to Chao Jia. Sister Chao, what do they sell on the third floor? Electronics. Chao Jia promptly responded. To the third floor. Zhang Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he led the two women upstairs, with Chao Jia acting as their vigilant guide. They were forewarned of any lurking zombies. Under her direction, Zhang Fan swiftly dispatched 11 zombies on the third floor. Afterward, the trio leisurely explored the vast array of electronics available. The selection was extensive, featuring air conditioners, refrigerators, washing machines, range hoods, rice cookers, ovens, and gas stoves. Are these appliances worth collecting? Chao Jia furrowed her brow. There's no electricity now. They're utterly useless. That's easily remedied. Zhang Fan explained. We'll procure a few generators and set them up in the villa. With power restored, these appliances can be utilized. What a brilliant idea. Chao Jia's eyes sparkled. Having electricity is essential. Without it, we would be plunged into darkness, which is incredibly inconvenient. Jingya nodded in agreement. Living in a world devoid of electricity was indeed a dire prospect. Collecting generators was imperative. The three continued to select useful appliances for their storage, ensuring they included a refrigerator for food preservation, an oven for cooking, and a rice cooker for meals. They also deemed necessary a washing machine, air conditioner, fan, water dispenser, vacuum cleaner, induction cooker, juicer, soy milk maker, shaver, hair clipper, and hairdryer, among others. Naturally, a water heater was also on their list. Chapter 15. The Blazing Yellow. Having raided the third floor and collected a substantial number of appliances, Jingya's storage still had room to spare. The trio proceeded to the fourth floor. There, they encountered only 9 zombies, which Zhang Fan easily dealt with before gathering the supplies available on that level. On the fourth floor, digital products are sold, including computers, laptops, mobile phones, cameras, tablets, and televisions. 3 individuals entered a Huawei mobile phone store. Zhang Fan rummaged through the display cases and retrieved a Huawei Mate XS2, exclaiming with excitement, "This is the latest foldable screen phone that just came out this year." Previously, he had been using a Huawei Nova 9 that cost around 2,000 yuan, which had served him for 3 years but had become unbearably sluggish. This year, he intended to upgrade, yet his financial constraints limited him to a budget of around 3,000 yuan for a domestic device. Alas, he did not even possess that amount and planned to purchase it on credit from a certain online retailer. Unexpectedly, before he could make the purchase, the world faced catastrophe. And now the latest Huawei foldable phone lay before him. Fate can be quite cruel. Jingya could not help but deliver a dose of realism. "Brother, the internet is down. No matter how good the phone is, it becomes useless." Zhang Fan nodded in agreement, expressing his disappointment. Indeed, with the internet down, the phone is rendered inoperable. However, I can still use it to watch movies, play offline games, and check the time. With that, he took the Huawei Mate XS2 and stuffed it into his bag. But that was not the end of it. He did not overlook any of the other Huawei Mate XS2 devices in the store, filling his bag with them all. Jingya and Chao Jia, witnessing this, could not help but chuckle and also selected a few phones for themselves. Although they could not access the internet, Zhang Fan had a point. Watching movies, streaming shows, and playing offline games were still feasible options. At the very least, they could use the phones as flashlights. The trio continued their scavenging spree, leaving no stone unturned as they collected the latest smartphones, tablets, laptops, desktop computers, and digital cameras. In fact, Zhang Fan even seized the USB drives and external hard drives from the store owner selling computers. Chao Jia was puzzled. "Xiao Fan, there are so many new USB drives here. Why are you taking the owner's used ones?" Zhang Fan, with a triumphant smile, explained, "You see, USB drives from computer sellers often contain a wealth of resources. Songs, TV dramas, movies, games, you can bet the owner has them all. With these USB drives and external hard drives, we can transfer those resources to our phones. Otherwise, having a phone with nothing on it would only allow it to serve as a flashlight." As he spoke, Zhang Fan stuffed the USB drives and external hard drives into his bag. Times have changed. Without internet access, we can no longer download resources online. We must rely on USB drives, external hard drives, and the resources on CDs. Chao Jia suddenly understood and laughed. "You university students really know a lot. It's just a matter of differing interests." Zhang Fan waved his hand. "By the way, Chao Jia, do you know where I can find game CDs? The 5th floor is an arcade. They should sell game CDs there, right?" Chao Jia suggested uncertainly. "Absolutely. Let's head up there and take a look." Zhang Fan responded with excitement. After raiding the 4th floor, the three ascended to the 5th floor. In the arcade, Zhang Fan managed to gather a considerable amount of game consoles and game CDs, which delighted him immensely. With these game discs and the gaming console, I can easily pass the time during moments of boredom. Now that I am unable to access the internet and do not have work or study obligations, I anticipate having ample free time. Of course, whether I will need these items in the future remains to be seen, but it is prudent to gather them now, just in case they prove useful. The 6th floor is stocked with bedding essentials: comforters, duvet covers, sheets, bedspreads, mattress covers, pillowcases, pillows, blankets, cooling mats, and mosquito nets. These are all necessities of life, so I shall simply take them. Having nearly exhausted the resources on the 6th floor, Jingya's personal space is finally close to being filled. The three of them then exited the Guaha shopping mall and drove away in the heavy truck. Zhang Fan, this route does not seem to lead back to Huadingye Yuan. Jingya remarked with a hint of confusion. "We are making a quick stop at my rented apartment," Zhang Fan explained, I have stockpiled some supplies there. And I also have a little yellow dog. Very well. The heavy truck barreled through the streets, crushing every vehicle in its path. The immense noise naturally attracted a multitude of zombies. Zombies were closing in from the front, left, and right. While Zhang Fan had no means to deal with the zombies on either side or behind, those in front were obliterated under the truck's relentless force. The path they traversed was littered with corpses. Zhang Fan, you are exceedingly violent. Violent? Ha! Indeed, violent. Sister, this is the apocalypse. There are no restraints upon us. So we shall live as we please. Such recklessness. Do you enjoy it? Quite so. It seems you possess a latent violent streak. As Zhang Fan drove, he engaged in light-hearted banter with Jingya and Chao Jie, creating a jovial atmosphere. He realized he was beginning to enjoy this lifestyle, free from classes, worries about tuition or rent, and the stress of finding an internship. Unfettered and unrestrained, devoid of pressure, endowed with extraordinary abilities, continually growing stronger, and accompanied by beautiful companions. What could be better than this? After a chaotic journey, the heavy truck finally arrived at the Huafu community adjacent to the university. Without pausing, Zhang Fan drove through the community's wall and into its interior. Ultimately, they reached Building 14, where his rented apartment was located. Wei arrived. Get out, Zhang Fan exclaimed, opening the door and leaping down, followed by Jingya and Chao Jie. The zombies within the community had been mostly cleared by Zhang Fan, and the trio encountered no further threats as they made their way to the basement apartment. However, upon reaching the apartment's entrance, Zhang Fan's expression darkened. The door was wide open, and a choking plume of smoke billowed out from within. Something has gone awry. Zhang Fan and Jingya exchanged glances before rushing inside. Indeed, disaster had struck. The apartment had been reduced to ashes. The bed, bedding, and all collected supplies lay in ruins. On the floor, two charred figures resembling corpses were sprawled out, and the little yellow dog was nowhere to be found. What had transpired here? Zhang Fan's face turned ashen. At that moment, a low growl emerged from the shadows. Zhang Fan turned to see a familiar head poking out from beneath the charred debris, his little yellow dog. Da Huang? Zhang Fan called out. In an instant, Da Huang burst forth from the ashes, wagging his tail and leaping into Zhang Fan's embrace. Then it extended its tongue and licked Zhang Fan's face with fervent enthusiasm. Remarkably, aside from some soot, it bore no signs of having been scorched. Zhang Fan, disregarding these peculiarities, affectionately patted the head of the large yellow dog, exclaiming, Da Huang, you're all right. How adorable you are. Upon seeing Da Huang, Chao Jie's face lit up with joy. Zhang Fan, let me hold it. Be careful, it might bite. Zhang Fan cautioned as he passed Da Huang to her. Chao Jie eagerly reached out to embrace the dog. Suddenly, Da Huang bared its teeth, growling menacingly, and black flames spontaneously erupted from its head. With a series of bursts, the black flames ignited fiercely, quickly engulfing Da Huang entirely. Chapter 16. Da Huang awakens its powers. Zhang Fan felt a sharp pain in his hand and instinctively released Da Huang, allowing it to tumble to the ground. To his dismay, he looked at his hands, now charred, searing with pain. He gasped, turning his gaze back to Da Huang. After hitting the ground, the black flames surrounding Da Huang did not extinguish. Instead, they blazed more intensely. It glared at Chao Jie, growling with its fur bristling in defiance. Astonishingly, despite being enveloped in black flames, its fur remained unscathed. These flames posed no threat to it whatsoever. Zhang Fan and the others were utterly astonished. Jingyu exclaimed, Zhang Fan, your pet dog has awakened its powers too? It seems so, Zhang Fan replied, somewhat dazed. Moreover, it possesses a peculiar black flame ability. Even a dog has awakened powers? Chao Jie gasped in disbelief. Indeed, even a dog has awakened powers. Jingyu shook her head with a wry smile. What a world we live in. Zhang Fan, however, was unfazed by this development. If humans could awaken powers, why not dogs? Da Huang, calm down. They are my friends and will not harm you, Zhang Fan reassured, uncertain if Da Huang could comprehend him. To his surprise, the hostility in Da Huang's eyes evaporated, and it ceased its growling as the black flames gradually extinguished. In the blink of an eye, Da Huang transformed from a fiery beast back into a gentle, lovable dog. Zhang Fan was astounded, stuttering, Da Huang, can you understand what I'm saying? Jingya and Chao Jie stared at Da Huang, their expressions a mix of disbelief and awe. Yet, even more astonishing events were yet to unfold. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Da Huang, displaying an almost human-like intelligence, nodded its furry head and blinked its eyes. Goodness, it's become sentient. Whether Da Huang had truly become enlightened remained to be seen, but it undeniably understood human speech. When commanded to sit, it complied without hesitation. When asked to stand, it obeyed without faltering. When instructed to unleash a fiery attack on a zombie, it did so without hesitation, conjuring a black fireball at will, responding obediently to every command. Amidst his shock and amazement, Zhang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Initially, he had taken in Da Huang merely for companionship, never anticipating the dog would prove to be such a formidable ally. Not only did it awaken extraordinary abilities, but it also suddenly became remarkably intelligent, transforming into an invaluable companion. What a remarkable stroke of fortune! The trio, accompanied by the large yellow dog, returned to the villa at Huadingyuan in a heavy truck. As they journeyed back, Jingya suddenly inquired, Zhang Fan, do you think this sudden surge of intelligence into Huang is related to its awakening of extraordinary abilities? Zhang Fan nodded thoughtfully. It's likely connected. Da Huang was not this intelligent before. Its newfound cleverness is probably due to its extraordinary abilities. Jingya gently nodded. I was pondering whether, since Da Huang can awaken extraordinary abilities and become smarter, other surviving animals in nature might also awaken and gain intelligence. Zhang Fan paused for a moment, then slowly nodded. I believe there is a strong possibility of that. How about zombies? Jingya suddenly asked. Could it be that zombies might also awaken extraordinary abilities and become intelligent? This caught Zhang Fan off guard. He had not contemplated this question before, but upon reflection, it was not entirely implausible. After all, if humans can awaken extraordinary abilities, why not dogs? Zombies and humans, at their core, are not fundamentally different, as they were once human. However, if zombies were to awaken extraordinary abilities and gain intelligence, it would spell danger for the survivors. The sheer number of zombies is staggering. With 90% of the global population transformed into the undead, the world has essentially become a realm of zombies, while the survivors would become the outcasts. It would be manageable if the zombies remained mindless. But once they became intelligent and powerful, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jingya clearly shared this concern, exchanging a glance with Zhang Fan, and they both recognized the horror reflected in each other's eyes. Let us hope that our fears are unfounded. Half an hour later, the trio returned to the villa. This was the first time Chao Jie had encountered such opulence, leaving her momentarily speechless. Subsequently, Jingya guided Zhang Fan and Chao Jie to the basement. The 800-square-meter basement had been transformed into a gym, equipped with a variety of fitness apparatuses, rowing machines, weight machines, treadmills, waist trainers, stationary bikes, and more. What a shame to see so much fitness equipment. Zhang Fan couldn't help but exclaim. It's a necessity. Jingya shrugged. To stockpile resources, sacrifices must be made. Zhang Fan nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is still quite fortunate. Jingya smiled. My father's villa at Chashan Manor has its basement converted into a collection room. It houses priceless antiques, paintings, ceramics, and jade artifacts. However, if we were residing at Chashan Manor now, those treasures would have to make way for resource storage. Would you be able to part with them? Zhang Fan teased. What is there to regret? Jingya chuckled. In this apocalypse, what use do those items serve? While her sentiment was valid, the fact remained that these were invaluable antiques. Who could bear to discard them? Zhang Fan smiled. Those who can't bear to part with them have never known hunger. Jingya laughed softly. Choosing not to dwell on the matter further, she moved to an open space and began to release some supplies. After clearing some room in her spatial compartment, she gradually stored the gym equipment from the basement one by one. The basement had suddenly transformed into an empty expanse, devoid of anything save for a mirror affixed to the wall. At this juncture, Jingya commenced the large-scale distribution of supplies, while Zhang Fan and Chao Jie took charge of the organization. Jingya, with her meticulous nature, had long since divided the basement into several sections, such as the food area and clothing area. Following her directives, Zhang Fan and Chao Jie systematically sorted the various supplies into their designated zones, facilitating ease of access. However, given the extensive haul from the entire mall, the sheer volume of items rendered the task overwhelming, and completion was far from immediate. Zhang Fan, possessing remarkable physical stamina, felt no fatigue, whereas Chao Jie, already frail, struggled immensely under the strain of such rigorous physical labor. Zhang Fan advised her to head to the kitchen to prepare dinner while he and Jingya remained in the basement to continue organizing the supplies. We are somewhat short-handed. Zhang Fan lamented as he arranged the items. The organization of these supplies is exceedingly slow. I share your sentiments. Jingya wholeheartedly agreed. With more hands, not only could we expedite the sorting, but it would also enhance our security. Thus, whenever possible, we should recruit more individuals. Many hands make light work, after all. Indeed. Zhang Fan nodded in affirmation, yet we must be discerning. We cannot accept just anyone. At the very least, their character must be above reproach. Naturally, Jingya understood this principle well. While many individuals can amplify strength, it is better to have few than to invite the unworthy. Should we encounter suitable survivors during our scavenging for supplies, we should consider inviting them into our fold to bolster our strength. Chapter 17. Delectable Delights. By 6 in the evening, only a fraction of the supplies had been organized, prompting Zhang Fan to pause, as Chao Jia called them for dinner. Upon descending to the first floor, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Approaching the dining table, they beheld a lavish spread upon an elegant table, replete with an array of delectable dishes. Chao Jia, this dinner is truly sumptuous, Zhang Fan exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, the dinner was bountiful, featuring a total of 6 dishes accompanied by a soup, 3 meat dishes, stir-fried pork with green peppers, spicy crayfish, and marinated pig's head, and 3 vegetarian dishes, garlic cucumber, stir-fried lettuce, and sour and spicy shredded potatoes. The soup was a radish meatball soup. 6 dishes and 1 soup, a feast for the senses, complemented by fragrant white rice that made Zhang Fan's mouth water merely at the scent. Jingya, who typically placed great emphasis on her personal appearance, graceful and serene, resembling a refined lady, now fixated her beautiful eyes on the dining table, her throat involuntarily swallowing in anticipation. It was evident that she was quite tempted. Given that today marked the 9th day since the apocalypse had erupted, and considering the prolonged deprivation of proper meals, it was no wonder she found it difficult to restrain herself from rushing towards the table. You mentioned you hadn't had a proper meal in several days, so I took the liberty of preparing a couple of extra dishes. Chao Jia, donning an apron and holding 3 pairs of chopsticks, emerged from the kitchen, her expression tinged with embarrassment. I hope you won't think me wasteful. How could we? Zhang Fan waved his hands repeatedly. Food can always be replenished, after all. We are quite affluent now. That's wonderful. Indeed, Chao Jia's culinary skills were remarkable. The dishes not only appeared exquisite, but also tantalized the taste buds. Zhang Fan savored the flavors, feeling that they rivaled even those crafted by chefs in high-end restaurants. Jingya, though silent, disregarded any semblance of decorum, eagerly helping herself to the dishes and savoring every morsel with grease adorning her lips. Chao Jia, your cooking is truly exceptional, Zhang Fan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Whoever marries you is truly blessed. Chao Jia's round face flushed slightly as she shot Zhang Fan a playful glare. I'm not as great as you make me out to be. After the meal, Chao Jia retreated to wash the dishes while Zhang Fan reclined on the sofa for a while before turning his attention to the laptops he had gathered. Today, he had managed to acquire over 100 laptops, of which 90% were brand new and unopened. The remaining few were display models placed on the counter by the shop owner, all charged and ready for use. Among them, 4 laptops still had power, allowing them to be turned on, albeit for a limited time. Zhang Fan opened each laptop one by one. They were all pristine, containing almost nothing. However, he was unconcerned. His aim was not to inspect the laptops, but to utilize them to explore the USB drives and external hard drives he had collected. Zhang Fan was eager to discover what resources lay within these devices, especially since accessing the internet would soon become impossible, rendering any online resources unavailable. The contents of the USB drives and external hard drives would become his last bastion of digital knowledge. As he accessed the USB drives, he was pleasantly surprised to uncover a wealth of treasures inside. Essential software, such as Word and Master Lu, were present but of little significance. Zhang Fan was particularly interested in television series, films, songs, web novels, documentaries, and, of course, if there were any captivating romantic films, that would be splendid. He was not disappointed. After examining a dozen USB drives and external hard drives, he discovered hundreds of television series, thousands of films, and countless songs, along with several terabytes of romantic films. Zhang Fan was elated. With these resources, he could indulge in shows and movies during his free time, banishing boredom. Subsequently, Zhang Fan retrieved a new external hard drive, created several folders, and meticulously organized all the resources, transferring everything into this hard drive. While waiting for the files to copy, he also pulled out the game discs and consoles he had scavenged. A total of 32 consoles spanning 9 different brands were collected, but regrettably, they could only play offline games. The game discs were similarly limited to single-player titles, as he had not taken any online game discs, deeming them useless. Unfortunately, the lack of power meant he couldn't turn them on or play. Zhang Fan felt a twinge of regret, vowing to scavenge for a few generators tomorrow to provide electricity to the villa. Without power, nothing could function. Phones, laptops, game consoles, televisions, and other electronic devices had all become mere ornaments. Ironically, the electronic products he had collected were all the latest models with the best specifications, including the television. Zhang Fan scavenged a TCL 85 by 12, 8K, 88-inch television, measuring 198 centimeters in length and 113 centimeters in width, renowned for its exceptional viewing experience. Alas, it was powerless and thus rendered unusable. The disheartening sensation of possessing something solely for admiration, yet incapable of operation, was simply unbearable. It required electricity. Most certainly, it necessitated power. Zhang Fan meticulously examined his phone and laptop, unaware that the sun had dipped below the horizon, enveloping the earth in darkness. The entire city swiftly succumbed to the night, and the sky today appeared rather gloomy, shrouded in ominous clouds, obscuring even a single star. The neighborhood lay cloaked in shadows, each villa plunged into utter blackness. Darkness completely engulfed the land, save for a faint glimmer remaining in the living room of Villa Number 9. Zhang Fan, Jingya, and Xiao Jie found themselves wide awake, seated on the sofa in the living room, engaging in conversation. On the table rested a flashlight powered by batteries, providing a modest illumination without the need for recharging. However, its light was merely sufficient for basic visibility. Jingya and Xiao Jie munched on sunflower seeds, the light casting a glow upon their faces, making their eyes shimmer. Though night had fallen, it was still early. The trio was unaccustomed to retiring early and felt no inclination to sleep. With their phones unavailable, they were left with no option but to converse together. In this pitch-black environment, they felt quite out of place, almost akin to primitive beings. Zhang Fan chewed on spicy strips, declaring, "We must procure a few generators tomorrow to restore power to the villa. It's imperative to have electricity. My laundry has piled up for days." Jingya replied while cracking seeds. "There's an agricultural machinery store on Baiwa Road. We can check there tomorrow. If that fails, we can always visit the electrical company on Huayang Road. They surely have generators. Baiwa Road is at least 13 kilometers away, but fortunately, we have a heavy truck, so it shouldn't be a significant issue." Zhang Fan inhaled deeply, the fiery sensation in his mouth easing slightly. "In addition to the generators, we need to procure diesel and gasoline. Otherwise, we won't be able to generate power." Xiao Jie chimed in, continuing to snack on seeds. "Isn't it simple to get fuel from the gas station?" Jingya responded with an affirmative sound. "There's a gas station nearby. After we return tomorrow, we can take a look. It would be ideal to acquire a tanker truck to stockpile fuel, ensuring we have sufficient reserves for an extended period." Zhang Fan popped another spicy strip into his mouth. "But isn't it challenging to find a tanker truck?" Xiao Jie furrowed her brow. "It is indeed difficult, but we can search gradually." Jingya smiled. "Let's first secure a few barrels of fuel for now, and we can look for the tanker truck later when time permits." "Agreed." Xiao Jie nodded vigorously. Suddenly, Jingya remarked, "Zhang Fan, I've had a thought." "What thought?" Zhang Fan inquired, puzzled. "Don't you possess the ability to manipulate metal?" Jingya replied with a radiant smile. "Why not create a protective net or a metallic wall to surround our villa? That would enhance our security, wouldn't it?" Despite having Zhang Fan, a skilled individual, by her side, Jingya still felt a sense of insecurity while sleeping at night. She often contemplated establishing a protective barrier or metallic enclosure around the entire villa to foster a greater sense of safety. Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow. "Surrounding the entire villa? I must admit, I hadn't considered that. However, your idea is entirely feasible, albeit time-consuming and requiring considerable resources. It is indeed a grand undertaking. There is no need to rush. It can be accomplished gradually when time permits." Chapter 18. The zombie with abilities. As the evening wore on, the clock crept past 10, and the three of them retreated to their rooms to rest. They had engaged in extensive conversations, reminiscing about the past, reflecting on their current circumstances, and expressing hopes for the future. Their heartfelt discussions fostered a deeper understanding among them, drawing their relationships closer. 3 individuals, once strangers, found camaraderie forged in the crucible of a post-apocalyptic world, united by necessity. In this grim reality, their survival depended on their solidarity. That night, they slept peacefully. Jingya and Caojia felt particularly reassured by the presence of Zhang Fan in the adjacent room, allowing them to rest soundly. Zhang Fan, too, found solace in the company of Da Huang, who lay beneath his bed. Da Huang, a dog with an extraordinary hearing range of up to 120,000 Hz, 16 times that of a human, remained acutely aware of any unusual sounds, ready to alert Zhang Fan at a moment's notice. With Da Huang by his side, Zhang Fan felt a profound sense of security. The following morning at 8, Zhang Fan awoke to the blaring of his alarm clock and discovered that both Jingya and Caojia were already up. Caojia busied herself in the kitchen, while Jingya had gone to the basement to organize supplies. Feeling a twinge of shame for still being in bed while the 2 women worked so diligently, Zhang Fan hurriedly washed his face and brushed his teeth before joining them in the basement with Da Huang. "You're up?" Jingya, clad in a sporty cap and a sleek black tracksuit, showcased her long, model-like legs, exuding an aura of youthful vibrancy and captivating charm. "Indeed," Zhang Fan nodded, stepping forward to lift the supplies from the ground and place them in their designated spots. After half an hour of labor, Caojia called them for breakfast. The meal was bountiful, featuring fried rice, sautéed broccoli, boiled eggs, homemade yogurt, and cantaloupe, delicate, light, and nutritious. Once they had satisfied their appetites, they secured the doors and windows, took Da Huang along, and set off in their heavy-duty truck. Their first destination for the day was a machinery store on Baiwa Road. The area near Huading was relatively devoid of people, and Zhang Fan had cleared it of zombies. They encountered none on their approach. However, upon leaving this safe zone, they were immediately met with a horde of zombies. Zhang Fan pressed the accelerator, charging forward as the zombies ahead were mercilessly crushed beneath the wheels. After half an hour of reckless driving, they finally arrived at the machinery store on Baiwa Road. They had encountered countless zombies along the way, an estimated few hundred, that left Zhang Fan yearning for the chance to vanquish them. If he could eliminate them all, he was certain he would ascend to a higher level of strength. Alas, with a mission at hand, he could not afford the luxury of leisurely hunting zombies. Fortunately, there were still many zombies wandering the streets in front of the machinery store. "Jingya, you drive. I'll hop out to handle these zombies," Zhang Fan instructed before leaping out of the vehicle, wielding a metal disc to systematically dispatch the undead. In the blink of an eye, a dozen zombies met their demise. Zhang Fan collected the luminous orbs that had fallen, enhancing his constitution by an additional 8 points, bringing it to a total of 79. Only 21 more points were needed to break through to level 3. On average, each zombie contributed 0.5 points, thus requiring a total of 42 zombies to achieve the necessary 21 points. It was not a daunting task. After gathering all the luminous orbs, Zhang Fan did not board the vehicle, but instead strode directly into the entrance of the agricultural machinery store. Jingya immediately followed in her heavy truck at a leisurely pace. This agricultural machinery store was quite expansive. Upon entering, one was greeted by a vast hall displaying an array of farming equipment. There were tractors, seeders, tillers, automotive parts, crushers, and more. Within the hall, zombies were meandering about, and upon spotting Zhang Fan, they staggered towards him. With a swift flick, the golden disc soared through the air, severing 4 heads and causing 4 golden orbs to drop. At this moment, Jingya and Caojia also entered the store. Zhang Fan turned to inquire, "Sister Cao, how many zombies remain in this store?" Having sensed the presence of the undead beforehand, Caojia promptly replied, "There are 9 zombies on the first floor. You have just dispatched 4, leaving 5. These 5 are located in this office, that one, and over there." "Excellent." With Caojia's clear guidance, there was no need for aimless searching. Zhang Fan proceeded to each office, eliminating the lingering zombies within. In no time, zombies had met their end, leaving only one last zombie in the eastern office. Zhang Fan, confident and unafraid, kicked open the office door, directing the golden disc straight into the room. A low, beastly growl erupted as a rotund zombie with a receding hairline lunged at him. The metallic disc shot forth, aimed at the zombie's throat. Under normal circumstances, this hefty zombie would meet the same fate as the others, its throat slashed. However, to Zhang Fan's astonishment, the rotund zombie tilted its head, deftly evading the disc. What? This was an unprecedented situation for Zhang Fan, leaving him momentarily stunned. The rotund zombie growled again and charged at him. Unlike the previous zombies, which were stiff-limbed, unsteady, and possessed lifeless, blank stares, this rotund zombie exhibited remarkable agility, moving with a speed comparable to that of a normal human. The office was confined, and within a few strides, the rotund zombie was upon Zhang Fan, lunging at his neck like a ravenous wolf. A pungent stench emanated from its mouth, snapping Zhang Fan back to reality. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, seizing the rotund zombie by its neck. With a powerful surge, he unleashed his strength. Bang! The rotund zombie was flung against the wall with tremendous force. Dead! Zhang Fan drew his large cleaver from his waist and lunged forward, bringing the blade down upon the zombie's head. With a swift strike, the rotund zombie's head was cleaved in two, and it collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Strangely, however, the rotund zombie did not drop any golden orbs upon its demise. What was going on? Zhang Fan furrowed his brow in confusion. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a flurry of hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Zhang Fan turned around swiftly, only to find, to his astonishment, that another portly zombie had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Another corpulent zombie? Wasn't he dead? Zhang Fan felt momentarily bewildered. However, the situation was dire, and he could not afford to dwell on his confusion. With a flick of his wrist, his machete sliced cleanly across the zombie's throat. Despite its peculiarities, the portly zombie was no match for Zhang Fan, whose strength, speed, and reflexes far surpassed those of the undead creature. With a spray of crimson, the zombie's head tumbled to the ground. Two luminous orbs fell from its body, one golden and one white. Zhang Fan recognized these colors all too well. The golden orb represented physical enhancement, while the white orb denoted special abilities. It was not uncommon for zombies to drop physical enhancement orbs, but the fact that a zombie could also yield a special ability orb was astonishing. Reflecting on the sudden appearance of the second portly zombie, a thought struck Zhang Fan. Could it be that the portly zombie possessed special abilities as well? With this realization, he promptly collected the two orbs. A warm current surged through him, enveloping his body in a comforting embrace. His physical enhancement rose to 85. Another current, neither hot nor cold, coursed through him, bringing with it a piercing pain that radiated throughout his being. Zhang Fan stifled a groan, enduring the excruciating agony as he glanced at his attributes panel. Chapter 19. The ability to create clones. Name: Zhang Fan. Level 2 ability, user physical enhancement. Level 2, 85-100, mental strength. Level 1, 9-10, abilities, infinite ability acquisition. Metal manipulation, transmutation, clone creation. Upon seeing this ability, Zhang Fan understood everything. Why had no physical enhancement orb dropped after slaying the first portly zombie? Why had another portly zombie emerged following its demise? It turned out that one of the two portly zombies was a clone. The ability to create clones. Just from the name, he grasped the nature and purpose of this power. After taking a moment to concentrate, a radiant light enveloped him, and beside him stood another figure, another Zhang Fan. Remarkably similar, incredibly alike. Zhang Fan gazed at his doppelganger, who mirrored his gaze, making Zhang Fan feel as though he were staring into a mirror. Yet this was no mere reflection. The other was a tangible entity, flesh and blood, not an illusion, shadow, or mirror image. This being possessed an independent consciousness, and Zhang Fan could intuitively grasp its thoughts and intentions. They were in perfect sync. How extraordinary, Zhang Fan marveled, then challenged his clone to an arm wrestling match, testing their strength. To his amazement, their power was identical. Next, he decided to experiment with abilities. After a series of trials, Zhang Fan discovered that the clone possessed all his abilities: infinite ability acquisition, metal manipulation, transmutation, and even the power of clone creation. Did this imply that the clones he created could also produce additional clones? Zhang Fan immediately instructed the clone to attempt this, and indeed, it successfully created yet another clone. Three Zhang Fans stood together, exchanging glances reminiscent of triplets. Thus, what distinguishes the clones I have created from my true self? Zhang Fan scrutinized the two replicas, delving into his perceptions. Gradually, he discerned that although the clones bore an identical appearance, possessed the same physical prowess, mirrored his likeness, shared the same extraordinary abilities, and echoed his thoughts. Nearly everything was indistinguishable. There existed a fundamental difference. Zhang Fan held absolute dominion over the clones. In other words, the replicas were unequivocally obedient to Zhang Fan's commands. Regardless of the orders issued by Zhang Fan, the clones would never refuse. They would execute them unconditionally. Noncompliance? That was inconceivable. Firstly, the clones would not entertain such notions. They could not defy any command from Zhang Fan. Secondly, even if a clone were to contravene Zhang Fan's orders, he could summon a mere thought to retract the clone into his own being, subsequently producing a compliant replica. Disobedience? No matter, he could simply reclaim it. I wonder how many clones I can create now, Zhang Fan mused, commencing the replication process. 3, 4, 5. Each clone he manifested left him feeling increasingly hollow. After generating 20 clones, Zhang Fan felt as though he had been completely drained. Not only was he exhausted, but his mind was clouded, devoid of vigor, and his spirit was profoundly fatigued, akin to having spent 3 consecutive nights at an internet cafe without proper sustenance. Zhang Fan swiftly recognized that the creation of clones was an exceedingly taxing endeavor. 20 clones represented his current limit. Any more, and he feared he might be utterly depleted. He despised this overwhelming weakness, as it rendered him acutely vulnerable. Reclaim. With a swift motion, the 20 clones dashed back into Zhang Fan's body. The sensation of weakness and fatigue dissipated instantly, and his spirit was rejuvenated. He couldn't help but exhale deeply in relief. Zhang Fan, come quickly. At that moment, Jingya called from outside. Zhang Fan hurriedly exited his office to find Jingya and Xiao Jie standing before a warehouse. Did you find the generator? He inquired as he approached. We did. Xiao Jie exclaimed. This storage room is brimming with generators. You must come and see. Zhang Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he entered the warehouse, where he indeed beheld rows of pristine generators. Beta diesel generators. Zhang Fan scanned the array, noting the variety of power outputs. There were large machines exceeding 500 kW, medium-sized generators ranging from 100 to 500 kW, small units below 100 kW, and even micro-specialized generators under 75 kW. Everything was present. Our villa is quite spacious. We will not require any generators smaller than the medium-sized ones. Zhang Fan pointed to the medium and large machines, instructing, Jingya, take these few with you. Understood. Following Zhang Fan's direction, Jingya diligently collected several medium and large generators. With these generators in hand, we would have enough power for the next 15 to 20 years. As Jingya collected several generators, Zhang Fan smiled and remarked, next, we must gather diesel. Both Jingya and Xiao Jie nodded eagerly, their eyes sparkling with excitement. With the generators now secured, all that remained was to locate the diesel, and they would soon have electricity. Starting today, they would no longer have to endure the darkness of night. Before long, the heavy truck departed from the agricultural machinery company's store and headed toward the nearest gas station. While driving, Zhang Fan stated, I have some rather troubling news. Brace yourselves. Troubling news? Jingya and Xiao Jie looked at Zhang Fan with puzzled expressions. I just encountered a zombie with special abilities, Zhang Fan said slowly. Jingya and Xiao Jie shuddered slightly, their faces paling. Is that true? A mutated zombie. This was undoubtedly grim news. As Zhang Fan had indicated, it was utterly dire. This revelation confirmed their earlier suspicions. The zombies were evolving. They were growing stronger. This was a harbinger of doom. Jingya furrowed her brow, her expression turning serious. What exactly happened with that zombie? It exhibited agility far surpassing that of ordinary zombies. Nearly on par with a normal human. Quite nimble, Zhang Fan replied. Its intelligence was slightly elevated compared to regular zombies. But the extent of its abilities is not limited to that. Its bloodthirstiness and ferocity exceeded that of ordinary zombies, and its attacking power was also greater. Overall, this zombie outclassed ordinary ones in every respect, resembling an evolved version. Indeed, it seemed the zombies were indeed evolving. Jingya, now filled with concern, found her earlier excitement about the generators completely dissipated. Zhang Fan, we must hasten the construction of our villa's defenses and simultaneously accelerate our own strength. Agreed. Zhang Fan fell silent, focusing intently on the road. Minutes later, the trio arrived at the nearest gas station, only to be met with disappointment. The station appeared to have been the site of an explosion, reduced to rubble within a radius of several hundred meters. Flames still raged. Thick smoke billowed into the air, carrying a pungent odor. Although disheartened by the sight, the three were not entirely surprised. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the past few days had been marked by water shortages, power outages, and explosions. Gas pipeline blasts, building fires, and gas station explosions had become commonplace. Zhang Fan could not help but voice his concerns. As time progresses, resources such as diesel, food, and water will dwindle. We must expedite the accumulation of sufficient supplies. Jingya and Chao Jian nodded in agreement. Take food, for instance. The city lacked stored grains, relying entirely on external supplies. Should an emergency arise, it could easily lead to a food shortage. As the apocalypse deepens, food will gradually spoil and diminish, while no new supplies will arrive. The available edible food will become increasingly scarce. Without sustenance, how will survivors like them eat and drink? Other resources, too, diesel, clothing, and so forth, will only become scarcer. They must stockpile as much as possible. Let us proceed to the gas station on New Street. Chapter 20 New World, KTV. Half an hour later, the trio arrived at the gas station on New Street. Fortunately, the station remained unscathed. However, as they drove in, two individuals emerged from within. Who were they? Zhang Fan immediately scrutinized the pair. Tall and imposing, they donned designer suits and sunglasses, resembling the bodyguards of a cinematic crime lord. What brings you here? Zhang Fan asked, his gaze fixed cautiously on them. It then dawned on him why there were no zombies in the vicinity. Those had been eradicated by others. Jingya and Chao Jie stood behind Zhang Fan, equally vigilant as they observed the newcomers. Their wariness surpassed his own. In any era, women are considered a valuable resource, and the instinct to dominate such resources is inherent to many men. While this perspective may seem overly patriarchal and disrespectful to women, it reflects a harsh reality. Often, women are acutely aware of this dynamic, perhaps even more so than men. In this apocalyptic world, where the protection of law and morality has evaporated, women frequently find themselves in peril, particularly those of striking beauty. Jingya and Chao Jie understood this danger all too well. We are survivors. One of the men spoke with a semblance of goodwill. You must be survivors too. Our leader wishes to meet you. Leader? Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, seeking a silent consultation with Jingya and Chao Jie. You decide, Jingya replied without hesitation. I have no objections. Chao Jie nodded in agreement, always deferring to Zhang Fan and Jingya's judgment. Then let us proceed, Zhang Fan affirmed. But remain vigilant and do not stray from my sight. Understood. Both women nodded in unison. Please, follow us. The two men led the trio to a KTV not far from the gas station. This establishment was an underground venue named New World. The entrance was fortified with a heavy iron door, which the men approached, producing a walkie-talkie. Open the door. A slit appeared in the iron door, revealing a pair of eyes peering through. Upon recognizing the group, the door creaked open. Please, come in. As they entered, the heavy door closed behind them, revealing a dimly lit KTV hall. Inside stood a line of a dozen women, neatly arranged. At the forefront, a sharp-featured woman in her 30s was delivering a stern lecture. You must comprehend your current predicament and the harsh realities outside. Do not delude yourselves into thinking you are still the pampered daughters, the goddesses, or the cherished children in your parents' eyes. You are now but a group of homeless souls, vulnerable to being devoured by zombies at any moment. Therefore, if you wish to survive and have your fill, you must obey and heed the boss's commands. Otherwise, you should be well aware of the consequences of inciting the boss's wrath. The women bowed their heads in silence, with some stifling sobs, trembling uncontrollably. Zhang Fan, Jingya, and Chao Jie exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared sense of astonishment. The KTV seemed rather peculiar. Gentlemen, please follow me, said two men in suits. They led the way, and the trio was taken to a lavishly adorned private room. The opulence was evident in the carpet, television, sofas, and chandeliers, all bearing prestigious brands. Within the room, a young man with a buzz cut, clad in a robe and slippers, reclined on the sofa, embraced by two alluring women, one attending to his legs and the other feeding him fruit. The young man reveled in their service, exuding an air of comfort akin to that of an ancient emperor. This guy truly knows how to indulge. Zhang Fan couldn't help but internally scoff. At that moment, the buzz-cut youth noticed Zhang Fan and his companions, his eyes gleaming with interest, particularly as they rested on Jingya and Chao Jie. He pushed aside the two women. stood up from the sofa and smiled. Xiao Zhang, are these the survivors you brought today? Indeed, boss. The two men in suits nodded. The youth, Wang Hui, waved his hand, signaling the two to step aside, then turned his attention to Zhang Fan and his companions, saying, "Welcome to my new world KTV." "Hello," Zhang Fan greeted. Cutting to the chase, "What do you seek from us?" "Straight to the point, I appreciate that," Wang Hui replied with a faint smile. "You all know the situation well enough. The apocalypse has arrived, and survivors like us are few and far between. Thus, we must unite to endure this hellish end of days together." "And what do you propose?" Zhang Fan inquired. "I wish to invite you three to join my team. To act together, to seek resources, and to face challenges as one, sharing both fortune and adversity. What say you?" Wang Hui expressed earnestly. "Join you?" Zhang Fan replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. "If I understand correctly, you mean to serve you?" "It's not as simple as that." Wang Hui shook his wine glass. "A snake cannot function without a head, nor can a bird fly without wings. I am merely a reluctant leader, elevated by the support of my brothers. Should you be interested, I would gladly step aside. My desire is simple, to gather survivors and unite in overcoming our trials. As for leadership, it is merely a matter of different roles. There is no distinction of superiority or inferiority." His words were, of course, mere pretense. Wang Hui had initially been a lowly security guard at the KTV, but fortune smiled upon him as he survived the apocalypse. Not only did he awaken extraordinary abilities, but his powers were also remarkably potent. Utilizing these abilities, he repeatedly vanquished zombies and rescued the KTV's patrons, swiftly gaining their respect. The surviving princesses and staff gravitated towards him, making him the unacknowledged king of the KTV. This prompted dissatisfaction from the original owner, leading to a confrontation in which Wang Hui accidentally killed the owner. That moment filled him with dread, as it was his first experience with taking a life. Yet, after the incident, no police arrived, nor did anyone rise to condemn him. Wang Hui suddenly realized that the world had descended into chaos, society had collapsed, and death had claimed nearly all lives. There was no one left to judge him, no law to punish him. In that moment of enlightenment, he understood that with his immense power, he could act with impunity, indulging his desires without fear of retribution. The dark side of his nature erupted forth. He compelled attractive women to share his bed and cast those who had wronged him, his former boss and colleagues, into a horde of zombies, witnessing their gruesome demise. In just a few days, Wang Hui transformed a modest KTV establishment into his kingdom, proclaiming himself emperor. Everyone was compelled to unconditionally obey his commands, at his mercy. To defy him meant starvation, or worse, being thrown outside to feed the undead. Yet, Wang Hui's ambitions did not end there. He craved more women, greater power, and a higher status. Thus, he dispatched 2 underlings to the nearest gas station to recruit passing survivors, particularly women. The dozen or so women in the living room were the latest recruits, hopeful for salvation, only to realize they had merely exchanged one peril for another. When they sought to leave, it became impossible. "You make a valid point," Zhang Fan declined, "but we prefer not to collaborate with others, so we must apologize." He signaled for Jingya and Chao Jie to prepare to depart, and they promptly followed suit. Despite the apparent safety in numbers, Jingya and Chao Jie felt an instinctual urge to flee, repulsed by the atmosphere, let alone consider joining. Wang Hui, tired of pretense, unveiled his true self with a cold smirk. "You think you can come and go as you please? What do you take this place for?" Zhang Fan smiled faintly. Turning to face Wang Hui, "What do you intend?" "Simple," Wang Hui replied, snapping his fingers with a sinister grin. "You will die immediately, and these 2 lovely ladies will remain to serve me." As he spoke, his body began to undergo a transformation. Wang Hui's words were unrestrained, devoid of any facade. What need had he for concealment in a world so decayed, where the law could no longer reach him? With that declaration, his form shifted, enveloped in a metallic sheen. His face, neck, and hands turned to a silvery hue, not mere silver, but metal. Wang Hui had become a being of metal. Zhang Fan's pupils dilated in shock. Jingya and Chao Jie gazed at Wang Hui, astonished, for he resembled a character from X-Men, akin to Colossus. From head to toe, from the inside out, he transformed completely into a figure of silver metal, reminiscent of a sculpture cast from alloy, shimmering under the illumination of the lights. However, despite the shock, there was a glimmer of delight in Jingya's eyes. She knew today was a victory. "Did you see that?" "This is my extraordinary ability," Wang Hui proclaimed, twisting his neck and producing a metallic grinding sound. "I call it alloy transformation. Once I unleash this power, my entire being becomes the hardest alloy, granting me formidable defense, impervious to kitchen knives, boiling water, and flames. Moreover, I possess superhuman strength. I can effortlessly puncture floors and lift cars. Additionally, I have extraordinary endurance. In this form, I require no breath, food, or rest, and I can fight continuously without fatigue." Wang Hui strode towards Jingya and Chao Jie with what he believed to be elegance, disregarding Zhang Fan. "Ladies, in these chaotic times, I possess the strength to protect you." And he gestured disdainfully at Zhang Fan, "is a worthless waste. Following him, you cannot even guarantee your own safety. So, why not join me? I can assure you a life of luxury and prominence." He added with a laugh, "Of course, your refusal is futile, for I shall not allow it. Am I not wicked?" Upon hearing Wang Hui's words, Jingya felt exasperated. "Dude, you seem rather narcissistic." "Narcissistic? Incorrect." Wang Hui leaned closer to Jingya. "I am merely stating a fact." With that, his lecherous gaze roamed over Jingya, brimming with aggression. Jingya rolled her eyes. "Zhang Fan, let us get out of this wretched place. I can't bear to stay even a moment longer." "Me too." Chao Jian nodded in agreement. "Very well." Zhang Fan nodded slightly, observing the fully alloyed Wang Hui with a flicker of greed in his eyes. "Your ability is impressive and domineering. I shall not hold back." Wang Hui raised an eyebrow, perplexed. In the next moment, he felt a peculiar force acting upon him. Suddenly, his feet began to lift off the ground, his body hovering uncontrollably. "What is happening?" Wang Hui struggled desperately, flailing his arms and kicking his legs, yet found no leverage. He was entirely suspended in midair. "What on earth is going on?" he exclaimed in bewilderment and fury. "I forgot to mention, my ability is to control metal." Zhang Fan raised his right hand, grinning at Wang Hui. "Thus, I have the perfect counter to you." "Damn it." Wang Hui was so frustrated he nearly spat blood. He was well aware of the weaknesses of his own ability, while alloy transformation provided him with immense defense and strength. Its significant drawback was that it could be easily countered by those capable of manipulating metal, much like Magneto's dominance over Wolverine. Before Magneto, Wolverine's razor-sharp claws were rendered utterly useless. This was a pure case of power countering power. Who could he appeal to for justice? Cursing under his breath, Wang Hui struggled fiercely, but to no avail. In a moment of inspiration, he swiftly deactivated his ability. His body reverted to flesh and blood, and he promptly fell to the ground. As Wang Hui descended back to the ground, he could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. The sensation of solid earth beneath his feet was truly delightful. However, at that moment, a streak of light shot forth, swiftly slicing through Wang Hui's throat. With a soft thud, a crimson line appeared at his neck, and he instinctively reached to cover his throat. In an instant, his head fell away, rolling onto the ground. His eyes wide open in shock, unblinking in death. The two women attending to Wang Hui emitted piercing screams, their voices nearly shattering the ceiling above. Two men, clad in suits and sunglasses, recoiled in terror, gazing at Wang Hui with fear. "What has happened? What is going on?" The other patrons in the KTV, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the luxurious private room, only to be met with sheer horror. Zhang Fan paid no heed to the onlookers and strode directly to Wang Hui's side, collecting the luminous orbs that had fallen from him. After dispatching Wang Hui, 3 orbs had been released, 1 gold, 1 silver, and 1 white. Upon absorbing the golden orb, Zhang Fan's physical attributes increased by 8 points, reaching a total of 93, leaving him merely 7 points shy of 100. The absorption of the silver orb granted him a 4-point boost to his mental acuity, finally elevating him to the 2nd tier. Zhang Fan felt an unprecedented sharpness in his thoughts, his spirit soaring to new heights, and his mind became exceptionally clear. Finally, with eager anticipation, he picked up the white orb, which represented extraordinary abilities. Wang Hui's alloy transformation ability was something Zhang Fan had long coveted. It not only greatly enhanced defense, but also significantly augmented strength, making it an exceptional skill for both close combat and survival. With such an ability, he would no longer fear the bites of zombies, nor would he dread blades or fire. Its benefits were manifold. As the orb integrated into his being, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, but thankfully, after half a minute, the agony subsided. Zhang Fan immediately glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Zhang Fan level. Tier 2 ability user physique. Tier 2, 93-100, spirit. Tier 2, 31-100, abilities. Unlimited orb collection, metal manipulation, alchemy, creation of clones. Alloy transformation. Having successfully acquired the alloy transformation ability, a satisfied smile crept upon Zhang Fan's lips. Let us depart, he said, turning to Jingya and Xiaojia. All right. The two women nodded in agreement. The trio exited the private room, encountering the other patrons of the KTV. The space was nearly devoid of men, filled instead with women. The group of women from earlier, along with the sharp-tongued matron who had been lecturing them, were also present. At that moment, they all looked at Zhang Fan with awe, evidently stunned by his formidable prowess. In recent days, Wang Hui had established an invincible image in their minds. Yet they were astounded to learn that Zhang Fan had effortlessly slain him. Just how strong could he be? Zhang Fan glanced at them briefly before turning to leave. At that moment, a timid voice called out, "Big brother, could you take me with you?" He turned to see a girl with a doll-like face, petite stature, fair skin, and exquisite features, yet possessing a remarkably ample bosom, gazing at him earnestly. Childlike beauty with a voluptuous figure. The thought involuntarily surfaced in Zhang Fan's mind upon seeing her. "Big brother, please take me with you." The cute girl, Wang Yuan, said with tear-filled eyes, her voice pleading. Zhang Fan wore a troubled expression. As someone who appreciated beauty, it was always challenging to refuse the requests of attractive women. However, Zhang Fan was a man of principles. He had no desire to care for a mere ornament, let alone a burden. Yet, articulating this sentiment proved difficult. Jingya spoke up, her face expressionless as she addressed Wang Yuan. "If you wish to accompany us, you may. However, as you are aware, the times are harsh, and we ourselves are struggling. Therefore, we do not support idlers, and I hope you can understand." Wang Yuan grew anxious. What constitutes an idle person? What specific type of individuals are you seeking? Do you possess any abilities? Jingya inquired. Yes. Wang Yuan nodded eagerly. What kind of ability do you have? Jingya's eyes sparkled with interest. Healing. Wang Yuan replied swiftly. I can treat injuries, such as cuts and burns. Ah, a healer. Jingya and Zhang Fan exchanged glances, a flicker of joy passing between them. Can you heal others? Wang Yuan nodded affirmatively. I can heal both myself and others. Indeed. A healer. Jingya beamed with a radiant smile. Welcome to our team. My name is Jingya. Thank you. I am Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan could hardly contain her excitement as she shook hands with Jingya. She was genuinely thrilled. Previously, she had been hiding at home. But a couple of days ago, hunger drove her out to scavenge for supplies. She was then taken to the New World KTV, where she encountered numerous survivors, filling her with joy, believing she had found a community, a support system, and safety. Little did she know, the New World KTV was merely Wang Hui's den, where all women were obligated to serve him. Naturally, Wang Yuan was displeased, leading to her punishment of being confined in a small dark room and left hungry. Wang Yuan realized she had just stepped out of the wolf's den and into the fire. Constantly anxious, she worried for her future. Unexpectedly, Zhang Fan and his companions arrived and swiftly dispatched Wang Hui. Overjoyed, Wang Yuan immediately thought of joining Zhang Fan's team. On the surface, Zhang Fan was undeniably more handsome than Wang Hui, and he appeared far more reliable. Coupled with the presence of the two beautiful older sisters, Jingya and Xiaojia, Wang Yuan felt a sense of security. Thus, she hoped to accompany Zhang Fan and his companions. Being with them seemed infinitely more dependable than remaining in the New World KTV. To her delight, it truly came to fruition. I am Zhang Fan. Welcome to our group. Zhang Fan smiled as he extended his hand. As a gaming enthusiast, he understood the significance of a healer. In critical moments, a healer could be a lifesaver. In a post-apocalyptic world, who could guarantee they would not be injured? Thank you. Wang Yuan eagerly shook Zhang Fan's hand. I am Xiaojia. Witnessing Wang Yuan join Zhang Fan's team and prepare to leave that dreadful place, the remaining individuals grew anxious. 3 of you. I too have awakened an ability. Could you possibly take me with you? Moreover, I too have awakened my extraordinary abilities. Please take me with you. My powers are formidable. I implore you. Do not leave me in this wretched place. A multitude of women fervently pleaded. Zhang Fan and Jingya exchanged glances, both reflecting joy in each other's eyes. They had long desired to bolster their team's strength, yet had not encountered the opportunity. Until now, there were nearly 20 individuals here, many of whom had awakened their abilities. Such promising prospects. Silence. Everyone, please calm down. Zhang Fan cleared his throat, signaling for quiet. The clamorous women gradually hushed, their eager eyes fixed upon him. Outside, the world is overrun with zombies, and we ourselves are struggling. Thus, we cannot afford to support idlers. Zhang Fan expressed with an apologetic demeanor. Furthermore, we lack sufficient provisions. I hope you can understand. Upon hearing this, many women's expressions dimmed, as they had not awakened any abilities. We understand. We all understand. The elegant woman who had earlier addressed several of them in the hall quickly chimed in. Rest assured, we possess abilities as well and will not be burdensome. That is reassuring. Zhang Fan nodded. Form a line, one by one, as if for an interview. The group of women promptly arranged themselves in a queue. Even the two suited men who had escorted Zhang Fan and his companions to the KTV joined the line. At the forefront stood the eloquent woman, dressed provocatively, her face adorned with heavy makeup and a strong perfume wafting from her, creating an overwhelming scent. Zhang Fan's impression of her was not favorable. She had previously displayed an air of arrogance, resembling a lackey of Wang Hui. His suspicion was confirmed. This woman was Lu Lan, formerly the manager of the New World KTV and the former owner's mistress. She was deeply involved in some unsavory dealings at the establishment, such as coercing hostesses to entertain clients and indoctrinating new staff. When the apocalypse struck and Wang Hui eliminated the KTV owner, Lu Lan swiftly aligned herself with him, sharing his bed that very night and clinging to his power. Subsequently, she provided him with strategies to eliminate other women within the KTV, committing numerous misdeeds. Now that Wang Hui had fallen, it was evident she sought to attach herself to Zhang Fan and his companions. Zhang Fan maintained his composure and inquired with a smile. Sister, what is your ability? Healing. Lu Lan replied eagerly. My power is self-healing, akin to Wolverine from X-Men. Regardless of the injuries I sustain, I can heal instantly, without leaving a scar. Self-healing. Zhang Fan was momentarily taken aback. Such an ability was indeed remarkable and formidable in a world teeming with zombies. Possessing this power was akin to having a protective charm. Yet, regrettably, such an impressive ability was not mine. My self-healing ability is exceptionally potent, perhaps even superior to Wolverine's. Lu Lan asserted confidently. Surely, I am qualified to join your team? Regrettably, Zhang Fan declined. Your ability, while impressive, holds no practical value for our team. Lu Lan's expression stiffened, thinking she had misheard. With a forced laugh, she said, Handsome, you must be joking. You heard me correctly. We have no need for you. Zhang Fan reiterated, then added, Next. No, you cannot treat me this way. Lu Lan, agitated and emotional, shouted hoarsely. I have clearly awakened my abilities. Why can't I join you? I refuse to accept this. Zhang Fan raised his hand to signal her to calm down, then patiently explained, Your powers are indeed formidable, but they hold no value for our team as a whole. Thus, I am sorry. Next. Zhang Fan believed he had made himself abundantly clear, yet Lu Lan persisted. No. You cannot do this. I can work. I can be your secretary. Whatever you need me to do, I am willing to do. The emphasis on her willingness was palpably seductive, clearly an attempt to entice Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan's expression soured. Sister, I have made myself perfectly clear. I do not wish to repeat myself. Lu Lan, now desperate, resorted to throwing a tantrum. If you do not accept me, I will stay right here today. You killed Wang Hui, leaving me without support. You must take responsibility, or you shall not leave. Throwing tantrums was Lu Lan's usual tactic. Over the years, she had relied on such methods to manipulate her former KTV boss. Lu Lan believed she had Zhang Fan fully figured out, young, thin-skinned, and unfamiliar with rejecting women. She was convinced that once she joined Zhang Fan's team, she could use her charm to ensnare him completely. With Zhang Fan as her ally, her future would be secure. Therefore, joining his team was the essential foundation for everything. Acting stubborn, Zhang Fan's expression darkened. I will give you 3 seconds to move aside, or you will bear the consequences. I will not. I am curious to see what you can do to me. Lu Lan retorted with a cold snort. Zhang Fan's lips curled into a slight smile as he suddenly laughed. You cannot blame me. You brought this upon yourself. What do you mean? Lu Lan's right eyelid twitched. In the next moment, she transformed entirely, her form shimmering with a golden hue, as if coated in gold paint. In the blink of an eye, Lu Lan became a golden sculpture, standing motionless in place. Chapter 23. ice and earth abilities. The KTV hall fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared at Lulan, who had abruptly turned into a golden statue, their expressions blank. What happened to her? Wang Yuan exclaimed, covering her mouth in terror as she gazed at Lulan. Nothing. I merely silenced her. Zhang Fan chuckled, casually waving his hand as if discarding refuse. Lulan was lifted into the air, floating several meters before finally settling in a corner of the hall. She was now utterly silent. The onlookers gazed at Lulan, completely bewildered by her transformation. The person who had been shouting moments ago had suddenly become a statue. The scene was utterly surreal. Jingya was somewhat startled, her voice trembling. Zhang Fan. How could she be fine one moment? And Zhang Fan smiled faintly and explained, a couple of days ago, I awakened a new ability called Transmute Stone to Gold, which allows me to convert any material into metal. His words, delivered casually, struck the ears of the onlookers like thunder. Transmuting stone to gold meant that Zhang Fan had transformed Lulan into metal. Instantly, the gaze of everyone turned towards Zhang Fan, filled with terror. He appeared handsome and cheerful under the sunlight, yet such ruthlessness lay beneath. When did you awaken this ability? Jingya, having witnessed Zhang Fan's methods, was aware that despite his gentle demeanor, he could be exceedingly ruthless. His prior elimination of 3 women at the grocery store was a prime example. Therefore, she was not surprised by his actions against Lulan. What puzzled her was how Zhang Fan had awakened yet another new ability. Previously, he had unlocked a power related to strength and then the ability to manipulate metals. Now, he had awakened the power of transmutation, bringing his total to 3 abilities. Meanwhile, she possessed only one. Curiosity piqued, Jingya inquired, how could you awaken abilities consecutively? It was on the day I encountered Sister Chow, Zhang Fan replied. How did you manage that? Jingya pressed, her gaze intense. I'm not quite sure. I just woke up with it. Zhang Fan answered dismissively. Jingya looked at him with a hint of resentment, clearly dissatisfied with his response. Yet, there was little she could do, as Zhang Fan would not divulge the secrets of his abilities. With a resigned shrug, he noted her frustration. Jingya, unable to extract further information, huffed softly and turned away. Choosing to ignore him, Zhang Fan shook his head with a smile, turned his attention to the women in line, and said lightly, next. The women, evidently intimidated by Zhang Fan's ruthlessness, hesitated about joining. Having been frightened by Wang Hui in recent days, they harbored significant distrust and aversion towards men. They feared Zhang Fan might behave similarly, dragging them back to endure various torments. If that were to happen, they would merely leap from one fiery pit into another. Thus, the question remained, why would they take such risks? Another factor was that with Wang Hui deceased, there was no longer anyone to torment them. The KTV had become a safer environment. There was no need to gamble on Zhang Fan's character when the KTV provided a sense of security. Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow and asked again, is there no one? If not, then I shall proceed. A cold voice interrupted. A woman with a high ponytail, standing at about 1.7 meters tall, dressed in leather attire, her slender figure accentuated by long legs, approached with a detached expression. She appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, her features exquisite and heart-shaped face, marked by an icy demeanor. There exists an aura of chilling detachment, as if she were the sole survivor of a tragic massacre. This woman appears rather difficult to approach, Zhang Fan murmured, then inquired, have you awakened your extraordinary abilities? What exactly are they? Yang Linger remained silent, but in the next instant, her entire form transformed into a statue of ice. Indeed, an ice statue. Aside from her clothing, her head, neck, limbs, and indeed her entire body had been completely encased in ice. An overwhelming cold emanated from her, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet dramatically. So frigid, the women around her trembled uncontrollably, instinctively retreating from Yang Linger, fearing they would be frozen. The ice-encased Yang Linger raised her right hand and gently pointed, unleashing a chilling current from her fingertips. The icy gust struck the fish tank in the corner with a series of sharp cracks, swiftly encasing it in ice. The coldness rapidly spread, a layer of frost creeping up the walls surrounding the tank. After completing this display, Yang Linger reverted to her human form and coldly regarded Zhang Fan. Welcome aboard. Zhang Fan promptly extended his hand. Yang Linger's abilities were formidable, evidently belonging to the realm of ice manipulation, reminiscent of Iceman from the X-Men series. Her powers could be wielded offensively and bore significant destructive potential. marking her as an exceptional ice mage. Such talent was undoubtedly worth recruiting. Thank you, Yang Linger replied icily, then beckoned to the crowd. A timid little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, approached cautiously. She is my sister, Yang Linger responded coolly. Very well. Zhang Fan did not press the matter. After all, they were siblings, and it was unrealistic to forcibly separate them. Besides, it was merely a small child. How much could she consume? Is there anyone else? Zhang Fan directed his gaze toward the others. The group of women exchanged uncertain glances. However, a man in a suit hesitated momentarily before raising his hand. Do you accept men? What kind of question is that? Zhang Fan scoffed. As long as your abilities are suitable, we welcome anyone. The suited man hurriedly stepped forward, eagerly stating, my name is Zhang Wensi, and my ability is earth manipulation. Earth manipulation? Zhang Fan's eyes sparkled as he exchanged a glance with Jingya, both smiling broadly. Come on, show us what you can do. All right. Zhang Wensi, a young man in his 20s with an earnest demeanor, crouched down and placed both hands on the ground. Suddenly, the floor began to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had struck. In the next moment, a gigantic hand made entirely of soil erupted from the ground in the center of the hall, forcefully grasping the corner tea table. With a resounding crunch, the table was instantly shattered to pieces. Wow! The audience erupted in astonished gasps. Following this display, the earthen hand withdrew back into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Zhang Wensi grinned sheepishly at Zhang Fan and asked, Brother, what do you think of my abilities? Impressive. Truly impressive. Zhang Fan gave a thumbs up. But I have one question. With such formidable abilities, why do you obediently follow Wang Hui and serve as his subordinate? Zhang Wensi offered a wry smile. I cannot defeat him. Have you ever fought him? Zhang Fan inquired. Indeed. Zhang Wensi sighed. I have fought twice, yet I am no match for him. Very well. Zhang Fan nodded, then extended his hand. Brother, we welcome you aboard. I am truly grateful. Zhang Wensi grasped Zhang Fan's hand tightly, his face betraying his excitement. He understood that remaining here held no promise for his future. The KTV was filled with women, each more timid than the last, and, crucially, they harbored numerous shortcomings. They showed no desire to venture out in search of supplies. For the past few days, sustenance had relied solely on the efforts of him and the 2 other men, Wang Hui and himself. In such a perilous apocalypse, mingling with such a group offered little hope. Eventually, they would be dragged down to their demise. In contrast, Zhang Fan and his companions, who could venture out to procure resources, were evidently superior to the individuals at the KTV. Moreover, they were exclusively recruiting those with abilities, particularly those with combat potential. The high standards for talent acquisition clearly indicated a quality team, far more promising than the KTV crowd. Thus, Zhang Wensi decisively chose to join them. He had no interest in becoming the second Wang Hui after his demise, continuing to struggle alongside the women at KTV. He merely sought a hopeful team to swiftly gather supplies and lead a better life. Everything else was inconsequential. Chapter 24. Collecting diesel. Is there anyone else? Zhang Fan turned to the others, but none responded. He did not press them. If they were unwilling to join, then so be it. He had no need for them. Addressing Wang Yuan, Yang Linger, and Zhang Wensi, he instructed, pack your belongings. We are going out to collect diesel. Once you're ready, meet us at the gas station. All right. The 3 nodded in agreement and returned to their rooms to gather their things. Zhang Fan, accompanied by Jingya and Chao Jia, exited the KTV and made their way to the nearby gas station. With a wave of her hand, Jingya produced several large fuel drums and a generator that had been prepared in advance. The power outage rendered the fuel pumps useless, but that was of no concern. They could utilize the generator to extract the fuel. The trio had anticipated this issue prior to their departure, hence the generator was on hand. As for the diesel, it was even simpler. Cars lined the streets, making it easy to acquire a sufficient supply. Zhang Fan approached the street, locating a vehicle, and employed his ability to detach the fuel tank. The owner of the car had likely refueled just before the apocalypse, as the tank still contained more than half a tank of fuel. This fortunate turn of events benefited Zhang Fan immensely. He maneuvered the tank to the generator, poured the fuel into it, and then connected the fuel pump to the generator. Finally, he adjusted the generator's output voltage to the required 380 volts for the pump. With everything in place, he initiated the generator with a single button press. The diesel generator roared to life successfully. Being a silent generator, the noise was minimal, comparable to that of a car starting, entirely acceptable. As the generator provided a stable output voltage, the fuel pump resumed its operation, ready to extract fuel. Success! Zhang Fan seized the fuel nozzle and inserted it into the large drum. In an instant, a continuous stream of diesel flowed into the drum. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Fan, Jingya, and Xiao Jia erupted into joyous laughter. Wonderful! With diesel, we will have electricity, Xiao Jia exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, electricity will soon be ours. Jingya was equally exhilarated. Tonight, let's return home, turn on the 88-inch television, and watch a movie together. That sounds splendid. Xiao Jia clapped her hands, adding, It has been ages since I last watched a film. Look, now that we have electricity, we can afford it. The trio engaged in casual banter while extracting oil. Each large barrel contained 200 liters, and filling them was no simple task. To expedite the oil extraction process, Zhang Fan activated 2 additional fuel pumps, allowing all 3 to work in unison. During this endeavor, Wang Yuan, Yang Linger, and Zhang Wenci emerged after tidying up their belongings. The group waited together. After approximately an hour, all 6 200-liter barrels were filled. As they removed the fuel nozzles and secured the barrel lids, Jingya waved her hand, causing the barrels to vanish one by one. This spectacle left the 3 new members in awe, with Wang Yuan exclaiming, Sister Jingya, how did you accomplish that? That is her supernatural ability. Zhang Fan chuckled, explaining, she possesses a spatial ability, akin to a mobile warehouse. Such an ability exists. Wang Yuan remarked, somewhat incredulous. Zhang Wenci, however, was filled with excitement, exclaiming, this ability is truly a divine skill for gathering supplies. Indeed, Zhang Fan replied with pride. Our sister Jingya can empty a large supermarket in just half an hour. From now on, with us, there is no need to laboriously carry supplies. It's quite convenient. Impressive, my sister. Zhang Wenci gave a thumbs up, declaring, I truly made the right choice today. You all have great potential. Absolutely. After collecting the oil barrels and generators, the 3 approached the heavy truck to discuss their next course of action. It was still only 10 in the morning, and there was no rush to return. They would continue gathering supplies. Zhang Fan laid out the plan. Since the morning is still young, let us head to the pharmacy to collect some medications. Medications are essential supplies. As humans consume grains and cereals, who can guarantee a lifetime free from illness or misfortune? When sickness strikes, medications become crucial. Naturally, collecting medications is relatively simple, as pharmacies abound on the streets, and they could easily sweep through a few. The group unanimously agreed. However, the heavy truck had limited space and could not accommodate 6 individuals. This was easily resolved. Zhang Fan found an off-road vehicle on the street and instructed Zhang Wenci, Wang Yuan, and Yang Linger to drive it. With that, the group set off. Zhang Fan led the way in the heavy truck, closely followed by Zhang Wenci in the off-road vehicle. Upon leaving the gas station area, they inevitably encountered zombies, but it was of little concern. They simply drove right through. All the zombies they encountered were ordinary ones, posing no threat to the truck's momentum. As they made their way, leaving a trail of carnage, half an hour later, they stopped by the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. The area in front was dotted with pharmacies, filled with various medications. However, this part of the city was bustling, and many zombies roamed about. Particularly, numerous zombies were gathered within the hospital itself. As Zhang Fan parked the vehicle, a considerable number of zombies staggered towards him. Stay in the car and wait for me. If an emergency arises, do not hesitate to leave, Zhang Fan instructed before leaping out of the car. The off-road vehicle came to a halt, and both Yang Linger and Zhang Wenci disembarked, evidently intent on assisting in the eradication of the undead. Zhang Fan swiftly interjected. There are too many zombies in this vicinity. You risk being surrounded. Return to the vehicle. These zombies were a means for him to enhance his strength. He could not allow Yang Linger and Zhang Wenci to take them down. Yang Linger furrowed her brow, but refrained from speaking. Zhang Wenci kindly cautioned, Zhang Fan, do you think you can handle this alone? There seem to be quite a few. Have no fear. Zhang Fan replied with an okay gesture, then waved his hand, sending 2 metallic discs soaring forth. After his mental breakthrough to level 2, Zhang Fan discovered he could multitask with remarkable efficiency. This ability was not merely about controlling 2 metallic discs to attack. It allowed him to perform 2 distinct actions simultaneously, such as drawing a square with one hand while drawing a circle with the other. This was vastly different from merely wielding multiple weapons at once. Whoosh! Under Zhang Fan's deft manipulation, one metallic disc surged forward while the other retreated, targeting two separate zombies, each unaffected by the other's trajectory, moving with the swiftness of lightning, as if they were directed by two individuals. With a swift motion, both discs sliced through the necks of their respective targets, sending blood and severed heads flying. Without pausing, the discs continued their deadly ballet towards two more zombies. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the zombies fell, light orbs cascading down. Zhang Fan advanced with measured grace, resembling an elegant sorcerer, as the two metallic discs danced under his command like the scythes of death, relentlessly harvesting the heads of the undead. In a mere moment, over 20 zombies succumbed to his prowess. Remarkable, Zhang Wenci exclaimed, his face awash with awe. You are a veritable machine of zombie eradication. Yang Linger maintained her steely demeanor, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of astonishment. Zhang Fan's control over the metallic discs was masterful, each strike landing precisely on the zombies' necks, never a fraction off. Never an ounce of excess force wasted, executed with meticulous precision. This was no easy feat, at the very least. Both Zhang Wenci and Yang Linger acknowledged their inability to achieve such finesse. Their own methods of dispatching zombies relied on the raw destructive power of their abilities, violently obliterating the undead. If Zhang Fan's approach was akin to a skilled chef dissecting a piece of meat, theirs was like operating a bulldozer, crashing through with brute force. The levels of difficulty were worlds apart. Moreover, the remarkable feat of simultaneously controlling two metallic discs with such effortless grace was a testament to Zhang Fan's extraordinary capabilities. The commotion drew the attention of zombies from the nearby hospital, who emitted savage howls as they charged forth, their numbers exceeding 50. Among this horde, one zombie stood out conspicuously, towering nearly 5 meters. It bore grotesque bone spikes protruding from its back, elbows, and knees. Its hands had transformed into razor-sharp bone claws, approximately 30 centimeters in length, gleaming white, and sending shivers down one's spine. It was a mutated zombie. Proceed with caution. Chapter 25. Finally, Level 3. Upon spotting the colossal zombie amidst the horde, Zhang Wenci's expression underwent a drastic transformation as he urgently called out, Zhang Fan, be cautious. That is a mutated zombie. A mutated zombie? Jingya and Xiao Jie in the heavy truck instinctively turned their gazes towards the creature, their faces reflecting their alarm. The appearance of this zombie was distinctly different from the others. It was not only larger in stature, but also more robust. Fierce bone spurs protruded from its back, elbows, and knees, complemented by massive claws measuring 30 centimeters in length, creating an overwhelming visual impact. Jingya, with her keen eye, noted that the degree of decay on this zombie was significantly less than that of a typical one. Although its skin retained a pallid gray hue, there were hardly any signs of rot. Moreover, its limbs exhibited remarkable agility, almost indistinguishable from that of a normal human, and its running speed was exceptionally swift. Is this truly a mutated zombie? The evolution of zombies is indeed a reality. A wave of dread washed over Jingya. With a thunderous roar, the giant zombie charged forward with reckless abandon, plowing through the ordinary zombies like a rampaging football player, sending them flying in its wake. In mere moments, it barreled towards Zhang Fan, pouncing like a famished tiger. Zhang Fan, watch out! Jingya shouted anxiously. Xiao Jie clenched her fists tightly, her face paling with tension as her heart raced. Zhang Wenci and Wang Yuan in the off-road vehicle displayed similar concern, while only Yang Linger remained impassive. Before the astonished onlookers, the giant zombie swung its 30-centimeter claws, viciously thrusting them towards Zhang Fan. Remarkably, Zhang Fan did not evade. He stood still, allowing the sharp bone to strike his chest. Zhang Fan, quickly dodge! The crowd gasped in horror. Xiao Jie and Wang Yuan screamed, covering their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending scene. Yang Linger shielded her sister's eyes, wishing to spare her from the gruesome spectacle. Yet, contrary to their expectations of a bloody scene, nothing of the sort unfolded. The giant zombie's claw, upon making contact with Zhang Fan's chest, met an unexpected resistance, as if it had struck a steel plate. Not only did it fail to pierce through, but it shattered its own claw in the process. What just happened? The crowd blinked in disbelief, rubbing their eyes to confirm their sight, only to be left utterly astonished. Zhang Fan stood resolutely in place, and unbeknownst to them, he had transformed into a being of metal. His hair, cheeks, neck, and limbs were now entirely metallic, resembling the alloyed form of Wang Hui. This. Zhang Wenci stammered, his gaze vacant. Isn't this Wang Hui's ability? Has Zhang Fan awakened this power as well? Jingya and Chao Jie exchanged glances, both astonished by the realization. When did Zhang Fan awaken this ability? Do you know? I don't know. I've never seen him use it. Just as the crowd stood in shock and confusion, the giant zombie let out a furious roar, brandishing its other claw and lunging towards Zhang Fan once more. With a decisive motion, Zhang Fan extended his right hand and seized the massive zombie's wrist with a firm grip. The colossal creature struggled mightily, yet its efforts were futile, as if its wrist were ensnared in a vice. Despite its considerable size, it lacked the power to escape. Zhang Fan shook his head slightly, then with a vigorous flick of his wrist, sent the giant zombie soaring through the air. He grasped the creature and forcefully slammed it into the ground. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash as the massive zombie made intimate contact with the earth, the sound of shattering bones echoing as the spikes on its elbows and knees fractured. Unyielding, Zhang Fan continued his assault, wielding the giant zombie like a whip to strike the ground repeatedly. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the Hulk's ferocious beating of Loki, an exhibition of raw power and brutality. The onlookers gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape and eyes wide. This display of savagery was beyond comprehension. This creature exhibited a ferocity surpassing even Wang Hui. As the relentless blows continued, the giant zombie's flesh was pulverized, blood and sinew splattering everywhere. Soon, the giant zombie lay motionless, a golden orb falling from its body. Only one orb? Zhang Fan discarded the lifeless giant, gazing curiously at the golden sphere that had dropped. This massive zombie was evidently stronger than the ordinary kind, adorned with numerous bone spikes. Zhang Fan had anticipated the emergence of some latent ability, expecting a white orb to appear, but none did. Clearly, the giant zombie had not awakened any special powers. Perplexed by the mystery of its bone spikes and claws, Zhang Fan had little time to ponder, as a horde of zombies surged forth from the nearby hospital. A dark wave of undead rushed toward him, threatening to engulf him entirely. Excellent. Zhang Fan cracked his neck, unsheathed his formidable cleaver, and plunged into the throng of zombies. Like a tiger descending from the mountains, he moved with a ferocity that contrasted sharply with the feeble zombies. His speed, strength, reflexes, and agility outmatched them all. He dashed through the horde with grace and precision, wielding his cleaver like the Grim Reaper's scythe, harvesting the heads of zombies with abandon. No zombie could withstand his onslaught, nor evade the deadly arc of his blade. One strike, one zombie. One stroke, one head severed. It was akin to slicing through vegetables. Within a minute, not a single zombie remained standing. The ground was strewn with corpses. A foul river of putrid blood pooled beneath him, splattering everywhere, the stench overwhelming. Zhang Fan stood amidst the carnage, blood trickling down the gleaming cleaver, which appeared as pristine as ever, showing no signs of dullness or wear. This unknown metal, forged by an extraordinary ability, was not only remarkably resilient, but also sliced through bone with ease. The zombie skeletal structures were no match for its might. At that moment, Zhang Fan's teammates were utterly astonished, staring in awe at him amidst the sea of bodies, rendered speechless by his extraordinary prowess. Truly remarkable, Zhang Wenxi murmured. This fellow appears to be quite handsome, resembling a pretty boy. I never anticipated he would be so formidable, dispatching zombies as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Wang Hui is nowhere near as impressive. Wang Yuan clasped her hands tightly against her chest, her beautiful eyes brimming with surprise and admiration. Weivei struck gold this time. Zhang Fan is truly remarkable. It's undoubtedly wise to align with him. Even Jingya and Chao Jie, who were most familiar with Zhang Fan, were rendered speechless in astonishment. I knew Little Fan's metal manipulation ability was exceptional, but I had no idea he excelled in close combat as well. Chao Jie's breath quickened with excitement. Xiaoya, Zhang Fan was absolutely stunning just now. Jingya remained silent, yet her enchanting eyes sparkled with admiration. Her delicate cheeks slightly flushed. Unbeknownst to Zhang Fan, his annihilation of a horde of zombies had profoundly shocked his teammates. He sheathed his large machete and began to gather the spoils. Over 50 zombies had dropped more than 50 golden orbs, which represented physical essence points. Zhang Fan continuously collected the golden orbs, feeling a warm surge flowing through his entire being. He sensed his body growing stronger, his power amplifying, and his muscles becoming more robust. Upon gathering all the orbs, Zhang Fan realized his physical prowess had reached an astonishing level. He accessed his attributes panel. Name: Zhang Fan level. Tier 3 ability user physique. Tier 3, 201000. Mentality. Tier 2, 3100. Powers. Infinite collection ability, metal manipulation, transmutation, creation of replicas, alloying, self-healing at last. He had reached Tier 3. Chapter 26. The Bloodbath at the Clinic Building. Upon attaining Tier 3, Zhang Fan could distinctly feel his physical attributes had significantly surpassed those of Tier 2. His combat prowess had dramatically increased. In high spirits, Zhang Fan turned to his companions and declared, "Jingya, you all may come out now." As Jingya and the others exited the vehicle, they surrounded Zhang Fan, eager with a multitude of questions. "Boss, you are incredible." Zhang Wensi thumbed up in approval, already addressing him as boss. "Over 50 zombies, just like chopping vegetables. With the same ability, you far surpass Zhang Hui. Brother Zhang Fan, you are truly impressive. By the way, how do you possess the same ability as Wang Hui?" Wang Yuan expressed a mix of admiration and confusion. "Indeed, boss. Your ability is strikingly similar to Wang Hui's, though you are undeniably much stronger." Zhang Wensi echoed, perplexed. "Moreover, considering your previously demonstrated metal manipulation and transmutation, that accounts for 3 abilities. Have you awakened 3 powers on your own?" Hearing this, Zhang Fan glanced at Jingya and Chao Jia, who indeed wore expressions of bewilderment. However, despite their curiosity, he certainly could not divulge the true answer. Zhang Fan chuckled. "I too awakened them inexplicably. I am unsure of the reason." "Really?" Zhang Wensi paused, slightly taken aback by the notion of an inexplicable awakening. It seemed plausible, as his own abilities had similarly emerged without explanation. Jingya rolled her eyes. She was well aware of his tendency to offer such vague justifications and was unconvinced. Yet, as Zhang Fan was reluctant to elaborate, she refrained from pressing further. "All right, it's time to gather the medical supplies. After collecting the supplies, we still need to return home for lunch." Zhang Fan skillfully shifted the conversation. "Sister Chao, let us investigate these pharmacies to see if any zombies are lurking within." After a thorough examination, Sister Chao detected 2 zombies in one of the pharmacies. Zhang Fan instructed his companions to gather medicinal supplies from the other pharmacies while he ventured into the one harboring the zombies to eliminate them. Subsequently, Zhang Fan arrived at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. As a site of heavy foot traffic, it was also a hot spot for zombies. The 50 or so zombies he had just dispatched were merely those meandering in the courtyard before the outpatient building. Inside the hospital, including areas like the outpatient and inpatient buildings, numerous zombies remained concealed. Zhang Fan resolved to seize the opportunity while Jingya and the others collected supplies to hunt down a few zombies. Approaching the outpatient building, Zhang Fan created a slight commotion, prompting zombies to stumble forth. Soon, a second and a third followed, as if he had disturbed a beehive, with zombies pouring out of the outpatient building in droves. What a delightful sight! Far from feeling fear, Zhang Fan was filled with exhilaration. He did not dread the abundance of zombies, but rather feared a scarcity that would leave him unsatisfied. He swiftly barricaded the outpatient building, unleashing 2 metallic discs that shimmered like streaks of light, deftly maneuvering through the horde and systematically claiming the heads of the zombies. One by one, they fell, and luminous orbs dropped from their corpses. Observing the spectacle, the incoming zombies appeared oblivious to the carnage, recklessly charging forth. Zhang Fan reveled in the unfolding drama, severing their heads and sending them to the underworld. After a relentless 10 minutes of slaughter, the stream of zombies finally ceased from the outpatient building. Zhang Fan then retracted the metallic discs and entered the building to collect the fallen golden orbs. Inside, a mountain of corpses lay piled high, blood pooling like a river, resembling a hellish scene. Unfazed, Zhang Fan continued to gather the golden orbs, fortifying his own physique. A torrent of warmth surged within him, further enhancing his physical prowess. Upon collecting all the orbs, his physique attribute increased by an impressive 47 points. Physique, level 3, 671,000. Remarkably, an ordinary zombie yielded only 0.5 points. Thus, to reach 1,000 points, he would need to vanquish 2,000 ordinary zombies. Zhang Fan mused silently. This means I must hunt down 1866 more zombies to ascend to level 4. The challenge of slaying 1866 zombies loomed large. Yet, Zhang Fan remained unperturbed. He knew it would take several days, and he would accumulate the necessary kills gradually. Turning away from the outpatient building, Zhang Fan prepared to exit the hospital and reunite with his teammates. Suddenly, he heard a cry for help emanating from above. Looking up, he spotted a woman leaning out of a window on the 6th floor, urgently calling for assistance. "Help! Save me! A survivor!" Zhang Fan felt a surge of disbelief at this unexpected turn of events. In the outpatient building, amidst the throngs of zombies, it is astonishing that some individuals have managed to survive. Such resilience rivals that of cockroaches. Nevertheless, one cannot simply stand by and watch another perish. It is imperative to extricate her from the hospital. What transpires thereafter is of no concern to Zhang Fan. With resolve, Zhang Fan stepped into the outpatient building. Two metallic discs hovering before him, poised to confront any zombies that might suddenly emerge. For added precaution, he activated his alloy transformation ability, encasing his body in impenetrable metal. His vigilance proved prudent. While the first floor was devoid of zombies, the second floor still teemed with them. As Zhang Fan ascended the stairs, the creatures emitted feral howls and staggered towards him. Given their presence, he had no intention of retreating. He resolved to eliminate the zombies on the second floor first. 5 minutes later, the battle concluded, and Zhang Fan had vanquished all the zombies, earning himself 26 vitality points. Continuing to the third floor, he embarked on another round of cleansing, followed by the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors. Upon dispatching the zombies on the 6th floor, his vitality reached an impressive level, 131,1000. The number 131 was remarkable. When Zhang Fan first arrived at the outpatient building, his vitality was merely 201,000. An increase of 111 points indicated that he had hunted down 222 zombies within the building, which resembled a veritable den of the undead. My physical prowess has multiplied several times since my arrival at the outpatient building, Zhang Fan mused, his eyes gently closed as he savored the surging power within him. Exhaling a sigh of satisfaction, the exhilarating sensation of continual strengthening was intoxicating. In the future, he resolved to spend more time hunting zombies to further enhance his vitality and amplify his strength. He called out to the corridor littered with corpses. "The zombies have been dealt with. You may come out now." Silence ensued. "So timid." Zhang Fan silently scoffed before raising his voice again. "If you don't emerge, I shall take my leave. You can play hide and seek by yourself. Please don't." A voice, tinged with a sob and desperation, responded, followed by the slow creaking of a door as a head cautiously peeked out. Indeed, it was a young woman, sporting a ponytail. With fair skin and delicate features, a true beauty. Perhaps due to starvation, her expression appeared somewhat haggard, and her eyes were slightly puffy, suggesting she had recently wept. She craned her neck to survey the corridor, and upon witnessing the multitude of zombie corpses, she retched violently, only managing to expel a small amount of yellowish fluid. As she had not eaten for several days and was subsisting solely on glucose, after a prolonged bout of nausea, she felt somewhat better and then caught sight of Zhang Fan. Her initial fear swiftly transformed into joy and excitement. "Thank heavens! At last, I see a living person." Zhou Ling steadied herself against the wall, mustering the courage to approach Zhang Fan, carefully suppressing her trepidation and discomfort. Chapter 27. Enhanced Powers. Zhou Ling was indeed a stunning beauty, though of average height. Her figure was voluptuous, with a voluptuous figure reminiscent of a ripe peach. She exuded an alluring maturity as she stumbled towards Zhang Fan, her excitement palpable. "Are you a rescue worker?" she inquired eagerly. "No, I am merely a survivor residing nearby. Here to gather supplies," Zhang Fan replied, shrugging nonchalantly. Disappointment washed over Zhou Ling. Her desperate struggle these past few days had been fueled by the hope of encountering government rescue personnel. Instead of help, she found Zhang Fan, which left her disheartened. Nonetheless, encountering him was better than facing the hordes of zombies lurking in the corridors. "Thank you for saving me." Zhou Ling expressed her heartfelt gratitude, then added hopefully, "Could you take me away from this hospital? There are too many zombies here." "Where is your home?" Zhang Fan inquired. If it were close or along his route, he would not mind escorting her home. It would be a simple task. If it were far, that would be another matter entirely. Zhou Ling quickly responded. "It's just nearby at Fuyuan, only about 400 meters. "All right," Zhang Fan acquiesced. 400 meters was indeed a short distance. Merely a matter of crossing a traffic light while hunting a few zombies along the way. Zhou Ling expressed her gratitude once more. "Thank you so much. I truly don't know how to repay you." Zhang Fan smiled and asked, "Do you have anything to pack? If not, we should leave now." "No. Zhou Ling shook her head. Very well. Zhang Fan turned to depart, and Zhou Ling hurriedly followed. Upon descending the stairs, she was met with a harrowing sight. The corridor was littered with the corpses of zombies, congealed blood forming small rivers that cascaded down the stairs, creating a gruesome waterfall. The nauseating stench assaulted her senses, transforming the outpatient building into a veritable hell on earth. Zhou Ling's complexion paled as she retched repeatedly, managing only to expel some bile. As she navigated the stairs, she carefully chose her steps, avoiding the mess as if evading landmines. After several tense minutes, she finally emerged from the outpatient building, letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I'm finally out. The feeling of fresh air is simply delightful. As Zhang Fan led Zhou Ling out of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, he noticed his teammates waiting outside. Their eyes widened in shock at the sight of him, covered in blood. Zhang Fan, are you all right? They exclaimed. The confined space within the building had inevitably splattered him with the grotesque remnants of the undead, making him appear as though he had bathed in blood. I'm fine. It's zombie blood, Zhang Fan clarified. I found a survivor in the hospital and brought her out. The group immediately turned their curious gazes towards Zhou Ling, who met their stares with equal intrigue. This is the survivor, Zhang Fan introduced. They are my teammates. Hello. They greeted one another. Zhang Fan continued. She wants to go home, so we'll take her back first. Home? Wang Yuan asked, astonished. What significance does going home hold now? What do you mean? Zhou Ling was taken aback. During her confinement in the hospital, all she had longed for was to return home. Wang Yuan explained, zombies are everywhere now. It matters not where you are. Furthermore, even upon returning home, one must venture out in search of sustenance, inevitably encountering the undead. Thus, returning home holds little significance. The most prudent course of action is for a group to remain together, acting in unison, as we do. This is the wisdom imparted by Wang Yuan. It was her insatiable hunger that drove her to flee her home and join the New World KTV. Although her 2 days at New World KTV were far from pleasant, it must be acknowledged that they were the most secure days she had experienced since the apocalypse began. At the very least, she was spared the constant dread. Zhou Ling fell silent. During her confinement in the hospital, her thoughts had been consumed by the desire to return home. Although that home was merely a rented room, it provided her with a sense of familiarity and safety. Now, upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Zhou Ling quickly realized the truth in them. In that small rental, there was little to be found. Despite her fondness for cooking, her food supplies were scant. After so many days of suspended utilities, the provisions would undoubtedly have spoiled. Upon returning to her rented room, she would not only have to contend with the threat of zombies, but also address the necessities of food and sanitation. The question remained, could she manage that? The mere thought of venturing out alone in search of food, facing zombies by herself, filled Zhou Ling with terror. Even if it meant starving, she would rather leap from the building than confront the undead. It was far too frightening. Yet, if she did not return home, where else could she go? With this thought, Zhou Ling glanced at Zhang Fan and the others, cautiously inquiring, may I join you? That's a question for Zhang Fan. Wang Yuan replied, pointing to him. He is the leader of our team. His word is law. Although Zhang Fan, Jingya, and Xiao Jie had never explicitly designated a leader, Wang Yuan instinctively regarded Zhang Fan as the captain. This was the advantage brought about by his formidable strength. As the most powerful among them, Zhang Fan instilled a sense of security in his team, earning their respect. Zhou Ling turned to Zhang Fan. Is that permissible? Do you possess any abilities? Zhang Fan asked with a smile. I do. Zhou Ling nodded. What kind of abilities? Zhang Fan inquired with keen interest. Thus far, although they had encountered few survivors, many had awakened unique powers, each distinct and strange. Zhang Fan was intrigued by the variety of abilities. Zhou Ling's face flushed crimson, the pallor from her hunger giving way to a rosy hue. What is this? Zhang Fan and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Why are you blushing? It was merely a question about your abilities. Zhou Ling hesitated. Must I possess abilities to join you? Indeed, Zhang Fan asserted firmly. The world is fraught with challenges, and the future appears bleak. Only by uniting the most capable individuals can we enhance our chances of survival. Understood. Zhou Ling nodded slightly. Her demeanor somewhat shy as she stated, my ability is. What is keyword add data title game data tag exquisite recommendation data type 1 data value 1913 keyword add? The crowd turned their gaze towards Zhou Ling. Her face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a monkey's rear, and with a determined bite of her lip, she declared, My ability is to enhance abilities. Enhance abilities? Zhang Fan and the others exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of astonishment, joy, and certainly confusion. In what manner do you enhance? Zhang Fan pressed for further clarification. I can enhance the strength of those with abilities, including but not limited to physical prowess and mental acuity, Zhou Ling replied. Her gaze lowered as she spoke softly. Wow, enhancing strength. This ability is utterly overpowered. I must admit, I have been quite ignorant. The crowd marveled, their initial shock giving way to a glimmer of greed in their eyes as they looked at Zhou Ling. In this chaotic, post-apocalyptic world, who would not desire to grow stronger? Yet, the path to strength is seldom straightforward. Up until now, they had not discovered any means to enhance their abilities, with the exception of Zhang Fan, who seemed to be perpetually growing stronger. Setting aside Zhang Fan, the others were at a loss regarding how to improve. After awakening their abilities, their strengths had stagnated. Now, with Zhou Ling's presence, they saw a glimmer of hope. After all, she could enhance their powers, couldn't she? Brother Zhang Fan, let her join us, Wang Yuan urged eagerly. Indeed, a talent like hers is rare to find. Zhang Wenxi chimed in supportively. Zhang Fan understood Zhou Ling's significance and nodded slightly, smiling as he welcomed her into their team. Welcome to our group. From this day forth, you are one of us. Welcome. I'm Wang Yuan. I'm Zhang Wenxi. It's a pleasure to meet you. The team members expressed their warm welcomes. Zhou Ling, however, managed a wry smile, saying, I don't wish to mislead you. I should clarify a few things. The group looked on in confusion, uncertain of her meaning. Zhou Ling hesitated, finding it difficult to articulate her thoughts. After a moment's deliberation, she pulled Wang Yuan aside and whispered to her. What is going on? What could she possibly have said away from us? Zhang Fan and the others were puzzled. At that moment, Wang Yuan returned, but Zhou Ling did not follow. She stood at a distance, facing away from the group, but her reddened ears betrayed her embarrassment as she fidgeted. Wang Yuan, what did she say to you? Zhang Fan inquired, his brow furrowed in curiosity. The others also turned their attention to Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan appeared quite flustered, her delicate visage flushed crimson, lending her an adorable quality that stirred an instinctual desire to tease her. What on earth has caused her to act this way? The group felt a surge of anxiety, their minds racing with curiosity. Wang Yuan, what did she say? With her head bowed, Wang Yuan stammered. She mentioned that her ability is indeed to enhance, but it requires that certain condition to activate. Chapter 28. Establishing the team leader. That certain condition? Zhang Wenxi, somewhat dense, failed to grasp Wang Yuan's meaning and looked utterly perplexed. Which condition? Cough cough. Zhang Fan coughed awkwardly twice and patted Zhang Wenxi on the shoulder, saying, Old Zhang, let's not delve into it. Observing this, Zhang Wenxi turned to Zhang Fan, asking, Boss, do you understand? Though somewhat naive, Zhang Wenxi was quite affable. Having just joined the team, he had already begun to address Zhang Fan as boss. While it felt somewhat unusual, Zhang Fan appreciated it. This fellow certainly knew how to get along. Leaning in closer, Zhang Fan whispered something into his ear. Zhang Wenxi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Zhou Ling, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. He finally grasped why Zhou Ling blushed and appeared so bashful when discussing her special ability. Goodness! Anyone possessing such an awkward ability would find it difficult to speak about it. It was indeed quite peculiar. Zhang Wenxi was left at a loss for words. Clearing his throat, Zhang Fan turned his attention to Jingya and the others, asking, So, what should be done about her? Zhou Ling's enhanced ability was undoubtedly beneficial. Yet with that prerequisite, it became rather cumbersome. Zhang Fan found it challenging to decide whether to accept Zhou Ling into their ranks. Chao Jie and Wang Yuan were not the decision-makers, and they both instinctively looked towards Jingya. Jingya exchanged a meaningful glance with Zhang Fan and said, We should take her along. We can't just leave her here alone, can we? Thus, it was settled. Zhang Fan had no objections. I shall inform her. Wang Yuan approached Zhou Ling and conveyed Zhang Fan's decision, for which Zhou Ling expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Although she felt quite embarrassed, she sincerely thanked everyone. Since the apocalypse began, she had remained in the hospital, and had Zhang Fan and the others not accepted her, she truly had no idea where she would go. And it wouldn't be long before she might fall prey to zombies. Home. The group climbed back into their vehicles, with Zhang Fan, Jingya, and Chao Jie in the heavy truck leading the way. Zhang Wenxi, Wang Yuan, Yang Linger, Zhou Ling, and Yang Linger's sister, Yang Miao, followed in an off-road vehicle. Half an hour later, they returned to Huading Yuan. Upon seeing the luxurious mansion before them, which resembled a palace, Zhang Wenci and the others were utterly astonished. "This villa is extravagant," Zhang Wenci exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Boss, your choice of location is impeccable. Are we really going to live here? I've never stayed in a villa before." Wang Yuan echoed his enthusiasm. "Neither have I, especially not one this lavish." She suddenly felt immensely grateful for joining Zhang Fan's team. Not only were her teammates remarkable individuals, but they were also formidable, and the prospect of residing in such an opulent villa filled her with exhilaration. "Just to clarify, we haven't stolen this place. This villa is actually Jingya's home." Zhang Fan chuckled. "Thus, we are not thieves, nor are we occupying someone else's property." "Wow. Sister Jingya is a second-generation rich kid," Wang Yuan exclaimed in awe. In a city where every inch of land was priceless, residing in such a grand villa likely required a fortune of at least several billion. Zhang Wenci was equally astonished. However, what did it matter if someone was wealthy? In the face of an apocalypse, wealth held little significance. Jingya waved her hand dismissively and addressed Zhang Fan. "Boss, let us swiftly assign tasks." When it was only the three of them, her, Chao Jie, and Zhang Fan, every decision had been made through their discussions. The hierarchy of leadership had not been clearly established. However, with the addition of 5 new members, the team has grown in strength, and the newcomers have naturally accepted Zhang Fan as their leader. Jingya, too, has come to recognize his position. With her experience in managing a company, she understands the significance of establishing a leader within a team. To put it simply, the leader and the team share a relationship akin to that of 1 and 0. The leader is 1, while the team is 0. Without a leader, no matter how large the team, it remains 0. The greater the leader, the stronger the overall capability of the team. Although she initially harbored some thoughts of taking on the leadership role, her own abilities were insufficient to command respect, leading her to abandon that ambition and focus on supporting Zhang Fan instead. She knows Zhang Fan to be reliable, and given their close relationship, she recognizes and supports his role as the team leader. Zhang Fan paused for a moment, glancing at Jingya, who nodded in affirmation, and he understood her thoughts. Seizing the moment, he said, "It's nearly 11 o'clock. After a bit more work, it will be time for lunch. Here's the plan. Sister Chao, you prepare lunch, and Wang Yuan will assist you." "All right." Chao Jie nodded. "I have no objections." Wang Yuan agreed. "Jingya, you, Zhou Ling, and Yang Linger should head to the basement to arrange supplies, starting with the medications." Zhang Fan directed the 3 women. "No problem." They readily consented. Turning to Zhang Wenci, he continued, "Old Zhang, let us work on the generator, connect the wires, and get the villa powered up quickly. That way, we won't have to work in the dark tonight." "I specialize in this," Zhang Wenci replied with a smile. "I used to be an electrician, so any future electrical repairs or installations can be entrusted to me. I assure you, it will be done beautifully." "Excellent, old Zhang." Zhang Fan regarded him with newfound respect. "I was just lamenting the lack of expertise in this area. Your skills as an electrician are truly a blessing." "Haha. Does anyone have any objections?" "None." "Then let us get to work." The team immediately set off according to Zhang Fan's directives. He took control of the generator and headed to the basement distribution box, leaving it in Zhang Wenci's capable hands. As expected, Zhang Wenci proved to be an exceptional electrician, completing the installation of the generator in no time. After testing, refueling, and starting it up, the entire villa was soon lit up, with the electrical system functioning normally. The lights illuminated, the air conditioning whirred to life, and the refrigerator began to cool. All electronic devices were finally operational. "Well done, old Zhang." Zhang Fan gave him a thumbs up. "It's all just simple work. Nothing to boast about." Zhang Wenci waved his hand dismissively. "However, boss, relying on the generator consumes a lot of diesel. There's no choice but to gather more diesel." Zhang Fan replied with a sigh. "We need to find a fuel tanker and collect as much diesel as possible." Zhang Wenci nodded thoughtfully, stating that while diesel must be collected, no matter how much is amassed, it will eventually be depleted. He proposed that the optimal solution lies in harnessing solar energy for power generation. "Solar power?" Zhang Fan blinked in surprise. "Indeed," Zhang Wenci affirmed. "In the aftermath of the apocalypse, vehicles have ceased to operate, factories have ground to a halt, and the environment is progressively improving. Consequently, solar energy will become increasingly abundant." Furthermore, he pointed to the expansive lawn outside the villa. "This neighborhood is upscale, with considerable space between the villas, making it ideal for installing photovoltaic panels. We can certainly gather a collection of solar power systems to utilize solar energy. Solar power is a clean energy source that will never be depleted, devoid of the noise and unpleasant odors associated with diesel generators. Additionally, photovoltaic panels boast a prolonged lifespan, as long as they are not subjected to external damage. They can last for at least a decade. If we gather a sufficient number of solar panels, they could serve us for a century or more. Zhang Fan was deeply inspired. We must focus on amassing a collection of solar power systems in the future. You are truly wise, boss. Chapter 29. The team's first gathering. After assembling the generator, the two found that there was still ample time, so they descended to the basement to assist in organizing supplies. Upon encountering the mountain of materials piled in the basement, Zhang Wensi was utterly astonished. Boss, how many supermarkets did you empty to acquire all these supplies? He exclaimed in disbelief. Not many, just one Guaha supermarket, Zhang Fan replied, lifting a case of bottled water and moving it to the beverage area. Moreover, we need to collect even more supplies. The more, the better. There's never too much. Zhang Wensi felt invigorated, realizing that joining Zhang Fan's team had been a wise decision. He recalled the New World KTV, where a group of women merely consumed without contributing. Although Wang Hui also collected supplies, he would gather for a day and then rest for a day, only resuming once the supplies were depleted. His approach was inconsistent, lacking foresight and merely getting by. The Zhang Fan team was entirely different. Not only were they accumulating various supplies, but they were also stockpiling extensively, clearly with long-term plans in mind. This was the correct approach. In this post-apocalyptic world, all factories and manufacturers had ceased production, leaving nothing to be made. Supplies would diminish due to spoilage, decay, and mold. Thus, without stockpiling, they would face starvation in time. The drinking water organization is nearly complete, Jingya declared as she placed the final case of bottled water in the designated area. Originally a pampered young lady, she had struggled with physical tasks. But since awakening her supernatural abilities, her physical capabilities had significantly improved. While she was still not as strong as Zhang Fan, she was far more resilient than she had been before the apocalypse, able to handle manual labor. The entire basement had been divided into several areas according to Jingya's specifications, separated by iron walls. These walls were fabricated by Zhang Fan, who could manipulate metal with ease. The basement now featured a water area, snack area, appliance area, clothing area, food area, bedding area, and a medicine area, among others. Each area is distinctly partitioned, rendering future use exceedingly convenient. In the water supply zone, there are dozens of boxes of mineral water, various beverages, and, of course, dairy products. At first glance, the quantity of drinking water appears ample, yet it is, in fact, insufficient. The team currently comprises 8 members, and it is likely to grow in number. The daily consumption of resources is astonishingly high, and this limited supply of drinking water cannot sustain them for long. As the saying goes, food is the paramount necessity of the people, and thus food and water remain of utmost importance. Collection efforts must not wane. Zhang Fan nodded in agreement, suggesting, from now on, we shall dedicate our mornings to gathering food and water, reserving the afternoons for the collection of other supplies. What do you all think? I have no objections. Agreed. This is the right course of action. The consensus among those present was unanimous. The more food and water they could amass, the better. After all, no one desires to endure hunger or thirst. Therefore, devoting each morning to the collection of these vital resources is undoubtedly a sagacious choice. Additionally, there is another matter to address. Jingya cast a glance at the nearly filled basement. The space here is limited, and we cannot store much, particularly larger items such as refrigerators and generators. Therefore, we should utilize the adjacent villa. Even if it remains unoccupied, it can serve as a storage facility. That is indeed a viable option. Zhang Fan pondered for a moment before declaring, from today onward, all the villas within this community are ours. No one shall monopolize them. Do you all concur? Haha, absolutely. Zhang Wensi raised both hands in support, exclaiming, Boss, could you allocate a villa just for me? I have never lived in one before. Aside from Jingya, the others present were ordinary individuals who had indeed never resided in a villa. As long as you dare to sleep alone at night, you may claim any villa in this community. After all, the original owners are all deceased, and no one will evict you. Zhang Fan jested. Sleep alone at night? I think not. Zhang Fan shook his head vigorously, with zombies lurking everywhere. Sleeping alone felt exceedingly unsafe. Moreover, it would be impossible to find rest. At that moment, the walkie-talkie placed nearby suddenly crackled to life. Zhang Fan, it's time for dinner. Following the internet outage, WeChat was unusable, and phone calls were ineffective. To facilitate communication, Zhang Fan had gathered a batch of walkie-talkies, one each for himself, Jingya, and Xiao Jia. Whenever a meal was ready, Xiao Jia would use the walkie-talkie to notify Zhang Fan and Jingya. At night, the three of them kept their walkie-talkies at their bedside for convenience. The walkie-talkie was currently the only functioning electronic communication device. All others were inoperable. Let us go? It is time for dinner. Let us go. Let us go. I haven't eaten all morning, and my stomach has been growling. The group made their way to the dining hall on the first floor, where a sumptuous feast awaited them on the lavish noble dining table. Wow, how extravagant. Zhang Wenxi's eyes widened in astonishment. Zhou Ling stared intently at the table, her mouth watering uncontrollably, her eyes gleaming with desire. In recent days, while others have consumed various sustenance, she has abstained entirely. Confined within the hospital's walls, her only source of nourishment has been glucose, merely to sustain her life. Consequently, she has not ingested a single grain of rice for nearly 10 days. Thus, upon witnessing a lavish spread of dishes before her, her restraint in not voraciously devouring everything is commendable. Let us wash our hands first, Chow remarked, scooping rice into his bowl. I've prepared the water. It's in the restroom. All right. The tap water had long ceased to flow. Presently, both drinking and utility water come from collected bottled water and purified sources, which proves cumbersome as it necessitates being poured out before use. While general water usage is manageable, the inconvenience arises primarily with flushing the toilet. Humans, reliant on grains and sustenance, must address their basic needs, and the absence of running water complicates this reality. Regrettably, the cessation of tap water has rendered flushing a tedious affair. To alleviate this predicament, Zhang Fan has installed a large water tank and a plastic basin in the restroom on the first floor. All used water, such as that from washing faces, vegetables, and rinsing rice, is directed into the tank. After using the toilet, one merely needs to ladle water from the tank with the basin to flush the toilet. This method not only conserves water, but also resolves the awkwardness of lacking water for flushing. Though this situation remains inconvenient, it pales in comparison to the automatic flushing toilets of the pre-apocalyptic world. Yet, there is no alternative. In the initial 3 days following the onset of the apocalypse, water, electricity, and internet services were gradually cut off, leading to a cascade of pragmatic issues that greatly disrupted daily life. What can one do? We can only adapt and gradually accustom ourselves to these changes. Once everyone had washed their hands, they returned to the dining table. Zhang Fan uncapped several bottles of beer and one of orange juice, cheerfully announcing, "Serve yourselves what you wish. Let us begin." Zhang Wenxi, Jingya, and Yang Ling poured themselves beer, while Xiao Jia, Wang Yuan, and Zhou Ling opted for orange juice. Yang Ling also poured a glass of orange juice for her sister, Yang Miao. Holding a disposable paper cup, Zhang Fan surveyed the group with a smile and stated, "Before the apocalypse, I was merely a struggling student, lacking the eloquence for grandiose speeches. Let me express myself simply." Everyone turned their attention to Zhang Fan. Jingya wore a faint smile. Xiao Jia exuded warmth. Wang Yuan looked on with admiration. Zhang Wenxi chuckled softly. Yang Ling remained expressionless. Zhou Ling fixated on the food. Yang Miao appeared bewildered. Meanwhile, De Huang lay on the ground, diligently enjoying its meal, a savory concoction of meat broth over rice, complemented by a few slices of ham. Do not inquire why it refuses dog food. It simply does not eat it. After experiencing the flavors of human food, it has resolutely shunned its former diet, with meat broth over rice now being its utmost favorite. Our team has now grown to 8 individuals. Zhang Fan smiled at everyone. Though we were strangers until today, it matters not. From here on, we shall collaborate, act, and live together. In essence, we must support one another in this dire apocalypse. This is no jest. We truly depend on each other. Together, we must face zombies, confront other survivors, and navigate various unknown dangers. We must care for one another, rely on each other, and even entrust our lives to one another. Therefore, I earnestly hope that we can collaborate sincerely, unite as one, and cultivate mutual trust, enabling us to thrive together. To tomorrow, let us raise our glasses. To tomorrow. To tomorrow. Chapter 30. I cannot be blamed for this after the meal. The bonds among us were significantly strengthened, and we became much more familiar with one another. Following dinner, Wang Yuan and Zhou Ling assisted Chao Jie in the washing of dishes, while Yang Linger tended to her younger sister. Zhang Fan and Zhang Wenxi huddled together. Engrossed in tinkering with their phones and computers, Zhang Fan unveiled the latest models of foldable phones and laptops he had previously gathered, intending to distribute them among everyone. Each person would receive a Mate XS2 Huawei foldable phone and an M15 or 7 Alienware laptop. Before distributing these devices, it was necessary to utilize the computer to transfer resources onto the phones and laptops. Unfortunately, the internet was down, making online access impossible. Thus, he could only copy the existing resources. Otherwise, even the most advanced phones and computers would be rendered useless. Fortunately, Zhang Fan had copied a variety of resources, including films, television series, animations, documentaries, novels, variety shows, songs, and single-player games, which would now prove invaluable. It was a pity for such excellent phones. Zhang Wenxi lamented. I can't play games, can't scroll through Kuaishou, and I can't even waste time on video calls. There was no choice. Zhang Fan clicked the mouse, transferring resources. From now on, we can only binge-watch dramas and play single-player games. Well, at least we can enjoy some single-player games. We can still make use of these high-end devices. As the two were casually chatting, suddenly, Chao Jie rushed out of the kitchen, her expression somewhat flustered. Xiao Fan, someone is coming. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan immediately looked up, frowning as he inquired, Sister Chao, is someone approaching the villa? They've already entered the community. Chao Jie nodded vigorously. And there are quite a few of them, at least more than 10. Are they zombies or survivors? They don't appear to be zombies. Then they must be survivors. Zhang Fan rose and shouted, Jingya, Sister Chao, Wang Yuan, Zhou Ling, stay inside and do not go out. Lao Zhang, Sister Yang, De Huang. Follow me outside to take a look. All right. Woof woof. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. The four women held Yang Miao close, watching with concern as Zhang Fan, along with 3 others and a dog, exited the villa. They were filled with apprehension regarding the survivors entering the community. Were they friend or foe? What might their intentions be? They were entirely in the dark. In this world, devoid of legal and moral constraints, individuals could commit any act. For in this realm, one need not bear the consequences of their actions. The cost of crime was exceedingly low. As Zhang Fan and his companions left the villa, they spotted 3 vehicles approaching the Huoding Yuan community from a distance. Leading the convoy was a heavy truck, followed closely by a Mercedes-Benz, with an Audi bringing up the rear. It was quite an imposing display. Zhang Fan couldn't help but smirk. Uncertain of their intentions, Zhang Wenxi furrowed his brow, concern evident in his gaze. What else could they want? They must have their eyes set on this community, Zhang Fan remarked casually. Huating Yuan is among the most prestigious villa districts in the magical city, with each villa resembling a luxurious palace. It's only natural that it attracts attention. Indeed, Zhang Wenxi agreed wholeheartedly. In this apocalyptic world, where death had claimed most lives and the streets were littered with forsaken possessions, those who managed to seize them would claim them as their own. In such circumstances, anyone with a modicum of appreciation for comfort would undoubtedly covet a high-end community like Huating Yuan. After all, it was unclaimed property. Why not take advantage of it? As expected, 3 vehicles entered the community, pausing momentarily before each villa to deliberate their choices. Before long, they arrived at the front of building number 9. Oh, there are survivors here, exclaimed one of the men. Boss, we found survivors. The group immediately noticed Zhang Fan and his companions, and with shouts of excitement, 11 individuals, 10 men and 1 woman, disembarked from their vehicles. The men were clad in designer athletic wear and sneakers, appearing vigorous and lively. The lone woman wore revealing shorts and a black tank top, leaning against a portly man in sunglasses, adorned with a large gold chain. At that moment, all eyes were curiously fixated on Zhang Fan and his companions, particularly Yang Linger, who attracted a significant amount of attention. Dressed in leather attire that accentuated her long, slender legs, shapely figure, and ample bosom, she exuded a striking presence enhanced by her high ponytail. The men were captivated, unable to tear their gazes away. The rotund man, licking his lips, removed his sunglasses and leered at Yang Linger before shifting his focus to Zhang Fan and Zhang Wenxi, ultimately resting his gaze on Zhang Fan. You must be the survivors, the rotund man said with a grin. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. Ah, You have quite the discerning eye. You arrived here before us. The man complimented. By the way, how many of you are there? Just the three of us, Zhang Fan replied. Only three? I can imagine your situation is rather dire. The man remarked with feigned sympathy. How about it? Interested in joining us? Stick with me, and I guarantee a life of luxury, fine dining, designer clothing, and luxury cars. I appreciate your kind offer, but we are managing well enough on our own, so there's no need to trouble you, Zhang Fan politely declined. Never having considered living under someone else's shadow or being a subordinate. That would be utterly miserable. What a shame, the rotund man said, feigning disappointment, and then turned his gaze to Yang Linger. What about you, young lady? Not interested, she replied coldly. The rotund man was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for her blunt dismissal. You ungrateful woman, shouted a young man, sporting a snug t-shirt that accentuated his well-defined muscles, resembling a fitness trainer. Our boss is extending an invitation out of respect for you. Don't be so presumptuous. Fool, Yang Linger retorted icily. You're asking for trouble. The muscular youth glared fiercely at Yang Linger, ready to charge at her for a lesson. However, upon receiving a sidelong glance from the rotund man, he retreated like a mouse confronted by a cat, albeit casting a venomous glare at Yang Linger. The chubby man chuckled. Such a fiery little sister you are. But fret not. My younger sisters at home were quite fierce initially, akin to wild stallions. However, after a few missed meals, they became increasingly docile and obedient. Turning his gaze to Zhang Fan, he continued with a smile. My young brother, I have taken a liking to this community. You and your companion should take your leave and seek another abode. You fancy this place, so we must vacate. Zhang Fan queried, scratching his ear. Indeed, I am a man of my word. Once I have set my sights on something, it must be relinquished by others. The rotund man smiled slightly, surveying the spacious and comfortable community. The environment here is quite pleasant, with ample greenery. Living here would surely be enjoyable, and I find it quite appealing. However, I prefer to indulge in solitary feasting and have no inclination to share my possessions. Thus, I kindly ask you to depart and seek a new residence elsewhere. You truly are tyrannical, Zhang Fan exclaimed. This community is my territory, and if anyone should leave, it is you. Huh, so disrespectful. The rotund man narrowed his eyes slightly and shook his head gently. My young brother, I have extended an opportunity, but if you fail to grasp it, then it is no fault of mine. With that, he waved his hand towards the muscular youth, instructing, Xiaoma, since this young fellow is being uncooperative, kindly escort them out. Just remember, do not be as violent as this morning. If my new home gets soiled, I shall hold you accountable. Rest assured, boss. The muscular youth grinned, cracking his knuckles ominously, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Kid, I shall claim your essence. As the words left his mouth, his body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Chapter 31. The mysterious crystal before the astonished gazes of Zhang Fan, Zhang Wenci, and Yang Linger. The muscular youth underwent a staggering metamorphosis. His already robust physique swelled like an inflated balloon, visibly expanding at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, he reached a height of 3 meters, his fitted shirt bursting apart like that of the Hulk. Simultaneously, a thick, dark layer of hair resembling a mane erupted from his skin. His mouth and nose elongated, becoming sharp and pronounced. His ears shot upward, becoming pointed and elongated. His fingers stretched out, transforming into razor-sharp claws, while his legs became bent, reminiscent of an orc. In full view of everyone, the muscular youth morphed from a handsome young man into a towering werewolf, complete with a wolf's head, mouth, claws, and legs. His body covered in a thick coat of wolf fur. Witnessing this transformation, both Zhang Fan and his companions, as well as the women peering through the windows of the villa, gasped in shock, left utterly speechless. What a transformation! How could a perfectly normal individual turn into a werewolf? What kind of extraordinary ability is this? Werewolf transformation. It is broad daylight, and there is no full moon in sight. How could this happen? A myriad of questions swirled in their minds. With a fierce howl, the young man transformed into a werewolf, clenched his fists, puffed out his chest, and directed his gaze skyward. The resounding sound waves erupted like thunder, causing the villa's windows to tremble. A menacing and brutal aura surged forth, leaving Zhang Wenci and Yang Linger visibly shaken. The expressions of Jingya and her companions turned pale as they anxiously observed the unfolding scene, their hearts racing with trepidation. This old rascal had once again put on a show. Indeed, Relying on his unique abilities, he always flaunted his prowess before us, which was infuriating. He was far too fond of showcasing himself. However, it must be acknowledged that he was formidable. Aside from the boss, none of us stood a chance against him. And we were powerless to halt his bravado. Upon transforming into a werewolf, the old rascal not only possessed strength far beyond that of an ordinary human, but also exhibited terrifying speed. In comparison, our ability to unleash our powers seemed painfully sluggish. This fellow was in for a rough time. He would be torn to shreds by the werewolf. The small henchmen of the rotund man whispered among themselves, their gazes toward Zhang Fan filled with pity and sympathy, as if they could already envision the scene of Zhang Fan being shredded by the muscular youth. At that moment, the muscular youth turned his gaze toward Zhang Fan, cracking his neck with a series of sharp sounds, his green eyes glinting with ferocity, and a sinister grin stretched across his face. Today, you'll witness the might of your grandfather. Prepare to meet your end. The chilling, malevolent laughter hung in the air as the werewolf surged forward, propelling himself from the ground like a black shadow, swiftly darting toward Zhang Fan. How fast? Zhang Wenci and Yang Linger exclaimed in unison, their expressions changing dramatically. In an instant, the muscular youth had lunged at Zhang Fan, raising his sharp claws to strike fiercely. The rotund man wore a satisfied smile, pleased with the performance of his formidable warrior. In recent days, Xiaoma had resolved numerous troubles for him with remarkable bravery. Today, the oblivious Zhang Fan was destined to be eliminated by Xiaoma. To challenge me, such folly. The rotund man reveled in his delight, relishing the current state of affairs. Empowered and unrestrained, free to act without fear of consequence, with no one to curtail his actions. However, just then, the aggressively charging Xiaoma was abruptly sent hurtling backward at an even greater speed, hurtling straight toward the rotund man. The rotund man was momentarily taken aback, but his reaction was swift. Silver arcs of electricity erupted from his body. With a sudden movement, he sidestepped, appearing 3 meters to the left, narrowly avoiding the collision with the muscular youth. While he evaded with remarkable speed, his entourage of henchmen was not so fortunate, finding themselves caught in the path of the oncoming force, leading to chaos and disarray. What just happened? The rotund man quickly turned his gaze to Zhang Fan, who at that moment was radiating silver light, having fully transformed into a metallic being. The rotund man's pupils constricted. Metallic ability? He was utterly astonished, never having anticipated that Zhang Fan's power would manifest as metal transformation. Although I have yet to confront a metallized mutant, one can easily deduce the formidable nature of such an opponent. A body transformed into metal undoubtedly possesses immense defensive capabilities. Damn it! An enraged roar erupted as the muscular young man sprang to his feet, his fierce gaze fixed on Zhang Fan. You have thoroughly enraged me, and I shall tear you to shreds. No sooner had he uttered these words than he lunged at Zhang Fan once more. Come at me. Zhang Fan glared at the ground and charged toward the muscular youth. His speed was remarkable. His feet struck the ground with a resounding metallic thud, akin to the sound of hooves pounding the pavement, resonating with raw power. With a resounding crash, the two collided, reminiscent of two speeding cars crashing into one another. There were no elaborate techniques or evasive maneuvers, merely a straightforward clash of strength. It was evident that both parties possessed unwavering confidence in their physical prowess. However, the outcome revealed Zhang Fan standing firmly in place, unyielding. The muscular young man, embodying the ferocity of a wolf, let out a pained scream, as if struck by a speeding locomotive, and was forcefully propelled backward, landing several meters away with a thud. The youth felt as if his bones had shattered, struggling to rise, only to spit out a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness entirely. Old Ma, are you all right? The rotund man and his entourage instantly changed their expressions. Splendid, Zhang Wenci exclaimed, leaping with excitement and pounding the air with his fists. The boss is truly impressive. Yang Linger maintained a stoic expression, yet a sigh of relief escaped her. The rotund man glanced at his unconscious subordinate and then at the advancing Zhang Fan, his eyelids twitching slightly as a forced smile spread across his face. I never anticipated my brother to be so formidable. We have misjudged you. I sincerely apologize. We shall take our leave now. With Zhang Fan's swift defeat of the young man, the rotund man recognized that he would be no match for Zhang Fan. Even if he were to engage, while he could potentially overpower the young man, he would lack the ease with which Zhang Fan had dispatched him. Moreover, His ability to manipulate lightning was severely countered by Zhang Fan's metallization. Faced with Zhang Fan, he had no chance of victory, and thus, discretion became the better part of valor. Though the rotund man was ruthless, he was also pragmatic. Knowing he could not win, he would never charge in recklessly. To clash head-on, that is the folly of a fool. Zhang Fan regarded the rotund man with disdain. You think you can come and go as you please, treating my domain as a mere playground? Zhang Fan was not a bloodthirsty individual, but neither was he a naive do-gooder. The rotund man not only sought to seize his property, but also intended to take his life. Thus, Zhang Fan would not let him escape. Furthermore, the rotund man was clearly a cunning and treacherous character, a smiling tiger with a narrow heart. To avoid unnecessary complications, it would be prudent to eliminate him entirely, ensuring a peaceful night's sleep thereafter. The rotund man's countenance stiffened as he forced a smile. My young friend, consider my predicament. He then called to his subordinates. Quickly unload the supplies we collected today and leave them for our young friend as compensation. The group of subordinates appeared somewhat reluctant. Upon witnessing the scene, the portly man bellowed in fury, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and move." However, his words were abruptly cut short. A golden disc sliced through his neck, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. In the next moment, his head rolled off, landing on the ground. His eyes wide open in a final expression of shock. Boss. A group of subordinates turned pale, their expressions transforming as they cast terrified glances at Zhang Fan. The woman accompanying the portly man collapsed in fear, utterly paralyzed by terror. With a swift motion, the metallic disc soared through the air before returning gracefully to hover beside Zhang Fan. He approached with elegant strides, looking down at the lifeless body of the portly man, and remarked coolly, "In this line of work, one must always repay their debts." Subsequently, he collected 3 luminous orbs, 1 gold, 1 silver, and 1 white, from the deceased. Constitution, 15. Spirit, 15. Acquired the ability to manipulate lightning. This portly man possessed a significantly greater strength in both constitution and spirit than the previous ability users Zhang Fan had encountered. He couldn't help but reflect that not only the portly man, but also the werewolf youth he had just faced, were formidable opponents. Had they not crossed paths with him, their fate would not have been so dire. A question arose in his mind. Why were they so powerful? With this inquiry lingering, Zhang Fan turned his gaze toward the portly man's subordinates. The group was visibly shaken, each one appearing as though they were facing a formidable foe. Their faces etched with fear as they looked at him. They were acutely aware of the portly man's strength and the disastrous outcome they had just witnessed at Zhang Fan's hands. How strong must he be? How could they not be afraid? However, Zhang Fan had no intention of eliminating them. They had not wronged him. "If you wish to live, answer me a question," he stated with a stoic expression. "Ask. Please ask. Whatever you want to know, we will answer without reservation." The subordinates hastily nodded, eager to respond quickly to avoid incurring Zhang Fan's wrath. In these times, life was of little value. Death could come easily, and no one would bear any legal consequences. This fellow just mentioned crystals. Zhang Fan pointed at the now human werewolf youth and inquired, "What are crystals?" "Boss, you don't know what crystals are?" One chubby subordinate replied, puzzled. "Crystals are found in the heads of zombies and ability users. If we kill a zombie or an ability user, we can extract the crystals from their skulls. These crystals contain a mysterious energy, and by absorbing it, we can grow stronger." As he spoke, the chubby subordinate pulled out a white crystal the size of a peanut from his pocket. "This is what it looks like, boss. Please take a look." Zhang Fan accepted the white crystal, examining it closely. He could distinctly sense the peculiar energy contained within the small white crystal, and an instinctive desire surged within him, akin to the hunger one feels when famished. "How does one absorb this?" Zhang Fan inquired further. "Simply hold it in your palm, and your body will absorb it automatically." The chubby subordinate eagerly replied, with the others nodding in agreement. Zhang Fan followed their instructions, and indeed, the results were as they had promised. A gentle stream of energy flowed from the palm of his hand, gradually coursing into his arm, then cascading into his shoulder, chest, brain, abdomen, and ultimately permeating his limbs and bones. Instantly, a warm sensation enveloped his entire body, bringing immense comfort. Zhang Fan was both astonished and elated, suddenly realizing that this crystal was indeed a means of cultivation for those endowed with supernatural abilities. All along, he had observed his own strength growing. while Jingya remained stagnant in her progress, which troubled her greatly. She frequently inquired about Zhang Fan's training regimen, wondering why he continued to become stronger. What could Zhang Fan possibly say? Even if he explained, Jingya would be unable to replicate it, as she had not acquired any supernatural abilities and was incapable of perceiving the luminous orbs, let alone gathering them. Therefore, Zhang Fan's method of gaining strength remained uniquely his own, inaccessible to others. This predicament weighed heavily on him. His teammates were unable to advance. While the zombies grew increasingly powerful, this was indeed an alarming situation. At last, he had discovered the correct method of cultivation. Zhang Fan pondered. Did every zombie possess such crystals within their heads? In the 5 days leading up to the apocalypse, only a few zombies had them, but now, virtually all zombies possessed these crystals, responded the plump young man. Ah, so that is how it is. Chapter 32. The power of lightning abilities. After clarifying the details regarding the white crystals, Zhang Fan dismissed the group, although he chose to retain the muscular youth. This individual exuded an unsavory aura, prompting Zhang Fan to employ his transmutation ability to transform him into a golden statue, ensuring he would remain forever in Huading Yuan. Upon returning to the villa, Zhang Fan shared the news of the white crystals with all his teammates, who were overwhelmed with excitement. Our strength has been stagnant for so long, but now we can finally enhance our abilities, Jingya exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. But, one must wonder, how did those individuals know that such white crystals would appear within the heads of zombies? Most people instinctively avoid zombies, and even if they were to slay one, they would recoil at the filth. Under normal circumstances, even if there were indeed something within the zombies' heads, no one would notice. Zhang Fan was just like that. He decimated zombies with fervor, yet never touched them, merely severing their heads and moving on without a second thought. I can't say, Zhang Fan replied with a slight shake of his head. What truly matters now is collecting the white crystals. With that, he retrieved over 20 white crystals from his pocket. These were pilfered from the earlier group, who had submitted them without hesitation once he made his request. How cooperative they were. There are over 20 here. Let us distribute 3 to each person and test the effects. Zhang Fan placed the crystals on the coffee table. Thank you, boss. Thank you, brother Zhang Fan. Everyone was elated as they joyfully divided the white crystals, eagerly preparing to experiment with their newfound treasures. Zhang Fan took 3 crystals and placed them before De Huang, instructing, De Huang, pin them down with your paw. He affectionately patted De Huang's head and set the 3 crystals on the ground. However, De Huang did not comply. Instead, he extended his tongue and swallowed the 3 crystals. You must not eat those. Zhang Fan was taken aback, swiftly grasping De Huang's mouth, exclaiming, spit it out. Hurry, spit it out. De Huang whimpered a couple of times, his throat convulsing as he swallowed 3 crystals whole. Zhang Fan, infuriated, resolved to teach the dog a lesson to ensure it remembered. However, De Huang gazed up at him with innocent, pleading eyes, his fluffy head adding to his charm, softening Zhang Fan's heart, and he hesitated to punish him. You rascal. Zhang Fan affectionately patted his head, scrutinizing him for a moment and discovering that De Huang exhibited no signs of distress. Gradually, he felt reassured. He then retrieved 3 more crystals from his pocket, settling onto the sofa to absorb them. De Huang obediently lay by Zhang Fan's feet, guarding him. A steady stream of warm energy flowed through his palm into his body, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. However, this delightful sensation was short-lived, coming to an abrupt end. In just 30 minutes, the 3 crystals vanished from his hand, completely absorbed. So soon? Zhang Fan exclaimed in astonishment. 3 crystals lasted only 30 minutes, averaging a mere 10 minutes per crystal. Far too fleeting. Curious about the results, he summoned his attribute panel. Constitution increased by 15. Spirit also increased by 15. Zhang Fan was taken aback. This meant that absorbing the white crystals not only enhanced his constitution, but also his spirit, with each crystal contributing an increase of 0.5. He was perplexed. When he defeated zombies, they only dropped constitution orbs, never spirit orbs. Why, then, could he absorb the crystals from the zombies' heads and elevate both attributes? It seemed illogical. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The significant revelation was that absorbing the white crystals could elevate his spirit, which was Zhang Fan's primary concern. While he had been swiftly enhancing his constitution through defeating zombies, his spirit had stagnated. The disparity between the 2 attributes had been a source of frustration for him. But now there was hope. He could absorb white crystals to boost his spirit. More crystals meant more gains. From now on, he would need to collect crystals while hunting zombies. Rising, Zhang Fan glanced at the others, noticing they were still engaged in absorbing the white crystals, yet to awaken. It seems I'm the fastest, he muttered, then turned his attention back to De Huang, who appeared perfectly fine. It seemed consuming the white crystals posed no danger after all. Relieved, he quietly stepped outside the villa to experiment with his newly acquired abilities. Earlier that day, he had slain the muscular youth and the rotund man, resulting in 2 ability orbs. However, Zhang Fan found the muscular youth's werewolf transformation ability unappealing and chose not to collect it. Thus, he only acquired the power to manipulate lightning, marking his 7th ability. De Huang followed Zhang Fan outside, as he silently attuned himself to the lightning power, exploring its potential. Suddenly, arcs of electricity surged from Zhang Fan's body, crackling with a series of sharp sounds as silvery currents danced across his form, soon enveloping him entirely. His hair stood on end, and he was bathed in a shimmering veil of electricity, resembling a deity of thunder descended upon the mortal realm. Observing this transformation, De Huang was unfazed. It merely stepped back a few paces, cautious not to be caught in the electric storm, showcasing its newfound intelligence, almost demon-like. Zhang Fan gazed at the flowing currents around his hands and then at a distant tree, abruptly extending a finger. With a crack, a bolt of electricity, as thick as a thumb, shot forth from his fingertip, striking the tree with tremendous force. A plume of black smoke rose as he focused his gaze. A gaping hole had been carved into the stout trunk, its interior charred black, as if scorched by fire. Truly, the power of lightning was formidable. Zhang Fan reveled in the potency of his new ability and continued to experiment. After several trials, he discerned 2 primary applications of his control over lightning. First, its offensive capability. A single surge of electricity could cleave through a tree as thick as an embrace. Second, its enhancement of speed. Bathed in lightning, Zhang Fan's agility surged, reaching speeds akin to a thunderclap, particularly when he underwent metallization and was further imbued with electricity. His velocity and explosive strength escalated to an entirely new echelon. Exhilarating. After nearly half an hour of experimentation and having familiarized himself with the manipulation of lightning, Zhang Fan returned to the villa with De Huang. The others were still engaged in absorption, remarkably slow. Shaking his head, he approached his notebook to continue transferring resources to the 7 new phones. More than half an hour later, Jingya was the first to awaken, followed closely by Yonglinger. One by one, everyone roused from their trance. Zhang Fan glanced at the time. The entire process of absorption had taken approximately 2 hours. The sluggishness was quite evident. He concluded that the stronger one's abilities, the faster the absorption of the crystals. Conversely, the weaker, the slower. This was easily understandable. Those with robust constitutions could consume and digest more efficiently, while the frail would inevitably lag behind. How does everyone feel? Zhang Fan inquired with a smile as they all ceased their absorption. Has your strength increased? Yes, Jingya exclaimed excitedly. I feel that with just 16 or 17 more crystals, I should be able to advance. I am nearly there as well. Zhang Wenxi added, equally thrilled. These crystals are miraculous. I feel invigorated, and my mental acuity is far more vibrant than before. Brother Zhang Fan, these crystals are indeed effective. Wang Yuan opened her palm, revealing a sphere of green light. Look at my ability's light orb. It has noticeably expanded. The range I can detect has increased by over 100 meters. Xiao Jia also expressed her delight. Yang Linger remained silent, yet her expression clearly indicated significant progress. Indeed, the enhancement was apparent. Zhang Fan's physique and mental foundation were robust, so an increase of 15 points was less noticeable. However, for the others, who were weaker and had a fragile foundation, the absorption of 3 white crystals brought about a remarkable transformation. That's precisely it, Zhang Fan declared with a smile. It seems that absorbing the energy within the white crystals is the correct path for cultivation. Therefore, moving forward, in addition to gathering supplies, we must also focus on the large-scale collection of white crystals. Absolutely. Everyone concurred wholeheartedly. No one desires to remain weak. To grow stronger, one must gather the white crystals. Although the act of cracking open a zombie's skull and sifting through its brain matter for crystals is utterly repulsive, it is a necessity. This is the sole method to enhance our power. Let us convene briefly. Zhang Fan surveyed the group. Our team has expanded, and we now possess ample manpower. Therefore, I propose we divide our team into two factions. One group will guard our home, organizing supplies and attending to domestic matters, which, though seemingly trivial, consume considerable time and cannot be neglected. The other group will venture forth to gather resources, hunt zombies, and collect white crystals. Do we agree? I have no objections. Wang Yuan was the first to raise her hand in agreement. She preferred to avoid the spotlight. Compared to hunting zombies, she found solace in managing household tasks. I concur. Jingya nodded. We have amassed a significant stockpile at home, and these supplies require vigilant oversight. Otherwise, if someone were to steal from us, all our efforts would be in vain. I have no objections. The others echoed their agreement. Since there were no dissenting voices, it was settled. Zhang Fan nodded and continued. Who wishes to guard the home, and who is eager to venture out to hunt zombies? The answers were evident, requiring no inquiry. Chao Jia, Wang Yuan, and Zhou Ling all preferred to stay home, their temperaments more suited for peace than violence. Conversely, Zhang Fan, Zhang Wenxi, and Yang Ling were keen to venture out and increase their strength. Jingya found herself with no choice. As the team's mobile storage, Zhang Fan relied on her to carry supplies, making her participation in the outing essential. This arrangement, however, was unsatisfactory. Jingya frowned. Wang Yuan, Sister Chao, and Zhou Ling are all support types. Leaving them to guard the home is unsafe. How about this? Let Zhang and Sister Yang take turns. One guarding the home each day? What do you think? That sounds reasonable. Zhang Wenxi nodded. I have no objections. Yang Ling stated calmly. Both Zhang Wenxi and Yang Ling agreed, recognizing it as the most equitable solution. With only 3 combat-oriented abilities among the team, it was imperative to leave one behind. Zhang Fan was the first to be excluded. His efficiency in hunting zombies was formidable, making it a waste of resources to keep him from collecting white crystals. That left only Zhang Wenxi and Yang Ling, both of whom desired to go out. To ensure fairness, a rotation for guarding the home was the wisest choice. It need not be so complicated. Zhang Fan waved his hand. I have a method to secure the home, ensuring no one can steal from us. What method? The group looked at him in confusion. The mountain man has his own clever strategies. You will understand in due time. Zhang Fan smiled mysteriously and continued with the arrangements. This afternoon, we shall not gather supplies. Jingya and I will go out to collect white crystals, while the rest of you stay home to organize the supplies. We aim to complete the organization of all the resources we have gathered in the past few days. Tomorrow morning, June 11th, I, Jingya, Zhang, and Sister Yang will set out. In the morning, we will collect food and water. In the afternoon, we will gather other supplies, while also collecting crystals along the way. Any objections? None. It is a very reasonable arrangement. Hands raised in unanimous support. Chapter 33, The Duplication of Abilities. After a brief meeting, Zhang Fan and Jingya bid farewell to the others and departed from the villa. Of course, De Huang accompanied them. The heavy truck moved steadily along the street littered with severed limbs and debris. Aside from the haphazardly parked vehicles, various types of refuse were strewn about. The zombies surrounding Huading Yiyuan had been nearly eradicated by Zhang Fan, rendering the street eerily quiet. Where to? Jingyu inquired. Fengshan Road subway station. Zhang Fan had already contemplated their destination. For the purpose of solely hunting zombies without gathering supplies, they needed to venture to a location with a dense population. The subway station was undoubtedly an excellent choice, particularly since it was less than 3 kilometers from Huading Yiyuan. All right. Jingya had no objections, though she emphasized, there will surely be many zombies at the subway station, so be cautious. Rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I will ensure your safety. Zhang Fan reassured her with a smile. Jingya bit her lip and smiled dreamily. What are you laughing at? Zhang Fan asked, slightly puzzled. Nothing, I just feel, well, very at ease with you. Jingya remarked meaningfully. Is that so? That is wonderful. Zhang Fan laughed heartily, pressing the accelerator as the heavy truck headed towards Fengshan Road subway station. Zhang Fan had traversed this route before. The vehicles blocking the way had already been violently pushed aside, leaving a clear path ahead. In less than 5 minutes, the truck arrived at Fengshan Road subway station. It was an intersection, with dozens of vehicles parked haphazardly along the road. Zhang Fan's keen eyes quickly spotted a fuel tanker among the traffic, which brought him great joy. I've been hoping to find a fuel tanker these past few days, and here it is, Zhang Fan exclaimed, pointing at the tanker with a smile. What a stroke of luck. Although he had decided to collect a solar power generation system for future use, Zhang Fan also resolved to amass a substantial amount of diesel as a precaution. Should the solar power system be damaged, he could still rely on a diesel generator. Moreover, vehicles require fuel. Therefore, stockpiling diesel was a prudent measure, and the fuel tanker was undoubtedly the optimal means for transporting and storing it. Jingya, too, gazed at the fuel tanker, her face alight with delight. We can drive it home later. Zhang Fan nodded, scanning the surroundings. Being at an intersection, there were numerous zombies nearby. Upon hearing the commotion of the heavy truck, they began to converge, and a closer look revealed that these zombies were noticeably faster, their limbs less stiff than before. Although they were still not as agile as normal humans, they had indeed improved significantly compared to the zombies from 3 days prior. Do you see? These zombies are undoubtedly evolving, and the transformation in just 3 days is astounding, Zhang Fan said gravely, pointing at the encroaching zombies. It was hard to imagine what they would ultimately evolve into as time progressed. Jingya sighed, her brow furrowed with concern. The most troublesome aspect is the sheer number of zombies. Indeed, far too many. Zhang Fan agreed wholeheartedly. In terms of evolutionary speed, these clumsy zombies were still inferior to the cunning human beings. Whether they would grow more intelligent in the future remained uncertain, rendering any conclusions premature. However, the overwhelming number of zombies had transformed the world into a realm dominated by them, with humanity reduced to a mere minority. In such a scenario, if the zombies were to become stronger, could humanity withstand the relentless tide of their advancing horde? Thus, we must become stronger. Zhang Fan took a deep breath, parked the truck by the roadside, then opened the door and leaped out. With so many zombies around, leaving Jingya alone was unsafe, and taking her along posed its own dangers. Zhang Fan created a duplicate, sending it out to hunt zombies while he remained in the vehicle to safeguard Jingya's security. With a decisive thud, Zhang Fan returned to the driver's seat and closed the door. Jingya was momentarily bewildered. She glanced at the duplicate Zhang Fan outside, then at the Zhang Fan beside her, rubbing her eyes vigorously to dispel any doubt. She had not misjudged. Indeed, there were 2 Zhang Fans. Zhang Fan, what is happening? Jingya asked, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. How can there be 2 of you? That is a duplicate. Zhang Fan explained with a smile. I possess the ability to create duplicates. The ability to create duplicates? Jingya comprehended swiftly, yet her astonishment grew. When did you awaken this power? It must have been the day I gathered generators at the Baijia Road Agricultural Machinery Company. Zhang Fan chuckled. You encountered a zombie with the power to create duplicates then? Jingya's mouth fell agape. Almost. Zhang Fan nodded. Why have you awakened such powers consecutively? Jingya queried, incredulous. Suddenly, Jingya recalled the sequence of Zhang Fan's power awakenings. Upon encountering Yang Jialong, who could manipulate metal, Zhang Fan had awakened the ability to control metal. When faced with a zombie possessing the power to create duplicates, he had awakened that very ability. And upon meeting Wang Hui, who could alloy materials, Zhang Fan had acquired the ability to alloy as well. Was this not extraordinary coincidence? Just then, a brilliant surge of electricity erupted from the duplicate outside, with bolts of lightning, as thick as a thumb, striking down upon the surrounding zombies. The creatures' heads exploded, their bodies charred and twitching as they collapsed. Controlling lightning? Jingya exclaimed, her mouth agape. Isn't that the ability of that rotund man from earlier today? No way. This is no coincidence. Jingya gazed at Zhang Fan, her eyes sparkling with newfound realization. Zhang Fan, could it be that you've awakened an ability akin to duplication? Zhang Fan paused, bewildered. Why do you say that? Jingya promptly articulated her reasoning, and upon hearing it, Zhang Fan couldn't help but shake his head. So, do these abilities you possess derive from those individuals? Jingya scrutinized Zhang Fan intently. It appeared that he could no longer conceal the truth. Zhang Fan sighed inwardly. In truth, concealing it is nearly impossible. It is far too easy to guess, unless one refrains from revealing such extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, it cannot be hidden at all, can it? Noticing Zhang Fan's silence, Jingya grew anxious, shaking his arm and pouting in a playful manner. Zhang Fan cleared his throat twice and nodded. It's somewhat accurate. But it's not about duplicating abilities. Rather, it involves the usurpation of powers. Once usurped, others will completely lose their abilities. Thus, I do not dare to seize them lightly. I can only usurp the powers of those who are certain to perish. I had wondered why you had been consecutively awakening new abilities. Jingya felt both jealousy and admiration. You are incredibly fortunate to awaken the power of usurpation. Keep this a secret. Do not tell anyone else. Zhang Fan instructed. Of course. Jingya nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at rice, excitedly proclaiming, "This is our secret. You know, and I know." Indeed, a secret. Zhang Fan sighed in relief, having successfully navigated the topic. Yet, I must say, your ability is truly formidable. Jingya exclaimed in awe. As you continue to usurp, won't you become increasingly powerful? Zhang Fan chuckled. That is my objective. With diligent effort, I shall follow you in the future. I am determined to hold on to this substantial support. Jingya laughed heartily. You are permitted to cling to me. Zhang Fan chuckled again. In the brief moment that passed, the duplicates had already dispatched the zombies at the intersection. Let us go. Right. The two of them exited the vehicle, surrounded by the corpses of zombies and the stench of putrid blood. With a mere thought, Zhang Fan created 20 duplicates. After reaching level 3, he could produce 30 at once, but that would exhaust his stamina. 20 duplicates were just perfect. Jingya was astonished. Zhang Fan, you can create so many duplicates? That's incredible. Oh, it's nothing much. Zhang Fan smiled, then instructed the duplicates. Collect the white crystals. Understood. The 20 duplicates immediately dispersed, approaching the corpses of the zombies to gather the white crystals. Hunting zombies was easy. Collecting the white crystals was the challenge. The white crystals were only the size of peanuts, hidden within the zombie skulls. To retrieve the crystals, one had to first smash open the zombie's head, then meticulously search through the brain matter and blood, far more unpleasant than sifting through coffee beans and elephant dung. This process was gruesome, filthy, and troublesome. Thus, the duplicates were tasked with the labor. Fortunately, after locating a few white crystals, the duplicates quickly discerned their precise locations. They were situated above the upper hill of the brain, behind the medullary stria, and between the thalamus on its side. In simpler terms, they resided just behind the forehead, roughly in the same region as the pineal gland. How disgusting! Jingya exclaimed, unable to restrain herself from covering her nose as she watched the 20 duplicates smash open the zombies' heads and search for the white crystals. You must learn to adapt. Zhang Fan replied while collecting the golden orbs. In the future, you too shall gather the white crystals. Don't say that. Jingya began to retch. Before long, Zhang Fan had collected all the orbs, increasing his physical attributes by 27. Leaving the copies to continue gathering the white crystals, Zhang Fan descended the subway station with Jingya and De Huang. As he stepped down the stairs, he was met with an astonishing number of zombies wandering in the station's hall. They were densely packed, jostling against one another. These zombies, akin to headless flies, either stood still or meandered aimlessly. A cursory glance revealed at least 100. De Huang, protect Jingya, barked De Huang in response. Excellent. Zhang Fan nodded slightly, transforming into his silver alloy form, drawing his treasured blade from his waist. This blade resembled a tang sword, similar in width, but significantly shorter, measuring only 30 centimeters. Previously, he wielded a large cleaver for its superior hacking ability and greater lethality. However, having recently advanced to level 3, his strength had surged, allowing him to effortlessly sever a zombie's head with a small dagger. The cumbersome cleaver was no longer necessary. Zhang Fan fashioned himself a short-bladed tang sword, compact, lightweight, and undeniably stylish. Kill. An electrifying current enveloped him, rendering him akin to a thunder god bathed in lightning. With a flash, Zhang Fan plunged into the throng of zombies. The short dagger danced like the scythe of death, precisely slicing through the necks of the undead. With each thrust, blood gushed forth, and heads rolled from the shoulders of the zombies, cascading to the ground. Chapter 34. Instantaneous movement. This guy is becoming increasingly formidable. Jingya stood at the stairway, witnessing Zhang Fan navigate the zombie horde with agile ferocity, cutting left and right in a frenzy. She was struck by immense awe. Having witnessed Zhang Fan hunt zombies on numerous occasions, none had left her as profoundly shaken as this. Enveloped in alloy and shimmering with silver electricity, his speed was unparalleled. In mere moments, he darted through the horde, decapitating dozens of zombies. What did it mean to chop vegetables? This was it. Absolutely stunning, was it not? Terrifying strength, astonishing speed, exaggerated defense. Jingya's eyes sparkled with admiration. Zhang Fan was undoubtedly the epitome of a perfect supernatural being, with limitless potential ahead. As Jingya marveled in silent reverence, the zombies in the hall were nearly eradicated. Only a few remained, and Zhang Fan was swiftly attending to them. In no time, the zombie army was completely vanquished. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the blood-soaked short knife swinging, all traces of gore sliding off, restoring its pristine sheen. Crafted from the golden alloy produced by his transmutation ability, it was not only exceptionally sharp, but also impervious to blood. Its surface resembled a waterproof coating, causing blood to simply drop away, much like water on a lotus leaf. However, Zhang Fan himself was splattered with blood, particularly soaked through his clothing. Not a problem. He thought, a shower will suffice. Zhang Fan began to collect the golden orbs of light scattered across the ground, remnants from the nearly 100 zombies he had just dispatched. His keen eyes also caught sight of 2 white orbs. These represented supernatural abilities. 2 white orbs, signifying 2 distinct powers, surprised Zhang Fan with this unexpected boon. However, Zhang Fan was unclear about the specific abilities of the 2 luminous orbs. His swift actions had rendered the zombies, who possessed these powers, unable to deploy their abilities before he vanquished them. Zhang Fan did not rush to collect the 2 orbs. Instead, he first gathered nearly 100 physical orbs. His physical strength increased by 48. Physical strength, level 3, 2,205 10,000. What does a level 3 physical strength of 2,205 signify? Initially, Zhang Fan's physical strength was level 1, 110, where 1 represents the average physical parameters of an adult male. Level 3 at 2,205 is equivalent to an astonishing 2,205 times the initial value. This is an exaggerated figure. It implies that Zhang Fan's current physical prowess is 330 times that of pre-apocalyptic standards. Is this normal? He is undoubtedly superhuman. Zhang Fan did not indulge in arrogance. For as long as he continued to hunt zombies, he could grow even stronger. Thus, he pressed on. Approaching the first white orb, he collected the one that represented an ability. A sudden, piercing pain surged through him, quickly dissipating as swiftly as it had come. Zhang Fan immediately glanced at his attributes panel. Name, Zhang Fan level. Level 3 ability, user physical strength. Level 3, 2,205 10,000, mental strength. Level 2, 195 100, abilities, infinite ability acquisition, metal manipulation, transmutation, creation of clones. Alloying, self-healing, lightning control, gender alteration. Zhang Fan's lips twitched. What kind of ability is that? Is this ability legitimate? He had anticipated a remarkable power, only to be met with this rather underwhelming one. Disappointed, he nonetheless approached the second white orb, brimming with hope for a better ability. With optimistic expectations, Zhang Fan endured the excruciating pain while focusing on the attributes panel. Half a minute later, the sharp pain receded, and the abilities section of the panel transformed. Abilities, infinite ability acquisition, metal manipulation, transmutation, creation of clones, alloying, self-healing, lightning control, gender alteration, teleportation. Zhang Fan was both astonished and elated. Teleportation is an extraordinarily overpowered ability, particularly useful for evasive maneuvers. Just imagine, appearing at point B from point A without a trace. Utterly elusive and unpredictable. What a splendid ability. Suppressing his excitement, Zhang Fan carefully contemplated the Jingya gasped in fright, her complexion paling. Zhang Fan, where are you? Just then, a gentle pat on her shoulder startled her. She quickly turned around to find Zhang Fan standing behind her, a beaming smile adorning his face. Jingya immediately exhaled in relief, but her brows furrowed in anger as she exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing? Do you realize how terrifying that was?" "Haha, don't be angry. I have wonderful news to share. I have awakened. No, rather, I have seized a new extraordinary ability." Zhang Fan laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Jingya's displeasure evaporated, replaced by eagerness as she inquired, "What ability?" "Teleportation," Zhang Fan replied with a slight smile, vanishing once more, only to reappear several meters away. Swish, swish, swish. Zhang Fan continued to disappear and reappear, akin to a phantom, materializing and dematerializing at will. Each time he vanished and reappeared, he traveled several meters without pausing in between. Jingya gazed at him with starry eyes. "This ability is incredible. It significantly enhances your combat prowess. Indeed, in the bustling subway station, I am as elusive as a specter." Zhang Fan's voice resonated throughout the hall. "When combined with my ability to alloy, my combat power has skyrocketed exponentially. You've become even more perfect. I can't help but feel envious. Jingya admitted, indeed feeling a twinge of envy. As an ordinary person, who wouldn't desire the power to soar through the skies and traverse the earth, possessing extraordinary abilities? Compared to auxiliary abilities like spatial manipulation, Jingya found combat abilities far more appealing, as she believed them to be exceedingly cool. Conversely, the spatial ability felt rather mundane to her, akin to an ordinary individual donning a spatial ring. Setting aside the spatial ring, she remained an ordinary person, which left her feeling disheartened. Zhang Fan, do you think I might awaken other abilities in the future? Jingya's voice held a hint of bitterness. Who knows? Zhang Fan shrugged helplessly, reappearing before her. The future is unpredictable. I truly hope to acquire another ability. As they conversed, 20 duplicates descended the staircase and entered the subway hall. They presented Zhang Fan with the white crystals they had just gathered, exactly 54 of them. These pea-sized crystals were far from pristine, stained with remnants of blood and emanating a foul odor. The smell is quite overwhelming. We must clean them thoroughly when we return. Zhang Fan wrinkled his nose, placing the crystals into a plastic bag and handing it to Jingya. She swiftly stowed the bag into her spatial compartment. She was acutely aware of her role. Accompanying Zhang Fan was merely to serve as a tool. To put it nicely, she was there for companionship. To put it bluntly, she was akin to a spatial ring. It was a rather poignant tale. A little while later, the duplicates had collected a substantial number of crystals from the hall, 96 in total this time. Together with the previous collection, they had amassed 150 crystals, showcasing an astonishing efficiency in their gathering. However, Zhang Fan had no intention of returning just yet. He gathered 20 duplicates and, along with Jingya and De Huang, departed from the Fengshan Road subway station, setting his sights on the next station. Zhang Fan dispatched another duplicate. You drive that tanker and bring it here. Understood. The duplicate responded immediately. Let us board the vehicle as well. Zhang Fan and Jingya boarded the heavy-duty truck, continuing their journey towards the next destination, Huangbai Road subway station. As Zhang Fan pressed the accelerator, the truck surged forward along Jinxiu Road, with a clone driving a fuel tanker closely trailing behind. Huangbai Road subway station was not far from Fengshan Road subway station. It would take merely 2 minutes to reach. However, as they passed by Eurasia Business College, Zhang Fan was startled by the sounds of fierce combat emanating from within the institution. What's happening? Jingya inquired, puzzled. Listen. Zhang Fan pointed towards the school beside the road. Despite the walls separating them, the sounds of intense conflict were clearly audible. There seemed to be a violent struggle taking place within the school, accompanied by the noise of collisions, explosions, and the chilling roars of zombies. Evidently, there were supernatural beings engaged in battle with the undead, and the skirmish was quite intense. Should we go take a look? Zhang Fan asked Jingya. Whatever. Jingya replied, her reluctance evident. She preferred to avoid unnecessary complications, whether from zombies or humans, having grown increasingly distrustful of strangers. Then I'll go check it out. Zhang Fan was eager to investigate, not merely for the thrill, but in hopes of acquiring new abilities. Go ahead, Jingya said. I'll stay in the car and wait for you. My presence would only complicate things for you. All right. Zhang Fan nodded, opened the truck door, and leaped out. He then created a clone to protect Jingya while he dashed towards the school. With a swift motion, Zhang Fan leapt gracefully onto the 2-meter-high wall, landing firmly atop it. What lay before him was astonishing. It appeared to be a library building, and in the plaza in front of it, a large horde of zombies had gathered, an estimated 4 or 5 dozen at least. Alarmingly, more zombies were drawn by the commotion, continuously converging towards this location. This group of zombies was clad in student uniforms, likely the unfortunate students of Eurasia Business College transformed into the undead. At that moment, these student zombies were fervently assaulting the library, while 5 or 6 students valiantly defended against the onslaught, each possessing supernatural abilities. One student was engulfed in flames, their hands resembling flamethrowers as they unleashed torrents of fire, creating a blazing barrier that held back the zombies. Another student, bracing themselves against the ground, summoned sharp earthen spikes that erupted like stalagmites, striking at the approaching zombies. Yet another student shot beams of brilliant crimson light from their eyes, firing relentlessly at the horde. Regrettably, the accuracy of these crimson beams was woefully poor. They were more akin to random bursts than precise shots. The zombies' weakness lay in their heads. A direct blow or severing of the head would ensure their demise. However, this student failed to achieve a fatal shot, as the beams merely perforated the zombies without delivering a decisive blow, prompting a shake of Zhang Fan's head in disbelief. The final student stood out for their sheer ferocity. Towering over 2 meters, their muscular physique was more imposing than that of any world champion bodybuilder. He charged into the horde of zombies, weaving through them with the ferocity of a rampaging bull, effortlessly sending the undead flying. With a single punch, he could easily shatter a zombie's skull, exhibiting an extraordinary strength. The 4 students, 3 males and 1 female, displayed remarkable bravery. Yet, even amidst the zombies, there were formidable adversaries. In Chapter 35, Rescue, the scene unfolds with approximately 40 to 50 ordinary zombies, but among them lurked 3 with extraordinary abilities. One was a balding middle-aged male zombie, appearing to be in his 40s, his skin a ghastly pallor yet devoid of any signs of decay. Strangely, this balding zombie was crackling with lightning, wildly unleashing bolts in all directions. It was evident that he had awakened the power to manipulate electricity, similar to that of the rotund man. However, he lacked intelligence and was incapable of wielding this ability effectively, sending erratic arcs of electricity towards the 4 students and the surrounding zombies, with terrible accuracy. Another was a disheveled female student zombie, equally free of decay. Her power lay in earth manipulation, hurling chunks of marble flooring indiscriminately around her. The final empowered zombie was a frail male, standing at around 1.60 meters. Despite his scrawny limbs, his ability seemingly enhanced his strength. He pursued a robust student towering at 2 meters, surprisingly matching him blow for blow with astonishing power. Observing the 3 empowered zombies, Zhang Fan licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with avarice. He acknowledged his envy, coveting the powers of these 3 zombies. No, too. He himself possessed the ability to control lightning and therefore had no desire for the electric zombie's power. Those 2 abilities shall be mine. Zhang Fan refrained from acting immediately, opting instead to observe further. All 4 students possessed combat-oriented abilities and demonstrated commendable valor. Should fortune favor him, he could recruit them, thereby strengthening his team. Currently, his group consisted of 8 members, predominantly support roles. Only Zhang Fan, Zhang Wenxi, and Yang Linger wielded combat abilities, which was evidently insufficient. If he could enlist these 4, it would undoubtedly bolster their combat prowess significantly. "Old Yang, we have to retreat. I can't hold on much longer," cried the student, whose eyes emitted crimson laser beams. His complexion flushed and beads of sweat forming on his brow. His name was Bao Yuning, a 21-year-old junior at Eurasia Business College. The other 3 were also students from the same institution. The burly one was named Yang Guang. The handsome youth with earth manipulation was Chui Yin, and the flame-wreathed girl was called Wu Yin. "I can't hold on either," Chui Yin gasped, his face pale. "Yang Guang, we must retreat. The zombies are increasing in number." The imposing Yang Guang, while fending off the frail male zombie, shouted, "Wu Yin, retreat?" They were all survivors from Eurasia Business College, having formed this makeshift team in recent days. Initially, they had taken refuge in a small supermarket adjacent to the school cafeteria, where they had remained relatively safe. The reason I ventured into the library today was to rescue Wu Yan's twin sister, Wu Miao. However, I did not anticipate the overwhelming presence of zombies, among which were 3 formidable creatures possessing supernatural abilities. The sheer number of zombies, coupled with these 3 mutated beings, began to take its toll on us. Yang Guang, too, started to waver. Risking his life for another sister seemed unworthy. Wu Yin bit her lip, her eyes filled with a fierce determination. She was acutely aware that her sister was on the top floor of the library and still alive. Mere steps separated them. If only they could reach the top floor, she could bring her sister to safety. Yet, the horde of zombies was too great, and they were nearing their limit. Continuing to push forward would only lead to doom. Meow meow. Wu Yan's eyes turned crimson as she let out a pained, anguished roar, struggling to utter a single word. Retreat. Upon hearing this, Yang Guang and the others sighed in relief. They had feared that Wu Yan's stubbornness would drive them all to their demise. "You 3 go ahead through the side entrance on the 1st floor. I will hold them back," Yang Guang shouted. "All right." Bao Yuning and the others understood that Yang Guang was robust and remarkably swift, capable of keeping pace with them. They broke free from the fray and dashed towards the library's side entrance. However, at that moment, a series of beastly growls echoed from the 2nd floor, and they beheld over 30 zombies rushing down the stairs, surrounding them from behind. The most despairing sight was the relentless stream of zombies pouring down from above, charging towards them. Damn it! There are zombies on the second floor. We are surrounded. It's over. We are doomed. As the zombies advanced, despair washed over Bao Yuning and his companions. They realized they were trapped with no escape. Their strength was waning, and they could not hold out much longer. Caught in a deadly pincer movement. It's all my fault. I have dragged you down with me. Wu Yan's face turned ashen. I'm so sorry. Cui Yin and Bao Yuning remained silent, neither offering forgiveness nor voicing complaints. Forgiveness? After narrowly surviving and awakening their powers, to perish here felt utterly unjust. Complaints? What good would that do now? Would it help them escape the encirclement of the zombies? After clinging to life for so long, to die here was truly disheartening. The portly Bao Yuning collapsed onto a trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, a testament to his injuries. What are you three doing? Rise and continue the fight. Face these beasts. Yang Guang roared, attempting to stand, but alas, his strength had been utterly depleted, rendering even the act of standing an arduous challenge. The relentless horde of zombies surged in, the undead from the second floor descending upon them. They resembled sharks sensing blood, howling as they lunged forward, intent on tearing the four asunder. It was hopeless. Despair etched across their faces. At that critical moment, a figure, shimmering like a streak of light, materialized before them. Crackling with blinding silver arcs of electricity, this individual unleashed silver bolts, each as thick as a thumb, striking the oncoming zombies with precision. The destructive power of these electric bolts was astonishing. The zombies convulsed violently, collapsing to the ground in a grotesque dance, never to rise again. In the blink of an eye, the advancing horde suffered catastrophic losses, transforming the vicinity into a veritable vacuum. Yang Guang and his companions stared in stunned silence for several seconds before elation flooded their expressions. They were no fools. They recognized the arrival of a savior, even though they were unfamiliar with this benefactor. The newcomer was, of course, Zhang Fan. Observing the four on the brink of demise, he decisively intervened at the perfect moment, neither too soon nor too late, waiting for them to plunge into despair. The advantage of this timing was clear. Having saved them, they would surely feel an overwhelming sense of gratitude, making it easier for him to win their allegiance, provided they were of a character that valued such acts of kindness. Zhang Fan's display continued. Having dispatched the foremost zombies, he temporarily alleviated their crisis, yet the relentless tide of the undead surged on. Drawing a short blade from his waist, he engaged in close combat. While the power of lightning was formidable, its visual impact was insufficient to leave a lasting impression. Zhang Fan aimed to employ the most striking methods to eliminate the zombies before him, etching an image of invincibility into the minds of the four, ensuring they would never forget him. With deft movements, Zhang Fan wielded his short blade with the finesse of the Grim Reaper's scythe, striking repeatedly. Yang Guang and his companions could scarcely discern Zhang Fan's form, only witnessing the heads of zombies falling one after another, their bodies collapsing in a gruesome cascade. In mere moments, over a dozen zombies lay slain. This spectacle was a visual onslaught, far more stirring than mere bolts of lightning striking down the undead. Incredible. So powerful. The four stood transfixed, their mouths agape, a storm of awe swirling within their hearts. For them, even slaying a single zombie was a daunting endeavor. When besieged by the undead, survival became an arduous task. Thus, a mere 40 or 50 zombies had nearly surrounded them, threatening their total annihilation. Yet for Zhang Fan, dispatching zombies was akin to slicing through vegetables. They were nothing more than insignificant pests. The disparity was staggering. A minute later, under the astonished gazes of the four, the last zombie fell. It was the frail yet formidable zombie that had just clashed with Yang Guang. Despite its emaciated appearance, it possessed immense strength. Yang Guang found himself at a disadvantage during their confrontation. Yet, this powerful zombie did not stand a chance against Zhang Fan. It was dispatched with a single stroke. Its neck severed and its head decapitated, resulting in an immediate demise. Truly remarkable, utterly invincible. The four onlookers expressed their admiration and awe, their eyes betraying a profound respect for strength. The powerful invariably inspire reverence. With a nonchalant flick, Zhang Fan cast off the blood from his short blade and, in an impressively suave manner, sheathed it at his waist. He then gracefully turned to face Yang Guang and his companions. Upon noticing his gaze, the four instinctively felt a bit awkward and quickly rose to their feet. After a brief respite, their strength had somewhat returned, enabling them to stand. "Are you all right?" Zhang Fan inquired with a warm smile. His handsome visage, coupled with a soothing, healing smile, resembled that of a radiant boy basking in sunlight. This smile enveloped Yang Guang and his companions in warmth and reassurance, fostering a significant fondness for Zhang Fan. "We're fine," they responded in unison, shaking their heads and expressing their gratitude. "Thank you for saving us." Zhang Fan waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such formalities. With so few of us left, I could not stand idly by and watch you perish." "How beautifully said." The four were deeply moved, their eyes glistening with tears, and they offered more expressions of gratitude. "Please take a moment to rest. I shall gather the crystals from these zombies," Zhang Fan declared with a smile, and promptly created 20 duplicates to collect the white crystals. Witnessing this, Yang Guang and his companions were momentarily dumbfounded. They recognized the white crystals, having previously gathered and utilized them for their own cultivation. It was the source of their strength. What astonished them was the sheer number of abilities Zhang Fan possessed. He could manipulate lightning, teleport, and now create such a multitude of duplicates. Had he awakened 3 powers on his own? What a jest! Unaware of their astonishment, Zhang Fan seized the opportunity to gather light orbs while his duplicates collected the crystals. The 80 to 90 zombies yielded a total of 48 physical points, along with 3 distinct abilities. 1. Lightning Manipulation. 2. Earth Control. 3. Superhuman Strength. Chapter 36. 4 New Allies. Name: Zhang Fan. Level: Tier 3. Ability: User Physical. Tier 3, 258-1000. Mental: Tier 2, 195-100. Abilities: Infinite Retrieval, Metal Manipulation, Transmutation, Duplication, Alloying, Self-Healing, Lightning Manipulation, Teleportation, Earth Control, Superhuman Strength. Earth Control. Superhuman Strength. Zhang Fan felt a surge of joy. Without a doubt, Earth Control involved the manipulation of earthly materials such as soil, stone, and cement. Even as he newly acquired this ability, Zhang Fan sensed an inexplicable connection with the tiles beneath his feet and the soil underneath them. This connection, akin to that between Zhang Fan and metal, allows for manipulation of the tiles and soil beneath one's feet with but a mere thought. Contemplating this, Zhang Fan gently beckoned with his finger, causing a tile to lift from the ground and soar into the air. This ability to control Earth? Yang Guang and his companions were momentarily taken aback. How many powers had Zhang Fan awakened? Go! With a flick of his fingers, the levitating tile shot forth like a cannonball. Bang! The tile collided with the wall, shattering into fragments. Yet under Zhang Fan's command, several pieces did not fall to the floor. Impressive. Zhang Fan was quite pleased with this newfound ability, adding another tool to his arsenal and enhancing his combat prowess. Alas, once Zhang Fan relinquished control, the shards of tile plummeted to the ground, shattering into dust. Zhang Fan proceeded to explore his second ability, Superhuman Strength. It was evident that this power amplified physical might, though the specifics of its enhancement were yet to be discovered. As he activated the Superhuman Strength ability, an overwhelming force surged from within him. He felt as if he had been reborn, every bone, muscle, an inch of skin brimmed with an energy far surpassing his previous capabilities. This strength felt even greater than after his alloy transformation. Zhang Fan could hardly contain his excitement. This was indeed a remarkable revelation. Post-transformation, he sensed a substantial improvement in his physical attributes: strength, speed, defense, all markedly enhanced. The contrast was striking. At this moment, he could distinctly perceive that his current strength was greater than that following his alloy transformation, with his physique remaining unchanged. Perhaps his muscles had merely tightened slightly. Truly, the Superhuman Strength ability was astonishing in its enhancement. Zhang Fan sighed inwardly. Alas, without a force gauge, he could not accurately measure the increase in his power. Yet, the absence of such a device was inconsequential. He could procure one another day. There was no urgency to measure immediately. Having experienced these two abilities, the duplicates had gathered all the white crystals. Zhang Fan took the plastic bag filled with the crystals and reabsorbed the 20 duplicates into his being. How are you all faring? Zhang Fan inquired, directing his gaze toward Yang Guang and his companions. The four had risen, their earlier fatigue dissipated. They appeared to have recovered quite well. We're nearly ready. Yang Guang scratched his head, revealing a sheepish smile. Thank you so much, big brother. By Yuning, Chui Yin. and Wu Yin also expressed their gratitude, for had it not been for Zhang Fan, they would have surely perished. As they seemed prepared to depart, Zhang Fan nodded slightly. Be careful, don't let yourselves be surrounded by zombies again. It's exceedingly dangerous. The four eagerly nodded, yet their expressions revealed a hesitation. What is the matter? Zhang Fan arched an eyebrow. Well, Yang Guang mustered his courage and cautiously asked, Big brother, may we accompany you? Cui Yin, Bao Yuning, and Wu Yin gazed eagerly at Zhang Fan, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Although they had awakened their extraordinary abilities, their combat prowess remained rather mediocre. They could easily handle solitary zombies, but when confronted with a horde of 10 or more, they found themselves utterly overwhelmed. Thus, these past few days had been fraught with caution and trepidation, rendering their existence anything but comfortable. They were oblivious to how long this predicament would persist, and a sense of foreboding enveloped them, leaving their futures shrouded in uncertainty. Yet upon seeing Zhang Fan today, they glimpsed a flicker of hope. Zhang Fan was formidable. Slaying zombies was akin to slicing through vegetables in his hands. Aligning themselves with him promised a bright future, even if they did not secure a promising fate. At the very least, they would gain his protection, which was infinitely safer than their current fugitive existence. Zhang Fan felt a surge of delight within. Through his recent observations, he discerned that the character of these four individuals was commendable. They had not abandoned their comrades in flight, nor had they betrayed their allies at perilous moments. Zhang Fan did not consider himself a paragon of virtue. He did not expect his companions to be saints. However, it was imperative that they were not treacherous backstabbers. The integrity of these four was satisfactory, making them suitable allies. Furthermore, their combat-oriented abilities compensated for the team's lack of fighting strength. Are you certain? Zhang Fan inquired with an inscrutable expression. Absolutely. The four nodded vigorously, akin to chicks pecking at grain. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Fan reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. Then follow me. Thank you, big brother. No, leader. We are truly grateful and will certainly give our best. The four's faces were alight with uncontainable joy, their excitement palpable. They were indeed exhilarated. Those who had not experienced the apocalypse could never fathom the value of safety. Those who had not been surrounded by zombies could never comprehend the essence of fear. They had endured much and understood the rarity of security. They believed that by aligning with Zhang Fan, they would be under his protection and no longer have to fear the undead. Do we need to gather our belongings? If not, we can depart. Zhang Fan smiled. Yang Guang, Cui Yin, and Bao Yuning all turned to Wu Yin simultaneously. The three were ready to leave at any moment. But Wu Yan's sister remained trapped on the top floor of the library. Leader, Wu Yin relayed the situation, her expression pleading as she looked at Zhang Fan. That's simple. Zhang Fan replied with a faint smile. I will clear the path ahead. You all just need to follow closely behind. Thank you, leader. Wu Yin felt a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears at the prospect of rescuing her sister. Let us proceed. Zhang Fan took the lead, striding toward the staircase, with Yang Guang and the others closely trailing behind. Upon reaching the second floor, they encountered a significant number of zombies. Upon noticing Zhang Fan and his companions, the undead shrieked and lunged toward them. Go! Zhang Fan's short blade flew from his waist, and then split into two, transforming into twin flying daggers that soared forth. With a sound akin to slicing through flesh, the two daggers glided gracefully across the zombies' necks, decapitating them one by one. Witnessing this spectacle, Yang Guang and the others were left in astonishment. Is he controlling the flying daggers? Could this be a manifestation of metal manipulation abilities? My goodness, what kind of extraordinary leader is he? How many abilities has he awakened? Zhang Fan created two duplicates to gather the white crystals, leading the four onward as they continued their journey. On the third and fourth floors, they ascended to the sixth, where in a modest lounge, they discovered Wu Yan's sister, Wu Miao. Wu Miao had fainted from hunger, her appearance gaunt and her complexion waxen, which startled Wu Yin greatly. Miao Miao, wake up, please wake up, Wu Yin cried, tears streaming down her face. Do not fret, she merely fainted from hunger. Zhang Fan reassured. Let us take her away. Jingya has some food. Just give her something to eat. Hom. Wu Yin nodded emphatically. Zhang Fan glanced around, his gaze settling on the door. Suddenly, the hinge connecting the door to its frame snapped, causing the door panel to detach. Lift her onto it. All right. The group placed Wu Miao onto the door panel and then raised it, exiting the library. As the leader, Zhang Fan naturally did not need to carry the door panel. That was the task of the three men. Upon leaving the library and stepping onto the street, they saw heavy trucks and fuel tankers parked by the roadside. Jingya and her clone emerged from one of the vehicles. Zhang Fan, are they survivors from this school? Indeed. They are all ability users. Zhang Fan nodded. Jingya, that girl has fainted from hunger. Please bring 2 bags of milk. Zhang Fan was uncertain how many days Wu Miao had gone without food, but since she had fainted, it was evident she had not eaten for quite some time. Under such circumstances, solid food was inappropriate. Milk would be the most suitable and gentle on her stomach. Jingya waved her hand, and 2 cartons of milk appeared, which she handed to Zhang Fan. He then passed them to Wu Yan. Thank you, Wu Yan said. As she fed her sister Wu Miao the milk, Zhang Fan gestured towards Jingya, saying, allow me to introduce our teammate, Jingya. Her ability is spatial manipulation, and she serves as our team's mobile warehouse. Hello. Jingya smiled at Yang Guang and the others. Greetings. It's a pleasure to meet you. They were all taken aback by Jingya's beauty, which surpassed even that of their school's most admired. I am Zhang Fan. He introduced himself. I possess multiple abilities. As you have all witnessed, please share your introductions. I am Yang Guang. My ability is superhuman physique. I am Cui Yin. My ability is soil manipulation. I am Bao Yuning. My ability is laser vision. I am Wu Yan. My ability is fire manipulation. And this is my sister Wu Miao. Her ability remains unknown. Listening to the introductions, Jingya was somewhat astonished. All 4 possessed combat-oriented abilities, and none were weak. Such a collection was indeed rare. With their addition, the team's combat prowess undoubtedly rose to new heights. After brief introductions, Zhang Fan remarked, Yang Guang, you and your companions must be exhausted today. Please accompany my clone back to the villa to rest, and return the fuel tanker as well. Boss, what about you? Yang Guang inquired, puzzled. It is still early. Jingya and I will continue to gather the white crystals. We shall return later. Shall we accompany you? No need. You all head back first. Then do be careful. Rest assured, Zhang Fan created a clone and, with Yang Guang and the others, boarded the fuel tanker before departing. Let us be on our way. Zhang Fan said to Jingya, not in haste. Jingya pointed to the library and asked, did you just say this building is a library? Indeed. Zhang Fan nodded. Upon their arrival, Jingya inquired, shall we gather a collection of books to take back? During our leisure time, we could occasionally peruse them to pass the time. Zhang Fan paused for a moment before responding with a smile. Collect books? That thought never crossed my mind, but you make a valid point. Once we are unable to access the internet, reading would be quite pleasant. Besides, books are humanity's most precious treasure. It would be a contribution to mankind. An hour later, the 2 emerged from the library, having entirely emptied its shelves. They then drove a heavy truck to the Huangbai Road subway station, embarking on a new round of hunting. Chapter 37. Jingya of the second tier. Upon reaching the Huangbai Road subway station, Zhang Fan refrained from directly engaging in the hunt for zombies. Instead, he dispatched 20 clones to carry out the task while he experimented with his newly acquired abilities. The earth manipulation ability offered little to test, so Zhang Fan focused on his super strength, which piqued his interest. Upon harnessing this power, he felt an exhilarating surge of energy coursing through his entire being, reaching astonishing levels. Curious about the extent of his strength, he approached a Wuling Hongguang, grasped its chassis, and effortlessly lifted it. With a slight exertion, he sent the vehicle soaring several meters before it crashed to the ground. Too light, Zhang Fan remarked, shaking his head as he sought a new target. Monster. While Zhang Fan found it trivial, Jingya was left in awe, her scalp prickling as she gazed at him as though he were a creature of legend. How could a mere mortal lift a Wuling Hongguang? At that moment, she watched as Zhang Fan approached a bus and crawled beneath its chassis. He can't be thinking of. Jingya's eyes widened in shock. With a series of grinding sounds, the bus's 4 wheels trembled and lifted off the ground, astonishingly raised into the air. Unbelievable. Jingya gasped in disbelief. Suddenly, the ascending bus seemed to lose its strength and plummeted heavily back to the earth. With a resounding crash, the bus landed with great force, pinning Zhang Fan beneath it. Zhang Fan. Jingya screamed in panic as she rushed over, calling out, are you all right? Cough, cough. Don't worry. I'm fine. Came Zhang Fan's voice from beneath the vehicle. Damn it, this bus is too heavy. You've gone too far. Jingya exclaimed, her heart racing. Are you hurt? Is it serious? Can you get out? Rest assured. I've reinforced myself. I can't be harmed. Zhang Fan reassured her. Jingya, step back a bit. I shall attempt it again. I refuse to believe I cannot lift it. Another attempt? Jingya quickly urged. You must come out now. It's far too dangerous. Don't risk your life. Impossible. Zhang Fan laughed heartily, channeling his super strength once more atop his reinforced state. In that moment, he felt his power swell once again, transcending the limits of his previous exertions. It was evident that his strength was unparalleled, simultaneously utilizing the abilities of alloying and super strength. The amplification of power can indeed be compounded, akin to the concept of 10, 20, 30. Now, Zhang Fan bellowed. An overwhelming force erupted with a thunderous roar, swiftly lifting the bus off the ground. Go! With a vigorous thrust of his arms, the bus was propelled several meters away before crashing down violently. Haha, exhilarating. Feeling an almost overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, Zhang Fan experienced the illusion that he could obliterate a mountain with a single punch. He exerted his legs forcefully, and the asphalt beneath him cracked instantaneously, creating a gaping hole. Harnessing this rebound, he soared into the air like a firework, leaping to an impressive height of over 10 meters. Then, akin to the Hulk, he traced a graceful arc through the air, crashing down onto a BMW parked by the roadside. Boom! The luxury car, valued at 400,000 to 500,000, was instantly crushed beneath him. Zhang Fan leaped off the BMW, a triumphant smile adorning his face. Haha! What a thrill! You are truly a monster. Jingya patted her chest, visibly shaken. I feel like a monster too. Zhang Fan glanced at the bus he had hurled, and then at the flattened BMW. Unable to suppress a sigh. Today marks only the 11th day of the apocalypse, yet we have undergone such monumental transformations. If someone had told me before the collapse of civilization that I would be able to lift a bus, I would have never believed it. Yet, in just a mere 11 days, such extraordinary events have transpired. It feels like a dream, far too surreal. Indeed, it feels like a dream. A few minutes later, the zombies at Huangbai Road subway station were completely eradicated by the duplicates. Zhang Fan, accompanied by Jingya and De Huang, exited the station, collecting the fallen orbs of light one by one. Although there were numerous zombies at the Huangbai Road subway station, none had awakened any special abilities. Zhang Fan remained unfazed, as he had already acquired 10 distinct abilities, feeling quite content. After gathering the orbs, his physical attributes increased by 62, reaching level 3, 320-1000, yielding substantial rewards. Subsequently, Zhang Fan and Jingya ventured to Lantian Road and Kaiyun Road subway stations, hunting zombies and collecting crystals. By the time they finished, it was already 5 p.m., prompting them to drive the heavy truck back to the villa. Chao Jia, Wang Yuan, Zhou Ling, and Wu Yin were busy preparing dinner, delightful aromas wafting from the kitchen. Xiao Fan, Xiaoya, you're back. Chao Jia emerged from the kitchen. I've prepared the bathwater for you. You can wash up first. Thank you, Sister Chao. Zhang Fan expressed his gratitude, glancing around for Yang Guang and the others, but noticing their absence. Where are Yang Guang and the others? He inquired. When she and Ling Er are with them, organizing supplies in the basement, Chao Jia replied with a smile. Zhang Fan nodded and said to Jingya, I'll go take a shower first. You soak the white crystals in water. All right. At 6 p.m., everyone gathered around the dining table. The table, reminiscent of European aristocracy, was quite large, ample enough for more than a dozen people to dine comfortably. All team members were present, including Wu Yan's sister, Wu Miao. Having had a light meal at noon, Wu Miao had now awakened, regaining considerable vitality. She and her sister, Wu Yan, are twins, both possessing striking beauty, making them a stunning pair of twin sisters. Currently, our team has grown to 13 members. Zhang Fan surveyed the group. There are warriors, mages, support characters, and healers, a veritable assembly of talent. Now, we must unite our efforts and work together, watching over and assisting one another. Let us go. Cheers. To welcome our new teammates. Today's feast is lavish, comprising a total of 15 delectable dishes. There is a variety of meats and vegetables, soups and rice, all exquisitely flavored, leaving everyone thoroughly satisfied. Particularly, Yang Guang, Chui Yin, Bao Yuning, Wu Yin, and Wu Miao nearly swallowed their tongues in delight. Though they had survived in recent days, it merely meant existing, subsisting on instant noodles, ham sausages, and assorted snacks, never having the pleasure of a warm meal. Today's banquet marks their first genuine meal since the outbreak of the apocalypse. The five devoured their food ravenously, as if they were reborn from starvation. Sister Chow, your culinary skills are exceptional. They far surpass the dishes from our school. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Although the dishes are somewhat limited, there is plenty of rice. After dinner, once the dishes were cleared, everyone settled on the living room sofa to chat and share stories. At that moment, Sister Chow approached, carrying a basin, which she placed upon the coffee table. The group looked up, and inside the plastic basin lay a bounty of white crystals, each one gleaming and translucent, resembling jade. So many crystals, Zhang Fan exclaimed. Boss, how many zombies did you slay to gather such an abundance of white crystals? The others turned their gaze toward Zhang Fan, their eyes filled with awe. Zhang Fan smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, not too many, just over 700 or so. He had indeed dispatched over 700 zombies, having cleared 4 subway stations along with the Eurasian Business Institute. This multitude of zombies had granted Zhang Fan over 300 physical points and 4 different abilities. Of course, the ability to change gender was utterly useless and didn't count. The group gasped in astonishment, their eyes reflecting reverence for Zhang Fan. Over 700 zombies. It was beyond their wildest imaginations, let alone the act of killing them. Boss, you're incredible. Yang Guang gave a thumbs up. I'm utterly convinced. You are the most formidable person I've ever encountered. Indeed, Zhang Fan's prowess was impressive, and with his capabilities, such feats were achievable. The chubby Bao Yuning marveled. Hunting zombies is as easy as chopping vegetables. It's undeniable. All right, enough flattery. Zhang Fan felt a surge of satisfaction from the praise, relishing the attention. However, he maintained a calm demeanor, gesturing toward the basin of white crystals. Each of you take 50 to cultivate. We will continue our collection tomorrow. Everyone nodded in agreement. Subsequently, each person took 50 crystals, leaving over 100 in the basin. Zhang Fan allocated 10 for De Huang, not out of reluctance, but due to fear that giving too many would result in the glutton consuming them all. With time still on their side, Zhang Fan cheerfully suggested, "Shall we watch a movie?" Holding the white crystals in their hands would allow their bodies to absorb them automatically without interrupting the film. Can we really watch a movie? Yang Guang asked in surprise. Of course we can. Zhang Fan smiled as he used the remote to turn on the 88-inch television in his home. The previous night, he had transferred numerous television dramas and films onto a USB drive, which he then plugged into the television, allowing for viewing even without internet access. Boss, you truly know how to indulge. Chui Yin could not help but remark. Compared to you, he felt like rats scurrying in the streets these past few days. Indeed, Yang Guang, Bao Yuning, and Wu Yin exchanged wry smiles. The disparity between their situations was stark. They had been hiding and living in fear, too anxious to sleep soundly at night, and too afraid to venture out during the day. Their meals consisted solely of instant food and snacks, washed down with cold water or milk, as they resided in the school's convenience store. The thought of watching television was beyond their wildest dreams. In contrast, Zhang Fan and his companions resided in a luxurious villa, feasting on exquisite meals and enjoying their shows. The difference was like night and day, utterly incomparable. Life will only get better from here. Zhang Fan reassured them with a smile. What movie do you want to watch? Sci-fi? Action? Comedy? The night passed without further conversation. The following morning, while Zhang Fan was still asleep, a knock resonated at his door. Who is it? It's me, Jingya. It's early, let me sleep. No time for chit-chat. Hurry and open the door. Zhang Fan rolled over, glancing at the clock. It was barely past 6. And his alarm hadn't even gone off yet. Honestly, he murmured, slipping into his slippers and opening the door to find Jingya standing outside. She wore a thin, white silk nightgown that exuded a languid charm. The gown reached just above her knees, revealing her smooth, jade-like calves and delicate feet, a sight both radiant and captivating. Zhang Fan cleared his throat. Is there something you need? Zhang Fan, I've leveled up, Jingya exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. I've broken through to level 2. You've broken through? Zhang Fan replied, astonished. You achieved that in just one night? That's incredibly fast. Not just one night. I secretly absorbed some white crystals yesterday afternoon. Jingya admitted with a sheepish smile. You know, while you were fighting, I had nothing to do. So, I cleaned a few white crystals and absorbed them in secret. Altogether, I absorbed 20 crystals, and finally, I broke through. Now I understand. Zhang Fan realized. The white crystals had been stored on Jingya, and her secret absorption was indeed feasible. He held no resentment towards her for taking advantage of the situation. Rather, he was curious about what changes had occurred in her spatial abilities after her advancement. It's larger, Jingya replied promptly. It was previously 10 cubic meters. And now it's 100 cubic meters. 1,000,000 cubic meters? Chapter 38. Enough rice for 1,000 years. 1,000,000 cubic meters. This was astonishing. It equated to a massive factory measuring 100 meters in length, 100 meters in width, and 100 meters in height. If Jingya wished, she could easily transport an entire 33-story apartment building. Moreover, she could fit more than one. With such a vast space, how much material could it hold? The most crucial aspect was that Jingya's spatial area possessed a unique property. Anything placed within it would undergo no changes whatsoever. What did this imply? The essence of the portable space is that whatever is stored within retains its original state upon retrieval. For instance, if one were to place a steaming bowl of instant noodles into this space, it would emerge just as hot 2 days later. Similarly, a freshly cut watermelon stored within would remain pristine even after several days. It seems as though time stands still within Jingya's portable space, a truly astonishing phenomenon. Yet, this is indeed the reality. This remarkable characteristic indicates that Jingya's portable space functions as an impeccable refrigerator, preserving the freshness of its contents. Previously, due to the limited size of her space, it could only be utilized for the transfer of materials, not for preservation. However, it appears that this is no longer the case. With a capacity of 1,000,000 cubic meters, there is ample room to both store food and gather supplies. One can now safely store perishables, vegetables, fruits, bottled water, and other items without the worry of spoilage or decay. Consequently, there is no longer any concern about food going bad, vegetables rotting, or fruits losing their freshness. Simultaneously, there is plenty of space for collecting resources, as the capacity is more than sufficient. Jingya, you are truly remarkable. Zhang Fan, filled with excitement, lifted Jingya off the ground and spun around in circles. Jingya, having never experienced such intimacy before, felt her face flush crimson. What are you doing? Put me down this instant. Realizing his actions, Zhang Fan quickly set her down. Feeling embarrassed, I apologize. I got a bit carried away. I can't be bothered with you. Jingya huffed, her cheeks still red as she hurriedly exited Zhang Fan's room. Zhang Fan, touching his nose, reflected on the earlier scene, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. After such a commotion, sleep eluded him, prompting him to head to the bathroom to freshen up. Meanwhile, Chao Jia, Wang Yuan, and Zhou Ling were already in the kitchen preparing breakfast. The three of them served as support personnel, often overlooked but essential for logistics. Do not underestimate this seemingly simple task. The villa is expansive, accommodating numerous residents. The chores of laundry, cooking, cleaning, and organizing supplies are no trifles. There is an abundance of work. Fortunately, both Chao Jia and Zhou Ling are meticulous individuals, adept at household tasks. Together, they organized the home impeccably, ensuring a stable environment for their team. At 7 a.m., the teammates finished their morning routines, and breakfast was ready. The meal consisted of corn juice, carrot pancakes, and pumpkin soup, all exquisitely prepared and nutritionally rich. Bao Yuning took a bite of pancake followed by a sip of corn juice, cheerfully exclaiming, "Now this is the life." Laughter erupted among the group. Having never endured hardship, they truly appreciated the value of such a life, cherishing this hard-won existence. Chao Jia, your cooking is superb. The corn juice is delightful. I made the corn juice. And your cooking skills are impressive too, Yuan Jia. Now that's more like it. They all laughed together, quickly finishing their breakfast. Chao Jia, Wang Yuan, and Zhou Ling carried away the bowls and chopsticks, while Yang Linger's younger sister, Yang Miao, played with De Huang nearby. The remaining individuals convened for a morning meeting, sitting upright with their gazes fixed upon Zhang Fan, awaiting his directives. Today is June 11th, and according to our plan, we shall officially commence our resource collection from this day forth. Zhang Fan surveyed everyone. My strategy is to split our forces into two groups, one for collecting crystals and the other for gathering supplies, proceeding concurrently for maximum efficiency. The first group, Yang Guang, Bao Yuning, Cui Yin, Wu Yin, Zhang Wenxi, and Yang Ling, you six, along with my 4 duplicates, will form a 10-member team responsible for crystal collection. Zhang Fan looked at the 6 individuals. Any questions? No questions. The 6 nodded in unison, confident in the prowess of Zhang Fan's duplicates. With them leading the charge, What could possibly go wrong? The second team, comprising myself and Jingya, will focus on gathering supplies, while also procuring white crystals. Zhang Fan turned to Jingya. I have no objections. Jingya lightly nodded. Collecting white crystals requires minimal space. A simple plastic bag suffices. However, gathering supplies necessitates considerable storage. Thus, she must accompany Zhang Fan. Since there are no objections, it is settled. Zhang Fan rose. Remember, safety is paramount. Be wary of zombies and cautious of other survivors. Understood? Understood. Zhang Fan nodded. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We depart promptly at 8 and must return by 11:30. The group subsequently dispersed to make their preparations. Zhang Fan also readied himself to return to his room when Wu Yan's sister, Wu Miao, approached him. Boss, assign me some tasks. Wu Miao said, gazing at Zhang Fan. Your health has yet to fully recover. Take the day to rest, and we shall discuss it tomorrow. Zhang Fan replied with a smile. Wu Miao had awakened her abilities, which were quite formidable. She could absorb solar energy and store it within her body, subsequently releasing it in the form of energy beams through her fingertips. This ability to harness solar energy resembled that of Superman. It was precisely because she could absorb solar energy that she had survived 10 days trapped in the library without food or water during the apocalypse. The energy beams she emitted possessed significant destructive power, rivaling Bao Yuning's laser vision, akin to Duan Yu's 6 Meridian's divine sword. Boss, I've nearly recovered. Wu Miao insisted. Everyone else is working, and I cannot remain idle at home. Such enthusiasm. Zhang Fan appreciated a proactive teammate. Yet Wu Miao still appeared quite frail and should refrain from venturing out. How about this? Today, you assist Sister Chow and the others in organizing supplies in the basement, and we will send you out tomorrow. Very well. Wu Miao agreed. As the clock struck 8 in the morning, a heavy truck and a tanker simultaneously departed from the villa. Yang Guang and his team drove the heavy truck along the subway line, where numerous zombies lurked at the subway station. Zhang Fan and Jingya drove the tanker, first arriving at a gas station, where fortune smiled upon them. The station had fuel. Zhang Fan created 2 duplicates and retrieved 3 generators, instructing them to gather diesel. He and Jingya commandeered a bus, heading straight for a grain reserve processing center. This establishment, under the auspices of the MO High Commercial Travel Group, is the largest granary in the Puyao district, affectionately referred to by the locals as the Puyao Granary. Their objective today was to procure grain. Previously, due to limited resources, they could only scavenge supermarkets and malls. However, with Jingya's spatial capacity significantly enhanced, Zhang Fan deemed it unnecessary to raid supermarkets, opting instead for the granary. The only challenge was that the grain reserve processing center was somewhat distant and devoid of navigational aids. Zhang Fan had to rely on Jingya's memory to navigate their way to the center. The day was overcast, with a heavy sky laden with dark clouds, and the air felt stifling, as if rain were imminent. Furthermore, the road was congested with vehicles haphazardly strewn about, necessitating forceful maneuvers to progress. The journey was jarring, leaving them both dizzy and disoriented. Initially, they exchanged jovial banter, but as the ride continued, their spirits waned. Jingya clutched several white crystals in her hand, diligently absorbing the energy within, even as they pressed on. After more than an hour of bumpy travel, they finally arrived at the grain processing reserve center. Along the way, they encountered a heavy truck and decisively switched vehicles. Entering the granary complex, they were greeted by rows of upright silos and shallow round warehouses, alongside many transport vehicles. Jingya, we have arrived, Zhang Fan exclaimed, gazing at the cylindrical warehouses with palpable excitement. Are these the granaries? Are they filled with grain? These are indeed the storages, Jingya replied. Let us head to the low-temperature storage. It should contain this year's freshly harvested grain. Where is the low-temperature storage? Right ahead. How do you know so well? I've been here before. Following Jingya's directions, Zhang Fan drove up to a large warehouse, which turned out to be the rice low-temperature storage. The heavy door was tightly shut, but Zhang Fan easily opened it, and a rich aroma of rice wafted towards them. Upon entering, they were met with towering stacks of rice bags, piled high as mountains. So much rice, Zhang Fan exclaimed, utterly astonished. It was the first time in his life he had seen such an abundance. This is truly eye-opening. The rice stored here originated from premium grain sources across the nation. All top-quality grains. Jingya glanced around, beginning to absorb the rice into her spatial storage. How long will this rice last us? Zhang Fan mused with delight, realizing that with this supply, they wouldn't have to worry about hunger for years to come. Calculated. An average person consumes about 250 grams a day. For 13 of us, that totals approximately 3,250 grams daily, which amounts to around 186, 250 grams annually, roughly 12 tons. Jingya remarked as she continued to gather the rice. If we collect 1,200 tons, that would suffice for us for a millennium. Is there truly 1,200 tons of rice here? Zhang Fan inquired. Jingya looked at him incredulously. Brother, this is the largest grain processing reserve in the Puyao district. The rice processing workshop alone produces around 200 tons daily. Regarding the storage capacity, it is nearly 200,000 tons. Quite an impressive amount. Zhang Fan felt a bit awkward. We do not need to stockpile excessively. Gathering 200 tons will suffice for our needs. Jingya remarked casually. Collecting too much merely occupies space, which is of little significance. Indeed. Zhang Fan nodded. By the way, Jingya, how much space would 200 tons of rice occupy? Can you calculate that? Jingya replied. The volume of 1 kilogram of rice is approximately 333 cubic decimeters, and 1 ton equals 1,000 kg. Therefore, the volume of 1 ton of rice is about 333 cubic decimeters, equivalent to 333 cubic meters. Thus, the volume of 200 tons of rice would be around 600 cubic meters. Since we are collecting this rice in bags, the volume will certainly be larger. However, at most it will occupy 2,000 cubic meters of space, and it is unlikely to be more. Only 2,000 cubic meters? Zhang Fan felt completely relieved. He initially thought that hoarding food would consume a significant amount of space, but it turned out to be unexpectedly economical. Jingya's portable space has an astounding capacity of 1 million cubic meters. 2,000 cubic meters is merely a tiny fraction. Moreover, as Jingya upgrades, her capacity will expand, allowing for the collection of even more resources. During the following time, Jingya feverishly collected rice. Piles of rice, like small mountains, vanished bag by bag. After gathering approximately 50,000 bags, Jingya finally paused. I'm utterly exhausted. She gasped, satisfaction evident in her tone. Each bag weighs 25 kilograms. And I just collected 50,000 bags, totaling 250 tons, enough for us to eat for a millennium. That is sufficient. Just then, a piercing scream echoed, and Zhang Fan abruptly turned around to see a large rat lunging towards them from a distance. Then came a second, a third. In the blink of an eye, an unending swarm of rats surged forth from all directions, resembling a tidal wave. Chapter 39. Level 4 ability user. These rodents were abnormal. They were larger than cats. Their fur had completely fallen out, leaving their skin smooth and grayish-white, reminiscent of a zombie's skin. Their eyes were lifeless and fierce, akin to those of a zombie. It was evident that these were zombie rats. What was most terrifying was their staggering numbers, rushing towards Zhang Fan and Jingya like a flood, shrieking and screeching. Jingya was horrified. Where did all these rats come from? Zhang Fan, what should we do now? There were too many rats, surrounding them on all sides, leaving no avenue for escape. Zhang Fan could certainly flee, but Jingya could not. Do not be afraid. Zhang Fan decisively manifested 10 clones to block the oncoming horde of zombie rats. He grasped a bag of rice and activated his transmutation ability, transforming the bag into metal. Then, he employed his metal manipulation ability to shape the now metallic rice into a box. Jingya, get inside. Jingya nodded without hesitation, quickly climbing into the box. She understood that she would be a burden if she remained outside, only dragging Zhang Fan down, so she resolved to enter the box. Zhang Fan promptly sealed the box tightly, leaving only a small aperture for ventilation. With a mere gesture, he levitated the metal container onto a nearby mound of rice. Having completed these tasks, he let out a sigh of relief, ensuring that Jingya was settled. The remainder of the situation would be manageable. Let us proceed. Zhang Fan cracked his neck, instantly transforming into a metallic form, while dazzling arcs of electricity erupted from his body. Bolts of electricity surged forth, striking the swarms of zombie rats in every direction. Despite their ferocious demeanor, these undead rodents possessed little vitality, succumbing easily to the electric onslaught. In the blink of an eye, a substantial number of zombie rats lay lifeless. Each defeated rat released a golden orb, albeit smaller than those dropped by the corpses of other zombies. Yet, their abundance was commendable. A glance revealed a myriad of golden orbs scattered around. As Zhang Fan collected the luminous spheres, he continued his assault. A mere 0.1 increase in vitality per orb was indeed paltry, far less than that of the zombies. Hardly sufficient to fill a gap between teeth. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to make do. These zombie rats, undeterred by death, charged forward relentlessly. Indistinguishable from their zombie counterparts, Zhang Fan speculated that their monstrous size was due to their consumption of zombie flesh. However, speculation remained mere conjecture. The precise cause eluded him. After several minutes, the number of zombie rats began to dwindle, leaving a grotesque carpet of carcasses within the low-temperature chamber surrounding Zhang Fan. The bodies had accumulated into a small hill, a testament to the sheer number of rats that had perished, although he didn't count them. The attribute panel informed him that he had just vanquished over 1,600 zombie rats, resulting in a 160-point increase in vitality. While most would be exhausted after such a massacre, Zhang Fan only grew more invigorated. Surely, these zombie rats possessed white crystals as well. He surveyed the vast expanse of rat carcasses. The thought of collecting them was absurd. With such a diminutive size, the crystals could only be equally insignificant. Dissecting their skulls in search of white crystals would be nothing short of madness. Suddenly, a high-pitched and piercing shriek pierced the air. The sound was so penetrating that it felt as though someone was detonating explosives right next to his ear. Causing a ringing sensation, Zhang Fan swiftly turned his head, and there, emerging from around the corner, was an enormous rat. What a colossal creature! Zhang Fan gasped in shock. This rat was astonishingly large, rivaling the size of an adult husky, and it was entirely devoid of fur. Its long, pointed teeth resembled two sharp, curved blades, stained with foul blood and bits of flesh. Unlike the other zombie rats, this giant rat's eyes were not the dull, lifeless gray of its kin. Instead, they glowed a menacing crimson, reflecting a predatory and bloodthirsty intelligence. Their gazes locked. Zhang Fan swiftly made a judgment. The mouse before him exuded a sensation entirely distinct from that of any other rodent. This was a sentient mouse. Indeed, the large mouse did not launch an immediate assault like the other zombified rodents. Instead, it fixated its malevolent, crimson eyes upon Zhang Fan, emitting an eerie red glow from within. Under its relentless gaze, Zhang Fan was suddenly besieged by an overwhelming wave of drowsiness, his eyelids drooping involuntarily as he teetered on the brink of slumber. This is bad. Zhang Fan jolted awake, vigorously shaking his head to force himself back to alertness. This mouse could induce hypnosis. A shock coursed through him. Fortunately, it was merely a mouse with insufficient mental strength. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly fallen victim. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Zhang Fan as he ghosted behind the large mouse, delivering a powerful blow. The large mouse, though agile compared to its zombified counterparts, paled in comparison to Zhang Fan's prowess. His fist struck the creature's forehead with such force that its brain matter splattered forth. The large mouse emitted no cries, succumbing instantly to its fate, dispatched to the realm of the dead. From its lifeless form fell 3 luminous orbs, 1 golden, 1 silver, and 1 white. Zhang Fan collected them in sequence, Physique 2, Spirit 2, and acquired the Super Hypnosis ability. Super Hypnosis ability? Zhang Fan blinked in surprise. Was it more formidable than ordinary hypnosis? Considering the large mouse's spirit was merely 2, while his own soared to 20, a tenfold difference. It was astonishing that the mouse could nearly hypnotize him despite its meager power. If my spiritual strength were comparable to that of the large mouse, or if it surpassed mine, I would likely have been instantaneously hypnotized, rendered utterly defenseless. Zhang Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Grateful for the mouse's insufficient mental fortitude, otherwise, he would have faced peril. Nonetheless, this ability was indeed formidable. If wielded wisely, it could become a potent trump card. Zhang Fan envisioned the applications of the super hypnosis ability in combat. During a fierce battle, to suddenly ensnare the enemy in a state of hypnosis, even if not instantaneously, would undoubtedly disrupt their mental state, playing a critical role. It was a deviously cunning ability. Zhang Fan, are you all right? The voice of Jingya echoed from above. He had almost forgotten her. Zhang Fan slapped his forehead, hastily retrieving the box and releasing Jingya. Are you okay? She inquired with concern. I'm fine. Zhang Fan replied with a smile, glancing at his phone. It was nearly 10:30. Time to return. All right. An hour later, the two arrived back at the villa, the clock striking 11:30. Yang Guang and the two clones had also returned, with the heavy truck and fuel tanker parked before the villa. Boss, you're back, everyone exclaimed, rising to their feet. Yes, we're back. Zhang Fan smiled, nodding as he looked towards the 6 clones dispatched earlier that morning. One by one, they approached him and seamlessly merged back into his being. A sudden influx of unfamiliar memories surged into Zhang Fan's mind, flickering like scenes from a film. These were the experiences of 6 clones from that very morning. Each time the clones were reintegrated, their encounters seamlessly melded into Zhang Fan's consciousness. Thus, every ordeal faced by the clones was vividly clear to him. Simultaneously, a tremendous warmth enveloped his limbs, as if he were immersed in a soothing hot spring, filling him with unparalleled comfort. Glancing at the attributes panel, he noticed his physical constitution soaring dramatically, akin to riding a rocket. From 620 to 650, then 700, 750, it swiftly surpassed the 1,000 mark, ultimately stabilizing at 225 in the 4th level. At this moment, Zhang Fan felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being, as though he had undergone a profound transformation, shedding a layer of restraint and feeling light as a feather. He was completely entranced by this exquisite sensation until his companions jolted him back to reality. Boss, what's wrong? They inquired, puzzled by his demeanor. Just daydreaming. He replied with an awkward smile. You all continue chatting. I need to freshen up. I'm quite filthy. Go ahead, they urged. Upon entering the restroom, Zhang Fan eagerly glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Zhang Fan level. Level 4 Esper Constitution. Level 4, 225 10,000. Spirit. Level 2, 221 100. Abilities. Infinite Acquisition, Metal Manipulation. Transmutation, Clone Creation. Alloying, Self-Healing. Lightning Control, Teleportation. Earth Manipulation, Super Strength. Super Hypnosis. Indeed, he had reached level 4. Zhang Fan was both astonished and elated, understanding the reason behind his advancement. The clones possessed all of his abilities, including the infinite acquisition power. 4 of the 6 clones sent out that morning had hunted zombies, collecting a significant number of golden orbs. Upon their reintegration, all the orbs they had gathered were transferred to Zhang Fan. Thus, he had broken through. Yet, the surge was astonishingly rapid, jumping from 615 at level 3 directly to 225 at level 4. Zhang Fan murmured to himself, in total, that's an increase of 610. So, the 4 clones must have hunted 220 zombies this morning? Remarkable, even more efficient than my own efforts. This was a clear path to rapid empowerment. Why hadn't he realized it sooner? It seemed prudent to create more clones to hunt zombies and amass constitution orbs. Zhang Fan felt a surge of delight at this newfound strategy. Half an hour later, having completed his freshening up, Zhang Fan emerged from the restroom just as lunch was ready. How was the harvest today? He asked while eating. Quite fruitful, Yang Guang replied with a grin. This morning, we collected a total of 439 white crystals, which are currently soaking in the basin. We can use them tonight. You have achieved a great deal, Zhang Fan remarked appreciatively. Did you encounter any dangers? A total of 439 white crystals were collected, signifying the demise of 439 zombies. Among them, 4 clones accounted for the destruction of 220. Some of the other team members were rather lackluster, but perhaps it was for the best. If they were too efficient, the clones would have fewer zombies to vanquish. How could that be acceptable? Bao Yuning, with grease dripping from his mouth, exclaimed, with your 4 clones leading the charge. Our zombie slaying felt like slicing through vegetables, effortlessly pushing through without encountering any danger. Indeed, Zhang Fan nodded slightly and remarked, Jingya and I also had a fruitful day, collecting 250 tons of rice. Such a quantity. The group gasped in astonishment. That's just a fraction, Zhang Fan chuckled. The granary holds over 20,000 tons. We merely took a small portion, yet this little bit could sustain us for several hundred years. What about the rest? Xiao Jie inquired, puzzled. Are we just going to leave it? Of course. What else can we do? It's too wasteful. Indeed. Chapter 40, Collective Evolution of Zombies? After having lunch, the group gathered for a brief conversation before retreating to their rooms for rest. They would need to venture out again at 2 p.m., so it was imperative to recharge during the afternoon. Zhang Fan lay on his bed, clutching several white crystals and swiftly absorbing the energy within them. Upon breaking through to level 4, he found that his rate of absorption had increased. At level 3, it took him 10 minutes to absorb a single crystal. Now, he could accomplish it in just 8. Each crystal absorbed augmented his physical and mental faculties by 0.5 points. Not a substantial increase, but consistent. Zhang Fan was not particularly concerned with his physical growth. His focus lay on enhancing his mental capabilities, which had been lagging significantly at level 2, 22, 100, severely hindering his progress. Unfortunately, the only recourse was to rely on crystal absorption for gradual improvement. That afternoon, Zhang Fan and Jingya set out to gather supplies. According to their plan, they would collect food and water in the morning, followed by other resources in the afternoon. They decided to procure gas, as Chao Jia had requested. Natural gas had long been depleted, and they had been cooking with an electric pot for several days. However, using an electric pot was inconvenient, especially for preparing meals for 13 people, and the food lacked flavor. Thus, collecting gas was essential. There was an abundance of it. They first visited the appliance store, amassing a substantial collection of gas canisters and stoves before heading to the gas station. By the end of the afternoon, they had gathered a total of 54 gas canisters of various sizes, 29 small canisters at 5 kilograms each, 18 medium canisters at 15 kilograms each, and 7 large canisters at 50 kilograms each. These supplies should last them for a while. After dinner, the group took a leisurely stroll around the community before retiring for the night. Woof, woof, woof. In the midst of the night, while Zhang Fan was lost in a delightful dream, he was abruptly awakened by a cacophony of furious barking. The night was tranquil, and he had been sleeping soundly. But the sudden outburst from the dog nearly startled him to death. He sprang up to see Da Huang barking fiercely at the window, baring its teeth and displaying a menacing demeanor. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhang Fan immediately sensed a disturbance and hurried to the window. He drew in a sharp breath. Surrounding the villa, an overwhelming horde of zombies had appeared, surging forth like a relentless tide. The lawn, the asphalt road, the basketball court, and even the swimming pool were inundated with these grotesque beings. They roared and bellowed, emitting feral growls as they streamed in from the distance. Zhang Fan's scalp tingled with dread. A singular thought raced through his mind. Where did all these zombies come from? The area surrounding Huading Yuyuan had been thoroughly cleared. There hadn't been a single undead creature within a 3-kilometer radius for days. Why, then, tonight had so many emerged? It was utterly illogical. Xiao Fan, there are zombies. Wake up quickly. The intercom on the bedside table crackled to life, with Chao Jia's panicked voice urging him. Got it. Zhang Fan swiftly snatched up the intercom. Sister Chao, I understand. Please alert the others. Understood. He tossed the device aside, disregarding his attire, and dashed out of the room clad only in his underwear. When he stepped outside the villa, he was met with an unexpected rain, droplets cascading from the heavens and soaking the ground, making it easy to drench anyone caught in it. Zhang Fan, however, paid little heed to the weather. The foremost zombies had already reached the villa's threshold. There was no time for hesitation. It was time to fight. Summoning forth 20 clones, he dispersed them to engage in the hunt. In the midst of this encounter, Zhang Fan quickly discerned something unusual. The zombies this evening were markedly different. The decay on their bodies was significantly reduced. They were no longer stiff. Their movements fluid and agile, running as if they were normal humans. Zhang Fan was taken aback. These zombies were evidently far stronger than those he had encountered during the day. This was abnormal. While it was not uncommon to encounter 1 or 2 formidable zombies during daylight, every single one before him now was a threat. Why was this? Had a congregation of powerful zombies gathered? Or had the ordinary ones collectively evolved? Zhang Fan leaned towards the latter conclusion, yet he struggled to comprehend how such a transformation could occur within such a brief span from day to night. Suddenly, a portly zombie broke through the encirclement formed by his clones, charging toward Zhang Fan with remarkable speed and agility. In a flash, Zhang Fan drew his short blade, swiftly slicing through the creature's neck and severing its head. A golden orb tumbled forth. Astonishingly, this orb was as large as a watermelon. Zhang Fan retrieved the golden sphere, feeling a tremendous warmth surge within him, enhancing his constitution to level 5. Indeed, these creatures had evolved. A tumult of emotions swirled within Zhang Fan, elation mingled with apprehension. To the astonishment of all, the zombies had evolved, and upon vanquishing them, the protagonist's physical attributes saw a corresponding increase. This made the path to greater strength appear more accessible. However, there was a palpable concern. The rapid pace of the zombie's evolution was alarming. Previously, a single zombie would yield a mere 0.5 attribute points. Now, it could provide as much as 5 points, an astonishing tenfold increase. Who could guarantee that this trend would not continue? Would they grow even stronger? The future remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Zhang Fan decided to act, prioritizing the immediate threat before contemplating what lay ahead. Let the troops face the enemy, and let the water be contained, he thought. With his short blade in hand, he became a flash of lightning, darting through the darkness, ruthlessly harvesting the undead. In his wake, heads rolled, and headless corpses crumpled to the ground. De Huang, equally fierce, was ablaze with black flames, resembling a divine canine suffused in shadowy fire. It unleashed spheres of black fire, striking the zombies with relentless fury. Each fireball, about the size of a fist, ignited upon impact, enveloping the zombies as if they were doused in gasoline. In an instant, several zombies were engulfed in flames, yet astonishingly, they seemed oblivious to their suffering and continued to charge forward. Remarkably, the persistent drizzle did nothing to extinguish the inferno consuming the undead. De Huang is formidable, Zhang Fan marveled, invigorated by the spectacle. At that moment, brilliant beams of light erupted from the villa, illuminating the surroundings. Yang Guang, Zhang Wensi, Bao Yuning, Cui Yin, Yang Linger, Wu Yan, and Wu Miao surged forth. With a furious roar, Yang Guang transformed into a towering figure exceeding 2 meters, resembling a raging bear as he wielded a pair of exquisite battle axes crafted by Zhang Fan from a metal imbued with the power of transmutation. Not only were these axes incredibly durable, but they also sliced through flesh with ease. Armed with his axes, Yang Guang cleaved through the horde of zombies with brutal efficiency. Undeterred by the pouring rain, Zhang Wensi planted his hands on the ground, conjuring massive chunks of concrete that soared into the air before crashing down with tremendous force. Some missed their targets, while others struck zombies squarely, splattering brains across the battlefield. Cui Yin, also a master of earth manipulation, struck the ground, causing spikes to erupt and pierce through the zombies' feet, legs, and even their chests. Bao Yuning was impressive, his eyes resembling laser guns as they emitted crimson beams, sweeping across the horde. Yet, his aim was still lacking, and the beams often missed their mark, requiring further refinement. Yang Linger, fierce and unyielding, commanded the falling rain to form icy arrows that she unleashed upon the advancing zombies, piercing their skulls with chilling precision. Wu Yan, enveloped in crimson flames, wielded her hands like twin flamethrowers, unleashing terrifying fire. However, her flames were wary of the rain, quickly extinguishing upon contact with the zombies. The rain diminished the lethal potency of her extraordinary abilities. In contrast, her sister, Wu Miao, proved to be formidable. Her index finger unleashed streams of golden energy beams, reminiscent of the sword aura produced by the Six Meridians sword, repeatedly piercing through the skulls of the zombies, creating gaping holes. Witnessing their comrades display their prowess, Jingya and the others, who were watching from within the shelter, felt a surge of excitement. Everyone was remarkable. Chao Jie was both anxious and exhilarated, her delicate face slightly flushed. We should be able to vanquish the zombies, right? We certainly can. Wang Yuan's eyes sparkled. Did you not see how effortlessly everyone is hunting zombies, as if they were merely chopping vegetables? It was surprising to discover how capable their teammates were. Zhou Ling gazed outside, her enchanting eyes shimmering. You could hardly tell on a normal day. The most impressive was still the leader. Wang Yuan rested her chin on her hands, her face radiating infatuation. He is so handsome, and his movements while hunting zombies are so stylish, akin to an ancient hero, striking swiftly. Zhou Ling, noticing her starry-eyed demeanor, teased, since he's so handsome, why not be his girlfriend? As if I wouldn't want to. Wang Yuan retorted without a second thought. But would he even notice me? He is so handsome and so capable. A burst of laughter erupted from Chao Jie, and Zhou Ling. Wang Yuan suddenly came to her senses, her delicate doll-like face turning as red as a ripe apple. Something feels amiss, Jingya suddenly whispered. The three women immediately ceased their banter, turning their attention to Jingya. Sister Ya, what is it? The zombies tonight are completely different from those we encountered during the day. Jingya furrowed her brows. Look, they are faster, more agile, and possess greater strength. In their sprinting and leaping, They are almost indistinguishable from normal humans. Upon hearing this, the three women turned their gaze outside. It indeed seemed that way. Chao Jia exclaimed, having not ventured out for several days and having not seen zombies during that time. After Jingya's reminder, she realized that this batch of zombies was, in fact, different from those encountered previously. Furthermore, Jingya continued, if you observe closely, those zombies that were injured but did not perish on the spot, their wounds appear to be healing slowly, do they not? Healing? How could that be possible? Unless they had awakened self-healing abilities. The three women were skeptical of Jingya's claims. Why refer to them as zombies? Simply because they were the living dead. Although they could still move, their bodies resembled true corpses, decaying and emitting a foul odor. Because of this, after the apocalypse struck, the bodies of the zombies began to rot to varying degrees. Could a decaying body heal itself? What a joke. However, upon closer examination, they were astonished to discover that the injuries of the wounded zombies were indeed healing slowly, visibly so. How could this happen? Chapter 41. The eerie blood rain. The battle raged on. The rain grew heavier, gradually transforming into a torrential downpour. The rain washed away the filthy blood flowing from the zombies, accumulating on the ground to form rivers of blood. The blood flowed through the ditches, pouring into the sewers. The rain had turned crimson. However, the zombies surged forth from every corner of the community, as if inexhaustible. They roared and bellowed, resembling mindless beasts, charging forward fearlessly, undeterred by death. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, before one knew it, half an hour had slipped by. The number of zombies only increased, as if they had stirred a hornet's nest. For every batch eliminated, another emerged, seemingly endless. What on earth was happening? Where could all these zombies possibly be coming from? Were they all converging upon us? Damn it! Under the intense strain of battle, the stamina of all teammates except Zhang Fan began to wane. This resulted in their ability to unleash their powers becoming increasingly sluggish, their lethality diminishing, and their accuracy faltering. Boss, I can barely hold on. Zhang Wensi gasped, drenched not only in sweat, but also rainwater. Boss, I'm done for two. What now, boss? The others, apart from Yang Linger, voiced their struggle to endure. Even the black flames enveloping De Huang were flickering low, his tongue lolling out as he gasped for breath. Continuing in this manner was untenable. The horde of zombies was overwhelming, and no one knew how many more lurked behind. Zhang Fan made a decisive call. Old Zhang, immediately escort Jingya and the others to the heavy truck and leave this place. We cannot wait until our strength is entirely spent. That would be certain death. Despite the prolonged combat, Zhang Fan remained vigorous. He continued to slay zombies while collecting luminous orbs, rapidly increasing his physical prowess. In a short span, he had already dispatched 40 zombies, netting him 200 points of physical strength. Exhausted? Yet the teammates were faltering. Boss, are we abandoning this place? Zhang Wensi expressed reluctance. We are not abandoning, but strategically retreating. Zhang Fan asserted. These zombies are targeting us, not the villa. As long as we depart, they will surely follow suit. Once they disperse, we can return. Zombies do not vent their frustrations on houses. Indeed, how could zombies possibly be interested in the villa? Boss, can you hold on? Yang Guang asked with concern. Fighting for another hour is no issue. Zhang Fan replied with a reassuring smile. He created 2 additional duplicates, teleporting them into the heavy trucks, maneuvering the vehicles close to the villa's entrance. Hurry, Zhang Fan urged. Boss, you hold on first. We will relocate immediately. Zhang Wensi called out as he exited the fray and rushed into the villa to summon Jingya and the others. Before long, Jingya and her companions emerged from the villa and boarded the 2 heavy trucks. You all leave too, Zhang Fan shouted to Yang Guang and the others. But boss, no more arguing, follow orders. Understood. To cover their retreat, Zhang Fan conjured 10 more duplicates to take their places. Yang Guang and Zhang Wensi seized the opportunity to board the heavy truck. Boss, hurry up and get in. Zhang Fan retracted 20 replicas, his figure flickering as he entered the vehicle. Accelerate, charge forward. Zhang Wensi, at the wheel, pressed the accelerator and the engine roared to life, surging ahead. The zombies in front charged recklessly, each one fearless, seemingly intent on tearing the truck to shreds. Yet, in the face of the truck's brutal onslaught, they were reduced to mere pulp. The truck barreled through, swiftly breaking free from the confines of the neighborhood and into the street. The zombies outside were comparatively fewer and scattered, lacking any cohesive formation. Witnessing this scene, Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, they had been surrounded by thousands of zombies in the community, a memory that now sent chills down their spines. Thankfully, they had managed to escape. "Boss, where are we headed?" Zhang Fan inquired. Zhang Fan found himself at a loss. He too was uncertain of their destination, being unfamiliar with the magic sea. "To the central tower," Jingya declared promptly. Zhang Fan looked puzzled. "Why there?" "No questions, just go," Jingya replied dismissively, then turned to Zhang Fan. "I still can't fathom why these zombies flocked towards our villa, specifically targeting Villa number 9. It's as if they knew we were inside. Their intention unmistakable." "That is indeed a mystery to me as well," Zhang Fan responded. "The zombies tonight are peculiar, exhibiting an unsettling nature, quite bizarre." "Zhang Fan, have you noticed that the zombies tonight are unusual?" Jingya asked. "I sensed it as soon as we engaged." Zhang Fan shook his head. "This afternoon, when we were gathering gas canisters, the zombies were still quite normal. Yet, in just a few hours, they have drastically strengthened, which is quite strange." "Indeed, it is quite strange," Jingya echoed, equally perplexed. "Could it be related to the rain?" Wang Yuan suddenly suggested. "Rain?" Zhang Fan paused. "What does that have to do with anything?" "Boss, on the night before the apocalypse, which was May 31st, it rained," Wang Yuan interjected. "Moreover, that rain was peculiar. It was said to be red." "Red rain?" Zhang Fan questioned. "Why was I unaware of this?" "It was already 4 a.m. when it rained," Wang Yuan explained. "Furthermore, it lasted only half an hour and stopped. Given the temperature in the magic sea, it evaporated quickly. Thus, very few people took notice. Plus, by dawn, the zombies had already appeared, and everyone was in a state of panic. Who had time to ponder whether it rained the night before?" Wang Yuan sighed. Zhang Fan and Jingya exchanged glances. "Are you suggesting that the outbreak of the apocalypse is linked to that rain?" "That is not my assertion." Wang Yuan shook her head vigorously. "I was gaming late that night and slept in. When I woke up, it was already afternoon. However, I came across a post online where a survivor speculated that the outbreak and the emergence of zombies were inextricably linked to that bizarre blood rain. Coupled with the strange occurrences tonight, I cannot help but suspect that the zombies' sudden frenzy is related to the rain." Zhang Fan and Jingya exchanged a glance, both unable to ascertain the veracity of Wang Yuan's claims. It was simply too astonishing. A mere rainfall could precipitate the apocalypse? Could such a phenomenon trigger a collective evolution among the undead? Was this even conceivable? Nevertheless, there was a semblance of logic in Wang Yuan's words. Indeed, it was after the rain that the zombies had gone berserk today. There exists a method to evaluate the truth of Xiao Yuan's statement, Jingya declared. "The rainwater?" Zhang Fan arched an eyebrow. "Precisely." Jingya nodded emphatically. "Did Wang Yuan not mention that the rain 10 days prior was red? We can simply examine today's rain." With that, she flipped her palm, revealing a pristine, transparent goblet. Zhang Fan took the goblet, and with a swift movement, vanished from within the car, appearing atop the vehicle. The rain continued to pour heavily, with large drops cascading from the sky, striking the roof, and creating a cacophony of sound. He raised the goblet to collect the falling rainwater. As it was nighttime, the streets were engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by the headlights of a truck. The goblet glimmered an amber hue, obscuring the color of the rainwater from Zhang Fan's view. Once he had collected a sufficient amount, Zhang Fan reappeared inside the car. Jingya had already prepared a flashlight, directing its beam towards the goblet in Zhang Fan's hand. Zhang Wenxi, who was driving, along with the other occupants, Chao Jia, Wang Yuan, and sisters Yang Linger, turned their attention toward him. Upon seeing the contents of the goblet, their expressions shifted dramatically. "It's red," Wang Yuan gasped, covering her mouth. "Why is the rainwater red? This is illogical." Zhang Wenxi abruptly slammed on the brakes, his eyes fixed intently on the goblet in Zhang Fan's hand, filled with shock, confusion, and disbelief. How could rainwater possibly be red? This was utterly bizarre. Zhang Fan and Jingya remained silent, merely gazing at the goblet containing rainwater as crimson as blood. The goblet was clean and transparent, yet it held a little less than half a cup of rainwater, reminiscent of fine wine. The red was blinding, eerie, and chilling. After a considerable pause, Jingya finally spoke. "I understand now. Everything is clear. The outbreak of the apocalypse and the emergence of zombies are undoubtedly the result of this bizarre rainfall. The significant evolution of the undead tonight is also due to the rain. I just can't comprehend." Jingya furrowed her delicate brows. "Where did this red rainwater originate? How could it transform 6 to 7 billion people into zombies in just a few hours? Indeed, why? Zhang Fan pondered, equally perplexed. Rainfall is a perfectly normal natural phenomenon. Water vapor ascends into the atmosphere, condenses into droplets upon encountering cold air, and then falls as rain. The Earth has existed for billions of years and has experienced countless rainfalls, yet never has it rained red. This was exceedingly strange. Zhang Wenci speculated. Could it be the work of extraterrestrials? Perhaps they aim to exterminate humanity and seize our planet, thus releasing some form of genetic agent? Wang Yuan added. There's a theory circulating online that humanity's rampant destruction of nature has compelled the Earth to activate a self-defense mechanism, akin to a human immune system, beginning to eradicate humanity. Zhang Fan shook his head slightly, remarking, "These are merely your conjectures. Who truly knows the specific reasons behind it? Regardless of the cause, our situation has become increasingly perilous." Jingya inhaled deeply. After this rainfall, the zombies have undergone significant evolution, undoubtedly becoming more formidable. Our prospects for survival are bound to grow more challenging. Indeed, Zhang Fan concurred earnestly. What troubles me most is the thought that if the zombies evolve with every rainfall, and it continues to rain daily, will they not perpetually evolve? The group nodded in agreement, beset by anxiety about the uncertain future. After all, no one could thwart the rain from falling. "Boss, why have we stopped?" came Yang Guang's voice over the intercom. "It's nothing," Zhang Fan replied, signaling Zhang Wenci to resume driving. The rain persisted, accumulating an inch of water on the ground, reflecting an eerie red glow under the headlights. The streets were cluttered with countless vehicles, increasing in number as they approached the central skyscraper. Crucially, the zombies were multiplying as well. The emergence of 2 heavy trucks inevitably attracted the attention of the zombies, who began to swarm towards them. "This is bad. I forgot this is a bustling area," Jingya exclaimed, slapping her forehead. "There must be far more zombies here than at Huading. What do we do now?" The central skyscraper was situated in a commercial hub, equipped with all essential facilities: schools, hospitals, large supermarkets, shopping streets, gourmet cities, and vegetable markets. Before the apocalypse, the foot traffic here was already substantial. One can only imagine the number of zombies it harbors. Although Huading was also vibrant, it paled in comparison to the central skyscraper. In just a short span, hundreds of zombies were converging from all directions. Looking further afield, more zombies were appearing, threatening to encircle them. The situation was dire. Zhang Fan inquired, "Jingya, must we go to the central skyscraper?" Beneath the skyscraper lay an underground vault, located 25 meters below ground, capable of withstanding a nuclear blast. Certainly the safest and most concealed location in the entire MOHI. Jingya sighed ruefully. "Given the dangers tonight, I intended to bring everyone to the underground vault for temporary refuge. However, I neglected to consider that this area is bustling, and there are more zombies here than at Huading. My apologies for my oversight." Chapter 42. The eerie rain. The vault beneath the central skyscraper is the largest private vault in the country, with a total construction cost exceeding 15 billion yuan. During its construction, over 7,000 concrete mixers were utilized, pouring for a total of 49 days. The vault comprises over 20 storage rooms, all manufactured to the highest global security standards. The doors of these storage rooms are a staggering 1.5 meters thick, capable of withstanding temperatures of up to 1,000 degrees and resisting nuclear attacks. In Jingya's view, while the comfort level of entering this vault could be debated, its safety was beyond reproach. Even if countless zombies were to assail it in turns, they would find it impossible to breach the underground vault. Of course, encountering zombies with the ability to manipulate metal would present an entirely different scenario. Though the underground vault is indeed an excellent refuge, we are ill-fated to enjoy it. There are simply too many zombies in this vicinity. Zhang Fan shook his head in resignation. "Let us retreat. Seek a location with relatively few zombies to rest. Do not underestimate these creatures. Once significantly enhanced, their speed rivals that of an ordinary human, while their strength far surpasses it. The sheer number is overwhelming. If they form a siege, even heavy trucks would be utterly trapped." Zhang Fan remains unperturbed. At worst, he can make a hasty retreat. But Jingya and Wang Yuan would undoubtedly meet a horrific fate. For the sake of everyone's safety, it is prudent to withdraw while the zombies have yet to encircle this area. Then, we shall find a secure place to endure the night and devise our plans for the morrow. In the pitch darkness of a rainy night, aimlessly wandering is unwise. Everyone is fatigued and in need of rest. Boss, where shall we go? Zhang Wen inquired. This posed a dilemma for Zhang Fan. He was not a local of Magic Sea and seldom ventured out, rendering him unfamiliar with the area. I know of a place, Jingya proposed. We can go to Chongqing Island. My family has a countryside estate there. It is usually deserted except during holidays, and there should be few zombies. Moreover, it is not far from here, only a 30-minute drive. Are you certain? Zhang Fan asked. Absolutely, Jingya affirmed with a nod. To Chongqing Island it is. Zhang Fan decisively proclaimed, picking up the walkie-talkie to announce, change destination to Chongqing Island. Understood, boss. Jingya, lead the way. All right. Zhang Wen promptly altered their course. Following Jingya's guidance towards Chongqing Island, Yang Guang drove the second heavy truck closely behind. The horde of zombies grew ever larger, relentlessly pursuing the two heavy trucks. Some clung to the front, others smashed the windows, while a few climbed onto the truck beds. Each one agile and ferocious, completely shedding their former rigidity and sluggishness. I will clear the zombies outside, Zhang Fan declared as he appeared in the truck bed, wielding a short blade to swiftly decapitate the zombies that had climbed aboard. After collecting the fallen orbs of light, he reappeared at the front of the truck to eliminate the zombies clinging there. Zhang Fan then instantaneously shifted to the rear truck, eradicating the zombies aboard before finally halting. The speed of the heavy truck escalated, yet the dark mass of zombies continued to pursue fiercely. Their roars echoed, reminiscent of bloodthirsty beasts eager to tear their prey to shreds. Gazing at the approaching zombies, Zhang Fan's eyes glimmered with greed. Each one was a walking orb of vitality. Missing this opportunity would be a grave misfortune. With this thought, Zhang Fan created 10 duplicates. He intended to send these 10 duplicates into the city center to hunt zombies and harvest vitality orbs. Go forth, Zhang Fan commanded softly. Understood. The 10 duplicates, in sync with Zhang Fan's intent, comprehended his thoughts without hesitation. They plunged into the throng of zombies, unleashing a frenzied massacre. I hope that when we meet again, you will surprise me, Zhang Fan murmured before instantaneously vanishing back into the car. Chongqing Island, the closest of the 3 Chongming Islands to the Demon Sea, was merely a half-hour drive away. However, due to heavy traffic and the darkness of the rain-soaked night, what should have been a 30-minute journey turned into a 2-hour ordeal. By the time they arrived at Chongqing Island, it was already 2 a.m. Fortunately, upon entering the island, it felt as if they had transitioned to the countryside. With a significant reduction in vehicles and a smooth, unobstructed journey, zombies were nearly non-existent. Witnessing this scene, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their previously anxious hearts now at ease. Surrounded by a horde of ominous zombies moments ago, they had felt immense pressure, fearing that their vehicle might be halted and that they would be torn to shreds by the undead. That was terrifying, Wang Yuan exclaimed, patting her chest, her face still pale with lingering fear. I almost suffocated. Not just you, I was terrified as well. Zhang Wensi gasped. My nerves were completely on edge. My back is drenched. The zombies were truly relentless tonight. One could only wonder how many lives would be lost by dawn. Who knows? Zhang Fan sighed. But tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Many survivors will surely struggle to rest. Indeed, these zombies seem to possess an uncanny ability to sense our presence. Tonight is particularly eerie. Jingyao's family estate was located in the outskirts of Chongqing Island, surrounded by a near absence of people, thus they encountered very few zombies. After a brief journey of several minutes, they finally arrived at Jingyao's 4-person estate. The estate was expansive, encompassed by an array of orchards. There were mulberry, loquat, cherry, apple, nectarine, peach, and strawberry orchards. The most delightful surprise was a sprawling watermelon patch. However, as it was only June, the various fruits had yet to ripen, with strawberries already out of season. Only the watermelons were thriving, the plump 8,424 variety looking particularly appetizing. Jingya, your estate is absolutely beautiful. Chao Jie couldn't help but exclaim. Can you possibly consume all these fruits? Eating is secondary, it's primarily for relaxation. Jingya replied with a smile. My parents often come here when they have free time to tend to the fruit trees, cultivate some watermelons, and occasionally host parties for friends. How large is this estate? Zhang Fan eagerly inquired. Not too large, just a few hundred acres, Jingya replied nonchalantly. Is the land rented? Such a vast expanse must cost a fortune in rent each month. Zhang Wensi interjected. Not too much, just a couple of million. The world of the wealthy is truly beyond my comprehension. A hardened road ran through the center of the orchard, allowing heavy trucks to traverse the grounds and arrive at a courtyard. This courtyard was not a villa, but rather a classical Chinese garden infused with Jiangnan style. With white walls and black tiles, adorned with a traditional Chinese bonsai, and a wooden-framed white wall, the subtle decorations resembling cicada wings and fallen leaves exuded a tranquil harmony, reflecting the owner's meticulous and delicate sensibility. The group disembarked and approached the small courtyard. Fortunately, the door was intact, indicating that it had not been occupied. Zhang Fan, Jingya called out. Zhang Fan snapped his fingers, and the door lock clicked open, allowing him to push the door and enter. The courtyard was divided into 2 levels, connected by a long wooden staircase. Surrounding the courtyard were houses, along with a pavilion, a stone table, and stone chairs. At the front was the reception hall, which eschewed the conventional layout of sofas, coffee tables, and televisions. Instead, the walls were adorned with deep gray vintage tiles, integrated with an electronic fireplace, a harmonious blend of classical and modern aesthetics. The walls on either side of the hall were opened up, featuring wooden-framed floor-to-ceiling windows that provided a direct view of the front and backyards, rendering the entire space bright and airy. "Is anyone in the courtyard, Sister Chow?" Jingya inquired. In the darkness, she dreaded the thought of zombies or survivors lurking in the yard, which would be truly terrifying. Chow Jie shook her head. "I sensed it. There's no one." "That's a relief." Jingya sighed, ushering everyone into the courtyard and casually closing the large door behind them. It was quite late, and after a long night of commotion, everyone was fatigued. Under Jingya's guidance, they each received their respective rooms and bedding before drifting off to sleep. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, Zhang Fan left a clone to keep watch while he too succumbed to slumber. Fortunately, as this area was suburban and surrounded by orchards, there were no zombies, and the latter part of the night passed without incident. When Zhang Fan awoke, it was nearly 11 o'clock. The others were already awake, having washed up and were seated in the dining room enjoying porridge. After he finished washing, Chow Jie brought him a bowl of rice porridge. "Xiao Fan, we rushed out last night and brought nothing except rice. Please make do with this." "Thank you, Sister Chow." Zhang Fan took the bowl, heedless of the heat, and gulped it down, having not had a sip of water since last night. He was indeed famished. "What are the plans for today?" Jingya asked, sipping her porridge. "Has the rain stopped?" Zhang Fan glanced out the window. Indeed, the rain had ceased, and the sun was shining, with the sky a clear blue, as if freshly washed. The air was filled with a refreshing scent, and a vibrant green landscape basked in the bright sunlight stretched before them. "It has," Jingya nodded, "but there's something quite peculiar." "What is it?" Zhang Fan asked, puzzled, and the others turned their attention to Jingya. "Before I went to sleep last night, I specifically placed a basin under the eaves to catch rainwater." Jingya furrowed her brow. Given the heavy downpour last night, the basin should have been full, was it not? Zhang Fan queried, intrigued. "No. When I checked the courtyard this morning, the basin was completely empty." Jingya whispered, "Even stranger. There was no standing water in the courtyard or outside. It was as if it had never rained at all." Upon hearing this, an unsettling chill crept up everyone's spines, leaving them feeling rather eerie. Chapter 43. The new base camp. Last night's deluge had been nothing short of torrential rain, persisting for several hours. Yet, upon waking, the ground was dry, lacking even a trace of standing water. What a joke. Even if the temperature were high enough to evaporate water rapidly, it was implausible for there to be no remnants of the rain. "This is indeed the case," Chow Jie interjected. "I went out with Xiaoyao this morning, and whether on the paved roads or the muddy ground of the orchard, everything was dry, as if it hadn't rained for days." "And your clothes," Jingya remarked. "The clothes you wore last night were clearly drenched, yet they were dry by morning." "My shoes were the same," Yang Guang replied in a deep voice. "My shoes were thoroughly soaked while hunting zombies last night. By the time I wore them this morning, they were already dry. And by the way, my shoes are canvas, which typically takes longer to dry. I experienced the same. Not only my shoes, but my clothes were dry as well." The group began to express their bewilderment over this peculiar occurrence. "This is truly eerie." Zhang Wenxi stuttered. Could such heavy rain last night have triggered a supernatural event? While it may not have reached the level of a supernatural incident, the rain that fell last night was undoubtedly abnormal. Jingya pondered. "I dare to speculate that last night's rain not only transformed a majority of humans into zombies, but also significantly enhanced the zombies, making them stronger. Furthermore, this rain must have evaporated remarkably quickly, allowing it to dry completely within a few hours. Easily evaporated? Wu Yin nodded slightly. It seems that's the only explanation. Much like dry ice or concentrated ammonia. That makes sense. The others nodded in agreement. However, whether it evaporated or not was not the crux of the matter. Jingya shook her head. What truly matters now is what we should do next. After last night's evolution, all zombies have significantly strengthened, their combat abilities amplified several-fold. With a grave expression, Jingya continued, the combat power of a single zombie has increased exponentially, raising our danger level geometrically. Our situation has become exceedingly perilous. Zhang Fan nodded slightly, fully aware of the changes in zombie combat strength, which had skyrocketed from 0.5 to 5, marking a tenfold increase. This magnitude was astonishing. One zombie, of course, was not a significant threat. However, a swarm of zombies, or countless zombies combined, could unleash a truly terrifying force. Zhang Fan refrained from immediately voicing his opinion and instead turned to the group, asking, "What thoughts do you all have? We must fight back and eliminate the zombies surrounding the villa. We need to return to the villa," Yang Guang declared promptly. "The supplies we have gathered, clothes, food, and so forth, are all in Huoding Yeyuan. That is our stronghold, and we must return. Returning is essential. But the question remains, what if the zombies surround us again in the dead of night once we return to the villa? I certainly do not wish to be besieged at night." Bao Yuning shook his head vigorously. "Indeed, we still have not figured out why the zombies encircled us." Cui Yin concurred. "I believe it would be prudent to refrain from returning until we understand the reason behind this." "That makes sense." Bao Yuning and Cui Yin's sentiments were echoed by Wang Yuan, Chao Jie, Zhou Ling, and Wu Yin. Being sound asleep in the middle of the night only to be suddenly surrounded by a horde of zombies was an experience none wished to repeat. The group seemed to imply that they should not return to the villa, but rather remain here for the time being. Zhang Fan looked at everyone. Staying on Chongqing Island wasn't such a bad idea after all. Zhou Ling remarked. Chongqing Island is merely a small isle, surrounded by rivers on all sides, with only the Yangtze Tunnel leading to the Demon Sea. If we sever or barricade the Yangtze Tunnel, the zombies will be unable to cross over. Once we eliminate the zombies on the island, Chongqing Island will transform into a sanctuary free of the undead. Zhou Ling grew increasingly animated as she spoke. Moreover, the soil on Chongqing Island is exceptionally fertile. We can easily cultivate vegetables, grow grains, and raise livestock here, achieving sustainable development. It is undeniable that Zhou Ling's words held immense allure, stirring the hearts of those present. "Boss, I believe Zhou Ling's proposal is highly feasible." Zhang Wenxi promptly nodded in agreement. Chongqing Island is encircled by the Yangtze River, which is several meters deep, serving as a natural barrier that completely obstructs land-based zombies from entering the island. Furthermore, the island's total population is only 120,000. Jingya interjected. Even if all 120,000 were to turn into zombies, at our hunting pace, we could eliminate every last one within a month. By then, Chongqing Island will become a utopia devoid of zombies. We can live here without fear, cultivate food, and raise livestock, transforming Chongqing Island entirely into our private domain. I once read a survival axiom in an online novel. Cui Yin added, in the event of a global zombie outbreak, the safest locations are often the most remote, such as deep mountains and isolated islands. With no human presence on the island, naturally, there will be no zombies, and without zombies, safety is assured. Therefore, I too support remaining on Chongqing Island. Chongqing Island is perched above the waters, with only a single tunnel and bridge leading to the mainland. Wu Yin stated slowly. In contrast, Huoding Yeyuan is situated in a bustling urban area. Even if we eliminate all the zombies surrounding our neighborhood, others will inevitably come from nearby. Comparatively, Chongqing Island is undoubtedly more suited as a rear base and stronghold. I concur. Chongqing Island is a mere 88 square kilometers in size, and the zombies can certainly be eradicated, unlike the mainland, where they seem endless. By the way, there are also Shashing Island and Chongzhou Island nearby. If we wish to expand our stronghold, we could conquer Shashing Island and Chongzhou Island. Zhang Fan echoed the sentiment of establishing Chongqing Island as their stronghold. As everyone had articulated, Chongqing Island is a secluded isle surrounded by rivers, with a limited area and a finite number of zombies, at most a few 100,000, which can be dealt with. Once the zombies on Chongqing Island are purged, it will become a place free from the undead, with the absence of zombies. The entirety of Chongqing Island will transform into their territory, suitable for planting vegetables, growing grains, cultivating fruits, and raising livestock, thereby achieving sustainable development. Simultaneously, Chongqing Island is in close proximity to the Demon Sea, merely a half-hour drive away. They can easily enter Chongqing Island to gather supplies, hunt zombies, and collect crystals. A dual advantage. Since everyone is in agreement, let us proceed with this plan. Zhang Fan rose and declared, I hereby announce that Chongqing Island will officially become our stronghold. From now on, we shall develop this place as our base. Boss, you are brilliant. The crowd erupted in joy, chattering excitedly. Zhang Fan raised his hand, signaling for everyone to quiet down. Before anything else, we must transfer the supplies left in the villa. Otherwise, all our recent efforts will have been in vain. It is certain that we have gathered a significant amount of provisions at the villa. We cannot simply abandon them. They must be relocated. He continued, this is straightforward. My personal space is sufficiently large to accommodate everything in one go. Excellent. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. In that case, it is settled. The others will remain on the island to clear the zombies while Jingya and I return to the villa to transfer the supplies. All right, no problem. After lunch, everyone dispersed. To ensure the safety of the group and to expedite the eradication of the zombies on the island, Zhang Fan left behind 10 clones. Now at level 4, he could create a maximum of 40 clones. Having produced 10 the previous night and dispatched them to the Citic building, he was able to create another 10 today, leaving him with 20 more to create. Zhang Fan drove a heavy truck, accompanied by Jingya, as they departed from Chongqing Island, heading towards the Demon Sea. Thanks to a road cleared the previous night, their journey was smooth, and in less than 40 minutes, they arrived at the Demon Sea. It was precisely 12:30. With the sun high in the sky and the temperature rising sharply, Zhang Fan, wearing sunglasses, rested one hand on the window while gripping the steering wheel with the other. The scenery rushing by outside. Beside him, Jingya stood gracefully, her hair flowing in the breeze, radiating beauty. Do we look like a couple? Zhang Fan joked. Not at all. Jingya shook her head. Why not? He asked, glancing at her. Have you ever seen a couple driving a heavy truck? She replied, stifling a laugh. That's easy. We'll just find a luxury car later. In this world, there are plenty of them around. Zhang Fan laughed heartily. Just focus on driving. Jingya shot him a look. We're approaching the bustling district, and there are many zombies around. Be cautious. Rest assured, I am well aware. As they entered the bustling district, the number of zombies indeed increased. The streets, lawns, storefronts, and overpasses were filled with swaying undead. The ground was parched, showing no signs of rain, as if the downpour of the previous night had never occurred. However, much of the blood on the streets had vanished, as though washed away. While debris had accumulated at the sewer entrances, evidence of last night's torrential rain. The heavy truck rumbled into the street, emitting a deep growl that immediately attracted the attention of the zombies. They turned their heads en masse, rushing towards them like flies drawn to filth, shrieking in a cacophony. When confronted by the vehicle, some zombies leaped over it, while others collapsed onto its roof. These zombies displayed remarkable agility, though not on par with Olympic athletes. They were certainly comparable to young adults. This was not an isolated occurrence. The zombies throughout the streets exhibited similar vitality. In the span of a single night, they seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. Zhang Fan exclaimed, I am quite curious about what that blood rain truly was last night. Who knows? Jingya gripped her seatbelt with one hand and the armrest with the other, her nerves frayed. There was no way to remain calm. Before last night, she could escape from the zombies even if she couldn't defeat them. However, today as zombies were beyond her speed. If she were left alone here, there would be no chance of escape. Steady yourself, Zhang Fan called out, pressing the accelerator, and the heavy truck roared to life, charging forward. With a thunderous crash, several zombies were sent flying, their bones shattered and flesh torn apart, leaving a gruesome scene. The truck sped away, leaving behind a grim array of dismembered bodies and pools of congealed blood. Had Zhang Fan disembarked to investigate, he would have noticed that the blood of today's zombies was no longer the dark, foul substance of before. It appeared remarkably vibrant. After a chaotic journey, within half an hour, Zhang Fan and Jingya returned to Huadingya Yuan. The community was teeming with wandering zombies, each one aimlessly roaming like prisoners on the loose. However, upon the arrival of the truck, they were drawn in, roaring and surging forward. Zhang Fan did not stop until he reached the front of Building 9, where he promptly created 10 clones. Go. The 10 clones activated their teleportation abilities, positioning themselves in front of the villa, forming a barricade. Teleportation had its limitations. At level 1, Zhang Fan could teleport a maximum of 3 meters, at level 2, 10 meters, at level 3, 20 meters, and at level 4, 50 meters. 50 meters. Now at level 4, Zhang Fan could traverse any point within that range at will. The zombies lunged toward the clones with ferocious growls. There's space in the truck. Come. Let me take you inside. Zhang Fan extended his right hand. What for? Jingya asked, puzzled. Hold my hand. Zhang Fan replied, and before she could refuse, he grasped her hand firmly. Her small hand was soft and delicate, yet surprisingly cold. How could it be so chilly in the sweltering summer? Why is your hand so cold? Zhang Fan inquired. Jingya attempted to pull her hand away, but, finding it futile, simply sighed. I've always been this way. Then you must be quite sensitive to the cold in winter? Zhang Fan remarked. No. Zhang Fan shook his head. Molly is particularly afraid of the cold in winter. She often asks me to warm her bed. Scoundrel. Jingya retorted, baring her teeth. Perpetually single. Zhang Fan jested, activating his teleportation ability. In an instant, the two vanished from the truck, reappearing in the basement of the villa. We're already in the basement? Jingya exclaimed. You can teleport others too? I couldn't before. But now that I've reached level 4, I can. Zhang Fan replied with a grin. You're already at level 4? Jingya gasped, taken aback. She was only at level 2. The disparity between them was staggering. Indeed. Zhang Fan nodded, urging, hurry and gather supplies. We need to leave soon. Got it. Zhang Fan knew that the villa was safe, yet he chose to remain close to Jingya for added security. As Jingya traversed the area, successive batches of supplies vanished. It is truly lamentable, sighed Zhang Fan, that we spent several days meticulously organizing these provisions, only to see them taken away now. What can be done? Jingya continued to gather the supplies. Approximately half an hour later, the basement was stripped bare of its contents. Zhang Fan then led Jingya to the first floor, where sofas, televisions, dining tables, and chairs were all taken. Wardrobes filled with clothing were also removed. Beds, linens, and mats were collected. In the kitchen, the gas canisters, stove, refrigerator, and utensils, along with any remaining vegetables, were taken as well. An hour later, the villa in Building 9 was nearly depleted, with everything salvageable being collected. It was time to retreat. As the two exited the villa, the zombies in the community had been cleared, and the replicants were busy gathering crystals. After a brief interval, the replicants returned, carrying the collected crystals. Zhang Fan accepted the plastic bag filled with crystals and gazed inside, astonished to find they had grown several times larger. The crystals, which were previously the size of peanuts, now resembled fingers in size. Moreover, every single one was of such magnitude. Indeed, they had evolved. Zhang Fan handed the plastic bag to Jingya and subsequently acquired 10 replicants. In an instant, a warm current surged into Zhang Fan's body, causing his physical attributes to rise once more. Ultimately, his level increased by 212, reaching level 4, 103710000. Each zombie contributed 5 points. The growth was remarkably swift. Zhang Fan mused quietly, wondering how many zombies were slain by the 10 replicants he dispatched last night. Though curiosity lingered in his heart, Zhang Fan was not in a rush to retrieve them. The zombies at the central building were numerous. Let them continue their hunt. Once they have grown sufficiently robust, he could reclaim them later. Jingya, let us depart. The two did not board the heavy-duty truck, but instead climbed into the fuel tanker parked nearby. They had left in haste the previous night, without the opportunity to drive away the tanker, and today it was imperative to return with it. It still contained over 100 liters of diesel. Zhang Fan wished he could take the heavy-duty truck, but alas, it was too cumbersome for Jingya to manage and had to be left behind. Jingya possessed a spacious personal space, yet she was unable to transport excessively large or heavy items. Based on her trials, she could currently manage to collect items weighing no more than 200 kilograms at a time. Anything heavier had to be disassembled into smaller parts and collected bit by bit. Shall we head back directly, or stop elsewhere to gather supplies? Zhang Fan inquired while driving. According to our original plan, we should visit the quasi-low-temperature distribution warehouse belonging to the MO High Commercial Group today. Jingya replied. This warehouse, also known as Mountain Song, is a vital supply point for MO High. Unlike the granary we visited yesterday, this warehouse is replete with a variety of provisions. It contains not only rice and flour but also millet, corn, noodles, cooking oil, and an array of other supplies. If we can clear this granary, our food reserves will be exceedingly ample, alleviating any concerns regarding sustenance. Then let us proceed to this granary, as it is still early, and we have ample time. Zhang Fan pressed the accelerator. You guide the way. Let south take the ring road, and avoid the city center as much as possible. Understood. The mountain warehouse is quite distant from the Huiding Elegant Garden, and given the heavy traffic on the ring road, it took over 2 hours of bumpy detours to finally arrive at the mountain warehouse. At the entrance of the warehouse, several large trucks and around 30 logistics delivery vehicles were parked. The mountain warehouse boasts a daily turnover of over 400 tons, with 50 to 60 logistics vehicles operating daily to ensure that supplies reach various distribution points in the city promptly. No wonder there are so many vehicles. Zhang Fan parked the oil tanker outside the warehouse. Upon glancing inside, he was met with the sight of a spacious warehouse exceeding 3,000 square meters, meticulously organized with packaged goods such as rice, flour, noodles, and cooking oil. Towering shelves were filled to the brim, and several forklifts were stationed within. The abundance of supplies was staggering. Zhang Fan marveled. If we were to seize this place, we would have no worries regarding flour and cooking oil for the foreseeable future. I'll start gathering it now. Hurry up. As Jingya's hand swept across the shelves, flour and cooking oil vanished before their eyes. Watching her traverse the aisles, with supplies disappearing rapidly, filled Zhang Fan with delight. Life in this post-apocalyptic world had its advantages. Everything was virtually free, without the need for currency or permission from others. One word, exhilarating. Just then, Zhang Fan suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching rapidly. Something was amiss. He instinctively shielded Jingya behind him. What's wrong? Jingya's expression shifted to one of concern. Someone is coming. Zhang Fan focused on the direction from which the footsteps originated. After breaking through level 4, his physical abilities had dramatically increased, enhancing his hearing and vision. He could discern the faintest sounds, let alone such heavy footsteps. In a moment, a group of individuals surged from various directions, cornering the two within the aisle of the shelves. Some wielded steel pipes, others baseball bats, electric rods, kitchen knives, and even bows and arrows, completely surrounding them. Chapter 45. Time stands still. Zhang Fan. Jingya grasped Zhang Fan's arm, her delicate face marked by tension, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of panic. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Zhang Fan reassured her with a smile, casting a comforting glance her way. Hum. Jingya nodded vigorously, her slightly cold hands firmly clasping Zhang Fan's sturdy palm. Zhang Fan remained composed as he surveyed the surrounding survivors. May I inquire what this is about? The survivors remained silent, scrutinizing the pair with wary eyes. Make way. Clear a path. A voice called out from behind the shelves, prompting the encircling survivors to part and create a passage. 3 women stepped forward. The first, an older woman clad in warehouse work attire, bore rough, darkened skin. The second, a woman in her 20s dressed in a business suit, exuded a professional demeanor, though her looks were rather ordinary. Lastly, a voluptuous woman in her 30s entered, her figure reminiscent of a ripe peach, radiating the allure of a mature woman. The woman donned high heels, her skin fair and well-maintained, exuding an air of nobility. Auntie. Upon seeing this mature lady, Jingya's eyes sparkled with delight as she suddenly exclaimed, Xiaya, it truly is you. The alluring matron, brimming with excitement, rushed toward Jingya in a flurry, surveying her from head to toe. Auntie, it's me. It's truly me. Jingya released Zhang Fan's hand and leaped into Lu Mu's embrace, tears of joy streaming down her face. How wonderful, Auntie. I am so thrilled to see you. I thought I might have mistaken you when I saw you on the surveillance camera, but it truly is you. Lu Mu's eyes glistened with tears, overcome with emotion as she sobbed. Auntie, I'm so glad you're alive. Zhang Fan stood in a state of bewilderment. He had anticipated encountering an adversary, fully prepared for battle, only to discover that it was, in fact, Jingya's aunt. What an unforeseen turn of events. After a considerable time, Jingya and the enchanting matron managed to calm their racing hearts. Auntie, have you been here all this time? Jingya inquired. I arrived from the T-Mountain Manor 3 days ago. Lu Mu replied, her eyes reddened. There was no food at the manor, so I bravely led everyone here. And fortunately, we encountered no significant dangers along the way. What about my parents? Jingya asked anxiously. Lu Mu's expression darkened as she gently shook her head. They turned into zombies as soon as the apocalypse began. Jingya trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks. Although she had suspected this outcome, hearing the news firsthand was still devastating. "Good child, do not cry," Lu Mu said, taking a tissue to wipe away Jingya's tears, softly comforting her. "From now on, we will rely on each other. I will take good care of you and ensure you are not harmed." "I understand, Annie," Jingya whispered through her sobs, deeply saddened. Lu Mu consoled her, waiting until she had calmed down before asking, "Xiaya, you came here to gather provisions, didn't you?" "Yes, Auntie," Jingya nodded. "I knew there was an abundance of food here, so I brought Zhang Fan along." At this, she pointed to Zhang Fan and added, "Auntie, this is my friend, Zhang Fan." Lu Mu turned her attention to Zhang Fan, appraising him with a smile. "Mr. Zhang, it is a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for taking care of Xia Ye these past few days." "It was my duty, no need for thanks," Zhang Fan replied with a courteous smile. Lu Mu returned a warm smile and said to Jingya, "Xiaya, you both should join us. We can support one another and provide mutual aid." Jingya hesitated for a moment before responding. "Auntie, you should come with us. It's safer over there." "With you?" Lu Mu asked, puzzled. "Where are you currently residing? Is it nearby?" Just as Jingya was about to respond, a booming voice echoed from outside. "Manager Lu, I have returned." Hearing this, Lu Mu's face turned pale with rage, cursing under her breath. "That scoundrel, back again." "Auntie, who is it?" Jingya inquired, puzzled. "Zhao Yongwei." Lu Mu spat through gritted teeth. "Zhao Yongwei." Jingya furrowed her brow slightly. "You don't mean that second-generation heir from the Zhao family, do you?" "Indeed, it is him," Lu Mu replied vehemently. "The audacity of this individual to still be alive is truly astonishing. It seems that good people seldom enjoy long lives, while miscreants thrive for millennia." Jingya felt a wave of disdain. Zhao Yonghui was notoriously known as a useless second-generation scion in the circles of the Demon Sea. His family was deeply entrenched in real estate, flourishing in business, and with his father having had him in old age, he was excessively indulged as the sole heir. This overindulgence cultivated in Zhao Yonghui a fearless disposition, allowing him to rampage through the Demon Sea without a care in the world. He particularly relished in the company of women. Given his lineage, he could have any woman he desired. Yet, he had an inexplicable preference for virtuous ladies. A few years back, he invaded the home of a married woman in the dead of night, not only assaulting her, but also inflicting grievous harm upon her husband. Incidents of this nature were countless. Not only was he detested by all, but even the other wasteful heirs in the Demon Sea circles looked down upon such a scoundrel. In the wake of the apocalypse, with so many lives lost, it was a travesty that he remained unscathed. Truly, the heavens must be blind. Indeed, they are more than blind. Lu Mu shook her head with a bitter smile. Zhao Yonghui not only thrived, but possessed an exceptionally formidable ability. "Aunt, what power does he possess?" Jingya inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. "Time manipulation," Lu Mu replied slowly. "He can halt time in his vicinity while moving freely." "Time manipulation." Jingya and Zhang Fan exchanged a glance, both reflecting shock in their eyes. Time manipulation. Without question. It was an ability that could be deemed overpowered. Time is the most unfathomable, elusive, and uncontrollable force in this world. The ability to halt time means that everything comes to a standstill, akin to pressing the pause button on a video player. Regardless of how formidable the characters in a video may be, or how grand the scenes unfold, once the pause button is pressed, everything within the video ceases to move. Time manipulation equates to the pause button in a movie, capable of freezing all action. Leveraging this ability, he amassed a group of survivors, declaring himself the Zhao King. Lu Mu expressed her frustration. Daily, he roams about seizing women under the guise of auditions to fill his harem, nothing short of a beast. "That scoundrel," Jingya cursed. Given her understanding of Zhao Yonghui, it was evident that with such an overpowered ability, in the current state of the world, this villain would stop at nothing. Declaring himself a king? Amassing a harem? Did he truly aspire to be an emperor? "Aunt, what are his intentions now?" Jingya asked again. "They arrived here just yesterday afternoon." Lu Mu gritted her teeth in anger. "Not only does he aim to monopolize the food supplies here, but he also threatened me to become his woman. If I refuse, he plans to force me today? He dares." Jingya's brows furrowed fiercely. There is no stopping him. Lu Mu's smile was tinged with bitterness. Time manipulation is incredibly overpowered. Any other ability is rendered futile. "Have you made your decision, Ms. Lu?" That flippant voice echoed once more. "Will you obediently submit to this king, or will you obediently submit to this king? Such a disgraceful wretch. Lu Mu muttered under her breath and instructed Jingya, "Little ya, find a place to hide. Make sure you don't let him discover you, or I, your aunt, won't be able to protect you." Jingya glanced at Zhang Fan and replied, "Aunt, do not fear him. With Zhang Fan here, he cannot harm us." Lu Mu cast a look at Zhang Fan and shook her head, saying, "He is not to be underestimated. It is best for you to conceal yourselves." Jingya wanted to say more, but Zhang Fan shook his head at her. Having spent so many days together, they had developed a silent understanding. Upon seeing Zhang Fan's gesture, Jingya immediately grasped his intent and fell silent, only reminding her aunt, "Aunt, please be careful." "I will." Lu Mu nodded. Smoothing Jingya's hair with a sigh, "You must remember to hide well. Once we have departed, you may come out. Do you understand?" "I understand." Jingya affirmed with a nod. "Mr. Zhang, I entrust little Ye to you," Lu Mu added, before leading her companions out of the warehouse. Once they had completely left, Zhang Fan exchanged a knowing glance with Jingya and quietly followed her. At the entrance of the warehouse, 6 or 7 heavy trucks were parked, all used for transporting soil and stones from the construction site. Among these trucks stood a sleek Rolls-Royce, with its front end leaning against a young man with long hair, dressed in designer attire, wearing sunglasses. He held a cigarette, exhaling smoke rings with a nonchalant demeanor. Flanking the young man were 7 or 8 robust individuals, their hands resting on their abdomens, forming a protective line as if they were his bodyguards. This young man was none other than Zhao Yonghui. Upon seeing Lu Mu emerge, Zhao Yonghui removed his sunglasses, casually discarded his cigarette butt, and exhaled with a smirk. His gaze, predatory like that of a wolf, swept over Lu Mu's voluptuous figure before he smiled and inquired, "Mr. Lu, have you given any thought to our arrangement? I will share half of the grain in the warehouse with you, and you and your men must leave," Lu Mu replied with a stoic expression. "Half of the grain to dismiss me? Are you jesting, Mr. Lu, or are you offering alms?" Zhao Yonghui chuckled. "Mr. Lu, let us speak plainly. Only someone of your caliber is worthy of my attention. I shall ask you directly, will you yield to me?" As he spoke, he casually pulled out a nail clipper and began tending to his nails. "You know, Mr. Lu, while I prefer things to come to fruition naturally, I am not averse to applying pressure when necessary. Is there nothing to discuss?" Lu Mu's expression turned cold. "What do you think?" Zhao Yonghui grinned. "I assure you, should you comply with my desires, you could become the queen among my harem, with a status surpassing that of all other women." Since Zhao Yonghui was so insistent, it seemed I had no choice but to acquiesce. "Very well, I accept your terms." Lu Mu suddenly broke into a radiant smile, striding forward with her long, curvaceous legs until she stood before Zhao Yonghui. Then, extending her fair arm, she wrapped it around his neck and gently blew a breath of air. "Now, this is more like it." Zhao Yonghui, seizing the moment, wrapped his arm around Lu Mu's slender waist, proclaiming, "Together, we form a formidable alliance. We shall undoubtedly establish a reign amidst the chaos of this apocalyptic world and ascend to true sovereignty. However, you must not treat me poorly in the future." Lu Mu flashed a charming smile, only to suddenly contort her expression into one of ferocity, growling, "Die." Chapter 46, Super Vibration Die. Lu Mu's face twisted with rage as a sharp, slender wooden spear, resembling a steel drill, materialized in her hand. She thrust it forcefully toward Zhao Yonghui's neck, a blow that would surely pierce through if it connected. Yet, just as the spear was poised to strike, it abruptly halted. Lu Mu, too, froze, her face still contorted in a menacing grin, her hand imitating the stabbing motion, yet she remained immobile, as if paralyzed or ensnared by an unseen force. Zhao Yonghui, pushing Lu Mu's arm aside, took 2 steps back and regarded her with a smirk. "President Lu, this little charade is quite dull in my presence. Come now, bind her." With a grand gesture, he signaled to his 2 subordinates, who rushed from the trunk with a rope, intent on restraining Lu Mu. "Stop right there. Who dares to lay a hand on our President Lu?" Witnessing this, Lu Mu's followers surged forward, encircling her protectively. Among them, 2 women stood resolutely in front of Lu Mu, resembling fierce bodyguards. One, with dark skin and clad in work attire, had prominent veins on her forehead and a robust physique, her round eyes glaring at Zhao Yonghui like a fierce bear. The other, dressed in an OL suit, with a flying knife hovering beside her, also fixed a steely gaze upon Zhao Yonghui. Seeing this, Zhao Yonghui's subordinates charged forward, and in an instant, The two parties were face to face, the atmosphere charged with tension. Zhao Yanghui's expression darkened, a glint of menace flickering in his eyes as he commanded, "All of you, stand down." "Yes, my lord." Zhao Yanghui's subordinates obediently retreated behind him. Satisfied with their compliance, he turned his attention to Lu Mu's followers. A smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a crooked, dragon-like grin. "I offer you a chance. Kneel before me at once, and I may spare your lives. Enough of your arrogance. If you wish to live, leave this place immediately. You are not welcome here," bellowed the stout, dark-skinned woman, showing no regard for Zhao Yanghui's threats. "Indeed. Get out now. This is our territory. Do not provoke us," echoed Lu Mu's other subordinates in agreement. "Very well. If you seek death, I shan't deny you," Zhao Yanghui retorted with a twisted smile, lightly snapping his fingers. A peculiar wave of energy spread forth, abruptly silencing the cacophony of curses. Observing Lu Mu's subordinates, they stood frozen, as if ensnared by an invisible force, their faces still contorted in expressions of rage, as though struck mute. "Knife," Zhao Yanghui commanded, and an underling promptly presented him with a blade, an intricately patterned Longquan sword. Grasping the sword, Zhao Yanghui advanced step by step towards Lu Mu's men. "What are you doing?" "Zhao Yanghui." Lu Mu suddenly regained his composure, rushing to stand before him. "Let us discuss this calmly. Do not resort to violence." "Do you understand why I have spared you, Lu?" Zhao Yanghui sneered cruelly. "I wish for you to witness the fate that befalls those who dare defy me." With that, he once again paused time for Lu Mu and commanded his underlings to bind him. Once securely restrained, Zhao Yanghui released Lu Mu from his temporal stasis, allowing him to regain movement. "What do you intend to do, Zhao Yanghui?" Lu Mu exclaimed in exasperation, struggling futilely against the tightly wound ropes that held him captive. "Should you refuse to comply, I shall make an example of your subordinates." Zhao Yanghui revealed a sinister smile, then raised the Longquan sword, poised to slice the throat of a middle-aged woman clad in work attire. With the sword's sharpness, it was certain to sever her windpipe. Yet, just as the blade was about to meet her throat, it abruptly halted. Zhao Yanghui turned to find his wrist clasped by an unseen hand. He immediately focused on the individual before him, a figure clad in metallic silver, resembling a being forged from a silver alloy, shimmering in the sunlight with a blinding radiance. "Who are you?" Zhao Yanghui demanded coldly. "You need not concern yourself with that." The newcomer was none other than Zhang Fan. He cast a brief glance at Zhao Yanghui, denying him the chance to utilize his powers, and initiated a super hypnosis. Buzz. Zhao Yanghui's pupils dilated, then swiftly closed as he collapsed, unconscious. Zhang Fan, witnessing this, released a sigh of relief. He had observed Zhao Yanghui's actions in their entirety. Not only did he disdain Zhao Yanghui's conduct, but he also gained a clear understanding of the formidable power of time stasis. "Regardless of who you are or what abilities you possess, if I can halt your time, you will be rendered immobile. This is the nature of time stasis. Indeed, it is quite overpowered." Zhang Fan understood that if given the opportunity, Zhao Yanghui could prove difficult to contend with. Therefore, prior to intervening, he had transformed into a metallic form. This way, even if Zhao Yanghui attempted to ensnare him, he would be unable to inflict any harm. However, he could not maintain the time stasis indefinitely. Any moment of hesitation would allow him to deploy super hypnosis. As it turned out, Zhang Fan had somewhat overestimated Zhao Yanghui's capabilities. With a swift motion, Zhang Fan raised his foot and crushed Zhao Yanghui's skull, sending him to report to the King of Hell. With a swift motion, 3 luminous orbs fell from his body, 1 gold, 1 silver, and 1 white. Zhang Fan collected them one by one. His physique registered at 18, and his mental acuity also at 18, granting him the extraordinary ability of time manipulation. He felt a surge of joy within. However, the onlookers were rendered speechless. What was happening? Had he truly defeated the leader? This audacious fellow had slain the boss. They rallied together, intent on avenging their fallen leader. The crowd erupted in chaos, yet their reactions were starkly contrasting. Lu Mu and her subordinates were utterly bewildered, still trying to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, the minions of Zhao Yanghui clamored for vengeance. Yet, only one dared to act. The others remained inert, merely vociferous. They were acutely aware of their limitations. If even Zhao Yanghui, who surpassed them, had been vanquished by Zhang Fan, what chance did they have? Moreover, their loyalty to Zhao Yanghui was superficial, stemming from fear rather than allegiance. There was no way they would risk their lives for him. To your doom. The bold assailant. A burly youth snarled as he tightened his fists and unleashed a powerful strike towards Zhang Fan. A resonating hum filled the air as two formidable waves of vibration erupted from his fists, colliding violently with Zhang Fan. These waves took on a tangible form, visible to the naked eye as concentric shock waves surged forth. The impact sent Zhang Fan hurtling backward, as though struck by a speeding train. Lu Mu and her two underlings, positioned behind him, bore the brunt of the collision, propelled several meters away before crashing to the ground. Zhang Fan, having transformed his body into a metallic state, remained unscathed. While Lu Mu and her companions coughed up blood, their ribs seemingly fractured from the force. Aunt Jingya rushed in from the warehouse, panic-stricken as she leaped towards Lu Mu. Are you all right? Lu Mu spat out a mouthful of blood, her entire body aching as if her bones were disassembling. I'm fine, not dead yet. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Jingya glanced at Lu Mu's two subordinates, who lay moaning on the ground, seemingly injured but not in immediate danger of death. Zhang Fan, we must get Aunt and the others back for treatment, she urged. Understood. Zhang Fan sprang into action, instantly teleporting in front of the assailant, a smile replacing any anger. Vibration ability, splendid. He would not grant this assailant a second opportunity to strike, initiating his hypnotic technique. With a buzz, the young man's eyes rolled back as he succumbed to slumber. Zhang Fan snapped his fingers, activating his transmutation ability. In a quiet moment, the assailant transformed into gleaming gold, radiant and resplendent. 3 luminous orbs tumbled from his form, 1 gold, 1 silver, and 1 silvery white. Zhang Fan collected them with great eagerness. His physique now registered at 13, and his mental acuity at 11, endowing him with the formidable super vibration ability. Today had yielded bountiful rewards. Despite the searing pain coursing through him, Zhang Fan's heart swelled with elation. The power of time manipulation needed no explanation. It was a game-changing ability. And the super vibration ability was undeniably potent as well. The physique of this young subordinate was merely 13, indicating that he had just stepped into the second tier, rendering him a novice among his peers. Yet, astonishingly, the vibrations he emitted were capable of sending Zhang Fan flying, showcasing an unimaginable power. Zhang Fan, brimming with confidence, believed that such extraordinary abilities in his possession would undoubtedly unleash even more terrifying destructive potential. Another formidable ability had been acquired, a significant gain indeed. Regaining his composure, Zhang Fan turned to Zhao Yanghui's other subordinates. Are you all seeking revenge for Zhao Yanghui? The subordinates hesitated, their heads bowed in silence. Revenge? What a ludicrous notion. With your immense strength, what could we possibly achieve? Leave us be, Zhang Fan coldly retorted. Understood. The group of subordinates hastily boarded a heavy truck and swiftly vanished from sight. Zhang Fan created a clone and instructed Jingya. Let the clone escort them back for recovery. We shall remain to gather supplies and return afterward. All right, I shall follow your lead. Chapter 47. Securing the tunnel initially. Lu Mu and his subordinates were reluctant to depart for 2 reasons. First, the provisions in the warehouse were sufficient to sustain them for an extended period, and their absence would leave the food situation dire. Second, the outside world was teeming with zombies, particularly after last night's evolution, which had rendered them exceptionally formidable. Exiting the warehouse now would undoubtedly pose great danger. Jingya patiently explained the situation for quite some time, and had Zhang Fan demonstrate his prowess before Lu Mu finally agreed to leave with his subordinates. Following the clone's lead, Zhang Fan and Jingya remained behind to collect the food supplies. Unlike their previous endeavor, Jingya intended to completely empty the mountain warehouse, taking every morsel within. With Lu Mu and his 10 companions joining, the consumption of food would inevitably rise significantly. Merely gathering supplies for 13 individuals would prove grossly inadequate. After 2 hours of diligent effort, all the food from the mountain warehouse was stored within Jingya's spatial compartment. The warehouse now stood utterly devoid of supplies. It's time to head back. Indeed, as they exited the warehouse, they spotted the Rolls-Royce left at the entrance by Zhao Yanghui. A phantom Rolls-Royce. Zhang Fan's eyes sparkled with delight. You mentioned we lacked luxury vehicles. Well, here it is. Jingya shot him a disapproving glance. In this day and age, it pales in comparison to a heavy truck. Let us take it back. It would be a shame to leave it here. Zhang Fan crafted another clone, instructing, drive the fuel tanker back. Understood. The clone readily acknowledged and climbed into the tanker. Zhang Fan approached the Rolls-Royce. Get in. All right. Zhang Fan took the driver's seat, with Jingya beside him, following the fuel tanker as they departed from the mountain warehouse. What a splendid vehicle. Driving it was a sheer pleasure. Far more comfortable than a heavy truck. Once the zombies on Changheng Island were adequately dealt with, this car could traverse the island. However, the Demon Sea was a different matter, swarming with too many zombies to navigate. The mountain warehouse was situated over 10 kilometers from the Yangtze River Tunnel, and along this stretch of road, they encountered numerous zombies. Even with the heavy truck leading the way, they could not escape the relentless onslaught and pursuit of the undead. To safeguard the luxury vehicle, Zhang Fan summoned 2 clones, a solitary figure at the front of the vehicle and another at the rear, both dedicated to eliminating the approaching zombies. After a leisurely journey that lasted nearly an hour and a half, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Yangtze River Tunnel. Fortunately, this stretch of road was devoid of the undead. Zhang Fan drove the vehicle into the tunnel and then came to a halt. What's wrong? Jingya questioned, puzzled by Zhang Fan's sudden stop. The Yangtze River Tunnel was the sole route to Changheng Island. If they could seal the 2 tunnels, the zombies would be unable to cross, and consequently, other survivors would be hindered as well. Zhang Fan smiled and elaborated. This way, Changheng Island will become our private domain. What a splendid idea. Jingya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously. Zhang Fan, you truly are considerate. The number of zombies in the Demon Sea was overwhelming, and there were numerous survivors as well. It was conceivable that both zombies and survivors might traverse the Yangtze River Tunnel to reach Changheng Island. Particularly, survivors would certainly contemplate the allure of Changheng Island. If they could think of it, others would as well. Therefore, it was inevitable that some would attempt to access the island. Changheng Island would serve as their stronghold, and Jingya certainly did not wish for these individuals to arrive. While this course of action might seem somewhat selfish, in such dire times, when survival was already a struggle, who had the luxury to concern themselves with others? But if we block the tunnel, won't we be unable to pass through as well? Jingya furrowed her brow. That is a simple matter. Zhang Fan chuckled. We'll place a vehicle on either side of the blockage and then teleport across. That makes sense. The Yangtze River Tunnel was a dual-lane circular passage, featuring one tunnel leading into Changheng Island and another leading out. To effectively seal the tunnel, both entrances needed to be obstructed. This is also straightforward. The entrances are flanked by earth embankments, which are abundant in soil. There's more than enough to use. Zhang Fan reached into the air, and the earth began to tremble violently. With a rumble, a mound of earth surged forth, accumulating towards the tunnel. Before long, the tunnel leading into Changheng Island was completely blocked by earth. Zhang Fan teleported to the opposite side and replicated the process, sealing the car could not proceed any further, prompting Zhang Fan to disembark early and walk alongside Jingya towards the small courtyard. By the way, Jingya, how old is your aunt? Zhang Fan inquired as they walked. She appears quite youthful. 32, Jingya replied. So young? Zhang Fan exclaimed in surprise. Is she your biological aunt? My mother has 6 siblings. She is the youngest, so there is quite a gap. Jingya elucidated. Your grandmother certainly had a remarkable capacity for childbirth. Zhang Fan shook his head. By the way, given your aunt's youth, how should I address her? What would you like to call her? Jingya responded with a teasing glance. According to generational hierarchy, I should refer to her as aunt, but given her youth, she would likely be displeased with that title. Zhang Fan pondered. What about sister? Lujia? Haha. Jingya's expression suddenly darkened, and she shot Zhang Fan a fierce glare. Call her whatever you wish. With that, she turned away and headed towards the small courtyard, ignoring him. Why are you so upset? Zhang Fan called out from behind. Jingya remained unresponsive. As he observed her retreating figure, a sly grin crept across Zhang Fan's face, a glimmer of triumph in his eyes. Lu Mu and her subordinates arrived. Only 4 individuals remained at Zhang Fan's place. Chao Jia, Wang Yuan, Zhou Ling, and Yang Miao, the younger sister of Yang Linger. Zhang Wenxi, Yang Guang, Bao Yuning, Chui Yin, Wu Yin, Wu Miao, and Yang Linger had all ventured out to hunt zombies. Seeing the 2 return, Lu Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoya, you are finally back. Aunt, is your injury healed? Jingya inquired with concern. Yes, everyone is well. Lu Mu beamed, glancing at Wang Yuan. This sister here is the one who healed me. Her abilities are quite formidable. Thank you, Xiao Yuan. Jingya expressed her heartfelt gratitude. No need to be so formal with me. Xiaoya, Wang Yuan replied, equally cheerful. Having been part of Zhang Fan's team for some time, she had primarily assisted Qiao Jia in cooking, her abilities remaining untapped, which had left her somewhat disheartened. Today, however, she finally had the opportunity to showcase her talents, filling her with joy. And, from now on, you can stay here with peace of mind. Jingya grasped Lu Mu's hand. As long as you are willing to take us in, I would be more than happy. Lu Mu nodded vigorously. She then turned to Zhang Fan. Mr. Zhang, thank you for rescuing us today. Without you, we would have truly fallen into the clutches of that scoundrel Zhao Yongwei. With that, she bowed deeply to Zhang Fan. You are too courteous, Lu Mu. Zhang Fan waved his hand dismissively. Anyone would take a stand against a scoundrel like Zhao Yongwei. Hearing Zhang Fan's address, Jingya couldn't help but roll her eyes, realizing she had been duped by him. Thank you. Lu Mu expressed her gratitude once more before pulling Jingya aside to converse. Zhang Fan greeted Lu Mu's subordinates one by one, establishing a brief acquaintance, and then made his way to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Qiao Jia, Zhou Ling, and 4 other women were preparing the meal. The latter had been sent by Lu Mu to assist. 2 of the women were washing fresh vegetables, cucumbers, carrots, tomatoes, lettuce, oil wheat, asparagus, and 2 large watermelons. Upon seeing these vegetables, Zhang Fan was somewhat astonished. Qiao Jia, where did these fresh vegetables come from? Qiao Jia was slicing meat when she chuckled. This is what I gathered with Zhou Ling from the vegetable garden. A vegetable garden? Zhang Fan inquired, perplexed. Sister Qiao, does this estate really have a vegetable garden? Indeed. Qiao Jia nodded enthusiastically. It's just behind the small courtyard. Though not expansive, it boasts a variety of produce. Splendid. Zhang Fan nodded repeatedly. With a vegetable garden, we'll have fresh vegetables to enjoy. Absolutely. Qiao Jia beamed. However, with our team growing, this small garden will surely be insufficient. Tomorrow, when you visit the Demon Sea, could you bring back some vegetable seeds for planting? Of course. Zhang Fan readily agreed, noting that it was only June, and the temperature at the Demon Sea was perfect for growing all sorts of vegetables. Suddenly, urgent cries echoed from outside the courtyard. Xiao Yuan, help. Quickly. Someone is in danger. Recognizing the voice of Zhang Wenci, Zhang Fan exchanged a worried glance with Qiao Jia and instantly teleported to the living room, then proceeded outside. Jingya, Lu Mu, Wang Yuan, and others, who were conversing in the living room, exchanged glances and followed suit. Upon exiting the courtyard, they saw Zhang Wenci sprinting towards them, carrying an injured individual. The person was drenched in blood, staining Zhang Wenci as he ran, leaving a trail of crimson droplets behind. Cui Yin, Yang Linger, and the Wu sisters closely pursued, all of them smeared with blood as well. What has happened? Chapter 48. The Northeast Tiger with extraordinary abilities Yang Guang has been injured. His wounds were primarily concentrated on his chest, with several deep gashes reaching down to the bone. His clothing was torn, exposing blood and flesh, with crimson ribs visible through the lacerations. The most severe injury was a gash on his carotid artery, from which blood gushed forth like a fountain. Yang Guang had succumbed to shock from excessive blood loss. Without immediate medical attention, he would undoubtedly perish from his injuries. Fortunately, Zhang Wenci had returned just in time, carrying Yang Guang. Wang Yuan swiftly commenced treatment. Her hands enveloped in 2 spheres of green light illuminated Yang Guang, and the deep wounds visibly healed at an astonishing pace, with the bleeding gradually ceasing. After about 10 minutes, Yang Guang's injuries were completely healed, leaving no scars behind. Wang Yuan collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, utterly exhausted. Xiao Yuan, you've worked hard. Please go rest. Zhang Fan summoned Qiao Jia and Zhou Ling, who assisted Wang Yuan back to the courtyard. Yang Guang remained unconscious, but his breathing steadied, and his complexion became rosy. Having passed the critical phase, let us carry old Yang inside for some rest. Zhang Fan fashioned a makeshift stretcher, and Cui Yin along with Bao Yuning lifted Yang Guang into the courtyard. As he watched them enter the small courtyard, Zhang Fan turned to Zhang Wenci. Old Zhang, what happened? Given the severity of Yang Guang's wounds, it doesn't seem like a zombie attack. The injuries on Yang Guang were clearly inflicted by some large feline predator, rather than a zombie. Zhang Wenci took a pack of tissues from Jingya and began wiping the blood from his body, now entirely soaked in crimson from carrying Yang Guang back. It was not a zombie. Zhang Wenci shook his head, exclaiming, it's a Northeast Tiger. Upon mentioning this formidable creature, a flicker of fear crossed Zhang Wenci's eyes. It must have escaped from the zoo and launched an attack upon discovering us. Northeast tiger? Zhang Fan was taken aback. Jingya explained, there are 2 zoos on Chongqing Island. One of which, the suburban zoo, houses 5 adult Northeast tigers. Zhang Fan suddenly understood and turned to Zhang Wensi. So, it was the Northeast tiger that injured old Yang? Indeed. Zhang Wensi replied with a wry smile. This Northeast tiger is incredibly powerful, even with the combined strength of myself, old Yang, old Bao, old Chui, Linger, Wu Yin, and Wu Miao, along with a large dog named De Huang. We were unable to defeat it. All of you are second-level ability users. Yet 7 individuals and a dog were overpowered by a single Northeast tiger? Zhang Fan found this hard to believe. After beginning to absorb the white crystal for cultivation, Old Yang and the others had all achieved breakthroughs to the 2nd level. Now, they were all second-level ability users. It seemed implausible that 7 second-level ability users could not contend with 1 tiger. Boss, this Northeast tiger has not only awakened its abilities, but it is also exceedingly strange. Wu Yin interjected. All our attacks were absorbed by it, causing no damage whatsoever. Absorbed? Zhang Fan frowned slightly. Yes, absorbed. Zhang Wensi sighed. Whether it be rocks, flames, lasers, ice swords, or energy beams, all were absorbed by it, rendering them utterly ineffective. With no other option, Old Yang had to engage in close combat. But the creature's physical prowess was formidable. In just a few exchanges, Old Yang was severely injured. Thankfully, your clone arrived in time, allowing us to escape. Zhang Fan and Jingya exchanged glances, both expressing astonishment. While they were surprised by the Northeast tiger's awakened abilities, it was not entirely unexpected, as De Huang had also awakened his powers. What was truly astonishing was the tiger's peculiar ability to absorb all attacks. What kind of ability is that? Where is it located? Zhang Fan inquired urgently. With such a Northeast tiger lurking on the island, it poses a significant threat to everyone's safety. It must be eradicated. It is at the suburban zoo. Zhang Wensi replied earnestly. Zhang Fan nodded slightly and instructed, you all stay at home and rest. I will go take a look. I want to go too. Jingya insisted. Lu Mu also volunteered. I'll accompany you. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Very well. Zhang Fan did not refuse. With his current strength, he could ensure the safety of both. A few minutes later, Zhang Fan arrived near the suburban zoo in his Rolls-Royce. From a distance, he could hear the thunderous roars of the tiger, echoing like thunder and exuding an immense aura of intimidation. Zhang Fan quickly followed the sound and soon located the Northeast tiger. Goodness! Zhang Fan exclaimed in astonishment. At the moment Zhang Fan beheld the Northeast tiger, he finally comprehended why Zhang Wensi and his 7 companions had been so thoroughly overwhelmed. This magnificent beast was colossal, measuring approximately 3 meters in length and standing over 1.7 meters at the shoulder. Its presence was as imposing as that of an adult yellow cattle. Was this truly a Northeast tiger? It was undoubtedly a Northeast tiger plus. At that instant, one of Zhang Fan's clones was engaged in fierce combat with the Northeast tiger. The clone had undergone alloy integration, employing teleportation to evade detection, wielding a sharp blade that struck relentlessly at the tiger. However, each strike merely caused the tiger's skin to quiver, rendering the force of the blade utterly ineffectual. Every assault from the clone met with futility. The clone also attempted to strike with its fists, but the result was identical. Despite the tremendous force behind the punches, the impact vanished into thin air upon contact with the tiger. What sort of extraordinary ability was this? Zhang Fan exchanged glances with his companions, each reflecting a mixture of confusion and realization. It resembles the powers of Black King from the X-Men, capable of absorbing any form of energy for its own use. Lu Mu remarked, her brows furrowed in thought. To absorb any form of energy? Zhang Fan nodded slowly. Indeed, it does seem quite similar. Kinetic energy is a form of energy. Physical attacks like fists and daggers are, in essence, kinetic strikes. The Northeast tiger can effortlessly absorb the kinetic energy from blades and punches. Coupled with Zhang Wensi's assertion that it can absorb flames, lasers, and energy beams, its ability is likely one that allows it to absorb any form of energy. Zhang Fan created 2 clones tasked with safeguarding Jingya and Lu Mu, while he himself advanced towards the fray. You retreat, he commanded his clone. Understood. Without hesitation, the clone teleported away. With a thunderous roar, the Northeast tiger unleashed a piercing howl that resonated like thunder, causing the very leaves to tremble. It's icy. Emotionless gaze locked onto Zhang Fan as it lunged forward with lightning speed. In mere moments, it closed the distance, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, its massive jaws gaping wide as it aimed for Zhang Fan's neck. "Come at me." Zhang Fan thrust his fists forward with determination. A hum resonated as he activated his super vibration ability. Waves of high-frequency vibrations, visible to the naked eye, erupted from his fists, striking the northeast tiger directly. "Isn't that the ability of Zhao Yonghui's subordinate?" Lu Mu exclaimed, astonished. Jingya hesitated briefly before leaning closer to Lu Mu, whispering a few words that left Lu Mu visibly shaken. "This guy is monstrous." Meanwhile, after being struck by the vibration waves, the northeast tiger's skin quivered violently as the waves rapidly diminished. In the blink of an eye, the vibrations dissipated, yet the tiger continued its relentless charge towards Zhang Fan. What a formidable power, capable of effortlessly absorbing even such high-frequency vibrations. Zhang Fan felt a mix of astonishment and exhilaration, regarding the northeast tiger as though it were a rare treasure. "Fat tiger, I shall claim this ability for myself." Zhang Fan initiated his time-stopping technique. A strange wave of energy spread forth, freezing the airborne northeast tiger in place. It hung there in midair, its gaping maw wide open, poised to pounce. Yet, it was utterly immobilized. At that moment, its claws were less than 10 centimeters from Zhang Fan's neck. Time stood still. Lu Mu gasped in astonishment. He had even managed to acquire Zhao Yonghui's ability to halt time. Jingya, however, was not surprised. She merely reflected on the sheer dominance of power theft. Unbeknownst to all, Zhang Fan had subtly seized both the ability to freeze time and the power of super vibration. Moreover, it was certain that shortly thereafter, he would also acquire the grotesque abilities of the Siberian tiger, growing ever stronger. Zhang Fan reached out to stroke the tiger's head. Although it appeared fluffy, its fur was coarse, akin to boar bristles, stiff and prickly, offering an unpleasant tactile experience. Transmuting stone into gold. With a swift motion, Zhang Fan extended his index finger and gently tapped the tiger's head, a wave of golden energy spreading forth. In the blink of an eye, the tiger's head transformed into metal, becoming a resplendent golden visage. As Zhang Fan released the time freeze, the tiger fell to the ground with a thud, rendered motionless. 3 luminous orbs descended from its form, 1 gold, 1 silver, and 1 white. Zhang Fan collected them in succession. Physical constitution, 145. Mental acuity, 46. Acquired energy absorption ability. A physical constitution of 146? Zhang Fan marveled. What an extraordinary creature. This Siberian tiger had reached level 3. How had it cultivated itself so? Zhang Fan deduced from his experiences that a constitution in single digits indicated level 1, double digits indicated level 2, and triple digits indicated level 3. With a constitution of 146, this tiger clearly belonged to level 3. It was astonishing. How could an animal cultivate so swiftly? Had it absorbed numerous crystals? Or perhaps resorted to consuming zombies out of hunger? Never mind, he thought, dismissing the conundrum. He began to examine the newly acquired ability. Energy absorption? Chapter 49, Work Arrangements. Energy absorption was no trivial power. It was a remarkably formidable ability. Its effect was to absorb nuclear, mechanical, kinetic, potential, chemical, thermal, electrical, radiation, light, biological, and virtually any form of energy, replenishing its own energy reserves. Zhang Fan was taken aback by this effect. He fully grasped the implications of such an ability. Almost all forms of attack would release kinetic energy or other energy forms. A punch? Kinetic energy. A sharp blade? Kinetic energy. An electric current? Electrical energy. Flames? Thermal energy. Vibrational waves? Kinetic energy. With this ability, aside from hypnosis and a few minimal attacks like time freeze, he could be immune to the vast majority of assaults. Growing stronger with each blow he endured, Zhang Fan was elated beyond measure. This was an exceptionally powerful defensive ability. What a tremendous gain. What has you so jubilant, Zhang Fan? Jingyu approached and inquired. Have you managed to steal the tiger's powers again? Huh, you saw right through me. Zhang Fan nodded, then deftly shifted the topic. What shall we do with this Siberian tiger? Should we take it back for braising? Jingya shook her head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum. Just throw it away. I wouldn't dare consume felines. All right then. Zhang Fan chose not to pursue the matter further. Having previously cared for both cats and dogs, he harbored a profound affection for them and would never partake in their flesh. A tiger is merely a large cat, and out of respect for our feline friends, he resolved against eating it. With the clock striking 5, they decided to head back. Zhang Fan, having consumed only 2 bowls of congee that morning, began to feel a pang of hunger and longed to return for a meal. Driving his Rolls-Royce, the trio arrived at the manor in a mere matter of minutes. Yang Guang had already awakened, his health largely restored, though he felt somewhat weak and required a couple of days to recuperate. Dinner was prepared, and it was quite a lavish affair. Although the number of dishes was limited to 8, the portions were ample due to the gathering. Unable to accommodate everyone in the living room, they set up 4 tables in the yard and settled down. As they dined, casual conversation ensued. Are we going to reside here from now on? What? Are you reluctant? Of course not. I just wonder how President Liu will arrange things for us. Also, who will take the lead? That's hard to say. Our President Liu is formidable, yet that Zhang Fan seems even more impressive. Indeed, Zhao Yonghui was so fierce. Yet he was swiftly defeated by him. I still can't comprehend how he managed to eliminate Zhao Yonghui. Having him as the leader wouldn't be a bad idea. At least safety would be guaranteed under his command. Zhang Fan, Jingya, Lu Mu, Chao Jia, Wang Yuan, Zhou Ling, Yang Linger, and Yang Miao all sat at one table. Lu Mu picked up a pair of chopsticks filled with stir-fried lettuce and remarked with a smile, Xiao Fan, did you hear? My little followers, having known you for less than a day, are already plotting to betray me and align with you. Aunt Lu, you're jesting. Zhang Fan chuckled lightly. I am not jesting. From now on, we shall follow you. I hope you will take good care of us. Lu Mu raised a disposable cup, proclaiming, Come, I toast to you. Aunt Lu, you are too modest. Zhang Fan clinked his cup with hers and downed the contents in one go. You have no idea. These past few days, I've been leading everyone in evasion, combating zombies, gathering supplies, and soothing their spirits. Lu Mu exhaled deeply. In just a few days, I've developed gray hair. The pressure has been overwhelming. Now that I have allied with you, my burden has significantly lightened. Aunt, everything will improve. Jingya reassured. From now on, we shall strive together. And I believe we will thrive. Indeed, we certainly will. After dinner, Chao Jia and a few others went to wash the dishes while the others remained in the yard, engaged in conversation. Zhang Fan and Jingya, however, were not idle. With the addition of over a dozen new individuals, they realized the need to familiarize themselves with everyone's strengths and abilities. With an increase in numbers, management became more challenging. And the first step in effective management was to understand each person's capabilities. In the yard stood a table with an alien laptop atop it. Jingya opened Excel and began to create a spreadsheet. The header comprises names and abilities, the latter further categorized into levels and supernatural powers. Zhang Fan, standing nearby, surveyed everyone in the courtyard and proclaimed, Please come forward and turn to register. The response was enthusiastic, as everyone promptly formed a queue at the table, awaiting their turn. The first to register was Zhang Wenci. Boss. Zhang Wenci grinned sheepishly. Zhang Fan glanced at him and, smiling, informed Jingya, Zhang Wenci, Level 2, Earth Manipulation. Jingya swiftly entered the details into the form. Bao Yuning, Level 2, Laser Vision. Chui Yan, Level 2, Earth Manipulation. Yang Guang, Level 2, Super Physique. Wu Yan, Level 2, Fire Manipulation. Wu Miao, Level 2, Solar Energy Absorption. One by one, they were documented, and within half an hour, everyone completed the registration. Including the 8-year-old Yang Miao, the team now totaled 29 individuals, indicating that Lu Mu had brought along 16 people. Among these 16, 9 possessed supernatural abilities, while the remaining 7 were ordinary individuals. Of the 9 endowed with powers, only Lu Mu, the robust middle-aged woman Li Hong, and the office lady Wang Li were at Level 2. The rest were at Level 1. Lu Mu wielded the ability of plant manipulation. Li Hong possessed super strength, and Wang Li could manipulate metal. The remaining 6 supernatural beings included 5 combat types and 1 supportive ability known as clairvoyance. Having grasped this information, Zhang Fan felt a sense of clarity and subsequently gathered everyone together for a brief meeting. Let us convene for a short assembly. Zhang Fan surveyed the group. I have gathered sufficient information about each of you. I have little to articulate, but I will highlight 3 key points. First, we are all comrades now, destined to coexist, thus adherence to rules is paramount. Without regulations, chaos ensues. If we disregard them, our team will ultimately falter. The rules are straightforward. The laws that governed our lives before the apocalypse will govern us now. The crowd nodded in agreement, indicating their compliance. They were law-abiding citizens before the end of the world, accustomed to following regulations, and felt no resistance to this notion. In fact, they yearned for a return to an orderly existence, to maintain harmony in their midst. The harrowing days since the apocalypse had instilled in them a profound fear. Having suffered greatly, one does not recognize the preciousness of what is lost until it is gone. The arrival of the apocalypse shattered order, obliterated laws, and a mere 10 days of chaos and madness engulfed them in despair. They understood all too well the significance of order and legality, longing for a return to a time of compliance and stability. The second point addressed the forthcoming development plans. From this day forward, Chang'an Island shall be our stronghold. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, we will reside here for the foreseeable future. To sustain our lives, we must eliminate the zombies. Therefore, our primary task over the next 2 weeks will be to eradicate every last zombie on the island. To optimize our efforts in this endeavor, the 15 combat-type supernatural beings, excluding myself, will be divided into 3 teams. Each team will consist of 5 individuals, and under the guidance of the replicants, we shall venture forth to hunt the zombies. Any objections? There were none. The group shook their heads in unison. Upon hearing the call to venture forth and hunt zombies, some initially felt trepidation. However, their fears dissipated upon learning that the team would be led by Zhang Fan's clone, renowned for its prowess. The remaining members were designated to form the logistics department. Zhang Fan turned to Chao Jia, saying, "Sister Chao, I entrust you with the logistics department. You have full authority to arrange the tasks, such as organizing household duties and cultivating fruits and vegetables." Understood. Chao Jia nodded emphatically. Zhang Fan felt a profound sense of assurance in handing over the logistics to her. She was diligent, hardworking, resourceful, and meticulous. With her at the helm of the logistics department, the team's support would undoubtedly be managed with precision. However, Zhang Fan was concerned about her gentle nature and soft heart, fearing she might struggle with authority. Thus, he addressed the 7 assistants and 7 ordinary members. "I expect everyone to cooperate fully with Sister Chao in managing our logistics. Let me be clear. If anyone attempts to shirk responsibilities or exploit the situation, I will not hesitate to dismiss you immediately. There will be no discrimination or harm among us, and we will not tolerate idleness. The world is harsh, and we all face difficulties. To merely pass the time is a disservice to others." Next, Zhang Fan and Jingya discussed their work arrangements, continuing their mission to gather supplies from the Demon Sea. Zhang Fan turned to Jingya and said, "With our numbers increasing, our consumption of resources will also rise. We need to gather clothing, shoes, toilet paper, drinking water, and all essential supplies. For now, this task falls to the 2 of us." With that, Zhang Fan concluded, "Now, I will let Jingya handle the arrangements for everyone's accommodation tonight and in the days to come. There is a resort not far from the manor," Jingya announced. This resort spans approximately 200 acres, with 40 acres designated for living quarters and 160 acres for arable land. It is a comprehensive recreational area that includes a hotel, villas, an ecological farm, restaurants, and entertainment facilities. We will reside there from now on. Chapter 50. The Mutant Goose as dusk approached. The group tidied up and made their way to Chang'an Island Resort, feeling as though they had stepped into the countryside. They were greeted by sprawling orchards filled with kiwi, strawberries, jujubes, honey pears, golden melons, and watermelons, alongside vegetable plots abundant with lettuce, asparagus, spinach, oilseed lettuce, cucumbers, and tomatoes. Nestled within this idyllic agricultural landscape were courtyards enclosed by white walls and black bricks. "Look at all these vegetables. They are flourishing. We will not lack for produce in the future," one exclaimed. "These lettuces are so tender. I could pluck a few to grill and eat raw." As the group followed Jingya along the gravel paths winding through the orchards and vegetable fields, they could hardly contain their excitement. While most fruits, except for the watermelons, were still unripe, the vegetables thrived splendidly. The vibrant green lettuce, delicate cucumbers, and plump red tomatoes were a feast for the eyes. Zhang Fan approached a patch of tomatoes, casually plucking 2 ripe specimens. He offered the more attractive one to Jingya while he savored the other immediately. With a single bite, juice burst forth, the sweet and sour essence of the tomato enveloping the palate. "Ah, how delightful this tomato is," Zhang Fan exclaimed. "It tastes just like the tomatoes of my childhood. Truly delicious." The tomatoes sold in supermarkets, grown in greenhouses or artificially ripened with chemicals, lack any real flavor. Zhang Wensi plucked a tomato as well, savoring it while remarking, "This tomato has basked in ample sunlight. It is evidently naturally ripened, and its flavor is remarkably rich." Jingya, who had not yet tasted, disdainfully remarked, "You two are eating without washing them. Aren't you concerned about dirt?" Zhang Fan shrugged. "We used to eat them like this when we were kids. Who washed them?" He added nonchalantly, "Besides, if it's not completely clean, eating it hasn't made anyone sick." "Exactly, if it's not clean, it hasn't harmed us," Zhang Wensi chimed in. With playful banter, they soon arrived at a courtyard. The outer walls, 2 meters high and white, resembled those of a rural home. There are a total of 22 such courtyards in the resort. Jingyao pointed out, each courtyard contains a 2-story villa typical of the countryside. The interior decor is quite nice. Once we clear the island of the zombies, we can comfortably settle in. Staying in a place like this is truly a luxury. Zhang Fan marveled. To escape the clamor of the city, to relish the tranquility of the countryside, to breathe in fresh air while enjoying organic vegetables we grow ourselves. It could add a decade or more to our lives. Laughter erupted among the group, their spirits lifted. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had remained tense, but now, surrounded by abundant vegetables and the serene landscape, their moods naturally lightened. "By the way, Sister Ya, where will we be staying tonight?" Wang Yuan suddenly inquired. Though these farmhouses appeared appealing, each could accommodate only a few people, leading to the need for separate lodging, which posed safety concerns with zombies still lurking. Further in, there's a holiday hotel. Jingyao pointed ahead. The hotel has plenty of rooms, and it also features a restaurant, conference center, children's amusement area, KTV, and game rooms among other recreational facilities. We will stay at the holiday hotel tonight and for the next few days. Once the zombies are cleared, those who wish to stay in the farmhouses can move there. As they listened to her description, their eyes brightened with excitement. It sounded promising. Continuing forward, they encountered another courtyard. From a distance, the loud and vibrant honking of geese filled the air. "There are geese in that courtyard," Zhang Wensi exclaimed with delight. "Boss, let us prepare a feast of stewed goose." Laughter erupted once more. "Stew? Not so fast. These are geese that have survived the apocalypse, true battle geese. We can't just consume them without thought," Zhang Fan replied with a chuckle. "Moving forward, we must not only cultivate crops, but also raise poultry and livestock. Therefore, in the pursuit of zombies, should one encounter living poultry or livestock, it is imperative not to slay them, but rather to bring them back, as they are the seeds of life, capable of propagation." "I merely jested." Zhang Wensi chuckled awkwardly, yet he inquired, "But where could such a large goose possibly come from?" Jingya elucidated, "This resort is specifically designed for the experience of picking vegetables and fruits, claiming vegetable plots, and raising chickens and geese, allowing visitors to immerse themselves in rural farm life." It all makes sense now. The group approached a small courtyard, where Zhang Fan effortlessly unlocked the gate, and they entered. Upon stepping inside, all were taken aback. Within the courtyard stood a magnificent goose, resplendent in its snowy white plumage, exuding an air of authority. However, this goose was extraordinarily large, standing nearly a meter tall, and with a neck that measured an additional meter. This imposing creature reached a height of 2 meters. Its robust body and enormous feet resembled fans, and its eyes sparkled with vitality. Sensing the intrusion, the goose tilted its head, regarding the newcomers with a decidedly domineering demeanor. "Is this truly a goose?" Bao Yuning's mouth gaped in astonishment. This must be a genetically modified goose, larger than an ostrich. It appeared this goose had also undergone some form of mutation, akin to that northeastern tiger they encountered earlier. Yang Guang stared intently at the goose. "I am merely curious as to how these creatures have mutated. Who can say?" The weeds in the courtyard were remarkably tidy, bearing numerous signs of having been pecked at, likely by this very goose. It is only logical. In the wake of the apocalypse, confined within this small courtyard, lacking food and water, it could only subsist on the grass within. "What shall we do about it?" Zhang Wensi inquired. "Let's procure some food for it, and continue to keep it here. We currently have no place to house it," Zhang Fan pondered. "Once we have cleared the zombies, we shall establish a dedicated space for its care." The group nodded in agreement. Zhang Wensi expressed a hint of regret. What a pity for such a magnificent goose. If only we could stew it in a pot. It would suffice for all of us. As he spoke, he involuntarily swallowed. Unexpectedly, the goose, which had been fixated on the group, suddenly spread its wings and lunged at Zhang Wenci. Its elongated neck resembled the head of a python, fiercely snapping towards Zhang Wenci's nose. Damn, it's biting. Zhang Wenci gasped, startled, and quickly retreated. Zhang Fan had expressed a desire to keep it, so he dared not retaliate, fearing he might inadvertently harm the creature. Despite its seemingly cumbersome form, the goose was surprisingly swift, quickly closing the distance to Zhang Wenci, pecking at his head incessantly, leaving him in a state of distress. The goose's sudden frenzy startled everyone, and they braced for combat. Yet, they soon realized it was solely fixated on Zhang Wenci, unable to inflict any harm upon him, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Old Zhang, do you still dare to covet a pot of stewed goose? This is your comeuppance, Yang Guang remarked, a smile of schadenfreude gracing his face. The sight of this goose evoked memories of my childhood terror of the large goose that resided at the village entrance. Cui Yin lamented. Domestic geese are known for their irritable temperaments, easily provoked, and inherently combative, unafraid of anything. Yang Guang chuckled. I was once terrified by a large goose. I would avoid them at all costs. Enough with the schadenfreude. Quickly, get rid of that foul goose. Zhang Wenci exclaimed. The scene was quite amusing, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Zhang Fan shook his head and employed a time-stopping technique, freezing the goose in place, allowing Zhang Wenci to hastily flee the courtyard. Let us depart as well. With that, the group exited the small courtyard. Zhang Fan secured the lock before turning to Jingya and requesting, please hand me a bag of wheat. Jingya produced a bag of wheat from her spatial storage. Zhang Fan tossed the wheat into the air as the bag ascended. He pointed at it, and a flash of light sliced through the air, tearing the bag open. The wheat cascaded down into the courtyard, sufficient to feed the goose for several days. Chapter 51. The peculiar fat man traversing through the farmhouse courtyard. The group arrived at the Holiday Hotel. This 7- or 8-story establishment was enveloped by fruit trees and bamboo groves, creating a serene and elegant ambience with fresh, invigorating air. Sister Chow, are there any zombies in the hotel? The others looked expectantly at Chow Jia. Possessing the ability to detect anomalies, her range had significantly increased after reaching level 2. Initially, her detection radius was 1 kilometer. Now, it extended to 2 kilometers. Let me check. Chow Jia closed her eyes to concentrate. After a brief moment, she opened them again. Her brow furrowed. Strange. There are a total of 8 zombies in the hotel, along with a survivor. Oddly enough, this survivor was in the same room as the 8 zombies. The group exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. While it was not surprising to find both zombies and a survivor in the hotel, the fact that they were confined to the same room was quite perplexing. Could it be that the survivor is trapped in the bathroom or suite by the 8 zombies? Lumu speculated. That is indeed a possibility. Zhang Fan nodded. However, it is of little consequence. We shall find out upon investigation. Sister Chow, on which floor are they located? The 4th floor. Chow Jia promptly replied. Let us go take a look. Zhang Fan led the group up to the 4th floor. To their astonishment, the hotel was remarkably clean. There were no corpses or dried bloodstains, not even a speck of dust. This is clearly abnormal. Someone must be regularly cleaning this place, exclaimed Lu Mu, as Li Hong, a robust middle-aged woman from Lu Mu's team, suddenly interjected. The group turned their attention to her. Li Hong was a typically reserved middle-aged woman. Before the apocalypse, she had been a cleaning lady in the Chashan community, generally a cheerful person. However, witnessing the brutal consumption of her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson by zombies had rendered her silent. Sister Hong, are you certain that someone has been cleaning here? Lu Mu inquired immediately. Yes, Li Hong affirmed with conviction. Not only has it been cleaned, but someone has also done so today. This was perplexing. Lu Mu looked at Zhang Fan and Jingya. Weren't we told that the only survivor was trapped in the hotel? Then who has been cleaning it? The group was equally bewildered. At that moment, Chow Jia suddenly exclaimed. Xiao Fan, a zombie has emerged from the hotel. Let's go take a look. Zhang Fan promptly led everyone to the 4th floor. What they encountered was utterly astonishing. In the corridor of the 4th floor, there indeed stood a zombie. It was a female zombie, with twin ponytails, tall and slender, nearly 1.7 meters in height. Strangely enough, this zombie was clad in a maid's outfit, wielding a mop and seemingly mopping the floor. A zombie mopping the floor? The expressions of the onlookers were priceless. Wait, is she really a zombie? Zhang Wenci remarked. Her skin was a ghastly gray, resembling a bloated corpse, undeniably a zombie. Cui Yin asserted with certainty. After days of confronting zombies, Discerning between the living and the undead was a skill they had honed. A zombie that mops the floor? Can you believe it? Zhang Wenxi's face bore an expression of disbelief. Others were equally perplexed. Zombies, as creatures, lose all reason upon encountering the living, often remaining in a state of eerie silence, either standing vacantly or moving about in a dazed manner. A zombie capable of mopping? Such a notion was unheard of. This inevitably led to questions about her humanity. She is a zombie. Yet, Chao Jie remained steadfast in her conviction, based on her aura. There was no doubt she was a zombie. Zhang Wenxi raised a question. But why is she mopping? How do we explain that? Chao Jie shook her head. I do not know. At that moment, their discussion attracted the attention of the maid zombie, who lifted her gaze towards them. Upon seeing her eyes, everyone knew without a doubt that she was indeed a zombie. Even Zhang Wenxi, who had harbored doubts, could no longer question it. For the maid zombie's eyes, gray and lifeless, resembled those of a dead fish, cold, devoid of spirit. This was the unmistakable gaze of the undead. Roar! The maid zombie opened her mouth wide, emitting a beastly growl as she lunged towards them. Whoosh! Her speed was astonishingly swift. The group felt a chilling gust of wind rushing at them, and the maid zombie was suddenly upon them. Roar! She leapt into the air. Her gaping maw aimed directly at the frontmost Zhang Fan. Her speed was so blindingly fast that the others hardly had time to react, let alone respond. Just as Zhang Fan became aware of the imminent danger, he activated his time-stopping ability. A peculiar wave of energy spread out, instantly enveloping the rapidly advancing maid zombie. In an instant, the maid zombie transitioned from extreme motion to complete stillness, suspended mere centimeters from Zhang Fan. The scene froze at that moment. The maid zombie's fierce visage, with bared fangs, appeared particularly menacing, yet she was rendered immobile, suspended in midair. The hotel was eerily quiet, and as they were about to check in, Zhang Fan wished to avoid a bloody confrontation. Therefore, he opted to employ his ability of transmutation to end the life of this maid zombie. With a flash, a golden light spread from the head of the maid zombie down to her feet. In the blink of an eye, the maid zombie transformed into a resplendent golden alloy statue. With a whoosh, 3 orbs of light fell. 1 gold, 1 silver, 1 white. Zhang Fan waved his hand, casting the maid zombie out of the window, then picked up the 3 orbs of light. With a physique of 38, he acquired the speed ability. Enduring the excruciating pain, Zhang Fan summoned his attribute panel. Name, Zhang Fan level. Level 4 ability user physique. Level 4. 122110000. Mental. Level 2, 981,000. Abilities, infinite item retrieval, metal manipulation, transmutation, cloning. Alloying, self-healing, lightning control, teleportation, soul manipulation, super strength, super hypnosis, time stasis, super vibration, energy absorption, speed ability. No wonder this zombie was so fast. It had awakened the speed ability. Zhang Fan felt a surge of joy within him. In the martial world, speed is unmatched, and the speed ability is undoubtedly a formidable power. His combat prowess had increased. Damn it! Who killed my servant? At that moment, an exasperated roar erupted from the hotel. Everyone turned to look. A stout man, bare-chested, clad in shorts, and wearing flip-flops, burst out of the hotel. This man was absurdly overweight. His waist resembled that of a hippopotamus, and his plump head seemed embedded in a mound of flesh. His round belly sagged to his hips, nearly obscuring his shorts. His skin appeared somewhat dull, marked with acne, exuding an aura of greasiness, corpulence, and lewdness. The man rushed out in a fit of rage, but froze slightly upon seeing the crowd in the corridor. So many people. Upon recognizing their numbers, the stout man hesitated, his bravado wavering as he demanded, "Who are you?" Just as Zhang Fan was about to respond, 7 zombies charged out of the hotel, roaring as they lunged toward the crowd. "Back off!" The stout man huffed coldly. At his command, the 7 zombies halted, growling as they retreated behind him. This scene left everyone present in shock. Since the apocalypse began, zombies had emerged, behaving like wild beasts, especially when encountering the living, often driven mad with the desire to tear them apart. This was the impression zombies had left on everyone. Yet this moment completely overturned their understanding of zombies. Could they really obey commands? What was going on with this man? Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Why did these zombies not only refrain from attacking him, but also seem to obey his commands? No one knew. The crowd shook their heads. Seeing that Zhang Fan and the others were stunned into silence, the The stout man felt a sense of pride and continued to inquire. Who are you? Did you just kill Marcia? Marcia? Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow. Are you referring to the maid zombie that was just mopping the floor in the corridor? If so, I can assure you, I was the one who killed her. You bastard. The stout man grew furious, his flabby flesh quivering. Why did you kill her? She was so obedient, so docile. How could you bear to harm her? Are you out of your mind? Yang Guang couldn't help but retort. She was a zombie. Do you not understand? Is it wrong for us to kill zombies? I don't care. The corpulent man wore an expression of fury. You have slain Martha. An act utterly unforgivable. All of you shall perish. With a thunderous command, he unleashed the 7 zombies behind him, who lunged forth like tigers released from their cages, charging menacingly towards Zhang Fan and the others. Chapter 52, Multitasking with a Purpose, the enslavement of abilities at the sound of the corpulent man's decree. The 7 zombies surged forward with ferocity. Zhang Fan, however, merely snorted in disdain, activating the power of time stasis. A peculiar wave of energy radiated outwards, enveloping the 7 zombies in an instant. In a heartbeat, the zombies froze in the corridor, as if struck by a paralyzing spell, completely immobile. What is happening? The corpulent man's expression shifted dramatically. With a swift step, Zhang Fan advanced to stand before the 7 zombies, emanating a resplendent golden light. The brilliance spread, bathing the zombies in a shimmering hue. They became adorned in a layer of gold, appearing as though they were coated in gilded paint. The golden sheen penetrated their very essence, transforming them into statues of gold. As Zhang Fan released the time stasis, the uniquely shaped statues collapsed thunderously to the ground, never to rise again. What in the world? The corpulent man recoiled in terror, stepping back several paces. A flicker of fear glimmered in his eyes as he regarded Zhang Fan. The 7 zombies had been his meticulously chosen servants, each possessing formidable combat prowess. With their aid, he had thrived in this post-apocalyptic world, living more richly than he had before the cataclysm. In times past, he had been merely a reclusive gamer, subsisting on instant noodles and takeout, leading a dismal existence. Shortly after the apocalypse began, he discovered his awakening to a rare power, the ability of enslavement. Subsequently, he embarked on a perilous venture to enslave a zombie, and from that moment, his fortunes soared. With these zombies at his command, life became a delightful affair. He was shielded by their presence. Cooking, laundry, cleaning, massages, and leg rubs. Each task was expertly handled by his undead subordinates, leading to a life of utmost comfort. The corpulent man had believed that with these 8 powerful zombie servants, he could navigate the apocalypse with ease. Little did he expect that they would falter so effortlessly, falling victim to Zhang Fan in mere moments. At that moment, he noticed Zhang Fan approaching him, his round face shifting once more in apprehension. What do you intend to do? Nothing of consequence, merely a few inquiries, Zhang Fan replied, fixing his gaze on the corpulent man. How is it you command the zombies? Is it due to your abilities? Zhang Fan could fathom no other explanation. The corpulent man regarded him with growing wariness. Why should I divulge such information? A seasoned reader of countless web novels, including those of apocalyptic themes, he was convinced that in this cataclysmic age, with a zombie outbreak rampant, his unique power to command the undead marked him as the chosen one, destined to become the sovereign of this new world. Given sufficient time, he could amass an army of the undead, ruthlessly dominating the apocalypse. The well-read plump man understood the principle that a tree that stands out invites the wind. He believed that before his rise to power, he must emulate the protagonists of those novels, concealing his talents and withholding his trump cards, lest he, the future sovereign of the wasteland, face untimely demise. Upon hearing Zhang Fan inquire about his supernatural abilities, the plump man instinctively felt a surge of caution. Not saying? Zhang Fan chuckled. Do you know what ability I just used? It's called the Midas Touch. This ability allows me to transmute any material in the world into metal. The plump man suddenly understood. No wonder the 7 zombie servants inexplicably transformed into statues. It was all connected. Since you prefer silence, there is no need for words. Once turned into a statue, you can remain forever mute. With a slight smile, Zhang Fan activated his Midas Touch. Wait. The plump man's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to intervene. Alas, it was too late. A flash of golden light enveloped him, spreading from his head down to his feet. The plump man was transformed into a metallic statue, his round face frozen in an expression of terror. With a swift motion, 3 luminous orbs fell, one gold, one silver, and one white. As per his usual practice, Zhang Fan first collected the golden orb representing physical prowess, and then the silver orb symbolizing mental acuity. Physical attribute, 39. Mental attribute, 17. The physical attribute showed little change, while the mental attribute exhibited remarkable improvement. A cool, refreshing current surged into his mind, significantly enhancing his mental faculties. His thoughts became sharper, his consciousness more vibrant, and his reaction swifter. Glancing at his attribute panel, he noted, Mental, Level 3, 141,000. Achieving Level 3 in mental acuity was no small feat. Zhang Fan felt a surge of joy. The increase in mental capacity was notoriously slow. Even with the absorption of crystals, it progressed at a glacial pace, lagging far behind physical development. Thankfully, he had finally reached Level 3, narrowing the gap considerably. A delightful surprise. Zhang Fan discovered that upon reaching Level 3, he could multitask in a way previously unimaginable. This so-called multitasking referred to the ability to engage in 3 entirely different activities simultaneously without interference. This was not the casual multitasking where one performs 3 familiar tasks in a habitual manner, like using a phone while relieving oneself and smoking. Zhang Fan's multitasking meant executing 3 completely unfamiliar actions at once without disruption. For instance, simultaneously wielding 3 different supernatural abilities without hindrance or controlling 3 flying knives to strike enemies from different directions, akin to having 3 individuals operating in unison. Undoubtedly, this newfound skill significantly amplified his combat prowess, especially in scenarios involving multiple attackers. Zhang Fan reveled internally. If given the chance, he would thoroughly test the might of his multitasking ability. He then collected the white orb representing his new supernatural power. After enduring a sharp pain, he successfully obtained a new ability, the power of enslavement. Zhang Fan examined it closely. After a while, he finally grasped why the zombies did not attack the plump man, but instead obeyed his commands. It was all due to the power of enslavement. The power of this ability is formidable. Once subjugated, one's consciousness undergoes a transformation, fundamentally recognizing the wielder of this ability as their master, yielding absolute obedience to their commands. Moreover, this transformation is irreversible and devoid of any time constraints. In other words, once enslaved, escape becomes an impossibility. One is doomed to servitude for eternity. Such a tyrannical ability. Zhang Fan could not help but cast a glance at the rotund individual. Despite his unimpressive appearance, his powers are extraordinarily bizarre. Given sufficient time, might he not amass a legion of the undead? In this apocalyptic world, while others may lack resources, the abundance of zombies is undeniable, and their strength continues to grow. What presents itself as an apocalypse to others appears as paradise to the rotund man. The ground teems with zombies, providing an inexhaustible source of soldiers. Reflecting on this, it is evident that he possesses the potential to be the protagonist of an online novel. Alas, he met his untimely demise too soon. How frustrating. Noticing Zhang Fan lost in thought, Jingyu inquired, Zhang Fan, this fellow possesses the ability of enslavement. Zhang Fan did not conceal the truth. This ability can enslave zombies as well as other creatures. Jingyu gasped, astute as she is. She instantly grasped the immense potential of the enslavement ability. With Zhang Fan now endowed with this power, does it not imply that he can also dominate the undead? Your fortune is remarkable. Jingyu regarded Zhang Fan with a knowing look, her tone tinged with envy. The disparity between individuals can be quite disheartening. While she possesses merely a spatial ability, Zhang Fan seems to be blessed with an array of extraordinary powers, one after another. Now, having acquired such an outrageous ability, how can the gap between them be so vast? No wonder he can command the zombies. It turns out he wields the power of enslavement. To dominate and direct the undead, this ability is indeed astonishingly overpowered. Given time, who knows what he could achieve? Chapter 53. The enslavement of the tigress. After the rotund man and his 8 zombie subordinates perished, the hotel ceased to present any threats. The group explored various corners of the hotel and ultimately decided to reside on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The 1st floor houses the restaurant, conference center, KTV, game rooms, and a small cinema, all amenities that render it uninhabitable. The 2nd floor contains only 15 rooms, accommodating just 15 individuals. The remainder must settle on the 3rd floor. The hotel rooms are well appointed, and the environment is delightful. Through the windows, one can behold sprawling orchards and vegetable fields, along with picturesque farmyards adorned with white walls and black bricks. The ambience is truly commendable. Zhang Fan enlisted a few men to set up the generator, and shortly thereafter, the hotel was electrified. As night fell, darkness enveloped the earth. The night sky was exceptionally luminous, with the resplendent Milky Way draping across the heavens like a colorful ribbon. Following the outbreak of the apocalypse, the world experienced a blackout, devoid of light and dust pollution, allowing the sky to regain its brilliance. Everyone secured the hotel doors and engaged in merriment across the various entertainment rooms on the first floor. The night was still young, and with ample time remaining, they indulged in playful activities before retiring to bed. Conversations flowed, songs were sung, chess games were played, mahjong was enjoyed, and films were screened. The atmosphere was harmonious and jovial. To guard against potential zombie incursions, Zhang Fan created 10 additional duplicates, strategically positioned around the hotel to maintain vigilance. He is currently at level 4 and can produce a maximum of 40 duplicates. Thus far, he has created 30. 10 have been deployed to the Demon Sea Central Building. Another 10 scattered across Changheng Island to eradicate zombies, and the remaining 10 are stationed around a hotel for security duties. This means that in the event of an emergency, Zhang Fan can only produce an additional 10 duplicates. After engaging in activities until 9 o'clock, everyone dispersed to rest. Zhang Fan's room is located at the stairway entrance on the second floor, a choice he made himself. De Huang shares the room with him. Should anything ascend the stairs, De Huang will be the first to hear it and respond accordingly. After extinguishing the lights, Zhang Fan reclined on his bed, clutching several white crystals in his left hand while holding his phone in his right. On the bedside table, there lay a bowl and a walkie-talkie. The bowl contained a modest amount of white crystals, which Zhang Fan absorbs at an impressive rate, requiring an average of only 7 minutes to consume a single crystal. The crystals in the bowl are reserved for future use. The walkie-talkie facilitates communication with his teammates. He distributed one to each member earlier that night. In case of emergencies, they can easily reach one another through the walkie-talkies. De Huang nestled in his dog bed on the floor, beside which was a small bowl containing a few crystals. Zhang Fan had previously worried that De Huang would devour all the crystals he provided, but he soon realized his concerns were unfounded. De Huang only consumes 3 at a time, waiting until he has absorbed those before taking in another 3. Having reassured himself, Zhang Fan prepared a modest bowl of crystals for him to absorb freely. After playing with his phone for a while, Zhang Fan drifted off to sleep. The creation of 30 duplicates had greatly drained his energy, necessitating an early rest. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, De Huang suddenly began to bark furiously. Woof, woof. Though De Huang is small in stature, his voice is remarkably loud, jolting Zhang Fan awake. He threw off the covers, instinctively propping himself up with his left hand and leaping out of bed. De Huang, what's the matter? He inquired, gazing at his companion. De Huang was barking fiercely at the doorway, baring his teeth and growling menacingly. The doorway? Zhang Fan immediately activated his metal skin and appeared at the entrance. Turning on the light and opening the door, a roar erupted, reverberating like thunder in his ears, causing the glass windows to tremble. Zhang Fan felt a jolt to his scalp as a deafening buzz filled his ears. A fierce gust of wind rushed forward, and he sensed a tremendous force strike his chest. Brilliant sparks erupted from his torso, and he noticed his metallic skin quivering violently as a warm energy surged into his body. I am under attack. This was Zhang Fan's first instinctive reaction. His second was to recognize that the energy absorption ability had activated passively upon being attacked, converting the assault into energy to replenish himself. Zhang Fan gazed at the creature attacking him, only to discover that it was yet another tiger, one towering at the same height as himself. This tiger was exceptionally large, no less imposing than the northeast tiger he had encountered earlier that afternoon. Where could so many tigers come from? Zhang Fan pondered in astonishment. Jing had mentioned that the Changheng Island Wild Animal Park housed 5 northeast tigers, and that was all. With 90% of the population transformed into zombies, logically, 90% of the tigers should have met the same fate. At that ratio, if even one tiger remained, it would be a miracle. How could there be a second? Of course, this was a matter of probability. Sometimes, even the most unlikely events can occur, just as twins born to 2 fathers happen. Despite the odds being 1 in 10 million, reality can defy expectations. Who could he turn to for reason? With a resounding roar, The tiger suddenly opened its massive maw and drew in a deep breath. In an instant, Zhang Fan felt a terrifying force of suction emanating from the tiger's mouth, pulling him uncontrollably towards it. What kind of supernatural power was this? Zhang Fan exclaimed in disbelief, yet his hands were not idle. Time stopped. A peculiar wave of energy spread, causing the entire room to fall into a hushed stillness. The tiger stood frozen in place, its pulling force ceasing abruptly. Zhang Fan extended his finger, preparing to invoke the transmutation ability to deal with the tiger. However, he suddenly noticed that the tiger's belly was bare, swollen with several large, round shapes. Realization dawned upon him. This was a female tiger, and one that was nursing. In other words, she had cubs to care for. Moved by compassion, Zhang Fan decided to spare the mother tiger, opting to enslave her instead. Moreover, he had just acquired the enslavement ability that day and thought it an opportune moment to test it on this mother tiger. With that in mind, Zhang Fan activated his enslavement power. A beam of black light shot forth from his third eye, piercing the mother tiger's head like an arrow before vanishing into thin air. He released the time-stopping effect. It was imperative to do so. Otherwise, the mother tiger would remain in a state of suspended time, rendering the enslavement ability ineffective. The previously motionless mother tiger began to tremble violently, her body convulsing, her head shaking uncontrollably, as if suffering immense pain. Fortunately, the ordeal lasted no longer than half a minute, after which the mother tiger fell silent. She lifted her head to gaze at Zhang Fan, her former coldness, murderous intent, and icy demeanor vanishing without a trace. In their place emerged affection, submission, and adoration. The mother tiger approached him, then knelt before Zhang Fan, raising her massive head to nuzzle against his leg, even extending her tongue to lick his feet. Witnessing this transformation, Zhang Fan was astounded by the overwhelming power of the enslavement ability. Who could have imagined that the fierce, menacing mother tiger from a moment ago could so swiftly turn into an affectionate servant? Not a mere licking dog, but a licking tiger. It was truly absurd. Boss, what happened? The others, alerted by the commotion, hurried over. Upon witnessing the formidable figure of the tiger, known as Fat Tiger, sprawled within Zhang Fan's chamber, the expressions of the onlookers transformed dramatically, akin to facing a formidable adversary. Alas, another tiger. The mother tiger, obedient to Zhang Fan, exhibited no inclination to approach others. Upon noticing the gathering, she promptly rose, unleashing a fierce roar towards the crowd, poised to attack. Halt! Commanded Zhang Fan. The mother tiger, unwaveringly obedient to his directive, let out a low growl at the onlookers before retreating to his side. This left everyone astounded. The events unfolded as follows. Zhang Fan succinctly recounted the chain of occurrences, leaving the audience in a state of stunned disbelief. Boss, you have tamed this tiger? Stammered Zhang Wenxi, incredulity lacing his voice. This mother tiger is ferocious. Can she truly be subdued? Indeed, she can, Zhang Fan replied with a subtle smile, reaching out to caress the mother tiger's head. Rather than retaliating, she closed her eyes in a blissful state of submission, relishing the moment. The group observed. She is in her nursing period and must have birthed several cubs. I wish to accompany her to see the little ones, Zhang Fan remarked. If possible, I intend to bring the cubs back for safety. Zhang Fan, it's already night. Let us wait until tomorrow, Jinya implored. Yes, boss, it's perilous to venture out at night. We should wait until morning. Others echoed in unison. Zhang Fan waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry, no one can harm me. De Huang, you shall stay in Jinya's room tonight. With that, Zhang Fan led the mother tiger out of the room and departed the hotel, driving a Wuling vehicle, a mode of transport brought by Lu Mu and his companions. Fortuitously available for use this evening. Chapter 54. Three little tigers under the guidance of Fat Tiger. Zhang Fan swiftly located her lair and the little cubs within. The name Fat Tiger was bestowed by Zhang Fan upon the mother tiger, aptly reflecting her plump form, despite her nurturing duties. Her den lay within a suburban zoo, specifically in the tiger enclosure. Inside one of the rooms in the tiger habitat, three newly opened-eyed cubs frolicked on the ground, emitting plaintive mews that echoed their helplessness and desperation. Clearly, the little tigers were hungry, calling out for their mother. Suddenly, a low growl resonated through the air as a zombie clad in a zookeeper uniform entered the tiger enclosure. The cries of the three cubs not only failed to summon their mother, but instead attracted the attention of the undead. Drawn by the sounds, The zombie approached the room where the cubs resided. Upon hearing the commotion, the three little tigers, mistaking the zombie for their mother, scrambled forward in excitement. Their diminutive frames, short legs, and fluffy fur made them irresistibly cute, evoking a desire to cradle them with utmost care. However, the zombie possessed no such compassion. It lunged forward, baring its blood-stained teeth, aiming to sink its fangs into one of the cubs. Just as the little tiger seemed destined to meet a tragic fate, an uncanny wave of energy surged forth. With a resonating hum, the zombie froze in midair, the scene captured in an eternal moment. The work-attire zombie continued to lunge forward, its gaping maw wide open, embodying the very essence of time-stopping abilities. At that moment, Fat Tiger burst through the door, and upon sighting the work-attire zombie, let out a thunderous roar. He then opened his mouth wide, and a terrifying force of suction emanated from within, drawing the work-attire zombie towards him. Remarkably, the zombie diminished in size as it approached Fat Tiger, shrinking to a mere 10 centimeters by the time it reached his mouth. In one swift motion, Fat Tiger swallowed it whole, causing the work-attire zombie to vanish entirely. Zhang Fan stood in stunned silence. What kind of ability was this? He had previously felt this power when Fat Tiger attacked him. The force of suction was indeed formidable. However, his observation was interrupted midway by Zhang Fan's time-stopping intervention. Having not witnessed the entire process, Zhang Fan had dismissed the ability, never anticipating its bizarre nature. A zombie standing at 1.70 meters was consumed in a single bite, and it had shrunk in the process. What kind of sorcery was this? Furthermore, would Fat Tiger face infection from devouring the zombie and transform into one himself? A wave of concern washed over Zhang Fan. Nevertheless, recalling Fat Tiger's adeptness, he seriously doubted this was the first time it had consumed a zombie. If it had previously ingested zombies without consequence, it should be fine now, he reassured himself. With a low growl, Fat Tiger approached the three little tigers, then lowered himself to the ground. The three cubs trembled as they crawled beneath him, mewing softly as they suckled. Fat Tiger tenderly licked the trio, completely shedding any traces of ferocity. This scene was harmonious and deeply moving. Even as the world fell into chaos, the fiercest of tigers retained its maternal instincts. Zhang Fan crouched down, gently stroking the little ones, a warm smile gracing his face. He had always loved caring for cats and dogs since childhood. Unable to choose a pet on his own, he had once cried for a long time before his father brought him a little tabby cat from the village. Zhang Fan had been overjoyed, often running to the river to catch fish for his little tabby. After nearly 10 years, the once small cat grew into a large and temperamental feline, often rebuffing Zhang Fan's attempts to pet her, scratching him if provoked. In a fit of frustration, he had struck her, only for her to never return. The next time he saw her, it was in a cave behind the village. She had passed away, leaving behind only a lifeless body. Zhang Fan mourned her loss for a long time, later adopting several other cats, and even a dog. Yet none could compare to the bond he had shared with that tabby. As he grew older, he often scrolled through social media, enviously watching wealthy individuals in Dubai parading their lions and tigers. Zhang Fan yearned to have a tiger of his own, but alas, it was merely a dream. Domestic laws forbade the ownership of lions and tigers, and even if permitted, he could not afford one. To his astonishment, amidst the apocalypse, he found himself realizing his dream of owning a tiger, an extraordinary tiger, no less. How splendid! After indulging in some milk, the three little tigers became satiated and commenced their playful antics. One climbed onto their mother's back, another pawed at a pebble, and the last approached Zhang Fan. Gnawing on his shoe, Zhang Fan lifted this little creature, and the tiger opened its mouth, mewing adorably. It was utterly endearing, captivating his heart. What an adorable little being. Zhang Fan gently stroked the tiger cub's head. Previously, he had seen videos of such cubs, their charming demeanor igniting a longing within him. Today, he finally had the chance to hold one. He intended to cherish this moment. The mother tiger observed quietly, allowing Zhang Fan to caress her offspring, showing no signs of aggression. After some time of frolicking, Zhang Fan suggested they should leave, as the surroundings were perilous. Remaining here posed a risk. Should the mother tiger venture out to hunt, they could inadvertently encounter a similar situation as today. Thus, it was prudent to retreat and relocate the family of 4 to the resort, where they could settle safely. The mother tiger complied without hesitation. Thus, Zhang Fan cradled the 3 little tigers as they left the garden, with the mother tiger obediently following behind. Once outside, they boarded a wooling vehicle. and Zhang Fan drove the family back to the resort. Upon their return to the holiday hotel, Zhang Fan noticed that everyone was still awake, the lights illuminating the premises. A pang of guilt washed over him as he parked the car and led the tiger family inside. "Big brother, you're finally back. Wow, what adorable little cubs," exclaimed the others, their eyes sparkling with affection upon seeing the three little tigers. Especially the women, who rushed over, eager to envelop the cubs in their embrace and shower them with kisses. A low growl resonated through the air as the mother tiger emerged from behind Zhang Fan. Casting a wary gaze upon the crowd, she permitted Zhang Fan to interact with her young, but would not allow anyone else to approach them. Upon seeing the mother tiger, the group froze, halting their advance, unwilling to venture closer. Zhang Fan gently patted the mother tiger's head, saying, "These are all my friends, and they will be your friends too. They mean you no harm, nor will they harm your little ones. Therefore, you must not be hostile towards them, nor attack them. Do you understand?" The mother tiger possessed formidable strength, comparable to the northeastern tiger encountered earlier in the day. Zhang Fan estimated her to be of a similar tier. Apart from him, no one else present could match her prowess. Should she choose to lash out, no one would be able to intervene. Thus, it was imperative to advise her beforehand. Zhang Fan believed the mother tiger would comprehend, for after awakening her abilities, De Huang had become exceptionally intelligent. The mother tiger must be clever as well. With a low growl, the mother tiger nodded her large head, evidently understanding Zhang Fan's message. "Good girl," Zhang Fan praised, stroking her head before addressing the group. "You may try again." The others exchanged glances, eyeing the mother tiger hesitantly, unsure if they should proceed. Yet, it was Jingya who displayed bravery, cautiously stepping forward to touch the little tiger. The mother tiger, indeed, did not retaliate. Overjoyed, Jingya scooped up the cub, exclaiming, "How adorable!" The others could no longer contain themselves and quickly gathered around, vying to engage with the little tigers. The mother tiger watched with a watchful eye but refrained from aggression. After a lively commotion, the hour grew late, and everyone finally dispersed to their rooms for rest. Zhang Fan arranged for the fat tiger family to stay in the adjacent room. He removed the bed from the room, instantly expanding the space, making it ample enough for the fat tiger family to reside comfortably. Subsequently, no unforeseen incidents occurred, allowing Zhang Fan to sleep soundly until dawn. He was awakened by the alarm at 7 o'clock. After freshening up and having breakfast, they proceeded to organize themselves into groups. The 15 combatants with special abilities were divided into 3 teams, each consisting of 5 individuals, led by a clone. Team 1 headed towards the direction of Panjun. Team 2 set off towards Chongqing Manor, and Team 3 moved towards the Huajian Heavy Industries living area. Once Zhang Fan assigned the tasks, he cautioned, "Remember, safety comes first, and the mission second. Regardless of what circumstances arise, preserving your life is paramount. Do you understand?" "Understood," they replied. "We depart at 8 o'clock and will return punctually at 11:30. Let us set off." The 15 combatants, under the guidance of 3 clones, departed the resort in vehicles, leaving Zhang Fan, Jingya, and the logistics team behind. "Sister Chow, I leave everything at home in your capable hands," Zhang Fan instructed. "I have left 1 clone at home. Should any trouble arise, feel free to contact him. My walkie-talkie is with him." "Got it, Xiao Fan." Sister Chow nodded earnestly. "We are off." Zhang Fan smiled. "Jingya, De Huang, let us go." Chapter 55. Collecting drinking water. Today is June 12th, a Monday, under a clear sky, marking the 12th day since the apocalypse began. The sky is a deep blue, resembling a vast mirror, with wispy clouds drifting like they have been scorched by the sun. A sleek Rolls-Royce speeds across the Yangtze River Interchange Bridge, flanked by the vibrant green waters of the river. Following the onset of the apocalypse, the once murky river water has gradually transformed into a clearer state. The river breeze carries a hint of briny aroma. Although it is merely 8 in the morning, temperatures have already soared to 28 degrees. Zhang Fan opened the car window, allowing the river breeze to caress his face, reminiscent of a gentle touch akin to that of a young maiden. Jingya sat in the passenger seat, clad in a pristine white tracksuit, her hair tied in a ponytail and adorned with white sneakers, radiating an aura of youthful vibrancy. The river wind danced through her long hair, enhancing her already stunning beauty. De Huang rested his chin on the rear window, gazing at the fleeting river scenery, appreciating the picturesque view. "Jingya, being with me, don't you feel a sense of romance?" Zhang Fan casually inquired, resting his left arm on the window while steering with his right, his tone light and cheerful. Jingya shot him a playful glance, smirking. Not at all. I don't believe you, Zhang Fan retorted, a solitary man and woman. Racing against the wind in such a luxurious Rolls-Royce, how could there be no feelings? Before the apocalypse, many sought her affection, yet her standards were lofty, rendering her indifferent to the ordinary. In the aftermath of the cataclysm, she cowered in her dormitory, beset by fear and hunger, enveloped in despair. It was Zhang Fan who rescued her, and in that moment, Jingya felt an immense gratitude. Although the trope of a hero saving a damsel is rather cliched, one cannot deny its effectiveness in fostering affection. Moreover, not only did Zhang Fan pull her back from the clutches of death, but he also provided her with a semblance of safety amidst chaos. Despite the dangers that lurked in this ravaged world, Jingya found solace in Zhang Fan's presence. Jingya was astute. She recognized her growing dependency on Zhang Fan, realizing she could not envision her existence without him. Having been single for many years, encountering such an individual was a rare fortune, and she was eager to remain by his side. Additionally, with numerous women vying for Zhang Fan's attention as the leader of their group, Jingya sensed a looming threat. She understood that she could no longer feign aloofness. She must assert herself and stake her claim on Zhang Fan before someone else could seize the opportunity, leaving her bereft and heartbroken. I do not believe it. Zhang Fan chuckled heartily, suddenly grasping Jingya's delicate hand and playfully brushing his thumb across her palm. A shiver coursed through her, rendering her limbs weak and tingly. Yet she did not withdraw from his touch. You women always speak in contradictions, do you not? Half an hour later, they arrived at the exit of the Yangtze River Tunnel, only to find the path ahead blocked by a mound of earth. It's time to switch vehicles, Zhang Fan declared, satisfied with his handiwork as he parked the Rolls-Royce by the roadside. The trio, 2 humans and a dog, emerged from the car. Zhang Fan took Jingya's hand while cradling the large yellow dog in his other arm, initiating a moment of instantaneous travel. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves on the other side of the obstruction. Releasing Jingya and the dog, Zhang Fan casually sought out a nearby Mercedes to continue their journey. According to their plan, they were to gather food and water in the morning and collect other supplies in the afternoon. With food stocks sufficient, the scarcity of drinking water made it imperative to collect as much as possible today. Water, a vital resource, is never too abundant. They established 3 destinations, a purified water plant and 2 spring water factories, all situated in the Puyao district, the closest water sources to Chongqing Island. Along the way, they encountered numerous zombies, which Zhang Fan effortlessly dispatched using his duplicates, amassing a considerable number of vitality orbs. However, the journey was impeded by a plethora of stranded vehicles, creating a severe traffic jam that made maneuvering the Mercedes challenging. Reluctantly, they switched to a heavy-duty truck to forge ahead. The truck barreled through the obstacles, forcefully clearing a path while drawing the attention of several zombies. Despite their evolution in the wake of the blood rain, the zombies were unable to keep pace with the speeding truck. Eventually, they reached the Ripple Purified Water Plant, where they were met with a throng of wandering zombies, at least 10, by a quick glance. These undead creatures had been in a state of eerie stillness. As the heavy truck approached, the zombies surged forth as if invigorated, flocking towards it in a frenzy. Zhang Fan swiftly exited the vehicle, his gaze fixed upon the oncoming horde. With a subtle gesture of his finger, he unleashed a visible wave of vibrational energy. A resonating hum emanated from his fingertips, targeting the first zombie. Possessing extraordinary vibrational abilities, Zhang Fan could manifest these waves through various means. His fists, palms, fingers, feet, legs, and even his tongue could release shock waves. Moreover, he commanded the amplitude, range, power, frequency, and direction of these waves with precision. The act of firing a vibrational wave from his finger was merely a standard maneuver. With a resounding impact, the zombie's frail body crumpled as if it were mere tofu. The vibrational wave struck its chest, tearing a gaping hole through it. The wave continued its trajectory, exiting through the zombie's back and dispersing into the air behind. Yet, the creature did not succumb. Although its chest was obliterated, its head remained intact, and it howled fiercely, lunging once more towards Zhang Fan. A reckless endeavor indeed. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan aimed again, directing a wave towards the zombie's head. The result was instantaneous. Its cranium exploded like a burst watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering in all directions. Zhang Fan remained relentless, dispatching one zombie after another with precise strikes, each meeting a swift demise. In less than a minute, the horde before the purified water factory was eradicated, sent off to meet their end. Let us proceed. Zhang Fan beckoned. Jingya nodded, pressing the accelerator as they drove the heavy truck into the purified water factory. This establishment appeared untouched. Not only were there zombies outside, but also within its confines. Zhang Fan cleared the interior with ease, swiftly eliminating the undead and discovering numerous sealed barrels of water. These barrels were intact, unopened, and bore a shelf life of 3 months. Due to this brief expiration, Zhang Fan and his companions had been consuming the barrel water recently, while the bottled water, with a longer shelf life of 24 months, was reserved for future use. Having thoroughly scavenged the Liani purified water factory, they secured over 200 barrels of water, with 90 being 5-gallon containers, equating to 189 liters each. If solely for drinking, this bounty would suffice for 7 to 8 months. Yet, it was still insufficient. The hunt for more must continue. Upon exiting the Liani purified water factory, they set their sights on the second destination, the Siyuan mineral water factory. Along the way, they encountered numerous zombies. Zhang Fan, however, was not merely focused on gathering water. He sought to collect some luminous orbs as well. Thus, he deliberately slowed their pace to a speed just beyond the reach of the pursuing zombies, ensuring they would not be left behind. This strategy indeed attracted a considerable number of zombies, their howls echoing as they trailed behind the heavy truck, swelling the ranks of the undead. Jingya, observing the spectacle, felt a surge of apprehension. Zhang Fan, are you not afraid of overturning the vehicle with such a horde in tow? Rest assured, I am well aware of what I'm doing. Zhang Fan replied with a confident smile, continuing to maneuver as if walking a dog. Survivors peering from the buildings along the route were left aghast, their eyes wide in disbelief at the sight of the overwhelming horde. So many zombies? This is madness. In this apocalyptic world, the audacity of individuals parading through the streets in a heavy-duty truck is nothing short of reckless, and I would wager that such foolishness will undoubtedly lead to their dismemberment by the undead. Similar curses echoed all around, yet Zhang Fan remained unfazed. At last, as he approached a traffic light just a stone's throw away from the Siyuan mineral water factory, he halted the truck. The moment of the hunt had arrived. Chapter 56. A lifeline for the matron. Wang Siphon, a resident of the Bali community, was 52 years old and served as the leader of the local square dance troupe. Having devoted years to dancing, she possessed remarkable stamina and vigor, capable of consuming, leaping, and bounding with great enthusiasm. During promotional events at the supermarket, she could sprint 100 meters, though not under 10 seconds, clocking in at 11 seconds instead. She had even led her fellow dancers to commandeer the basketball court, personally engaging in confrontations with young men who dared to occupy the space, executing her moves with such ferocity that she injured several of them. Indeed, her physical prowess was unmatched, surpassing that of many younger individuals. When the apocalypse struck, Wang Siphon witnessed the horrifying spectacle of zombies relentlessly pursuing humans and mercilessly devouring them. Terrified, she resolved never to leave her home again, vowing to avoid the outside world at all costs. Relying on her household provisions, she managed to endure 12 arduous days. However, today proved to be a turning point as her supplies had run dry 3 days prior. Starving and engulfed in despair, Wang Siphon felt the pangs of hunger acutely and questioned how much longer she could withstand it. Thoughts of suicide flickered through her mind, offering an escape from the torment of starvation. After all, a queen of the Bali community should not meet her demise in such a humiliating manner. Nevertheless, the notion of leaping from her 15th floor window both terrified and paralyzed her, causing her to retreat each time she glimpsed the dizzying height below. After numerous failed attempts, Wang Siphon steeled her resolve to try once more. However, upon glancing down at the street, she was met with an overwhelming horde of zombies in pursuit of a heavy-duty truck. A shiver coursed through her body, and she no longer dared to consider jumping. The thought of dying only to be torn apart by the very creatures she feared was unbearable. How could the esteemed queen of the Bali community leave behind nothing but dismembered remains? In a fit of rage, she cursed aloud. What kind of wretched fool has summoned such a horde of zombies? What do they think they are, flaunting their heavy-duty truck? I will relish the sight of you being devoured by those monsters. Just then, she noticed the truck come to an abrupt halt, and a young man appeared seemingly out of nowhere atop the vehicle. What could this reckless individual be planning? Wang Caifan muttered to herself, her scorn directed at none other than Zhang Fan. He appeared atop the vehicle, twisting his neck and stretching his limbs, revealing a cruel smile. In an instant, he materialized above the densest gathering of zombies, unleashing a powerful barrage with his fists. A resonant hum echoed as two concentric waves of tangible vibrations burst forth from his fists, colliding with the throng of zombies below. The waves cascaded downwards, enveloping the undead in a 5 to 6 meter radius. With a sharp crack, the zombies in this area crumbled as easily as tofu, instantly reduced to a pulpy mass. It was akin to witnessing a hammer smashing a watermelon. The sight left Wang Caifan, who observed from above, utterly astonished. Is this even human? Wang Caifan's tongue quivered in disbelief. Zhang Fan continued his performance. After unleashing 2 waves of vibration, he did not descend to the ground. Instead, he was propelled into the air by the very waves he had released. Following Newton's third law, for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. He traced a parabolic arc in the air before descending once more. Just as he was about to plunge into the horde of zombies, he unleashed 2 more waves. With another crack, a further dozen zombies were obliterated into a meaty paste. This cycle repeated, with Zhang Fan ascending and descending continuously, each descent accompanied by the release of 2 waves, decimating large clusters of zombies. After several repetitions, over 100 zombies met their grisly end at Zhang Fan's hands. Reduced to a gruesome pulp, from Wang Caifan's perspective, the street was a river of blood, with remnants of flesh scattered everywhere. From Zhang Fan's vantage point, however, he beheld a multitude of gleaming orbs of light, shining brilliantly. The most densely packed zombies were eradicated, leaving the remaining ones relatively dispersed, rendering the use of super vibrations less efficient. Drawing a short blade from his waist, he split it into 3, directing each shard toward a different zombie. With swift precision, the heads of the 3 zombies were severed in an instant, and then he redirected the blades toward 3 more zombies. Remarkably, the 3 flying knives operated as if controlled by 3 separate individuals, hunting the zombies, maneuvering, and seeking new targets without interference or hindrance from one another. This was multitasking at its finest. Simultaneously executing 3 distinct tasks with perfect harmony, it was as though 3 individuals were at work. Under the relentless assault of the 3 blades, the zombies' heads fell like dumplings, one after another. Minutes later, the street lay devoid of zombies, littered only with the remnants of their shattered forms. Zhang Fan collected the orbs of light, rapidly enhancing his physique. In the blink of an eye, his physical attributes surged by 980 points, reaching level 4, 220110000. At this moment, Wang Caifan was left in a state of shock. She gazed in awe at the young figure standing amidst the sea of corpses, feeling breathless. Is this human? This is nothing short of a superhuman. Hunting zombies was akin to slicing through vegetables. What else could he be but extraordinary? At that moment, Wang Caifan noticed the young man merging the 3 flying knives back into a singular short sword, making his way toward the heavy truck, evidently intending to depart. Wang Caifan, in a state of desperation, raised her voice, exclaiming, "Short-lived spirit! No, wait, young man. Don't leave. Please, save me." Having witnessed Zhang Fan's formidable power, she regarded him as her only hope. Surely, with his remarkable abilities, he could rescue her, even if he was unwilling to take her with him. Surely he could spare some food? For someone as capable as him, providing sustenance must be as effortless as drinking water. Young people ought to respect their elders and care for the young. What harm is there in offering a little nourishment? Yet, despite her frantic calls, Zhang Fan seemed oblivious, calmly boarding the heavy truck and departing slowly, all while Wang Caifan's eyes brimmed with despair and rage. Curse you! Are you deaf? Or is your hearing blocked? How can you ignore a living person standing right here? As her fury reached a boiling point, a sudden thud echoed against the outer security door. Wang Caifan shuddered, recalling that 2 zombies had been wandering outside. They were neighbors transformed into the undead. Her loud cries must have attracted them. The pounding on the door grew more intense, a relentless rhythm that struck at Wang Caifan's heart like a death knell. Finally, the security door was breached, and the 2 zombies surged inside, roaring ferociously. Did someone just cry for help? Jingya turned, perplexed. No, you must have misheard. Zhang Fan chuckled, continuing to drive leisurely. Moments later, the heavy truck arrived at the front of the Siyuan spring water factory. The street outside the factory was devoid of any living zombies. Only a dozen corpses lay scattered about, evidently fresh, still oozing dark blood, the metallic scent overwhelming. Zhang Fan exchanged a glance with Jingya. Someone has arrived before us. What should we do? Let us retreat. Zhang Fan had no intention of charging in for a confrontation to seize the bottled water. The apocalypse had just begun. Resources were still abundant, far from a life-and-death struggle. Even if someone had reached this place first, there were other spring water factories. It was unnecessary to gamble everything here. Moreover, with so few human survivors, avoiding conflict was preferable. Zhang Fan did not believe that his strength granted him the right to act without restraint. There would always be someone stronger. One must maintain a sense of humility and respect. All right. Jingya nodded in agreement with Zhang Fan's decision. He turned the vehicle around, preparing to leave. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the air, followed by a cacophony of cries, reminiscent of wailing ghosts, sending chills down their spines. What is happening? Jingya glanced towards the Siyuan spring water factory. Could the people inside be encountering zombies? Uncertain. Zhang Fan's eyes flickered. Let us go down and see. Perhaps we will encounter formidable zombies. Chapter 57. Zombies soaring through the sky. Zhang Fan, a helpful and virtuous young man, was always willing to lend a hand in times of need. Yet, he would admit that, in truth, he was far more intrigued by the formidable zombies than by the act of helping others. As the zombies grew stronger, it signified the increasingly grotesque nature of their abilities, which was the primary reason he was willing to lend a helping hand. Zhang Fan, accompanied by Jingya and a Huang, stormed into the Siyuan spring water factory, where they encountered a panicked throng of people. Each individual was sprinting in terror, wishing their parents had endowed them with an additional pair of legs. Behind them, a gaunt middle-aged zombie clad in work attire hovered in midair, rapidly advancing towards them. Was the zombie flying? Indeed, it was true. The middle-aged zombie was genuinely airborne, suspended a meter above the ground, swiftly approaching. Its speed was astonishing. In mere moments, it had caught up to the slowest survivor. With arms outstretched, it descended upon its prey. Thud! A long-haired survivor, approximately 25 or 26 years old and strikingly beautiful, was forcefully pinned to the ground. Help me. Oh, please save me. Wang Yani cried out desperately, reaching for her companions, hoping they might rescue her. Yet, her pleas fell on deaf ears. Her comrades continued their frantic escape towards the factory's exit. Not a single soul extended a hand. Help! What a joke! They believed that this terrifying zombie would ensure their demise if they lingered, and they had no desire to meet such an end. Teacher Wang, Haven T, you always taught us to sacrifice ourselves for others and to lend a helping hand? One male companion shouted as he ran. Now is the time to honor your promise. You hold them off here and buy us some time while we retreat. Wang Yani, witnessing her students flee in a panic, was consumed by an overwhelming sense of despair and coldness. She was the homeroom teacher of Class 8, Grade 3 at Mahai No. 3 Middle School, freshly graduated and leading her class for the very first time. Since the outbreak of the zombies, she had led her surviving students through countless trials, enduring until now. She kept vigil at night, ensuring her students received food first. When danger arose, she stepped forward. When emotions ran high, she offered gentle encouragement. When conflicts erupted, she mediated. It is no exaggeration to say that their survival thus far was largely her doing. Without her meticulous care, these students would have perished long ago. Indeed, on the very first day of the apocalypse, they could have met their end amidst the chaos of the school. It was she who had guided them to this point. Yet, in the face of danger, those students who had always obeyed her commands fled faster than ever, with not a single person offering to help her. Some even made callous remarks about the sweltering heat, which had already soared to 30 degrees Celsius, but Wang Yani felt an icy chill within. She perceived herself as a failure, despite her utmost care and protection before the apocalypse and her cautious safeguarding thereafter. She now realized that what these students lacked was never knowledge or protection, but rather a sense of conscience. With a low growl, the middle-aged zombie lunged at her like a ravenous tiger, intent on tearing her apart. It was over. Wang Yani felt her heart turn to ash and simply closed her eyes. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, no zombies charged forth. Instead, a teasing voice echoed in her ears. Beautiful lady, do you plan to lie on the ground all year? Wang Yani abruptly opened her eyes and beheld a zombie hovering in midair, motionless. Not far from her stood a handsome man and a beautiful woman, accompanied by a medium-sized yellow dog. What was happening? Wang Yani felt somewhat bewildered. Had they come to her rescue? The newcomers were none other than Zhang Fan and Jingya. Zhang Fan paid no mind to the dazed Wang Yani. With a swift kick, he sent the middle-aged zombie flying. He did not rush to deliver the killing blow, instead opting to observe what abilities this zombie possessed that allowed it to fly. In this day and age, even zombies could soar. With a roar, the middle-aged zombie righted itself, its lifeless, grayish-white eyes coldly fixed upon Zhang Fan. It raised its hands and forcefully pressed down. In an instant, Zhang Fan felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Every cell, every organ, every inch of his skin was subjected to an intense squeezing sensation. Thump, thump, thump. Zhang Fan sensed his heart racing violently, as if it might leap from his chest. The blood coursing through his veins surged like a mighty river, producing a gushing sound. Gravity. This was gravity. Zhang Fan was both astonished and exhilarated. The zombie's power was the manipulation of gravitational forces. His journey here had not been in vain. Seeing Zhang Fan rooted to the spot, the middle-aged zombie assumed it had rendered him immobile. It let out a roar and lunged toward him. In an instant, Zhang Fan vanished. The middle-aged zombie missed its target and was about to turn in search of him when a wave of vibration struck its head. Crack! The zombie's head exploded, reminiscent of a burst watermelon, scattering its remains in all directions. 3 luminous orbs fell from its body, 1 golden, 1 silver, and 1 white. Zhang Fan was taken aback. A silver orb? It was astonishing that a zombie would drop a silver orb. He found it hard to believe. While the appearance of silver orbs from humans and animals was not surprising, the same from a zombie was utterly extraordinary. The silver orb represented spirit and zombies, being animated corpses, possessed no spirit or consciousness. How could they have any semblance of spirit? The fact that all previously slain zombies had not dropped spirit orbs was undeniable evidence. What was the matter with this particular zombie? Why did it yield a spirit orb? Was it a mutated zombie? Or was it a sign that zombies were gradually evolving towards intelligence? Zhang Fan leaned toward the latter hypothesis, for the spirit orb was diminutive, far smaller than any he had encountered before. This suggested that this middle-aged zombie might have evolved the most rudimentary form of intelligence. This was troubling. Zhang Fan collected the physical and spirit orbs. Physical 102, spirit 02. The 102 in physical indicated that this zombie was a level 3 zombie, while the 02 in spirit demonstrated that its spirit was feeble, possessing only the most basic awareness. This was not a favorable omen. The number of zombies is already exaggerated. If they were to gradually evolve into beings of intelligence, where would humanity find refuge? Imagine zombies hiding, uniting, conspiring. It's chilling. One must become stronger. Zhang Fan quietly resolved to exploit their current lack of intelligence to hunt as many zombies as possible. With each one vanquished, a threat diminished, and he himself would grow stronger. Thus, the urgency to slay zombies became paramount. Zhang Fan then retrieved a white orb symbolizing his newfound powers. After enduring a sharp pain, he successfully acquired the ability of gravity manipulation. He attentively attuned himself to this power, perceiving the omnipresent force of gravity, a force exerted by Earth upon every living being and object with mass. Remarkably, he sensed an inexplicable connection between himself and gravity, akin to the bond he shared with metals and soil, a feeling of control that was both elusive yet undeniably real. Carefully, Zhang Fan began to experiment. Gradually, he discovered that he could not only alter the magnitude of gravity, but also its direction. Gravity, which typically pulls vertically downwards, could be manipulated. He attempted to shift the gravitational direction from downward to upward. An astonishing scene unfolded. His feet slowly lifted from the ground, and he began to float. Yes, he was indeed floating, much like a scene from a film with wires. Could it be that he was flying? Zhang Fan's excitement surged. He had never dared to dream that he might one day soar through the air. It was simply incredible. Jingya and Wangya and I were equally astonished, albeit for different reasons. Jingya understood that Zhang Fan must have acquired the powers of a mid-level zombie, thus enabling his flight. Her astonishment stemmed not from the ability itself, but from the notion that a human could indeed fly. How extraordinary. Wangya and I, on the other hand, was perplexed by the fact that Zhang Fan could fly at all. Could humans truly take to the skies? Zhang Fan, oblivious to the two girls' amazement, continued to manipulate the direction of gravity, shifting it from vertical upward to horizontal forward. He immediately propelled himself forward. When he reversed the direction to backward, He began to retreat. Altering it to the left, he soared leftward. To the right, he glided rightward. Zhang Fan resembled a child with a new toy, eagerly experimenting with his extraordinary ability, darting through the skies. This spectacle left Jingya envious, and she exclaimed, "Zhang Fan, what kind of power is this?" "Gravity manipulation." Zhang Fan replied with a smile, looking down at her. "Would you like to experience the sensation of flying?" "Can I?" Jingya asked, her anticipation palpable. "Of course." Zhang Fan smiled gently and attempted to adjust the gravity affecting Jingya, shifting its directional force. In an instant, Jingya felt the gravitational force upon her dissipate. The body felt as light as a feather, as if a layer of shackles had been shed, bringing an overwhelming sense of ease. Soon after, an upward force enveloped me, and my body began to float gently. "Am I flying? Is this truly happening?" Jingya stammered in disbelief. "Come here." Zhang Fan beckoned with a finger, and Jingya instantly floated toward him. With a mischievous grin, Zhang Fan opened his arms, eagerly awaiting the beauty to land in his embrace. "What are you doing? What do you want?" Jingya, both flustered and indignant, flailed her long, slender legs in the air, covering her face with her hands. "Put me down. You wish to take advantage of me. Let me go." "Haha, it's too late," Zhang Fan chuckled. Just as Jingya was about to reach him, Zhang Fan suddenly heard a rumbling sound approaching. Turning his head, he spotted a heavy truck barreling toward them at a speed of 80 miles per hour, aimed directly at Wang Yani on the ground. Chapter 58. Absurd reasoning. The heavy truck thundered forth, racing straight toward Wang Yani. If it made contact with her petite frame, she would surely be reduced to a pulp. In a split second, a flash of light streaked by, and Wang Yani vanished from her spot. In the next moment, she was already several meters away, with Zhang Fan and Jingya standing before her. At this critical moment, it was Zhang Fan who rescued her. Wang Yani, pale and trembling uncontrollably, was clearly paralyzed by fear. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan and Jingya exchanged uneasy glances at the heavy truck. "Who is driving that truck? What do they want?" Jingya inquired in a hushed tone. The truck had clearly aimed for Wang Yani, evidently with lethal intent. Jingya pondered. Who could be so cruel as to target a woman like Wang Yani? "It must be those who escaped earlier. There is no one else here," Zhang Fan asserted. Indeed, apart from the 3 of them in the yard, only the 7 or 8 who had fled moments ago remained. Were they not allies? Why would they seek to end her life? Jingya cast a perplexed glance at Wang Yani. "Who knows? Be careful." Just as Zhang Fan spoke, he suddenly noticed the truck veering toward them again, clearly intent on a deadly assault. The accelerator pressed to the floor. The engine roared ferociously, akin to a wild stallion breaking free, charging forward. Zhang Fan and Jingya stood beside Wang Yani, within the collision range of the truck. Anger flared within Zhang Fan. What enmity could be so great as to spare no regard for even 2 innocent bystanders? Seeking death, indeed. In an instant, Zhang Fan transformed into a figure of gleaming silver alloy, simultaneously activating his superhuman strength. At that moment, the truck charged directly toward him. "Damn you!" Zhang Fan unleashed a powerful punch, fueled by his rage, with no restraint whatsoever, channeling the full force of his super strength. A tremendous, unparalleled force erupted with a thunderous roar, instantly deforming the front of the heavy truck. The rapidly approaching vehicle was abruptly halted, shifting from extreme motion to utter stillness. A muffled groan emanated from the driver's seat, indicating that the individual behind the wheel had sustained significant impact. Yet, Zhang Fan remained unsatisfied. He leapt into the air, hovering above the truck. With a grasp of his fists in the void, the sound of crunching metal reverberated as if 2 invisible hands were kneading the truck like dough. Amidst the cacophony of metallic cracking, the heavy truck was gradually crushed and compacted. This was accompanied by a series of anguished wails, akin to the cries of tormented souls from the depths of hell. In the blink of an eye, the once rectangular truck was transformed into a lump of metal. No, it was more accurately described as a metallic clump. Diesel, mingled with blood, dripped from the mangled mass, falling to the ground in rhythmic droplets. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Yani was left in shock. Such a massive vehicle had been mercilessly flattened and rolled into a metallic ball. Was this still human? Jingya was equally astonished. She recognized Zhang Fan's formidable prowess, yet she had not anticipated the terrifying ferocity he could unleash. With a huff, Zhang Fan's anger began to dissipate, and he casually tossed the crushed truck aside. "Are you both all right?" he inquired, turning his gaze towards Jingya and Wang Yani. Of course we are fine, Jingyao replied resignedly. But given what you've done to the truck, we'll need to find another vehicle. Waving his hand dismissively, Zhang Fan chuckled nonchalantly. No worries. On my way here, I spotted an armored MPV. We can use that. The mention of the armored MPV brightened Jingyao's eyes, and she nodded vigorously. While the heavy truck was secure, its comfort left much to be desired. In contrast, the MPV was far superior. Moreover, the armored MPV boasted BR-7 level protection, ensuring greater safety. Its sole drawback was its exorbitant fuel consumption, 50 liters per 100 kilometers, an insatiable thirst for diesel. Fortunately, in this apocalypse, diesel was abundant, as long as safety was assured. Fuel efficiency was a trivial concern. Thank you for saving me. I am truly grateful. Wang Yani, still shaken, bowed deeply to Zhang Fan, her face reflecting profound gratitude. In just a few minutes, Zhang Fan had rescued her thrice, and she had danced perilously close to death on 3 occasions, her appreciation for him immeasurable. Not at all, Zhang Fan replied with a smile. It seems your companions have fled. What are your plans now? I have no idea. Wang Yani sighed bitterly, resembling an abandoned orphan. Her expression filled with sorrow. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had relied on that group of students for companionship, despite her constant care for them. They were also her source of support. Now that her foundation had crumbled, she felt lost, uncertain of her next steps. If you have nowhere else to go, you are welcome to join us. We have many survivors, Zhang Fan said with a smile. As their ranks grew, he had relaxed his criteria for new members, allowing ordinary individuals to join their cause. Chongqing Island is vast, abundant in opportunities for agriculture, aquaculture, orchard maintenance, and grain cultivation, all of which require human involvement. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Yani consented, saying, "Thank you all, I am willing to join." With nowhere else to go, she deemed it preferable to align herself with Zhang Fan. After all, being in the company of such a formidable individual would ensure her safety, unlike her previous predicament, where she had to lead a group of students into the fray in search of supplies. Teacher Wang, are you all right? A chorus of voices erupted, filled with concern. Oh, Teacher Wang, it is such a relief that you are unharmed. You frightened me terribly just now. At that moment, the 7 or 8 individuals who had fled earlier returned in a rush. Zhang Fan took a moment to observe them closely. There were 8 in total, all middle school students around 15 or 16 years of age, their faces youthful, 6 boys and 2 girls. At this moment, the youths wore expressions of sheer excitement. 2 girls were even moved to tears, seemingly overwhelmed with joy that Wang Yani had survived. They had completely forgotten their earlier abandonment of her, along with their scornful remarks. Zhang Fan disregarded the exuberant group and turned his attention to Wang Yani. Are you a teacher? He inquired. Wang Yani nodded. I am a middle school teacher. Greetings, teacher. Our team is in dire need of various talents, and you are one of them, Zhang Fan remarked with a smile. In the future, you can impart knowledge to the children, teaching them to read and write. One does not merely live for a few days. One must live a lifetime. Since we are alive, we must marry, have children, and pass on our genes. As children grow, they will undoubtedly need to acquire cultural knowledge. While I do not expect them to be erudite, they must not remain ignorant. With a teacher, we can educate the children in literacy, which is immensely valuable. Wherever there is a need, you need only ask, and I shall do my utmost. Wang Yani nodded in agreement. Teacher, do you wish to go with them? A tall boy asked, glancing at Zhang Fan and then back at Wang Yani, his eyes hopeful. Please take us with you, teacher. We will follow you. You cannot abandon us. The youth chimed in unison, expressing their desire for Wang Yani to lead them alongside Zhang Fan. In truth, they had not fled. They had merely hidden outside the bottled water factory, witnessing Zhang Fan's awe-inspiring display of strength as he dispatched zombies and crushed heavy trucks with ease. They were utterly amazed. After a brief discussion, they resolved to follow Zhang Fan at all costs. In this world where human life is as fragile as grass, only by aligning with a powerhouse like Zhang Fan could they hope to survive. Thus, they beseeched Wang Yani. They were well aware of her kind nature. She was compassionate and soft-hearted, and they believed that their appeal would surely elicit her agreement. However, this time, Wang Yani did not acquiesce. Instead, with a stern expression, she inquired, Qi Yinxiang is not here. It was he who just crashed the heavy truck into me, wasn't it? The youths exchanged glances, collectively nodding. Why? Wang Yani's emotions were somewhat agitated. Why is he doing this? Or have I offended him? The students remained silent, hesitant to speak. Choosing silence, are we? Wang Yani scoffed. From now on, you are free to go wherever you please. Do not follow me any longer. I am no longer your teacher, and you are no longer my students. We shall part ways and never meet again. Please, Teacher Wang. The students grew anxious. A boy hurriedly interjected. Qi Yinxiang said you are too controlling. Even in this apocalyptic world, you still prevent us from doing this or that, and you forbid us from interacting with our female classmates. He also said that since the world has ended, education is pointless. What purpose does a teacher serve? As long as you are here, we cannot act freely. Wang Yani was taken aback. She could never have anticipated that her students would harbor such animosity towards her for merely enforcing discipline. Was it truly so outrageous that they would wish her harm? Zhang Fan and Jingyu exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Have today's youth grown so bitter? Teacher, I have answered your question. Can we leave now? The boy asked, hope glimmering in his eyes. Wang Yani felt a sense of despair wash over her. Qi Yinxiang wants to kill me, and none of you intervened? The boy fell silent, as did the others. Intervene? What was the point? They secretly shared the same sentiment. In this world of despair, there was no need for education. No need to toil over practice exams for the entrance exams. They felt utterly liberated, yet there she was, a teacher, constantly imposing restrictions. What kind of apocalypse was this? Qi Yinxiang was right. Only with your demise could we attain true freedom and begin anew. Yet, such thoughts remained unspoken, confined to their minds. Wang Yani felt a profound sense of failure. Freshly graduated and eager to embrace her role as an educator, her fervor had dissipated, leaving her feeling desolate. Teacher, may we follow you? Another boy inquired. Do not ask me, I do not know. Wang Yani replied, her spirit crushed. I, too, am being sheltered by others. If you must ask, direct your questions to him. The 8 youths immediately turned their gaze towards Zhang Fan. I refuse. Zhang Fan replied without hesitation. Why? A boy demanded, his emotions flaring. Zhang Fan smiled faintly, enunciating each word. There is no reason. I simply do not wish to take you in. You cannot do this. Do you not understand that with greater power comes greater responsibility? You are strong and capable. It is your duty to protect us. This is a fundamental moral obligation. Brother, humanity has dwindled to such numbers. We who remain must unite and assist one another to carry forth the flame of humanity. From this day forward, you shall be my elder brother, and I will be your younger brother. I will obey your every command. If you tell me to go east, I shall not venture west. The youths were stirred with excitement. Chapter 59, Bottled Water as Abundant as Mountains. Gazing at the emotionally charged youth, Zhang Fan let out a cold smile. I am neither your father nor your mother, and I bear no responsibility or obligation to take you in. How can you be like this? A tall boy, accustomed to vulgar language, erupted in anger at Zhang Fan's words. Do you have no sense of public morality? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Fan raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, sending the tall boy flying several meters before he crashed to the ground. Blood spurting from his mouth, mingled with a few teeth. Whose foul language taught you that? Zhang Fan remarked coldly. You children, lacking in ability. Yet your arrogance knows no bounds. Who do you think you are? Seeing the tall boy's miserable state, the others trembled in fear, falling silent. Such a lack of discipline. Zhang Fan snorted dismissively, turning to Jingya and Wang Yani. Let us depart. Jingya cast a glance at the group, but said nothing. Taking her seat in the passenger's side, Wang Yani, like a marionette, mechanically boarded the vehicle without a glance at her students. With a roar, the armored MPV thundered away. As the vehicle disappeared from view, the teenagers could no longer contain their frustration and began to curse loudly. Damn it, what is so great about having powers? Not taking me in, as if I care. You idiot, lacking calcium in childhood, missing love in adulthood, with no affection from your grandmother or uncle. Deserving a slap on the left cheek and a kick on the right. And that vile Wang Yani, I curse your entire family. I regret not dealing with you earlier. After venting their anger for a while, they grew exhausted and bewildered. They had previously relied on Wang Yani's leadership for gathering supplies and managing their affairs, which had allowed them to survive until now. With her abandoning them, they were left uncertain of what to do next. What should we do now? A girl expressed her concern. Should we return to the previous building or seek a new shelter? We should go back to that building. It was carefully chosen by Teacher Wang and is at least safe. Another girl suggested. The tall boy, covering his face, glared resentfully in the direction the armored MPV had departed. The other 5 boys remained silent, exchanging glances before their eyes fell upon the 2 girls. Upon noticing one girl who was relatively mature and well-endowed, their gazes grew intense. Ahem. One boy cleared his throat and declared earnestly, "I agree with Yang Dandan. The streets are too dangerous. We should hurry back to that building. Indeed, with so many zombies outside, every moment we linger increases our peril. Hurry back. This place is utterly terrifying." The 5 young men were desperate to return to the sanctuary, their hearts racing in agitation, yearning to return swiftly and engage in fervent action. The 2 girls, equally frightened of lingering outside, also longed to return, oblivious to the grim fate that awaited them upon their return. Fortunately, as the group made their way back to the sanctuary, they encountered a horde of zombies. "Oh no, zombies! Run!" they exclaimed, panic-stricken. Alas, none among them possessed awakened abilities. Young and still in their developmental stages, they held no advantage against the undead. Their only option was to flee. Fortunately, being adolescents, they were swift, even swifter than monkeys. The 2 girls kept pace, soon leaving the zombies far behind. Suddenly, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded before them. The air ahead shimmered like the surface of a lake, rippling in concentric circles. In an instant, these ripples began to swirl clockwise, coalescing into a rapidly rotating vortex. The vortex expanded, its diameter growing to several meters. At its center, a bizarre black hole emerged. The sight rendered the group speechless, their disbelief evident as they gazed in awe. The spectacle before them transcended their understanding, instilling both fear and curiosity. Could this signify an extraordinary encounter, or perhaps a harbinger of newfound powers? Thud, 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 the sound of footsteps resonated ominously. From the depths of the black hole, a towering zombie, nearly 2 meters tall, emerged. A zombie! Oh my God! Run! The group, paralyzed with fear, bolted in terror. With a ferocious roar, the zombie unleashed a wave of tangible sound waves, visible ripples spreading through the air within a 10-meter radius. The atmosphere vibrated with high-frequency tremors, akin to resonation. Ow! My head hurts. The young ones clutched their heads, shrieking in anguish as blood poured from their ears, nostrils, mouths, and eyes. One by one, they collapsed, convulsing, unable to rise again. Such a splendid vehicle, Zhang Fan exclaimed as he maneuvered the armored MPV with reckless abandon. This vehicle outperformed heavy trucks in acceleration, speed, and comfort. What pleased Zhang Fan the most was its sturdy armor. Even if zombies attacked while standing still, they would be unable to budge it. It was a matter of simply bulldozing through. Jingya was also quite content with the vehicle. Sitting inside offered both safety, and in 1852, mineral water was available for a maximum of 271 days. However, that is insufficient, far from adequate. The collection must continue. Farmer Mineral Water Factory. Zhang Fan parked his vehicle by the roadside, gazing at the mineral water company. "I hope we can gather more this time." "We certainly can," Jingya responded with a smile. This is the Magic Sea branch of the Farmer Mineral Water Company, where a large warehouse supplies mineral water to various districts of Magic Sea. That's splendid. Zhang Fan's face lit up with joy. He preferred emptying warehouses over supermarkets or malls. A warehouse signifies substantial stock, much like the previous occasions when they had emptied 2 granaries, amassing enough food to last them a century. Thus, warehouses are indeed preferable. As Zhang Fan and Jingya exited the vehicle, they noticed Wang Yani sitting inside, unmoving. "Sister Wang, aren't you coming down?" "You go ahead. I'll rest for a bit," Wang Yani sighed. "All right then." Zhang Fan pondered for a moment before agreeing. The armored vehicle's armor was remarkably resilient. Even in the face of zombies, it would be difficult to breach. Unless they encountered a metal-manipulating superhuman, even humans would struggle against such armor. The likelihood of meeting such a superhuman was low, unless Wang Yani were particularly unfortunate. "Sister Wang, you rest here alone, we'll be back shortly. Remember not to drive," Zhang Fan cautioned, and he and Jingya entered the Farmer Mineral Water Company, quickly locating the warehouse within. Their expectations were met. Inside the vast warehouse, Farmer Mineral Water was neatly stacked, resembling mountains. There were 380 milliliters boxes containing 24 bottles, 550 milliliters packs with 24 bottles, and 12L barrels. Each package, each box, and each barrel was organized meticulously, occupying the entirety of the warehouse. "How long can we sustain ourselves with this much mineral water?" Zhang Fan stared intently at the mountainous stacks of mineral water, nearly drooling with excitement. It's certainly more than what we have at Siyuan Mineral Water Factory. Jingya also felt elated. A person could survive several days without food, but not without water. In a certain sense, water is a more crucial resource than food. With such an abundance of mineral water, they would be well supplied for an extended period, a truly joyous occasion. Jingya, hurry, Zhang Fan urged, fearing the mineral water might vanish before his eyes. Quickly collect. Jingya shot him a playful glare, teasingly retorting, are you afraid they'll sprout wings and fly away? We're the only two here. It's better to be safe than sorry. Zhang Fan chuckled. That's true. Jingya wasted no more time and began collecting the water. With a flick of her hand, boxes of mineral water vanished as if by magic. In less than half an hour, a significant portion of the water had disappeared from the warehouse, and the collection was still ongoing. Zhang Fan closely followed Jingya, reveling in the sight of box after box disappearing, his heart swelling with delight. Such an abundance of mineral water was undoubtedly a precious resource. Stored in Jingya's personal space, he need not fear spoilage. If it could last for a century, they could drink it for a century. Just then, Zhang Fan suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching from a distance. The large yellow dog, following closely behind Zhang Fan, immediately barked excitedly at the sound. What is happening? Jingya halted. Someone is coming. Zhang Fan replied nonchalantly. It was hardly surprising. Such a vast mineral water warehouse in this location would undoubtedly attract attention. In fact, upon entering and noticing the untouched stock of mineral water, Zhang Fan had been quite astonished. So much mineral water, and yet it hasn't been pilfered? How remarkable! This is a vital resource. The arrival of others indicated that some astute individuals were aware of the water's presence. Zhang Fan, Jingya said, a hint of anxiety in her voice. It's all right. Zhang Fan grasped her small hand, offering a reassuring smile. I'm here. MHM. Jingya nodded vigorously, feeling a sense of relief. In her eyes, Zhang Fan was the strongest of all, invincible against any foe. Under the watchful gaze of the duo and their canine companion, a group of over 20 individuals surged into the warehouse, encircling them. The assembly was notably youthful, comprising both men and women, dressed in a manner indicative of urban professionals. The men were elegantly attired, while the women exuded grace and poise. This starkly contrasted with the previous bands of survivors Zhang Fan had encountered. The two assessed the newcomers, who in turn scrutinized Zhang Fan and Jingya. Their astonishment and confusion were palpable upon realizing that there were only two individuals and a dog. Since the catastrophic events of June 10th, when the zombies had significantly evolved, solitary survivors had become exceedingly rare due to the inherent dangers. Straying alone often led to dire consequences, being torn to shreds. Thus, their every expedition was a collective effort, relying on sheer numbers for safety. The audacity of Zhang Fan and Jingya to venture out alone was truly remarkable. At that moment, a light cough resonated, prompting the crowd to part, allowing a middle-aged man with a square face to step forward. His attire was casual, a plain white shirt paired with black suit trousers and sturdy leather shoes. Despite his relaxed appearance, neither Zhang Fan nor Jingya dared to underestimate him. There was an air of danger about him that Zhang Fan could distinctly sense. Jingya recognized him, and even if she hadn't she would not have dismissed him. Those who are truly affluent often conceal their wealth in their attire. Unlike the ostentatious nouveau riche who flaunt their riches through extravagant displays of luxury. Xiaoya, is that you? The square-faced man, Lu Jianshu, looked at Jingya in surprise. What brings you here? Hello, Uncle Lu. I'm here to gather supplies, Jingya replied politely, making sure to introduce Zhang Fan. This is Uncle Lu Jianshu, a friend of my father's who is heavily involved in the real estate business. Zhang Fan nodded and smiled at Lu Jianshu, saying, Hello, Uncle Lu. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hello. Lu Jianshu chuckled a couple of times before turning to Jingya. Where are your parents? They are no longer with us. Jingya replied, a hint of sorrow in her voice. Alas, the heavens are cruel to the gifted. Lu Jianshu sighed, then continued, Jingya, you should come with me from now on. Out of respect for your father, I feel compelled to look after you. After the apocalypse struck, he had awakened a formidable ability. He quickly organized the company's employees to hunt zombies and gather supplies, and now he was thriving. I appreciate your kindness, Uncle Lu, but I am doing quite well on my own. Jingya politely declined. She was aware that her father and Lu Jianshu had a rather indifferent relationship, even rivals in some respects. Thus, Lu had no obligation to care for her, and Jingya would not shamelessly seek protection. Moreover, in this harsh world, she trusted only a handful of people, including Zhang Fan and her aunt. Very well. Lu Jianshu did not press the matter further. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Jingya expressed her gratitude. If there is nothing else, we must continue collecting bottled water. Feel free. Lu Jianshu smiled. There is plenty of bottled water here. Take as much as you wish. He was fully aware of the stock in the farmer's bottled water company's warehouse. They had arrived here 2 days prior, and Lu had already claimed the water as his own, forbidding anyone from touching it. In fact, fearing that other survivors might have designs on it, he had discreetly moved some stock. Unfortunately, time was short, and he had not been able to transport all the water, so he had to keep a watchful eye on it around the clock. Thus, when Zhang Fan and Jingya arrived, Lu Jianshu received immediate reports from his subordinates. Without hesitation, he rushed over. Not only would he prevent them from taking the water, but he would also eliminate them to avoid attracting more attention. To his surprise, they were acquaintances. But what of it? Lu Jianshu had already resolved to deal with them as soon as they left. The bottled water here must remain concealed. The invitation for Jingya to take freely was merely a formality. With just the two of them, how much could they possibly carry? However, the next scene nearly blinded Lu Jianshu with disbelief. Chapter 60. Is this your way of enticing me? Jingya and Zhang Fan stepped aside. What should we do? Zhang Fan. Jingya glanced at Lu Jianshu and asked softly, should we still take it? Zhang Fan did not answer directly, but countered with a question. What is your relationship with Lu Jianshu? If Jingya were very close with him, as good friends, Zhang Fan would not mind leaving some for them. If their relationship was merely acquaintances, it would not matter. Jingya quietly replied, we are not friends. Understanding her stance, Zhang Fan nodded. Then let us proceed to take what we need. Leave them a third, no, perhaps a fifth. Lu Jianshu, a real estate mogul, undoubtedly has no connection to this bottled water company. Since it does not belong to him, it is a commodity without an owner. And Zhang Fan feels no psychological burden in taking it. Keeping a fifth, Zhang Fan considers himself quite benevolent. Lu Jianshu and his associates will certainly not remain passive. The onus will soon rest upon you. Jingya whispered insistently. This is akin to snatching food from a tigress' mouth. Reflecting on the situation with her voluptuous figure, Jingya could foresee the impending chaos. Yet, she could not forsake these bottles of mineral water. The warehouse was replete with an immense stockpile. Jingya roughly estimated at least several million bottles. The team consumes 100 liters of water daily. The mineral water here could sustain the team for decades. Who would willingly relinquish such a bountiful feast? Lu Jianshu is not her father. Why should she cede this bounty to him? If a confrontation is inevitable, then let it be. In this age of scarcity, to refrain from contention while aspiring to be a saint is a recipe for starvation. Fear not. Zhang Fan offered a reassuring glance. I shall commence. Having collaborated multiple times, Jingya trusted Zhang Fan implicitly, and without hesitation, she continued to gather the goods. With a delicate sweep of her hand, boxes of mineral water vanished, and with another flick, cases of iced drinks disappeared as well. This spectacle left Lu Jianshu and his men momentarily astonished. What is happening? Lu Jianshu squinted slightly. Darling, perhaps it is some sort of supernatural ability. Secretary Wang Hongyan whispered. Much like Doraemon's pocket, akin to a power from another dimension. Wang Hongyan, with her striking figure standing at 175 centimeters, a heart-shaped face, clad in black stockings and a form-fitting skirt, accentuated her alluring curves and long, graceful legs, exuding an irresistible allure. Indeed, the men under Lu Jianshu's command occasionally cast their eyes upon Wang Hongyan with unabashed desire. However, they only dared to admire from a distance, never daring to act. Before the apocalypse, Wang Hongyan was merely the boss's secretary, the kind of secretary who handled trivial matters. When the world fell into chaos, the boss eliminated his discontented spouse, and Wang Hongyan ascended to prominence. Now, she is not only the matriarch of the company, but also its second-in-command, with authority only surpassed by the boss himself. Even if others harbored intentions towards her, such thoughts must remain concealed. Otherwise, the consequences from the boss would be dire. A power from another dimension? Lu Jianshu's countenance darkened, yet he refrained from expressing his displeasure. He wished to observe further to ascertain the truth of the matter. If this were indeed the case, the value of such an ability would be tremendous. Unfazed, Jingya continued her gathering. Box after box, case after case. In a brief span, she had amassed over 100 boxes of mineral water and was still going strong. At this juncture, no further words were necessary. Lu Jianshu comprehended the situation all too clearly. Indeed, Jingya possesses an extraordinary ability akin to that of a magical pouch, a space from another dimension. Darling, we cannot allow her to continue accumulating resources, Wang Hongyan whispered. Otherwise, the bottled water in the warehouse will be entirely depleted. However, Lu Jianshu held a differing perspective. Yin, do you not perceive the immense value of this ability? Wang Hongyan paused, then quickly grasped his meaning. So, you imply that in this apocalyptic world, resources are of paramount importance. Lu Jianshu's gaze was astute, especially in the later stages. As resources dwindle and hunger prevails, even the slightest amount of supplies could incite conflict. Therefore, I have consistently emphasized the necessity of gathering resources while they remain relatively abundant. Flour, rice, drinking water, oil, salt, spices, clothing, all must be collected in preparation for the future. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Lu Jianshu's eyes. Jingya's ability is a divine skill for resource accumulation. You make a compelling point, dear. What do you intend to do? Wang Hongyan inquired softly. She had not fully absorbed his words, but understood one thing. Jingya's value was immense. This realization cast a shadow of threat over her. She had attained her current position in the company through her beauty, lacking any awakened abilities herself. Thus, she was replaceable. Looking at Jingya, though still unrefined and somewhat delicate, she was undeniably more beautiful. One could envision that, once nurtured, Jingya's beauty would far surpass her own, coupled with such a valuable ability. If Jingya remained by Lu Jianshu's side, what place would she have? The solution seemed simple: subdue her and bring her into our fold. Lu Jianshu smiled slightly and walked directly towards Jingya. Observing this, Wang Hongyan's eyes darkened, and she quickly signaled her subordinates to follow suit. Xiaoya, what kind of ability do you possess? Lu Jianshu approached with keen enthusiasm. It feels akin to the space rings found in novels. Jingya halted her collection of bottled water and politely replied, Uncle Lu, this is a personal spatial ability. A personal spatial ability? Quite impressive, Lu Jianshu exclaimed, then pressed further. How large is your personal space? How much can it hold? Jingya modestly responded, it's not very large, only a few hundred cubic meters. She refrained from revealing the truth, fearing it might invite trouble. Nonetheless, Lu Jianshu was astonished. A few hundred cubic meters. That is extraordinarily vast. To put it into perspective, a large truck with dimensions of 87 m times 24 m times 27 m, with a maximum load of 15 tons, has a capacity of nearly 55 cubic meters. Currently, the largest single-bridge truck, the Juga 4X, designed for express transportation, has a maximum capacity of only 70 cubic meters, with dimensions of 12 mx2, 55 mx4m. Consider the volume of a large truck measuring 12 meters in length and 4 meters in height. How much cargo could it transport? It is unfathomable. Yet, it only accommodates a mere 70 cubic meters. In contrast, Jingya's personal space boasts several hundred cubic meters, equivalent to the capacity of 10 Juga 4X trucks. Such immense capacity. How much rice, how many bottles of mineral water, how many supplies can it hold? The key is that this extraordinary ability requires no physical exertion. With a mere flick of the wrist, one can effortlessly store items into a personal space. Just imagine the labor saved. Lu Jianshu's breath quickened, and his gaze towards Jingya resembled that of a connoisseur admiring a rare treasure. Xiaoya, your ability is remarkable, truly exceptional. Lu Jianshu suppressed his excitement, striving to maintain a semblance of calm. I see that both of you are rather isolated, and in these perilous times, danger lurks everywhere. How about this? I shall take you as my goddaughter, and you can accompany me from now on. Fearing rejection, Lu Jianshu patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured. From this day forth, as long as I, Lu Jianshu, have a morsel of food, you shall never go hungry. Upon hearing this, Wang Hongyan's expression turned icy. Meanwhile, Lu Jianshu's subordinates were filled with envy, fully aware of their boss's formidable strength. To become the boss's goddaughter in this apocalyptic world would grant one immense privilege. How enviable. Yet, the subject of this proposition, Jingya, found the situation absurd, even wanting to laugh. You think I, Jingya, would be swayed by such an offer? Do you truly believe anyone could withstand such a test? Uncle Lu, I am currently doing quite well and do not wish to rely on anyone. Jingya's demeanor remained frosty as she firmly declined. Lu Jianshu's expression darkened, his fervent heart instantly cooling. His subordinates erupted in disbelief. What? She actually turned him down? Is this woman out of her mind? To reject such a golden opportunity is sheer folly. If the boss were to take me as a godson, I would gladly toil for him. They understood that their boss was destined to be a king in this world of chaos, and to be his goddaughter would be a blessing beyond measure. How dare she refuse? Your name is Jingya, correct? Wang Hongyan thought to herself, secretly pleased, though her expression turned severe. My husband wishes to take you as a goddaughter. He holds you in high regard. Do not be ungrateful. Jingya chuckled lightly. Lu Jianshu continued to watch her retreating figure, still unwilling to relent. Xiaoya, are you certain you wish to decline? I am sorry, Uncle Lu, Jingya replied coolly. I am not Lu Bu, with a penchant for randomly recognizing fathers. Excellent. Truly excellent. Lu Jianshu, enraged, could not help but laugh, shedding all pretense. If allure would not suffice, then he would resort to intimidation. Xiaoya, I offer you one last chance. Join us willingly, or you shall not leave this warehouse. Jingya turned to face Lu Jianshu, mockery evident in her gaze. Uncle Lu, your true nature has finally been revealed. However, let us spare ourselves from such futile threats. We have navigated this world of despair. Those who have survived to this point are not easily intimidated. With that, she dismissed Lu Jianshu entirely, shifting her focus to Zhang Fan. We still need to collect seeds later. I'll leave that to you. I must hasten to gather the mineral water. Rest assured. Zhang Fan responded with an affirmative gesture. Indeed. Jingya nodded and resumed her task of collecting mineral water. Zhang Fan turned to look at Lu Jianshu. Indeed. She is truly the daughter of the Jing Tian family, possessing remarkable courage. Lu Jianshu laughed heartily, exuding a cloud of thick, black mist that enveloped him. At the sight of this, Wang Hongyan and the subordinates behind Lu Jianshu fled in terror, as if confronted by a specter. Zhang Fan felt an acute sense of danger rising within him. At that moment, Lu Jianshu emanated an aura of extreme peril. The black mist emanating from Lu Jianshu expanded, swiftly making contact with the walls formed by stacked cases of bottled water, towering 5 to 6 meters high in perfect alignment. As the black mist surged against the walls, they vanished silently, leaving 2 gaping holes behind. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air, devoid of smoke or hissing sounds. Everything transpired in utter silence. Observing the breach, it was evident that even the outer cardboard boxes, plastic bottles, and the water within had seemingly evaporated without a trace. Some bottles were reduced to mere halves, their contents gushing forth and cascading down to the ground along the remnants of the water wall. This extraordinary ability sent a chill through Zhang Fan's spine. Jingya, too, halted her tasks, fixated on the eerie black mist surrounding Lu Jianshu. This ability of mine, I call it the annihilation ability, Lu Jianshu declared as he approached Zhang Fan, his demeanor cold and imperious, akin to a deity. It can obliterate any material in this world into its purest form of energy. I have conducted experiments, whether it be osmium steel, diamonds, or alloy glass, the hardest materials known, or soft liquids like water, ethanol, milk, and non-Newtonian fluids, as well as attacks from electricity, flames, flying knives, or stones. All can be utterly annihilated into the purest energy, which then replenishes me, enabling my continuous growth and strength. As for zombies, Lu Jianshu scoffed, under this black mist. No matter how many zombies there are, they are no match for me. Your ability is remarkable, truly formidable. Zhang Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath. The capacity to annihilate any material into its purest energy and replenish oneself is a power of unparalleled dominance. It far surpasses the energy absorption ability I acquired from the Northeast Tiger. After all, energy absorption is merely a passive skill, activated only when one is under attack, transforming various assaults into energy stored within. This ability, however, is proactive. The black mist, when released, renders any material into pure energy, replenishing the body. It is akin to a life-stealing or mana-regenerating skill in a game, absolutely phenomenal. With this power, Lu Jianshu would not only remain invigorated during battle, but would grow ever more formidable with each encounter. Truly impressive. Lu Jianshu dismissed Zhang Fan's presence entirely, even in the face of Zhang Fan's compliments regarding his extraordinary abilities. His focus remained solely on Jingya. Xiaoya, as your elder, I am willing to grant you one final opportunity. Should you choose to join our company, I assure you a life of wealth and luxury. However, if you remain obstinate, a fierce glint flickered in Lu Jianshu's eyes. I would rather ruthlessly extinguish your potential than allow you to thrive. Lu Jianshu envisioned the terrifying capabilities of Jingya, who possessed the power of spatial manipulation, capable of hoarding resources beyond comprehension. Allowing her to live meant she could deplete the resources of the Demon Sea, leaving others to suffer. Such a person, if not harnessed for his own purposes, must be eliminated swiftly to prevent her from becoming a foe. Jingya remained unperturbed, undaunted by Lu Jianshu's threats. Uncle Lu, as your junior, I too have a message for you. There are mountains beyond mountains, and heavens beyond heavens. Lu Jianshu raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that there are individuals stronger than me in this apocalypse? That is simply impossible. I have traversed this wasteland for over 10 days. And since awakening my abilities, I have encountered countless zombies and ability users, all of whom I have effortlessly vanquished. I am not boasting. While there may be stronger ability users, they certainly do not exist in the Demon Sea. Very well, you may believe what you wish. Jingya chuckled, finding amusement in his inflated confidence. Engaging further in conversation seemed futile. A well-deserved lesson would be far more satisfying. Yet Lu Jianshu remained persistent, fixating on Jingya. Xiaoya, I shall ask you one last time. Enough? How many times has this been? A grown man ought not to behave like a sycophant. Zhang Fan interjected impatiently. Lu Jianshu's eyes flashed with menace. Who do you think you are to speak here? No sooner had the words left his lips than Lu Jianshu gestured, conjuring a massive swirl of obliterating black mist that surged toward Zhang Fan. Why resort to such measures? Zhang Fan flicked his fingers. A peculiar wave radiated outward, enveloping him in a shroud of temporal stasis. To Lu Jianshu's astonishment, the black mist halted abruptly, coming to an eerie standstill 3 meters from Zhang Fan. Unable to advance further, it was as if an invisible barrier had emerged around him, repelling the dark mist. Temporal stasis could not only ensnare foes, but also serve as a formidable defense. Regardless of the form of attack, time is required for it to traverse from point A to point B. Once time is suspended, one can never traverse from A to B. Thus, by rendering the time around oneself static, one becomes impervious to all forms of assault. What is happening? Lu Jianshu's pupils constricted. Since awakening his powers, he had never encountered such an anomaly. Behind him, Wang Hongyan and his band of followers stirred, each one taken aback by the unprecedented turn of events. Until now, their leader's abilities had proven infallible. Any who dared to challenge him had vanished without a trace. This situation was an unprecedented occurrence. I concede that your obliteration ability is indeed formidable, yet there exists an abundance of powers capable of countering it. Zhang Fan spoke nonchalantly. For instance, mental assault, spatial manipulation, temporal disruption, gravitational influence, and so forth. Any one of these abilities can effectively neutralize your power. Enough of this discourse. Zhang Fan waved his hand. I shall accept your ability as a token of gratitude, and I shall grant you the mercy of a complete corpse. Upon finishing his words, a glimmer of silver light flashed in Zhang Fan's eyes. Boom! Lu Jianshu was struck as if by a thunderbolt, collapsing to the ground, lifeless and unaware. Mental assault, super hypnosis ability. My dear boss, are you all right? Witnessing Lu Jianshu's fall, Wang Hongyan and a throng of Lu Jianshu's subordinates erupted in chaos, each calling out loudly, "Silence, if you wish to survive." Zhang Fan's thunderous roar reverberated like a bolt of lightning. Lu Jianshu's subordinates trembled in fear, their faces etched with terror as they gazed at Zhang Fan. In their eyes, their boss was the most powerful, yet he was effortlessly vanquished by Zhang Fan. Just how formidable is Zhang Fan? Lu Jianshu is Lu Jianshu, and you are merely you. Zhang Fan gestured dismissively. You were mere spectators throughout this encounter, and I shall not impose upon you. You may depart. The employees of Lu Jianshu exchanged glances, and without uttering a word, turned to leave. To stay? To accompany Lu Jianshu to the grave? After all, Lu Jianshu was merely their employer, not their father. Even if he were their father, he would not drag them down with him. Leave. Quickly depart. Wang Hongyan ran the fastest, her high heels clicking against the ground, her speed leaving the others in awe. Who would have thought that just moments ago, she had affectionately called him my dear, and now she was fleeing faster than a monkey? It is a testament to the truth that one can know a person's face, but never their heart. However, for a woman like her, who relies on her beauty to survive, living in such an apocalyptic world is destined to be a tragedy. What awaits her next? Only the heavens know. Jingya, continue to gather supplies. Understood. Zhang Fan approached Lu Jianshu, activating his transmutation ability, transforming him into a metallic sculpture. Swish. 3 luminous orbs fell. Zhang Fan collected them one by one. Constitution, 295. Spirit, 94. Acquired the obliteration black mist ability. Zhang Fan examined his attribute panel. Name, Zhang Fan level. Level 4 ability, user constitution. Level 4, 259810000. Spirit. Level 3, 1081000. Abilities. Infinite item retrieval, metal manipulation, transmutation, clone creation, alloying, self-healing, lightning control, teleportation. Earth manipulation, super strength, super hypnosis, time stasis, super vibration, energy absorption, speed enhancement, enslavement, gravitational control, obliteration black mist. A total of 19 abilities. How delightful. Zhang Fan reveled in the brilliance of his attribute panel. Close combat abilities include alloying, super strength, energy absorption, speed enhancement, and teleportation. Ranged abilities comprise metal manipulation, lightning control, earth manipulation, super vibration, and obliteration black mist. The auxiliary abilities include the transmutation of stone into gold, the creation of duplicates, self-healing, time suspension, super hypnosis, and gravity manipulation. At this moment, I am flawless. Even if I were to cease acquiring new powers from now on, I could still dominate everything by continuously leveling up. Zhang Fan felt an overwhelming sense of joy within. 19 formidable abilities bestowed upon him tremendous combat prowess, granting him the means to navigate the apocalypse with ease. His confidence soared to unprecedented heights. He firmly believed that in this dire end of days, he would thrive more splendidly than anyone else. Eager to test his new ability, Zhang Fan swiftly adjusted his mindset and began to attune himself to the recently acquired power of annihilating black mist. This ability was incredibly formidable. When wielded correctly, it could undoubtedly be a divine technique for hunting zombies. Moments later, Zhang Fan gradually raised his right hand, and a wisp of obsidian black mist emerged from his fingertips. He directed it towards the statue of Lu Jianshu on the ground. The black mist spread downward, enveloping the statue. It was akin to placing a red-hot iron rod upon plastic foam or pouring aqua regia over iron sheets. The statue vanished silently, as if it had evaporated from existence, leaving no trace behind. Throughout the entire process, there were no indications of smoke or corrosion. The annihilation occurred utterly silently and without any observable phenomena. Soon after, Zhang Fan distinctly felt a substantial amount of energy replenishing his body through the black mist. The physical stamina he had expended earlier in utilizing his super strength and metal manipulation abilities was almost instantly restored. What an exceptional energy recovery ability! Zhang Fan silently rejoiced. With this power, he could swiftly regain his stamina and continue battling tirelessly, akin to a machine. His capacity for sustained combat and survival had significantly enhanced. An extraordinary ability indeed. Chapter 61. The portal ability. After over an hour of diligent work, Jingya finally completed the collection of all the bottled water in the warehouse. The continuous use of her abilities had drained a considerable amount of her energy, leaving her somewhat unsteady. Yet, her spirits remained remarkably high. Zhang Fan, we have struck gold. Jingya exclaimed with exhilaration. This batch of bottled water exceeds my estimates. It is sufficient for us to last for over a century. How many bottles are there in total? Zhang Fan inquired. 380 milliliters, packaged in 24 bottle cases, totaling 170,000 cases, approximately 1.92 million bottles. Jingya promptly replied. For the 550 milliliters, also in 24 bottle cases, there are 196,000 cases, around 2.03 million bottles. The 12L barrels are fewer in number, but we still have 5,000 of them. Altogether, this bottled water amounts to a staggering 1,550, 400L, 2, 587, 200L, 60, 000L, and 4, 197, 600L. Based on our team's daily consumption of 100L, this water would suffice for 41,976 days. Jing Ya's eyes sparkled with triumph, her expression one of pride. 41. 976 days equates to roughly 115 years. How wonderful. Zhang Fan could not help but feel immense joy in the fleeting journey of life. Who could hope to live for 115 years? This bottled water would be more than enough for them until their last breath. Naturally, should they bear children or should the team expand further, this supply would soon dwindle. For the time being, they need not worry about a lack of water for the foreseeable future. Jingyao, let us depart. Jingyao responded, but suddenly her vision darkened, and her body swayed as if she were about to collapse. Zhang Fan, quick on his feet, promptly caught her. Jingyao, are you all right? I'm fine. Jingyao shook her head. It's just that I've overexerted my abilities and feel a bit faint. Zhang Fan secretly sighed in relief and, without further ado, scooped Jingyao into his arms. Her cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. What are you doing? Put me down. It would look bad if others saw. Don't move. Zhang Fan exclaimed, his eyes narrowing. Jingyao ceased her struggles, gazing at him in confusion. Zhang Fan admired her delicate, yet slightly pale visage, slowly leaning down to bestow a gentle kiss upon her smooth forehead. Jingya's body stiffened in an instant, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise, a mixture of shyness and indignation directed at Zhang Fan. In the future, if you feel tired, take a moment to rest. Don't push yourself, it pains me. Zhang Fan spoke softly. Jingya, caught in his affectionate gaze, felt her heart melt and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, offering him her enticing lips. The kiss concluded, and Jingya buried her head against his chest, resembling a startled ostrich that dared not lift its head again. Does this mean we have sealed our fate with a kiss? Zhang Fan licked his lips, savoring the lingering sweetness, and asked with a chuckle. Jingya mumbled, her head still downcast, leaving her response ambiguous. Silence. I take that as an affirmation. Zhang Fan felt elated, beaming widely as he carried Jingya out of the warehouse. The armored MPV awaited outside, but the subordinates brought by Wang Hongyan and Lu Jianshu had vanished without a trace. Unfazed, Zhang Fan opened the car door and placed Jingya in the passenger seat. Zhang Fan, what happened to Jingya? Wang Yani inquired with concern. She merely overexerted her abilities and is a bit fatigued. She'll be fine after a short rest. Zhang Fan explained, taking the driver's seat and starting the vehicle towards the nearest seed store. Lacking familiarity with the route, he was grateful for Jingya's guidance, and they soon located a quaint seed shop. Though modest in size, the store boasted an extensive variety of seeds, including vegetables, corn, wheat, rice, and flowers. Without hesitation, they gathered everything, as such supplies would prove invaluable in the future. After completing their errands, the time had reached 10:30 a.m., and it was time to return to Chongqing Island. Zhang Fan immediately drove back, but shortly after, a bizarre scene unfolded before them. A void several meters away began to ripple slightly, akin to the surface of a lake disturbed by gentle waves. Moments later, the ripples spun in a clockwise direction, coalescing into a rapidly rotating vortex. The whirlpool grew increasingly larger, and at its center emerged a peculiar black hole. This scene was both eerie and terrifying. Wang Yani and Jingya simultaneously straightened their bodies, their eyes flashing with fear of the unknown. Zhang Fan, what is happening? Jingya fixated on the black hole ahead. Humans are invariably filled with trepidation when confronted with the unknown. What lay before them exceeded Jingya's comprehension. Let us observe for a moment. Zhang Fan also gazed intently, his foot firmly pressing the accelerator, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Should the situation turn dire, he would promptly slam on the gas and escape. With a sudden thud, a towering zombie, exceeding 2 meters in height, emerged from the black hole. Clad in a traffic police uniform and wearing a cap, it even sported a walkie-talkie at its waist. This was a zombie dressed as a traffic officer. Strangely, bony spikes protruded from its shoulders, elbows, and knees, while a row of menacing spines, each measuring 20 centimeters, jutted from its back. These ivory spikes, stained with blood, rendered the sight particularly unsettling. Zombie. Zhang Fan and Jingya exchanged knowing glances, understanding everything without a word. That scared me to death. I thought we encountered aliens or some supernatural event. Jingya patted her full chest, exclaiming, I never expected it was a zombie behind this. If I am not mistaken, this black hole appears to be akin to a spatial portal. Zhang Fan's gaze remained fixed on the zombie emerging from the black hole, his eyes gleaming with avarice. And this creature likely possesses the ability to create spatial portals. So, you mean? Jingya looked at Zhang Fan. Of course. Zhang Fan opened the car door and stepped out. With a roar, upon seeing Zhang Fan, the traffic officer zombie immediately became agitated, letting out an enraged howl. A series of visible, tangible sound waves radiated from the zombie's mouth, crashing toward Zhang Fan like a tumultuous tide. The air trembled violently. Windows of cars lining the street and those of residential buildings shattered in that instant, glass shards flying everywhere. The armored MPV's windows, made of a special alloy, perfectly withstood the terrifying sound waves. However, inside the vehicle, Jingya and Wang Yani covered their ears, feeling a buzzing in their heads. Damn it! Zhang Fan instantly transformed into a metallic form, simultaneously activating his teleportation ability to reappear behind the traffic officer zombie. Time froze. A peculiar wave of energy spread, leaving the zombie immobilized in place. Die! Zhang Fan unleashed his annihilating black mist ability. A tendril of black fog surged from him, enveloping the traffic officer zombie's body. In silence, the zombie vanished without a trace, as if it had evaporated from existence. With a swish, 4 orbs of light fell to the ground, 1 golden, 1 silver, and 2 white. Gazing at the 4 orbs, Zhang Fan fell into contemplation. The 2 white orbs indicated 2 abilities. Thus, this zombie had awakened 2 types of powers. It was Zhang Fan's first encounter with a double ability zombie. Previously, both the zombies and the survivors possessed only a singular ability. What rendered this particular ability so extraordinary? The silver orb symbolizes the mind. Consequently, has this zombie also attained intelligence? This marks the second instance of a zombie exhibiting wisdom, suggesting that they are indeed evolving into sentient beings on a grand scale. Zhang Fan's heart grew heavy. The more formidable and intelligent the zombies became, the more precarious humanity's situation would be. The widespread emergence of intelligent zombies was undeniably ominous news for mankind. Upon returning home tonight, a meeting must be convened to deliberate on the forthcoming strategies. Zhang Fan murmured softly as he collected 4 orbs. Physicality 203, Mentality 03. He acquired the abilities of sonic waves and portals. Indeed, these were the very powers. A surge of delight surged within him. The sonic wave ability needed no further elaboration, as its potency had been vividly demonstrated by the traffic officer zombie moments ago. It was a commendable power. However, Zhang Fan held a greater affinity for the portal ability. While Longheng Island served as a secure base, its distance from the Demon Sea posed a logistical challenge. The ability to traverse freely between these 2 locations would alleviate numerous inconveniences, save a significant amount of time, and greatly enhance resource gathering efficiency. The portal ability could facilitate this. After some contemplation, Zhang Fan discovered that utilizing the portal ability was remarkably straightforward. As long as he could vividly envision a location in his mind, he could create a portal connecting to that place, thereby transporting himself there. What did this imply? It meant that as long as Zhang Fan had visited certain locales and committed them to memory, he could disregard spatial constraints and achieve precise long-distance transportation. However, the drawbacks of this ability were equally apparent. Should Zhang Fan have never visited a location, he would be unable to teleport there. In simple terms, this ability only allowed access to familiar places, rendering it ineffective for unfamiliar territories. This ability was truly a game-changer, Zhang Fan mused. If instantaneous movement was akin to short-range teleportation, then the portal ability represented long-range traversal. One was brief, the other extensive. Each possessed its advantages and disadvantages. Eager to test it, Zhang Fan immediately envisioned the Longheng Island Resort's Holiday Inn. He then activated his ability. A low hum resonated as the void before him shimmered, quickly coalescing into a swirling vortex. At its center, a black hole emerged, the portal. The portal Zhang Fan created was larger than that of the traffic officer zombie, boasting a diameter of 4 meters. From the initiation of the portal's formation to its stabilization, a mere 4 seconds elapsed. Gazing at the portal, Zhang Fan noted that while 4 seconds was not an extensive duration, in a critical moment, such time would be insufficient for creating a portal. Therefore, this ability was not particularly suitable for desperate escapes or evading danger and attacks. This aspect fell short compared to instantaneous movement. The merits and demerits of this ability were strikingly evident. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Fan promptly teleported back to his vehicle, pressed the accelerator, and surged into the portal. When the car emerged once more, It had already returned to the front of the Holiday Inn. Before me stands a 7-story Holiday Inn, surrounded by lush bamboo groves and verdant vegetable gardens. At this moment, Chao Jia and her companions stand at the entrance of the hotel, gazing blankly at the suddenly appeared armored MPV. Chapter 62. Fat Tiger is injured. The resort is enveloped by fields of vegetables and fruit trees, with many of the crops ready for harvest. Some vegetables have grown so abundantly that they will soon spoil if not consumed, such as amaranth, asparagus lettuce, and sweet potato leaves. This morning, Chao Jia, accompanied by Wang Yuan, Zhou Ling, and Yang Miao, ventured into the garden to gather vegetables. After half an hour of diligent picking, they filled 3 large baskets with an array of produce, including leeks, asparagus, amaranth, cucumbers, tomatoes, oilseed lettuce, and various other vegetables. Although they gathered a significant amount, they need not worry. The garden is vast, and there is an abundance that cannot be exhausted. Once finished, the women settled in the small courtyard in front of the hotel, sorting and washing the vegetables while engaging in cheerful conversation, basking in a light-hearted and joyful atmosphere. They are quite content with their current lives, free from the dread of zombies and blessed with ample supplies. Furthermore, they enjoy a sense of safety. Their daily routines consist of cooking, tending to the garden, cleaning, and organizing their home. Though their tasks are not without challenges, they are far preferable to the days of constant fear and starvation. Chao Jia, may I ask you a question? Were you married before the apocalypse? Wang Yuan suddenly inquired. Chao Jia, somewhat perplexed, replied, No. Why do you ask, Xiao Yuan? You have such a voluptuous figure and ample bosom. I presumed you were married, Wang Yuan teased, sticking out her tongue and chuckling. Chao Jia blushed deeply and retorted, I have looked this way since childhood, which made my school days quite troublesome. I dropped out early. I see. Wang Yuan nodded, then playfully asked, Chao Jia, have you ever had a boyfriend? Not at all. Chao Jia shook her head. Wow. You've never even had a boyfriend? Wang Yuan exclaimed, surprised. Why haven't you dated? Is it by choice or simply a matter of not finding the right one? Before the apocalypse, I did consider dating, but alas, I never encountered anyone suitable. After the world fell apart, I was too preoccupied. There were days when I nearly starved. There was no time to think about such matters, Chao Jia replied with a smile. Past is past, and the present is the present. Wang Yuan laughed. Now that we have settled down, we can contemplate personal matters. At this juncture, Wang Yuan glanced around and lowered her voice, advising, Chao Jia, I suggest you start looking soon. Otherwise, good men may be swept away by others. Chao Jia, while picking leeks, asked with curiosity, Why do you say that? Zhou Ling was washing cucumbers at the water faucet, the splashing sound obscuring the conversation between the two. Yang Miao, merely 6 years old, was gleefully playing on the slide nearby. The Holiday Inn features a children's play area equipped with swings, slides, and a sandy beach designed for the little ones. And Yang Miao was thoroughly enjoying herself. There are currently 30 people on the island, with 18 of them being women and only 12 men. Wang Yuan whispered. The gender ratio is severely imbalanced. In a 1-to-1 pairing, 6 women will be left without partners. So, Chao Jia, if you have your eye on a particular man, seize the opportunity before someone else does. Chao Jia is a rather innocent person. Although she is older than most, such thoughts have never crossed her mind. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, she suddenly felt a strange sensation. Could it really be that women are left behind? Is that even possible? Chao Jia found it somewhat amusing, remarking that such matters are not as simple as a cow seeking its calf. It is essential to consider fate. When the right time comes, everything will fall into place naturally. What is this talk of fate? If one does not take initiative, even if a handsome man were to descend from the heavens, it would not be for them. Wang Yuan, with a sudden spark of curiosity, asked mysteriously, Sister Chao, do you have someone you fancy? If you do, I can help you make introductions. Someone I fancy. Chao Jia paused, her mind involuntarily drifting to a particular figure. He was strikingly handsome, radiant, strong, and exuded a sense of security. His character was impeccable, embodying the ideal partner. The mere thought of him caused a blush to rise on Chao Jia's cheeks, as a hint of springtime affection danced in her eyes. Seeing Chao Jia's expression, Wang Yuan's eyes lit up with intrigue, her youthful face brimming with curiosity. Sister Chao, you actually blushed. Are you thinking about a man? Chao Jia, startled back to reality, hastily denied it. And no, don't speak nonsense. Who is speaking nonsense? Wang Yuan chuckled. Look at you. Your face betrays your fluttering heart. Yet you claim not to be thinking of a man. Who would believe that? At this juncture, Wang Yuan leaned in closer and asked, Xiao Jie, is it Zhang Fan? Caught off guard by the probing question, Xiao Jie felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Xiao Yuan, don't say such things. Zhang Fan and Jingya are a pair. How could I ever be worthy of him? Despite her flustered response, Wang Yuan smirked knowingly. If you're this flustered, you must be thinking of Zhang Fan. Wang Yuan, unabashedly admitting her own feelings, stated, I'm nothing like you. Pretending to hide your affection for Zhang Fan. I like him for who he is. Handsome, strong, tender, and considerate. Most importantly, he gives me a sense of security. If I had to choose a man, it would undoubtedly be Zhang Fan. I wouldn't look at anyone else. Xiao Jie opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately let out a wistful sigh. Xiao Yuan, it's best to give up. It's hopeless. In this world, nothing is insurmountable for those who are determined, Wang Yuan declared, her fiery spirit shining through. Besides, in this post-apocalyptic world, who says a man can only have one wife? Xiao Jie, taken aback, responded, if a man doesn't marry one wife, does that mean he marries multiple? Wouldn't that cause chaos? Xiao Jie, your thinking is misguided. In this post-apocalyptic era, 90% of humanity has perished. Wang Yuan laughed. As survivors, we bear the noble mission of revitalizing human civilization. The responsibility on our shoulders is immense, Sister Chao. Wang Yuan's face was filled with fervor. Thus, we must dare to break conventions and make full use of every available resource, including exceptional individuals like Zhang Fan. In the pursuit of the revival of human civilization, we are prepared to sacrifice ourselves without hesitation. Is that so? Sister Chao asked, somewhat dazed. After all this grandiloquent rhetoric, what you truly wish to convey is quite simple. Zhou Ling had approached, a teasing expression on her face as she regarded Wang Yuan. In this apocalyptic world, one can openly embrace the role of a mistress. Am I not correct, Xiao Yuan? Mistress? That term is far too harsh. Wang Yuan retorted loudly. I believe it is a noble sacrifice made for the propagation of humanity, one that is grand, heroic, and worthy of respect and praise. A remarkable person like Fan Gu should not be limited to marrying just one woman. That would be a waste of resources. Honestly, you need not elaborate so unnecessarily. Zhou Ling chuckled, shaking her head. In this apocalyptic age, laws have ceased to exist, and morals have decayed. As long as the parties involved are willing, no one can interfere, not even Jesus. Thus, Zhou Ling hit upon the crux of the matter. If you truly wish to pursue Zhang Fan, then boldly declare your feelings. As long as he accepts you and Jingya does not harbor any aversion, no one can dictate how many women Zhang Fan chooses to marry. You make a compelling argument. I find myself at a loss for words. Wang Yuan blinked in surprise. Indeed, Zhou Ling was just saying when, suddenly, she caught sight of a dark portal appearing not far away, followed by a vehicle bursting forth from it. Startled, Zhou Ling immediately stood up, witnessing a sleek armored vehicle come to a halt nearby, as the dark portal slowly vanished behind it. Xiao Jie and Wang Yuan also stood up in shock. Where did this vehicle come from? It seems to have emerged from a hole. The three women exchanged glances, as if encountering a phantom. The doors of the armored MPV swung open, revealing Zhang Fan, Jingya, De Huang, and Wang Yuan stepping out. Upon seeing Zhang Fan and Jingya, the three women immediately felt a sense of relief and rushed forward. Fan Gu, how did you return? Wang Yuan exclaimed. You just appeared out of nowhere. By the way, what was that dark portal? A teleportation portal. Zhang Fan explained with a smile. I just acquired a new ability that allows me to teleport directly from the Demon Sea. A teleportation portal. After a brief explanation from Zhang Fan, the three women were left utterly astonished. Such an ability exists? How marvelous! Xiao Jie exclaimed in awe. Traveling back and forth between the Demon Sea and Chongqing Island will be incredibly convenient. This ability is reminiscent of Doctor Strange drawing circles in the air to create portals. Wang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly an impressive ability. Zhou Ling marveled. It will make gathering supplies far more convenient in the future. The praise from the women pleased Zhang Fan, who then gestured to Wang Yuan, introducing her. This is teacher Wang Yuan. She will also be a member of our team and will live with us. Xiao Jie, Wang Yuan, and Zhou Ling turned to Wang Yuan. Hello. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I look forward to your guidance. Wang Yuan greeted them politely. Hello, welcome aboard. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Fan instructed them and assisted Jingya into the hotel. De Huang accompanied Yang Miao in playful antics. As children often find joy in the company of cats and dogs. Ascending the stairs, Zhang Fan ensured Jingya was comfortably settled to rest before he ventured into Fat Tiger's room. To his surprise, Fat Tiger was absent, likely out on a hunting expedition. With the pressing obligation of nurturing 3 cubs, its need for sustenance was considerable, requiring a daily intake of food. Zhang Fan's curiosity piqued. What could it possibly consume? Was it, perhaps, a zombie? Inside the room, 3 fluffy little tigers awaited, adorably cute and irresistibly charming. Upon Zhang Fan's arrival, they eagerly crawled towards him. He gently caressed their heads, a warm smile gracing his face. The innocence of young animals often evokes an overwhelming sense of affection, stirring the heart. Though these 3 cubs had just opened their eyes and had yet to reach their full aesthetic potential, they were more than enough to capture Zhang Fan's heart. After spending a delightful afternoon playing with the cubs, Fat Tiger finally returned, but not without injury. The wounds it bore were concentrated around its abdomen, appearing as though a sharp object had inflicted a deep gash, oozing blood profusely. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan summoned Wang Yuan to attend to Fat Tiger's injuries. Wang Yuan's healing abilities proved remarkably effective. In no time, the wounds on Fat Tiger's belly were completely healed. Fat Tiger, who harmed you? Zhang Fan inquired in a grave tone. Fat Tiger growled softly, gesturing towards the window with a shake of its head, then growled again, glancing at its belly. Zhang Fan was perplexed, as was everyone else. It claims it was a zombie that attacked it. Wang Yani suddenly interjected. All eyes turned towards her. And Zhang Fan asked in astonishment, Teacher Wang, can you understand Fat Tiger? It seems so. Wang Yani replied, uncertainty lacing her voice. I cannot quite explain it. But upon hearing its growls, the meaning naturally surfaced in my mind. The group exchanged bewildered glances. Zhang Fan turned back to Fat Tiger and asked, is that what you meant? Fat Tiger nodded affirmatively, further astonishing the onlookers. Wang Yuan exclaimed, Teacher Wang, you can actually comprehend the tiger's speech. How extraordinary. Wang Yani expressed her astonishment. This is quite odd. I cannot articulate why. It might be your special ability. Zhang Fan suggested with a smile. You hadn't encountered animals before, so you were unaware that you had awakened such a power. Chapter 63. A bloodbath in Minghua community indeed. Wang Yani could understand Fat Tiger's words, as well as those of De Huang. After thorough verification, the group surmised that Wang Yani possessed a unique ability, the power to comprehend animal speech. While this might seem rather trivial in the apocalypse, it held value within Zhang Fan's team, especially with the presence of endearing companions like Fat Tiger and De Huang. Zhang Fan promptly decided that Wang Yani would serve as the dedicated translator for Fat Tiger and De Huang, conveying their messages to the group. Fat Tiger, what happened with the zombie that injured you? Zhang Fan asked, gazing intently at Fat Tiger. With a low growl, Fat Tiger responded. The group awaited Wang Yani's translation. It spoke of a formidable zombie. Wang Yani relayed quickly, not only is it as swift as lightning, but its strength is astonishing. The most critical aspect is that the zombie is accompanied by a horde of its undead minions, encircling it. Wang Yani added, this is not an exact quote from Peng Hu, but the essence is likely this. Accompanied by a horde of undead minions? Everyone was taken aback. Is that even possible? In places teeming with zombies, while they may indeed gather in groups, they are fundamentally independent entities, essentially a disorganized rabble. The notion of leading a horde of undead minions contrasts sharply with a mere assembly of uncoordinated zombies. Peng Hu let out a low growl a few more times. Peng Hu expressed that the sensation the zombie imparted was entirely different from that of other zombies. Wang Yani continued to translate. It is exceedingly intelligent. Not only cunning, but also treacherous. It directs its minions to launch frontal assaults while it stealthily positions itself in the rear for ambushes. It was precisely due to an ambush from this particular zombie that Peng Hu sustained injuries. The crowd exchanged glances. Could zombies be this astute? Wang Yuan expressed skepticism. Indeed. Have zombies not always been portrayed as mindless? How could they exhibit such intelligence? Zhou Ling also found it hard to believe. They had been stationed at the rear, responsible for logistical support, and had not encountered any zombies for several days. Their understanding of zombies remained rooted in their experiences from days prior. No, zombies are continuously evolving, changing almost daily. Zhang Fan shook his head. To date, I have encountered 2 intelligent zombies. Moreover, both were of the 3rd tier. These 2 third-tier zombies were indeed clever. Yet it appeared they lacked the cunning of the one Pang, who described third-tier zombies. The expressions of the women shifted dramatically. The current situation is unlike the past. When the apocalypse first erupted, everyone was ignorant of zombies, merely aware that they were a horde of living dead. Now, they comprehend that both zombies and survivors possess varying levels of capability. The initial zombies they encountered were ordinary, their movements sluggish, bodies rigid, and minds dull, with significant decomposition. These characterized the common zombie. Gradually, the zombies evolved into first-tier zombies. Their joints became more flexible, their bodies less rigid, their speed increased, and their movements rivaled those of an ordinary person. As for second-tier zombies, they exhibit agility, significantly enhanced strength, and physical attributes comparable to Olympic athletes. The combat prowess of second-tier zombies is formidable. When combined with special abilities, they can easily overwhelm first-tier ability users. Furthermore, given that zombies are tireless and impervious to pain, they hold a substantial advantage even against second-tier ability users. In the perception of Chao Jia, Wang Yuan, and the others, second-tier zombies were already exceedingly formidable. Now it seems, third-tier zombies have emerged, and crucially, these third-tier zombies are exceptionally intelligent. How are we to survive? The rapid evolution of zombies is alarming. A trace of fear crossed Wang Yuan's face. At this rate, is there any hope for us? Chao Jia and Zhou Ling also expressed their concerns. It is all due to that torrential downpour of blood on the night of the 10th. Zhang Fan remarked. After that blood rain, in the span of a single night, all the zombies evolved into first-tier zombies. Among the zombies, the most formidable have evolved into second and even third-tier undead. Zhang Fan's voice was somewhat somber. Of course, second and third-tier zombies are not to be feared. My greatest concern now is the possibility of another blood rain. Another blood rain. The girls trembled at the thought, vividly recalling the scene from the night of the blood rain on the 10th. In retrospect, their hearts quaked at the mere mention of it. Another blood rain? How dreadful. Chao Jia looked at Zhang Fan with pleading eyes. I cannot say for certain. Zhang Fan slowly shook his head. On the night of May 31st, there was a blood rain, and the zombie outbreak ensued. 10 days later, another blood rain occurred, leading to a significant evolution of the zombies. Now, no one can guarantee whether there will be another blood rain in the future, or when it might come. All we can do is two things. First, strengthen ourselves as quickly as possible. Only with sufficient strength can we ensure our own safety. Second, we must swiftly eliminate the zombies on Chongqing Island, surrounded by rivers. Chongqing Island is a secluded enclave. If we manage to eradicate all the zombies on the island, even if another blood rain descends, we will have a sanctuary. The girls nodded in agreement. Let's convene a meeting this afternoon once everyone returns to thoroughly discuss this matter. Indeed, at 11:30, all team members and clones returned from their zombie hunting expedition. Zhang Fan collected 3 clones, resulting in an increase of 2,150 in vitality. Considering that each zombie contributes 5 points of vitality, the 2,150 points were derived from 430 zombies. The 3 clones had collectively hunted down 430 zombies that morning. While this number may seem modest, it is, in fact, quite typical. The island's population is inherently low, and given the thorough search conducted, leaving no residential complex or shop unexamined, the efficiency of zombie hunting was considerably diminished compared to the concentrated infestations found at subway stations. After lunch, the group took a brief respite. At 2 o'clock, the hunting team set out punctually, once again led by Zhang Fan's 3 clones. Zhang Fan left 1 clone at the hotel to guard the base while he, accompanied by Jingya, De Huang, and Peng Hu, embarked on their journey. They did not rush toward the Devil's Sea. Instead, they followed Peng Hu to the location where he had encountered the cunning zombie. Zhang Fan's intention was to eliminate that intelligent zombie to avert future trouble, or perhaps to enslave it to serve their purposes. Under Peng Hu's guidance, the armored MPV swiftly arrived at the site of the encounter, the Minghua community. This aging neighborhood comprised over 100 buildings, predominantly inhabited by the elderly and tenants, rendering it disordered and filthy, teeming with zombies. As Zhang Fan drove the armored MPV into the community, several zombies were already wandering at the entrance, 3 elderly zombies and 2 security guard zombies. As soon as Zhang Fan halted the vehicle, the 5 zombies lunged forward. Logically, one would expect the elderly zombies, having been physically impaired in life, to be slow in their undead form. However, this was far from the case. The three elderly zombies moved with remarkable speed, matching the pace of the two security guard zombies as they surged forward with alarming agility. Zhang Fan instantaneously vacated the driver's seat, unleashing his obliteration black mist ability, causing the surrounding entities to evaporate into oblivion. The five zombies provided a substantial surge of energy, replenishing not only the stamina expended from employing the obliteration ability, but even yielding a surplus. Zhang Fan was elated. This power was indeed effective, alleviating his concerns about insufficient stamina. However, he resolved not to continue utilizing this ability, at least while his vitality remained robust. The reason for this decision lay in the fact that the obliteration black mist not only disintegrated the zombies' corporeal forms, but also eradicated the white crystals housed within their brains. Consequently, employing this ability to hunt zombies deprived him of the opportunity to collect these vital crystals. The white crystals were of great importance, enhancing both physical constitution and mental acuity. Once obliterated, they could only yield a modicum of stamina, rendering the loss of the crystals a poor trade. After careful consideration, Zhang Fan determined to minimize the use of his obliteration ability, as it was unwise to sacrifice precious crystals for the sake of conserving a bit of energy. Zhang Fan reappeared in the armored MPV and drove into the Minghui community. Upon entering, he deliberately honked the horn, creating a commotion to draw the attention of nearby zombies. The blaring horn echoed, inciting the surrounding undead into a frenzy. Zombies from the courtyard rushed forward, while those on the upper floors burst forth from the stairwells. Those confined within rooms relentlessly pounded against the windows, ultimately shattering the glass and leaping from above. Fortunately, the buildings in Minghui were relatively low, only 6 stories tall. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have met a gruesome fate. In an instant, zombies poured forth from the lawn, the buildings, and the road, converging upon him. Zhang Fan unsheathed a short blade from his waist, cracked his neck, and charged into the horde of approaching zombies. Despite possessing various area of effect abilities, Zhang Fan favored one-on-one combat. The visceral thrill of each strike, the sensation of blade meeting flesh, was ineffable, summed up in 2 words: exhilarating. With a physical constitution rated at level 4, 47481000, Zhang Fan's physical prowess was equivalent to an astonishing 5,859 times that of his initial form. He had transformed into a superhuman. Even a heavy tank could be obliterated with a single punch, let alone the flesh and blood forms of zombies. Zhang Fan became a mere blur, his figure undetectable to Jingya inside the armored MPV. All she could witness were heads tumbling from the necks of the zombies, cascading to the ground. This was not Jingya's first encounter with such carnage, yet each time she bore witness, she was profoundly awed. What transpired was not hunting, it was sheer slaughter, an overwhelming massacre. Waves of zombies continued to converge, only to fall one after another beneath Zhang Fan's blade, undeterred by the inevitability of death. In less than 10 minutes, a mountain of corpses amassed before the armored MPV. Blood pooled into rivers, flowing into the sewers, the stench of gore permeating the air, transforming the vicinity into a veritable hell on earth. Yet, even amidst this horror, more zombies continued to pour in ceaselessly. Zhang Fan released 10 duplicates to gather luminous orbs and collect white crystals, while he himself focused on hunting zombies. Thus, he ventured deep into the Minghui community along its central thoroughfare. Jingya followed closely in her vehicle, honking the horn to attract the zombies within the vicinity. An hour later, Zhang Fan had traversed from the east gate to the west gate of the community, having slain numerous zombies, leaving only a sparse few to survive by mere chance. Sheathing his blade, he was enveloped in a swirling black mist that cleansed him of the blood and grime that clung to his body. This technique of utilizing the annihilating black mist for personal hygiene was a clever little skill Zhang Fan had discovered. The annihilating black mist could eradicate all forms of matter, including sweat, blood, and dirt, naturally extending to his clothing as well. A body cleansed by the black mist was far more pristine than after half an hour of scrubbing in the bath, saving water, effort, and time while eliminating many inconveniences. The sole drawback was that his clothing, shoes, and belt would also be affected. Each time he employed this ability, Zhang Fan would need to don a fresh outfit. Thus, this power proved costly in terms of attire. Fortunately, with Jingya acting as a mobile repository of supplies, he had an abundance of clothing and shoes at his disposal, allowing for casual replacements without concern. Chapter 64. The man eating dog food having changed into a clean outfit, Zhang Fan approached the armored MPV and rapped on the window. Jingya lowered it with an air of disdain, remarking, "In the future, could you perhaps change in a small grove or some other form of cover? Is it really appropriate to change clothes in broad daylight? Aren't you worried about being exposed?" Zhang Fan shrugged. Unfazed, there's no one around. So what does it matter? Am I not human? Jingya retorted with irritation. You're not a stranger. Zhang Fan chuckled. Besides, it's a chance for you to see my assets ahead of time. Pooh, how shameless. Jingya spat, her cheeks tinged with crimson. She had stolen a glance or two and was quite pleased with what she had seen, though this was a sentiment she dared not share with Zhang Fan. Fat Tiger, are you certain you encountered that zombie in this community? Zhang Fan inquired. Fat Tiger let out a low growl and nodded its large head. Strange. I've eliminated nearly all the zombies in this area and haven't come across any particularly clever ones. Zhang Fan furrowed his brow, recalling that he had dispatched a multitude of zombies without encountering any of notable intelligence. The furry visage of Fat Tiger mirrored his confusion. Could it be that your previous display of ferocity frightened that zombie into hiding? Jingya proposed a possibility. That scenario cannot be dismissed. Zhang Fan conceded. If that zombie truly possesses high intelligence, it may indeed be hiding. What if it does hide? What shall we do next? Jingya asked. Zhang Fan pondered for a moment and replied, let one duplicate remain here to continue searching while we return to the Demon Sea. Our mission is to gather supplies. Collecting food and water in the morning and other resources in the afternoon is our principle, and it cannot be altered. This afternoon has already been squandered for an hour. Further delays are untenable. Thus, I must leave a clone to search diligently while the others hasten back to the abyss for supplies. As you wish. Jingya expressed no dissent. At that moment, the 10 clones returned, having gathered all the luminous orbs and collected every crystal. The recently slain zombies were rather numerous, and Zhang Fan eagerly fused with the 10 clones. A tremendous wave of warmth surged through his body, cleansing every corner of his being. Zhang Fan distinctly felt his physique strengthening at a terrifying pace. Upon inspecting his attributes panel, he observed his physical constitution skyrocketing alarmingly, akin to a stopwatch in rapid ascent. 4750, 4780, 4800. In the blink of an eye, his physical constitution surpassed the 5,000 threshold, continuing its upward trajectory until it eventually reached 8,800, whereupon the growth began to slow, finally halting at 8,932. Physical constitution, level 4, 8,932 10,000. Compared to his previous level 4, 4,748 10,000, he had experienced a remarkable increase of 4,184 points. Calculating that each zombie provided 5 points to his constitution, Zhang Fan had dispatched a staggering 836 zombies in merely 1 hour. The efficiency was astonishing. His mental acuity surged by 48 points, indicating that he had vanquished several sentient zombies. Additionally, he acquired 21 new abilities. Regrettably, many of these were duplicates of those he already possessed. Only 5 new abilities were genuinely novel: rapid finger tremor, self-detonation, X-ray vision, summon breeze, and intangibility. Upon viewing the 5 new abilities, Zhang Fan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. 4 of these abilities seemed utterly superfluous. Rapid finger tremor? He was no Kato Takashi. What utility did that serve? Self-detonation? What absurd ability was this, treating oneself like a firecracker? X-ray vision? Zhang Fan was initially intrigued, but his interest waned upon discovering the cost: permanent blindness. In other words, utilizing this ability would render him sightless for life. Zhang Fan nearly erupted in expletives. Summon breeze? Better left unexamined. Another trifling ability. Only the final ability, intangibility, offered Zhang Fan a modicum of solace. This power, akin to the mutant Shadowcat from the X-Men, allowed Zhang Fan's body to phase through any object, walls, floors, you name it. This was a commendable auxiliary ability, likely to be of great utility in the future. Subsequently, Zhang Fan created a portal to return to the Holiday Hotel, leaving the rotund tiger behind. He then teleported back to the abyss. The objective for this afternoon was to gather equipment related to solar power generation systems. Diesel will inevitably run out one day, and its noise is quite overwhelming. Solar power generation is the sustainable solution for the future. A solar power generation system comprises various equipment, including solar panels, solar controllers, and inverters. Only with a complete set of these devices can a fully functional solar power generation system be established, harnessing solar energy to produce a continuous supply of alternating current. These devices are readily accessible. Jingya has set several objectives, with the first being Mahai Hongda Optoelectronics Company, Limited. This company specializes in the design, installation, and manufacturing of critical equipment for photovoltaic power generation, wind power generation, and integrated machine room systems. Established over 20 years ago, it stands as one of the largest optoelectronic companies in Mahai. This company undoubtedly possesses all the necessary equipment for solar power generation, making it an excellent target. Furthermore, my preference for this company stems from its proximity to our previous residence, Huading Yeyuan, merely separated by 5 or 6 traffic lights. Jingya suggested, we can first teleport to Huading Yeyuan and then drive to Hongda Optoelectronics. Zhang Fan agreed, envisioning the appearance of Huading Yeyuan, and activated his teleportation ability. With a hum, ripples spread through the void, and a 4-meter diameter portal materialized a few meters away. Let's go? Zhang Fan pressed the accelerator, and the armored MPV plunged into the portal, vanishing from the holiday and courtyard. Upon reappearing, they found themselves before Villa number 9 of Huading Yeyuan. The scene before the villa was utterly chaotic. Decayed corpses and severed limbs littered the area, emanating a nauseating stench. Flies and mosquitoes swarmed, while white maggots writhed in the putrid flesh. Merely witnessing it was enough to induce a feeling of revulsion. The blood rain of the night of the 10th had led Zhang Fan and others to flee, leaving behind a multitude of bodies. Within just 2 days, these corpses had rotted, transforming the once pristine Villa number 9 into a nightmarish sight. Zhang Fan initially intended to revisit the villa to take a look, but upon witnessing the scene, he promptly decided to leave. After 7 or 8 minutes, the armored MPV arrived at the front of Hongda Optoelectronics Company, Limited. This company is somewhat secluded, surrounded by sparse amenities, and there are few residents, resulting in the absence of zombies. Zhang Fan pressed the accelerator, crashing through the electric gate at the company's entrance and barreling into the courtyard. He honked the horn to attract the zombies. Beep, beep, beep. Following the sound, zombies began to emerge from various corners of the company. Some poured out from the factory, others from the warehouse, and some from the office building. The zombies surged toward the armored MPV, howling and roaring as if intending to engulf it. Among them, 2/3 were first-tier zombies, while the remaining third were second-tier zombies. The first-tier zombies moved with agility comparable to that of a normal human, while the second-tier zombies exhibited swiftness akin to that of elite athletes. They charged forth like rampaging bulls, creating a strikingly intense scene. On the 8th floor of the office building, in room 808, Lu Hong, an employee of Hongda Optoelectronics, was primarily responsible for the installation and maintenance of solar power generation units, occasionally handling some after-sales repair services as well. He is 39 years old this year and has been engaged in this profession for 15 years, making him a seasoned technician. On the night of May 31st, just before the apocalypse erupted, he worked overtime until 2 a.m. due to the late hour and a quarrel with his wife earlier that day. He did not return home, but chose to sleep in the office. When he awoke, the world had transformed, chaos reigned, and all his colleagues had turned into zombies. Lu Hong witnessed, with his own eyes, his intern, Xiao Wang, being overwhelmed and torn apart by several zombies. He also observed a surviving colleague on the upper floor, who, unable to endure the hunger and despair, leaped from the window and met a gruesome end upon impact. In the brief days following the apocalypse, Lu Hong encountered an overwhelming cycle of life and death. Now, he finds himself somewhat numbed by the experience. Fear, in the initial days, it was indeed a source of terror, but as the days passed, the dread lessened. What remained was despair, for the entire building was completely surrounded by zombies, leaving no glimmer of hope. Additionally, hunger gnawed at him. His sustenance over the past few days came from snacks in the vending machine, such as congee, chips, and cola. 3 days ago, however, the vending machine ran dry, leaving him without food. Fortunately, Lu Hong discovered a 5-pound bag of dog food in a colleague's locker. This was not intended for a dog but was, in fact, consumed by the colleague himself, who claimed to enjoy the flavor and even invited Lu Hong to try it. Lu Hong, of course, vehemently declined, for he was no canine. Yet, for the past 3 days, he has been subsisting on dog food. The taste of the dog food was far from commendable. If one must describe it, it could be summed up in 8 words: fishy yet not greasy, fragrant yet flavorless. Lu Heng despises fishy tastes, and at first, he resisted eating the dog food. However, ultimately, the rumblings of his stomach prevailed, and with tears in his eyes, he consumed it. For 3 days, he barely managed to sustain himself on this meager diet. Yet, the dog food was exceedingly dry, and with the water supply cut off, Lu Heng had not had a drop to drink for nearly 2 days. His body was severely dehydrated, leaving him dizzy and experiencing double vision. The most excruciating sensation was the pounding headache, as if his skull were being mercilessly hammered. Lu Heng recognized these symptoms of severe dehydration and longed for water, but even his urine was insufficient to quench his thirst. Am I to die? Lu Heng collapsed to the ground, utterly spent, with only the faint rise and fall of his chest betraying his existence. Let it end. Death would bring relief. Yet, tragically, he would not see his daughter, Xiao Yudian. One last time, he wondered how she was faring. Despair and thirst had ravaged Lu Heng's spirit. His sole concern now was for his 3-year-old daughter, Lu Yu. Lu Heng and his wife had been married for over a decade, yet they were unable to conceive. After seeking medical advice, they discovered that his wife had blocked fallopian tubes, rendering pregnancy impossible. The only alternative was in vitro fertilization. Due to his wife's advanced age, the success rate of the procedure was exceedingly low. After incurring substantial expenses and enduring numerous hardships, they attempted in vitro fertilization 8 times before finally succeeding in conceiving Xiao Yudian. By the time she was born, Lu Heng was already 46 years old. Thus, Lu Heng cherished the little raindrop with extraordinary affection, cradling her in his mouth, lest she melt away, and holding her in his hands with utmost care to prevent her from falling. Trapped in this apocalyptic world, had it not been for his deep concern for the little raindrop, Lu Heng would have long since leaped from the heights. The little raindrop was the sole belief sustaining him through these trying times, yet now he found it increasingly arduous to persist. With a heart laden with boundless longing and worry for his daughter, Lu Heng slowly closed his eyes. A solitary tear slipped from the corner of his eye. At that moment, a resounding horn suddenly pierced the tranquility of the office. What was that sound? Chapter 65. Have I transcended? What was that sound? Lu Heng opened his eyes. Since the advent of the apocalypse, the world had fallen into silence. The only sounds that could be heard were the furious roars of the zombies and the occasional echoes of explosions. Explosions were rare, occurring only sporadically, while the relentless growls and howls of the undead prevailed. These sounds resembled the wails of infernal demons, tormenting the ears, ravaging the soul, and shattering one's resolve, plunging one into utter despair. Lu Heng had nearly surrendered to despair, awaiting death, yet he never expected to hear the blaring of a horn. Could it be that the military had arrived? Or perhaps a government rescue team had come? In an instant, elation surged through him, as he fought against the piercing headache and struggled to crawl to the window. What he beheld was astonishing. Hordes of zombies surged forth from all directions, like a tidal wave, converging upon an armored vehicle stationed below. During his days confined in the office, Lu Heng had contemplated escape, meticulously observing every blade of grass and every vehicle in the courtyard. However, he had never seen this armored vehicle before. It was evident that it had only just arrived today. What puzzled Lu Heng was the vehicle's incessant honking, drawing the attention of the zombies within the courtyard. What were the occupants of the vehicle intending to do? Lu Heng was bewildered by their actions. Knowing full well the multitude of zombies in the courtyard, why would they deliberately create a commotion to provoke them? Was this not a death wish? As Lu Heng pondered in confusion, a handsome young man abruptly appeared at the front of the vehicle. Lu Heng stared in astonishment. How did he emerge? Was his dehydration so severe that he was hallucinating? Rubbing his eyes, the double vision slowly faded, allowing him to discern more clearly. He then witnessed the young man draw a short blade from his waist, leaping from the vehicle and charging directly at the zombies. What was he attempting to accomplish? Lu Heng was left utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, the courtyard was besieged by an overwhelming number of zombies, numbering an astonishing amount. If not 500, then at least 300. They formed a dense ocean of the undead, roaring and bellowing as they surrounded the armored vehicle. Faced with such a terrifying scene, the young man below did not contemplate fleeing or hiding within the vehicle. Instead, he boldly charged toward the zombies, a clear invitation to death. Yet, in the next instant, Lu Heng was rendered speechless. The dashing young man had vanished, completely disappeared from Lu Heng's view. All he could see were the severed heads of zombies being hurled into th. Before him lay a decapitated zombie, akin to a field of harvested wheat, toppled and silent. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 undead had met their demise. What was happening? Lu Hong was utterly astonished. The scene before him far exceeded his comprehension, leaving him momentarily bewildered. The carnage continued unabated below. Despite the relentless slaughter of their kin, the remaining zombies charged forth with reckless abandon, undeterred by the fate of their fallen brethren. After 10 minutes, no more zombies approached. The ground was devoid of any standing undead. All had been beheaded, lying haphazardly in the courtyard, the stench of blood lingering in the air. Witnessing the entirety of this massacre, Lu Hong felt a numbing shock. Through prolonged observation, he grasped one undeniable truth. The corpses strewn across the yard had all been dispatched by the remarkably handsome young man who had executed them. Lu Hong was unaware of the stranger's identity, yet he comprehended that this individual was no ordinary human, but rather a superhuman. Hundreds of zombies had been exterminated in mere minutes. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of a mere mortal. While curiosity gnawed at him regarding the identity of this extraordinary figure, he recognized that the moment was not one for inquiries. What mattered most was to attract the stranger's attention and secure his assistance. Concerns about whether this individual might harbor malevolent intentions were overshadowed by Lu Heng's dire predicament. He was gravely dehydrated and utterly weak. Without aid, his demise was imminent. Could any circumstance be worse than death? He attempted to call out, but his throat was parched and hoarse, rendering him mute. Left with no other option, Lu Hong resorted to tapping on the glass, hoping to capture the stranger's notice. Yet, his strength was so feeble that even striking the glass produced no sound. Anxiety gripped him. He knew this was his sole opportunity, and he must seize it. If the stranger departed, his fate would be sealed. With determination, Lu Hong returned to the table, retrieving a wrench from the drawer. He leaned back against the window, mustering the last vestiges of his strength to smash the glass with all his might. The sound of shattering glass echoed. Having accomplished this, he could no longer endure, collapsing to the floor, unconscious. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan downstairs heard the commotion and turned to investigate, eventually pinpointing the source to the 8th floor. Could there still be a survivor in this building? He instructed Jingya to remain in the vehicle and not to emerge, then adjusted his gravity and soared upward. Reaching the 8th floor swiftly, he approached the shattered glass and spotted Lu Hong lying on the ground. A survivor? Zhang Fan's eyes brightened. Just moments earlier, during their journey to Honda Optoelectronics, Jingya had mentioned that the installation of solar power equipment required skilled professionals. Thus, upon arriving at Honda Optoelectronics, he had hoped to find survivors within the company. Due to the survivors within Honda Optoelectronics Company, it is highly likely that they are associated personnel. Such talent is invaluable for the installation, maintenance, and repair of solar power generation equipment, making them a crucial asset to the team. Zhang Fan committed this to memory. Having just vanquished a horde of zombies, he intended to search thoroughly. To his astonishment, he indeed found someone. However, the condition of this individual was far from ideal. Zhang Fan immediately discerned that Lu Hong was not dead, for he could hear the faint rhythm of his heartbeat. This was remarkable, yet undeniably true. His physical prowess had elevated Zhang Fan's senses to astonishing heights. His hearing, vision, and sense of smell were acutely refined. Any subtle sound or trace could not escape his notice, rendering any attempt at concealment futile. Although Lu Heng's heartbeat was weak, it persisted with tenacity. Thus, he was not deceased, merely unconscious. With a swift motion, Zhang Fan unleashed a tendril of black mist, obliterating the office windows. He retracted the mist and beckoned to Lu Hong, who gradually ascended and exited through the window. Zhang Fan guided him down to the ground and turned to Jingya, saying, "Jingya, please hand me a bottle of water." Jingya retrieved a bottle from her spatial storage and passed it to Zhang Fan. He unscrewed the cap and splashed the contents onto Lu Heng's face. The method was somewhat crude, yet it was the only means Zhang Fan could conceive to awaken Lu Hong. Indeed, Lu Hong slowly regained consciousness, murmuring, "Water, water." Zhang Fan clearly heard him and brought the bottle to Lu Heng's lips, who immediately began to drink voraciously. In his eagerness, he choked, leading to a fit of violent coughing before resuming his drink. Lu Hong drained the entire bottle, finally letting out a satisfied belch before succumbing to unconsciousness once more. When he awoke again, half an hour had passed. His complexion had improved significantly, and his chapped lips were now somewhat moist, indicating a marked recovery. Lu Heng struggled to sit up, gazing at Zhang Fan with profound gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." "No need for thanks." Zhang Fan waved his hand dismissively. "You are an employee of this optoelectronics company, correct? Are you capable of installing solar power generation equipment?" "Indeed." Lu Heng, though puzzled by Zhang Fan's inquiry, responded honestly. "I have been doing this for many years. It is my area of expertise, and my technical skills are undoubtedly sound." "Splendid," Zhang Fan exclaimed with delight. "We are in dire need of professionals like you. Will you join us?" "I am willing to follow you." Lu Heng nodded eagerly. "But I must know who you are and where we are headed." "Of course." Zhang Fan provided a brief introduction of himself and outlined the situation of the entire team. After listening, Lu Heng felt a mix of disappointment and happiness. The disappointment stemmed from the realization that Zhang Fan was neither military personnel nor government rescue workers, indicating that the army and government had yet to respond, or perhaps they were also in disarray. The happiness arose from the fact that Zhang Fan and the other survivors had formed a team, currently in a stable condition. By joining them, he could attain a life of security and safety, free from fear and hunger. "The primary reason I came here today was to collect solar power generation equipment." Zhang Fan continued. "Tell me where I can acquire these items, and I shall retrieve them immediately." He was well aware of the location of the solar power generation equipment, as Lu Heng, being an employee of the company, naturally knew where it was stored. Lu Heng promptly divulged all the information to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan left 10 replicas behind to gather light orbs and collect crystals while also keeping an eye on Lu Heng. He, accompanied by Jingya and De Huang, proceeded to the warehouses in search of the solar power generation equipment. Lu Heng sat in the back seat, slowly sipping on a bottle of electrolyte drink. Due to severe dehydration, his recovery was gradual, but he was feeling significantly better. Gazing through the car window, he watched as the 10 Zhang Fans relentlessly struck the heads of zombies, sifting through the brain matter and flesh, while a tumult of emotions surged within him, accompanied by a growing sense of bewilderment. How had these 10 Zhang Fans come into existence? Were they manifestations of shadow clones, external avatars, or some form of mystical sorcery? Moreover, what were they searching for within the zombies' heads? Overwhelmed by curiosity, Lu Heng decided to inquire directly. "Zhang Fan, what exactly are you looking for?" Upon hearing his question, one of the nearest replicas responded with a smile. "We are in search of white crystals." "White crystals?" Lu Heng was utterly perplexed. The replica succinctly explained the current situation and the significance of the white crystals. Lu Heng listened, wide-eyed and astonished. Supernatural abilities? Cultivation? Good heavens! Had he transcended into another world, or was he merely dreaming? It was one thing for zombies to emerge, but now it seemed even those with extraordinary powers had appeared. What on earth was happening in this world? Without having awakened any abilities himself and having been trapped in the office, he was utterly oblivious to the outside world. Hearing this information for the first time felt as though his worldview had been completely upended. Chapter 66. A woman's strength lies in motherhood. Zhang Fan and Jingya discovered a treasure trove of solar power generation equipment within the warehouse of Hongda Optoelectronics. Without hesitation, they began to load it up. An hour later, several warehouses had been thoroughly looted. Zhang Fan, piloting the armored MPV, set off for the second destination. According to Lu Heng, this newly acquired batch of equipment would suffice to generate electricity for 20 years. However, Zhang Fan deemed it insufficient. If they were to gather resources, they should collect as much as possible. Who could predict what the world would look like in 20 years? Would humanity succeed in eradicating the zombies and rebuilding civilization? Or would they find themselves struggling for survival, regressing to a primitive state? The future was uncertain, and the only prudent course of action was to gather extensively and prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Time flew by during their busy endeavors, and before they knew it, the afternoon had slipped away. With bountiful gains in hand, they were ready to return home. Zhang Fan and Jingya, engaged in light-hearted conversation, made their way back to the vehicle, preparing to head back to Chongqing Island. After a fruitful afternoon, they had amassed a considerable amount of equipment. A rough estimate suggested it would be sufficient to generate electricity for a century. Provided they installed the photovoltaic panels correctly, they would have electricity available for the next 100 years. Naturally, their spirits were high. "Shall we head back?" Lu Heng gazed at the two individuals and inquired. His demeanor noticeably improved. "Ah, it's time to return." Zhang Fan nodded and smiled, responding, "Brother Lu, please take a seat. You shall soon be home. Lu Hong hesitated momentarily, then implored, Zhang Fan, could we make a detour to my residence? I long to see my wife and daughter. I am anxious to know how they fare. Zhang Fan was taken aback for a moment. Brother Lu, where is your home? Not far. It's located in the Hongda optoelectronics community, just a few traffic lights away. Lu Hong hastily replied. Very well. Zhang Fan consented, as the distance was negligible and a brief visit would not hinder their progress. Yet, hope was a fleeting sentiment in his heart. With the advent of the apocalypse, 90% of humanity had perished. The remaining souls not only faced the threat of zombies but also the gnawing specters of hunger, thirst, despair, and fear. Some had succumbed to starvation, others to dehydration, while some had been overwhelmed by terror, and still others had fallen ill. There were those who, unable to bear the weight of despair, had taken their own lives. The prospect of survival for Lu Heng's family of 3, a woman and her 3-year-old daughter, seemed exceedingly bleak. In less than 10 minutes, the trio arrived at the Hongda community, a residential area for the families of company employees. Brother Lu, which building do you reside in? Building 9, Unit 503. Following Lu Hong's directions, Zhang Fan drove to the base of Building 9, leaving a duplicate to guard. Zhang Fan ascended to the 5th floor alone and located Lu Heng's home. Utilizing his ability to traverse through objects, he silently entered Lu Hong's residence. The apartment was modest, a typical 2-bedroom unit, decorated simply yet elegantly, with furnishings that exuded warmth. The living room was adorned with numerous small toys, scooters, bicycles, and ride-on cars. Strangely, the room was impeccably clean, the floor devoid of dust, and the toys neatly arranged. Observing this, Zhang Fan felt a surge of hope. The cleanliness suggested that someone had tidied up recently, indicating that Lu Heng's wife and daughter might still be alive. Yet, why was the house so eerily silent? Furthermore, why was there such a pronounced metallic scent of blood? Following the source of the odor, Zhang Fan discovered a garbage bag brimming with bloodied tissues and bandages, completely filled and vividly red. So many bloodied tissues? Had someone been injured? Zhang Fan quietly withdrew from the room and gently knocked on the door. Since there was a possibility that Lu Heng's wife and child were alive, he felt it was only courteous to announce his presence rather than force his way in. There was no response. After a prolonged wait, still no answer. Zhang Fan, exhibiting great patience, continued to knock, which roused the nearby zombies, yet the room remained silent. Brother Lu's wife, I am Zhang Fan, a friend of Lu Hong. He has entrusted me with your safe departure. Zhang Fan called out from outside the door. Still, there was no response. Brother Lu's wife. Zhang Fan persisted in knocking. Could something have happened? Zhang Fan hesitated for a moment before utilizing his ability to pass through walls, finding himself once again in the living room. Yet, the space remained devoid of any presence. Reluctantly, he made his way to the bedroom, where he discovered 2 figures lying on the large bed, one adult and one child, a mother and her daughter. The woman, clad in pajamas, lay still, her complexion a ghastly pale, devoid of any trace of blood. Zhang Fan could sense that she had succumbed, her heartbeat and breath extinguished. Moreover, her left arm was missing, the shoulder wrapped in a bedsheet stained crimson with blood. In the crook of her right arm, she cradled a doll-like 3-year-old girl. The child rested peacefully in her mother's embrace, breathing steadily, her cheeks flushed, embodying health and tranquility. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Fan was engulfed in confusion. The mother had perished, yet her 3-year-old daughter not only survived but thrived. Such a reality seemed illogical. Under ordinary circumstances, an adult's constitution should surpass that of a child. It was implausible for the adult to succumb first. Was it possible that Lu Sa had perished from excessive blood loss? At that moment, Zhang Fan caught sight of a piece of paper resting beside the woman's pillow, filled with handwriting. He approached and picked it up. Dear husband, if you are alive to read this note, it means I have likely passed away. The apocalypse has arrived, and both Xiao Yudian and I are trapped at home, surrounded by the roars of zombies and the screams of the dying. Little Yudian is terrified, unable to sleep through the night. I am filled with dread, unsure of what to do. Our food supply was scarce, and after just 5 days, we have run out. I am starving, and so is Xiao Yudian. We cannot endure much longer. Please, return swiftly. I am so afraid, truly afraid. I have exhausted all options. Xiao Yudian has become so hungry that she has lost the strength to cry. I am left with no choice. I can perish, but I cannot allow anything to happen to Xiao Yudian. I beg your forgiveness for resorting to such desperate measures. If circumstances allowed, I would never feed Xiao Yudian such things. After consuming it, she ceased her cries and gradually regained her health, which brought me joy. As long as Xiao Yudian remains healthy, I would sacrifice anything, even myself. Husband, the wound on my arm has become infected. Xiao Yudian is still so young and cannot endure unhealthy sustenance. Husband, I have lost my right leg. Will you despise me when you return to find me a cripple? I know I have become a burden to you. If it were not for me, you would not only have Xiao Yudian. I am so sorry. Regardless of the circumstances, I must protect Xiao Yudian, your only child. Husband, I am growing weaker, and I fear for what will become of Xiao Yudian if I am gone. Hurry back. She needs you. Xiao Yudian is in good health, yet I am deteriorating. The wounds on my left arm and right leg have become infected. I can only clean them with iodine, but it is of little help. Husband, I am at my limit. I lack the strength even to write. I am so sorry. I love you. The handwriting behind was exceedingly hasty, resembling the scrawls of a ghost. Yet, Zhang Fan, after reading it, remained motionless, lost in thought for an extended period. Although Sister Lu did not explicitly disclose what she had given the child to restore their health, it was evident, given her missing left arm, that the sustenance must have come from her own flesh and blood. To sever her own left arm and right leg required immense pain and unparalleled courage. The fragility of a woman transforms into formidable strength in the face of motherhood. In her desperate bid to save her child, Sister Lu, a gentle soul, accomplished feats that many men could scarcely fathom. This evoked both profound shock and deep respect. Truly, she was an extraordinary mother. Zhang Fan inhaled deeply and bowed deeply to Sister Lu, who lay quietly on the bed. He then crafted a metallic coffin, placing Sister Lu inside, and gently lifted the sleeping child, little Yudian. The child slept soundly, even mumbling softly as he cradled her. Her cherubic face was irresistibly adorable. Little Yudian, you possess a remarkable mother. You are both unfortunate and fortunate, Zhang Fan murmured as he exited the bedroom, carrying little Yudian and the coffin. 2 minutes later, Zhang Fan returned to the ground floor, where Jingya, Lu Heng, and De Huang awaited outside. Upon seeing Zhang Fan, Lu Heng hurried over, his eyes a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Zhang Fan, what is the outcome? The adult is gone, but the child is fine. Zhang Fan handed the peacefully sleeping little Yudian to Lu Heng. After a brief inspection, confirming that the child was merely asleep, Lu Heng released a sigh of relief. However, his gaze fell upon the coffin behind Zhang Fan, his voice trembling. Is my wife inside? Yes, Zhang Fan nodded solemnly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Heng shook his head vehemently. Little Yudian is unharmed. How could my wife be in peril? You must be deceiving me, right? This is a jest, isn't it? Take a look at this. Zhang Fan offered the paper. Lu Heng took it and began to read. As he perused the contents, his entire being began to tremble, tears cascading forth like a torrent breaking through a dam. With a thud, Lu Heng collapsed before the metallic coffin, wailing in sorrow. His cries were heart-wrenching, eliciting tears from all who listened. Zhang Fan sighed deeply. A man's tears are seldom shed unless truly moved. He had not understood this before, but now he did. Chapter 67. The second team, meeting Lu Heng, like an abandoned orphan, knelt on the ground, crying inconsolably for a long while before succumbing to unconsciousness. Zhang Fan assisted him into the vehicle and instructed Jingya to retrieve the metallic coffin before activating their teleportation ability to return to the holiday hotel at Chongqing Island. Zhang Fan instructed Chao Jie to secure a room for Lu Heng to rest and called upon Zhou Ling to examine him. Although Zhou Ling was a pediatrician, she was capable of treating Lu Heng's severe dehydration. She administered saline and glucose intravenously. Given Lu Heng's critical state, mere hydration would not suffice. Intravenous therapy was the most efficient method to rectify his dehydration. Room 201. Zhang Fan entertained the three little tigers, gradually lifting his spirits from the gloom that had enveloped him. The three little ones exhibit a different demeanor each day, their innocent charm effortlessly soothing the soul. In the room, aside from Zhang Fan, Jingya is also present. Zhang Fan, what on earth is happening? Jingya inquires. Why are the children unharmed while the adults suffer? This is illogical. Previously, when Lu Heng was around, she hesitated to ask, but now that he is resting, she boldly poses her question. Zhang Fan recounts the contents of the paper, leaving Jingya momentarily speechless, her mind in a whirl. What a remarkable mother. After a prolonged silence, she finally sighs softly. If it were me, I might not be able to achieve such a feat. This matter should not be widely disseminated. Too many aware of it would not bode well for the children, Zhang Fan advises. I understand. Jingya nods vigorously, then suddenly expresses, for some reason, I feel a sudden urge to become a mother. Zhang Fan is taken aback. What brings forth such a notion? Have you perhaps been influenced by Lu's wife? Perhaps. Jingya concedes slowly. To become a mother, you first need to find a man. Only a man can provide you with the seed. Zhang Fan states earnestly. If you don't mind, I would be willing to offer my ancestral premium seed. Jingya chuckles, her exquisite face flushing with color, playfully retorting. Who can ascertain the quality of your so-called ancestral seed? You might just be boasting. Zhang Fan huffs lightly. How about this? You leave your door ajar tonight, and I shall deliver a bag of seed for your own inspection. Dream on. Jingya shoots Zhang Fan a glare before hastily retreating from room 201. Observing her hurried departure, Zhang Fan's spirits begin to lift. The hunting team tasked with eradicating zombies has yet to return, while Chao Jie and the others sit outside the hotel, gathering vegetables. In the small courtyard before the hotel, several piles of vegetables are stacked high. Amaranth, asparagus lettuce, chives, seaweed, green beans, cucumbers, tomatoes, lettuce, and oilseed lettuce. The bounty is abundant, resembling small hills. It is clear that such a quantity cannot be consumed in one meal, nor is there an intention to do so. Instead, they aim to store the harvest. These vegetables are ripe for consumption, and if left to grow further, they will either rot or become tough. Completing the harvest now and storing them is the only viable option. Chao Jie is well aware that Jingya's personal space serves as a perfect preservation chamber. Thus, this afternoon, she led a team of 13 members from the logistics department to gather the matured vegetables. The resort is vast, as is the vegetable field. Despite the team's diligent efforts throughout the afternoon, they managed to harvest only a portion. In the days to come, they will continue gathering, striving to reap the entirety of the ripened crops. Jingya descends the stairs, following Chao Jie's directives, and stores the collected vegetables in her personal space. After dinner, once the dishes have been tidied, everyone gathers in the meeting room. Except for Lu Heng and his daughter, Xiao Yujian, all others are present, including Wang Yani. Lu Heng has awakened, yet his spirit is somewhat shattered. Everyone refrains from disturbing him, allowing him the space to gradually adjust. Yang Linger's sister, Yang Miao, is beside him, engaging in playful antics with De Huang, and both appear to be relishing the moment. Today marks June 12th, the 12th day since the apocalypse began, and also our second day on Chongqing Island. Zhang Fan surveys the group. Let us first report our respective levels. Level 4. Zhang Fan proclaims his own status. Jingya sits before him, operating her laptop, tasked with documenting the meeting's proceedings. Zhang Wenxi announces, Level 2. Yang Linger responds, Level 2. Wang Yuan, Level 2. Yang Guang, Level 2. One by one, the others disclose their levels, with the exception of Zhang Fan, all reporting as Level 2. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan slowly articulates. Now let us examine the levels of the zombies encountered thus far. To date, I have encountered 2 Level 3 zombies, 2 Level 3 Siberian tigers, and 1 Level 3 human. Among the Level 2 zombies, at least 1/3 of those we encountered today were of Level 2. He continues. Now let us review the encounters of the Hunter Squad. Currently, Team 1 has faced 3 Level 3 zombies. Team 2 has encountered 2 Level 3 zombies. And Team 3 has also met 3 Level 3 zombies. The instances of Level 2 zombies align with my own experiences, representing 1/3 of the total zombies encountered. The Hunter Squad, led by Zhang Fan's 3 clones, has been meticulously integrated with the light spheres, abilities, experiences, and memories of the clones before the meeting. Zhang Fan is fully aware of what types of zombies the squad has faced and how they have dealt with them over the past 2 days. Looking at everyone, Zhang Fan notes, in just 12 short days since the apocalypse began, such a significant number of zombies have evolved to Level 3 and Level 2. Their rate of evolution exceeds our wildest imaginations. A heavy silence envelopes the group, particularly the 15 members of the Hunter Squad. They have been tirelessly exterminating zombies, and they are acutely aware of the power these creatures possess. It is no exaggeration to say that had it not been for the leadership of Zhang Fan's clones, they would have faced annihilation numerous times. Though reluctant to admit it, they acknowledge that their strength pales in comparison to that of the zombies, a fact that cannot be denied. The zombies are evolving at a staggering pace. Zhang Fan's voice grows somber. Not only are they becoming increasingly formidable, but they are also gradually developing intelligence. It is foreseen that zombies will undoubtedly grow stronger and more terrifying. Coupled with their sheer numbers, our situation is becoming increasingly perilous. For our own safety, we must devote ourselves to rigorous training and strengthen our abilities. We cannot afford to be complacent simply because we are on par with or slightly stronger than the zombies. For their numbers far exceed ours. We can only compete in terms of strength and level. Zhang Fan continues. We must not only be stronger than the zombies, but significantly so. If we can maintain at least a 2-level advantage over them, we can offset their numerical superiority. Therefore, I propose we minimize unnecessary recreational activities and dedicate that time to our training. For instance, the training will commence after 7 p.m. and continue until 11 p.m., after which we shall rest. What does everyone think? As Zhang Fan's words fell, Zhang Wenci was the first to raise his right hand in support. Today, our efforts in hunting zombies were overly passive. We consistently relied on the clone of our leader. Without that clone, we might have perished several times over. Our current strength is undeniably insufficient. Hence, I wholeheartedly endorse the leader's proposal. I concur. Yang Guang chimed in. We are merely at level 2. While a third of the zombies are also at level 2. The number of zombies far exceeds our own, rendering us significantly weaker in comparison. I have no objections. This should have been implemented long ago. We cannot depend on the leader for everything. We must strive for improvement ourselves. Others echoed their agreement. How could one possibly disagree? The zombies are growing increasingly formidable, and we possess no advantage in confronting them. Without diligent training, our demise is inevitable. Since we all agree, let it be settled. Zhang Fan nodded, stating, after 7 p.m., everyone is to return to their quarters for training, resting at 11 p.m. We must ensure a minimum of 4 hours of consistent training each day. Not only the members of the hunting team, but also the logistical support and ordinary members without abilities are required to train. Regular individuals can also absorb the white crystals. Although the absorption rate is slow, it is indeed possible. This conclusion was reached through the team's experiments. Ordinary individuals who absorb the white crystals will not enhance their abilities, but their physical condition will improve. Their physical prowess will become increasingly robust. Currently, the ordinary members of the team possess superior physical attributes compared to before the apocalypse. They are stronger, faster, and more agile. Previously, even running 100 meters in 13 seconds was a struggle. Now, even women can effortlessly complete it in under 13 seconds. This is a testament to the enhancement of physical quality and the profound impact of the white crystals on ordinary individuals. After dinner each day, Sister Chow, please place the cleaned white crystals in the dining hall. Everyone may take their share. When taking, please act according to your capacity. Take only as much as you can absorb, and do not monopolize. There are limited crystals. If you take too many, others will be left with none. I hope everyone will adhere to this order. Lastly, I must reiterate the importance of training. There is an old saying that holds great wisdom. Relying on mountains may lead to their collapse, and relying on people may lead to their departure. Only oneself is truly reliable. Strength is one's own, not another's. In this apocalypse, depending on anyone is less dependable than relying on oneself. Chapter 68. Level 5 ability user. By the time the meeting concluded, it was nearly 6:40 p.m. The team members gradually made their way to the dining hall. On one of the tables in the dining hall, a plastic basin was placed, filled with more than half a basin of white crystals. Each crystal resembled jade-like mutton fat or the cooked egg whites of chicken, quietly resting in the plastic basin, shimmering with a soft, lustrous glow. These crystals varied in size, with the smaller ones slightly larger than peanuts, while the larger ones were comparable to hawthorn berries. Crystals the size of hawthorn berries comprised about 1/3 of the total, formed from the brains of level 2 zombies. It is difficult to fathom that such filthy and wretched creatures could produce something so pristine. Truly astonishing. Beside the plastic basin lay a box, neatly containing 30 or so small porcelain bowls. As everyone gathered at the table, each person picked up a small porcelain bowl and scooped a half bowl of crystalline substance. Subsequently, they departed from the dining area. Until 11 o'clock that night, each individual was committed to cultivating with the white crystals. Even if Zhang Fan did not emphasize it during the meeting, no one in the team would slack off in their practice. The harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world were deeply felt by all. No one wished to hinder another. And certainly, No one dared to place their life and safety in the hands of others. Thus, they seized every opportunity to cultivate, enhancing their strength as much as possible. After all, cultivation was not a strenuous task. Merely holding the crystals in their palms did not interfere with their enjoyment of audiobooks or dramas. Before 7 o'clock, the holiday hotel descended into a tranquil silence, with only the lights streaming through the windows to dispel the darkness, becoming the sole source of illumination on the earth. Zhang Fan emerged from Lu Heng's room. Lu Heng's condition remained poor, yet he forced a smile in front of his daughter, Xiao Yudian. Zhang Fan was acutely aware of Lu Heng's struggles, yet felt powerless to assist him, knowing that only time could heal his emotional wounds. Zhang Fan made his way to room 201, where Fat Tiger had returned from foraging, well-fed and oblivious to what he had consumed. After spending some time playing with the three little tigers, Zhang Fan returned to his own room, 202. Fat Tiger's family resided in 201, while Zhang Fan lived next door in 202. Jingya was in room 214, directly across from Zhang Fan. With time still on his side, he initially intended to chat with Jingya, but upon discovering Lu Mu in her room, he refrained from entering. Back in his own room, Zhang Fan casually grabbed a few white crystals and sank into a comfortable sofa. He opened his attributes panel. Name: Zhang Fan. Level 5 ability user physique. Level 5, 275 1000000. Spirit. Level 3, 198 1000. Ability: infinite retrieval ability. At last, he had reached level 5. Zhang Fan admired his attributes. Whenever he found spare time, he would reflect on his progress, as it was a source of immense confidence for him. Earlier that day, he had still been at level 4, but upon the return of 3 clones in the evening, bringing back over 1,000 physique points, he successfully broke through to become a level 5 ability user. With his physique surpassing level 5, Zhang Fan felt as though his physical condition had reached an extraordinary level. His muscles were remarkably firm and resilient, akin to high-tensile steel springs, capable of unleashing formidable strength. His bones were exceptionally sturdy, sufficiently supporting his muscles and body to exert even greater explosive power. His physical defense had also reached an exaggerated level. When he struck his arm with an ordinary kitchen knife, it felt like hitting a rubber tire. His arm remained unscathed, while the knife was sent flying back by the tremendous elasticity. Level 5 physique was nothing short of superhuman, in terms of strength, speed, defense, explosive power, agility, and neural response. He had attained an unprecedented pinnacle. Zhang Fan could sense that even without utilizing any supernatural abilities, his sheer physical strength was sufficient to obliterate a heavy tank and leap dozens of meters into the air. He could soar skyward like the Hulk, gliding gracefully through the air for considerable distances. The disparity between level 4 and level 5 was monumental. Zhang Fan reflected on this with a mix of awe and contemplation. While his powers surged dramatically, he became acutely aware that the path to breaking through to level 6 would be fraught with challenges. The attributes for level 5 reached a staggering 100,000. To ascend to level 6 merely by hunting first-level zombies, he would need to vanquish 20,000 of them. 20,000 zombies. Even if he managed to slay 1,000 each day, it would take him 20 days. Furthermore, as per the established norms, the higher the level, the greater the difficulty, necessitating the extermination of even more zombies as one progresses. The silver lining was that the zombies were also evolving, thus providing an increasing amount of points. Leveling up might prove to be easier than anticipated. Dismissing the attributes panel, Zhang Fan retrieved his latest Huawei foldable phone and indulged in a movie. With the internet inaccessible, the phone served solely for watching films, reading novels, and enjoying anime. Given that the apocalypse had indeed erupted in reality, Zhang Fan found himself particularly captivated by post-apocalyptic cinema. Some films depicted humanity with remarkable depth, and Zhang Fan believed he could glean valuable insights from them. Da Huang, the dog, lay on Zhang Fan's shoulder, fixating intently on the screen with unwavering eyes. Fully engaged in the unfolding narrative, Zhang Fan was aware that Da Huang could comprehend the film, as the dog would become animated during thrilling moments. However, when Zhang Fan pressed pause, Da Huang expressed his displeasure with low growls of protest. Just then, the intercom on the table buzzed to life, prompting Zhang Fan to instinctively hit pause and reach for the device. Da Huang, displeased, began to emit discontented whines. Zhang Fan rolled his eyes, dismissing the now spirited canine, and picked up the intercom. "Xiao Fan, I've made a breakthrough, came Jingya's excited voice through the device. Breakthrough? To level 3? Zhang Fan straightened up, intrigued. Yes. Level 3. Jingya exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. What changes have occurred in the spatial realm? Zhang Fan inquired eagerly. The changes are quite significant. Jingya responded, at level 1. My personal space was 10 cubic meters. At level 2, it expanded to 100 cubic meters, and now, it has reached an astonishing 1 billion cubic meters. 1 billion cubic meters. Zhang Fan gasped in astonishment. Just how vast was that? The answer was equivalent to 1 cubic kilometer, comparable to a warehouse measuring 10 kilometers in length, 10 kilometers in width, and 10 meters in height. If filled with water, it could contain 1 billion tons, while the West Lake holds approximately 14.29 million tons. Thus, this immense personal space could accommodate enough water to fill 70 West Lakes. In certain regions of the country, the excavation of dozens of mountain peaks for earth removal barely approached 1 billion cubic meters. One could only imagine the sheer magnitude of such space. How much provision could fit in such an expanse? Zhang Fan murmured excitedly. I'm not certain, but the capacity for supplies is sufficient to sustain the entire team for several millennia. Jingya exclaimed. What brings me the greatest joy is that after advancing to the 3rd level, my physical prowess has significantly enhanced. That is only to be expected. Zhang Fan replied with a smile. Whether one is a combat ability user or a support ability user, the higher the level, the stronger the body becomes. This holds true for everyone. Indeed, the night passed in silence. The following morning, after breakfast, everyone set off on their respective journeys. 3 duplicates led 15 members of the hunting team to continue the eradication of zombies on Chongqing Island. Zhang Fan, accompanied by Jingya and De Huang, headed towards the Demon Sea. It was the morning of June 13th, and as per custom, their morning task was to gather food supplies. The food previously collected was initially sufficient for Zhang Fan and the other 12 to last for a century, but with the addition of Lu Mu and others, the current stock was evidently inadequate for such an extended duration. Hence, Zhang Fan and Jingya set out once more to gather provisions, targeting the Puyao granary, which was known to store hundreds of thousands of tons of grain. The last time they had only taken 250 tons, a mere fraction of what was available. Upon arriving at the Puyao granary, they discovered it had been occupied by a group of survivors. Without hesitation, they engaged. Zhang Fan, having surpassed the 5th level, displayed a terrifying power that overwhelmed these survivors, leaving them utterly defenseless. He easily dominated the confrontation. However, Zhang Fan refrained from inflicting fatal harm, instead allowing Jingya to take away 2/3 of the grain before departing. The remaining 1/3 still amounted to several tens of thousands of tons, more than enough for this group of survivors to sustain themselves for several hundred years. In the afternoon, they aimed to gather other resources. The objective for that afternoon was to collect various electrical appliances. Although they had previously raided the Guaha shopping mall, it was evidently insufficient. They needed to amass more electrical devices. Jingya selected several electronics stores, with the first stop being the Suning Electronic City, located in the Puyao district. Suning Electronic City is one of the largest electronics markets in the Puyao district, offering a comprehensive range of appliances including air conditioners, refrigerators, televisions, kitchen and bathroom appliances, as well as various essential household electronics. A successful heist at Suning would yield enough equipment to sustain the team for an extended period. The only concern was that Suning Electronic City was situated in a bustling area, resulting in a dense flow of people. This indicated that the zombies nearby would be abundant, posing a considerable risk. Zhang Fan felt the rising danger as he drove the armored MPV towards the Electronic City. The streets were increasingly populated with zombies, and the vehicles obstructing the road were multiplying. Progress became increasingly difficult. Soon, they arrived at an intersection where the vehicle was completely immobilized, unable to advance further. The traffic jam ahead extended for at least a kilometer. There is no way to proceed on the road, Zhang Fan declared, stopping the vehicle. Let us go from above. All right. Jingya nodded in agreement. De Huang, let us disembark. The trio exited the vehicle, and Jingya waved her hand towards the armored MPV, causing it to vanish. After breaking through the 3rd level, Jingya's capacity to gather items had greatly increased, allowing her to store the armored MPV. Roars echoed as the zombies that had been trailing them surged forward, howling and charging towards them. Zhang Fan cast a fleeting glance at them. Then with a vigorous sweep of his hands, The downward pull of gravity transformed into a horizontal repulsion. Shinra Tensei, with a resounding boom. The hordes of zombies were instantly sent flying, along with nearby vehicles. Grasping Jinya with one hand and embracing her with the other, he adjusted the gravity surrounding them and surged upward into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the trio, accompanied by a dog, ascended until they reached a height of over 20 meters before coming to a halt. The zombies below howled and roared at the three, some even attempting to leap into the air. Unfortunately, their low level rendered them incapable of jumping high enough to reach Zhang Fan, Jinya, and the dog, Da Huang. Da Huang, unleash a few blasts at them, Zhang Fan commanded, pointing at the zombies on the ground. Wong Wong. Da Huang barked twice, and like a mortar, it spewed forth several fireballs the size of pomelos. Upon colliding with the mass of zombies, the fireballs ignited like sparks falling into gasoline. A thunderous explosion ensued, instantly transforming the ground into a sea of flames, a vast expanse of black fire. The inferno spread with terrifying speed, engulfing the zombies within a radius of several hundred meters. These zombies felt no pain. Oblivious to the searing flames, they continued to howl at the sky. One by one, amidst their anguished cries, they were consumed by the black fire, reduced to ashes. An overwhelming wave of heat surged from below, prompting Zhang Fan, along with Jinya and Da Huang, to continue their ascent. They rose until they reached an altitude of over 50 meters, where the scorching heat finally dissipated. Let us fly to Suning Electric City. After a brief journey, they arrived at their destination. Zhang Fan initiated his teleportation, directly entering the highest floor of the building. This level was dedicated to household appliances, showcasing items such as rice cookers, vacuum cleaners, and induction cookers. After a cursory glance, he found little of interest and created 3 duplicates to safeguard Jinya. Jinya, you can take your time gathering appliances here while I descend to hunt zombies, Zhang Fan announced. Jinya understood that aside from assisting her in collecting supplies, Zhang Fan also needed to seek out white crystals. This bustling area was teeming with zombies, making it an ideal location for gathering the precious crystals. She nodded obediently, cautioning, "There are many zombies here. Please be careful and don't wander too far." "Rest assured," Zhang Fan replied with a smile before vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself suspended in midair outside the window. Having broken through to level 5, his teleportation range had also increased, from 30 meters at level 4 to 50 meters now. Within a radius of 50 meters, he could move freely. Suspended in the air and under the force of gravity, Zhang Fan plummeted rapidly toward the ground. The wind howled past his ears, and the rushing air whipped against his face, causing his muscles to tremble. Embracing the sensation of weightlessness, Zhang Fan felt no fear. Instead, he was exhilarated. Having ascended to level 5, he felt invincible, convinced that such a height could not lead to his demise. With a resounding crash, Zhang Fan descended from dozens of meters above, landing heavily on the concrete surface. A powerful impact shattered the cement ground, creating a large crater. While the surrounding concrete floor cracked and splintered, Zhang Fan emerged from the pit, turning to survey his surroundings. Outside the electronics store lay a bustling street, congested with vehicles, rendering the road impassable. Amidst the throng of cars, numerous zombies roamed. The noise of Zhang Fan's fall immediately caught their attention, and they roared as they rushed towards him. Some weaved between the vehicles, others leaped atop the car roofs, while a few sprinted along the sidewalk. Each one was frenzied and chaotic, akin to flies drawn to excrement or sharks sensing blood, converging from all directions in a relentless surge towards Zhang Fan. "Perfect." Zhang Fan licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. He opened his mouth wide and unleashed a long, piercing howl. Waves of visible, corporeal sound waves radiated outwards, expanding in all directions. The air vibrated violently under the influence of the sonic waves, trembling as if caught in a resonance. This phenomenon created an impression that the entire world was shaking violently. Crack, crack. The glass of the buildings lining the street shattered with a sharp sound, violently broken by the shockwave. As the rushing zombies encountered the sonic assault, their heads exploded like watermelons struck by a sledgehammer, gory blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The waves of sound swept across the area, leaving all zombies within a 100-meter radius as headless corpses, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. One by one, luminous orbs descended. The street was now littered with glistening golden orbs of essence, interspersed with some white ones. Zhang Fan unleashed 10 shadowy figures from his body, each a clone of himself. Without needing any command, they instinctively understood their mission, dispersing to collect the luminous orbs and gather crystals. Zhang Fan leisurely pulled out a bottle of awakens calcium milk from his waist pouch, sipping it slowly, savoring the moment. He had loved this drink as a child, but could never afford it. Now that he could, he felt a bit shy to indulge. Earlier that morning, while scavenging for supplies, he and his companion had raided a supermarket, and he had pocketed a few bottles of the milk. With no one around now, it was the perfect time to enjoy a couple of sips. The sweet and sour flavor was reminiscent of his childhood, flooding him with nostalgic memories. Wow, you're quite the show-off. A teasing voice suddenly rang in his ears. Zhang Fan turned to see a handsome young man leaning out of a second-floor window of a hot pot restaurant on the left side of the street. The young man had striking features, sporting bleached hair, a bare torso adorned with a dragon tattoo, and a large gold chain around his neck, exuding a rather flamboyant aura. "What is up?" Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow, regarding the young man with curiosity. "While hunting zombies, one still sips on awakens calcium milk. You certainly know how to show off." Huang Mao scolded bitterly. "Beware, showing off may attract misfortune. Be careful not to be pierced by a zombie from behind." Zhang Fan chuckled softly. "I'm not showing off, merely quenching my thirst." "The scoundrel, even more pretentious than I, there's a zombie behind you." Huang Mao was cursing when he suddenly caught sight of a zombie leaping towards Zhang Fan, and he immediately shouted a warning. However, it was too late. The zombie moved with remarkable speed, akin to a nimble leopard, leaping forward and closing in on Zhang Fan, baring its bloodied maw, ready to bite at his neck. "It's over. That's a level 3 zombie. This fool is doomed." Huang Mao sighed despondently. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. The zombie, just inches away from Zhang Fan, was suddenly sent flying backwards. "Thanks for the warning." Zhang Fan smiled faintly at Huang Mao, as a radiant golden light enveloped the zombie. Under the influence of the golden glow, the creature swiftly transformed into a golden metal sculpture. With a gentle snap of his fingers, the metallic figure crumbled into a heap of metal dust. Subsequently, these particles swiftly coalesced, forming 3 gleaming flying daggers. What kind of ability is this? Huang Mao was left in awe. As a fellow superhuman with considerable strength and experience, he had encountered numerous individuals with abilities. Yet he could not comprehend Zhang Fan's recent display of prowess. Zhang Fan had initially utilized sonic waves to obliterate a horde of zombies, showcasing his sonic powers. He then employed an unknown ability to send the zombie flying, marking a second power. Now, he had transformed the immobilized zombie into a metallic sculpture, representing a third ability. Could one person truly possess 3 distinct powers? Just as Huang Mao stood there, dazed, more zombies, attracted by the earlier commotion, rushed forth. Zhang Fan's sonic attack had not only annihilated many zombies, but had also drawn an even greater number. They surged forward, roaring and howling, transforming into a tidal wave of the undead, intent on engulfing Zhang Fan. The numbers exceeded hundreds. They converged into a terrifying onslaught, seemingly poised to completely overwhelm Zhang Fan on the street. "You're finished," Huang Mao teased. "With so many zombies, they'll surely tear you apart." "Heh," Zhang Fan replied nonchalantly. "Well then, seeing injustice, I shall act as a hero and save your life." Huang Mao cracked his neck, donned a pair of gloves, and casually grabbed 2 kitchen knives from the room before climbing out of the window. Then, with a leap, he jumped from the second floor. A miraculous scene unfolded. Instead of plummeting straight down, he appeared to tread upon the air, running mid-air as if propelled by some unseen force. He darted like a flash of lightning, angling from the second floor down to the street below. Running through the air? Zhang Fan was taken aback. "What do you think? Isn't this ability impressive?" Huang Mao flaunted, tossing his long yellow hair with pride as he gazed at the astonished Zhang Fan. "Quite impressive." Zhang Fan nodded slightly. "What kind of extraordinary ability do you possess?" "I call it the Speed Force," Huang Mao declared with great pride. "It's akin to the Flash from DC movies or Quicksilver from Marvel, a power that allows for incredible speed." "Speed ability?" Zhang Fan pondered. If a person's speed reaches a certain level, not only could they run through the air, but they might even soar into outer space. "How fast can you go?" Zhang Fan inquired. Huang Mao shot Zhang Fan a wary glare and retorted, "You're asking too many questions." With that, he brandished a knife in each hand. Gazing at the approaching zombies, and instantly launched himself forward. With a thunderous sound, he tore through the air, producing a piercing whoosh. Zhang Fan merely caught a glimpse of a streak of light darting down the street as Huang Mao plunged into the horde of zombies. His arms spread wide. The knives in his hands became scythes, relentlessly slicing through the necks of the undead. One by one, heads flew into the air. Huang Mao was like a sharp arrow, plunging straight into the mass of zombies. In mere moments, he had traversed over 500 meters from one end of the street to the other, leaving a trail of decapitated corpses in his wake. He then pivoted and charged back in the opposite direction. This time he did not charge straight ahead. Instead, he weaved skillfully amidst the zombies, flitting between them like an ethereal shadow, continuously darting past each undead foe. Heads continued to soar, and zombies fell to the ground. By the time Huang Mao returned to stand before Zhang Fan, there was not a single zombie left standing on the street. Zhang Fan stood in astonishment, completely awestruck. It is said that in the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount, and today he had truly witnessed its power. Huang Mao was exceptional. With just 2 knives in hand, he had carved through an entire street, vanquishing so many zombies. Impressive, Zhang Fan exclaimed, genuinely admiring him. Huh. No matter how much you flatter me, I want to take you along. Huang Mao shot Zhang Fan a sidelong glance. I am a mythical creature soaring in the winds. A dragon of the sea. Anyone will only affect my speed, so I want to be bringing you along. Zhang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. This guy was quite decent, albeit excessively self-absorbed, and perhaps a bit melodramatic. I'm not looking to tag along with you. Rather, I wish for you to join my team. Zhang Fan corrected him. What did you say? Chapter 70. You are quite cunning. Huang Mao thought he had misheard and comically dug at his ears, staring at Zhang Fan in bewilderment. You want me to join you? Zhang Fan smiled slightly and reiterated. You are impressive, and your abilities are formidable. You would be a great fit for my team. If you're willing, you can accompany me. I say, brother. Huang Mao pointed at his own head, somewhat exasperated. Is there something wrong with you? Any rational individual would never utter such nonsensical words. After saying this, he shook the blood off the kitchen knife and turned towards the hot pot restaurant on the second floor. In this world, no one has yet been born who could make this young master a subordinate. What a conceited fellow. Zhang Fan, unfazed, chuckled as he watched the retreating figure. Do you believe yourself to be formidable? Is that not the case? The yellow-haired man did not turn back. Very well. Zhang Fan smiled and proposed. Let us engage in a duel. If you manage to defeat me, feel free to make any request you desire. Should I emerge victorious, you shall accompany me. What say you? Not a chance. The yellow-haired man turned around, sneering. First and foremost, I could never lose to you. I have no interest in a battle devoid of challenge. Moreover, you hold no fascination for me, nor do I wish to make any requests of you. Hence, this duel is utterly pointless. Are you afraid? Zhang Fan taunted deliberately. Huh. The yellow-haired man stepped forward, closing the distance to Zhang Fan. Provocation will not work on me. He fixed his gaze on Zhang Fan's face. However, given your arrogance, I wouldn't mind teaching you a lesson, so you can understand why the flowers bloom so beautifully. Is that so? Zhang Fan smiled faintly and reiterated. Just so we're clear, should you lose, you must come with me. Lose. The word defeat does not exist in my lexicon. The yellow-haired man scoffed. Let us proceed. Zhang Fan replied nonchalantly. I will ensure you lose convincingly and willingly accompany me. I await your arrival. With a few strides, the yellow-haired man was already several meters away. The two adopted their stances, and the battle commenced instantaneously. Here I come, the yellow-haired man shouted, charging towards Zhang Fan. His speed was astonishingly swift. Even as his words reverberated in the air, he appeared before Zhang Fan in an instant. His velocity was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, just as the yellow-haired man was mere centimeters from Zhang Fan, he suddenly froze in place, unable to move. Zhang Fan took 2 steps back, observing the yellow-haired man, who remained in a running posture, and shook his head with a smile. Your speed is indeed remarkable. Alas, it is entirely countered by my own. With a casual gesture, Zhang Fan caused 2 cars by the roadside to disintegrate into metallic dust. This dust swiftly converged upon the yellow-haired man, ultimately coalescing into a metallic cage measuring 3 meters on each side, ensnaring him within. Once this was accomplished, Zhang Fan lifted the time freeze, allowing the yellow-haired man's time to resume. During the period of stasis, the yellow-haired man's consciousness and thought processes had also halted at that moment. In other words, his mental awareness was also suspended. He remained oblivious to the events that transpired in that interval and was unaware of Zhang Fan's actions. When time resumed its flow, and his consciousness began to operate once more, he realized he had been trapped within a cage. The yellow-haired man was somewhat bewildered. What was happening? Where did this cage come from? You have lost. Zhang Fan's laughter echoed. The yellow-haired youth immediately turned to Zhang Fan, his eyes reflecting both confusion and shock. What on earth is happening? At that moment, a horde of zombies surged forward, numbering no less than 5. With a mere snap of his fingers, Zhang Fan immobilized these 5 or 6 zombies, rendering them motionless. What kind of supernatural ability is this? The yellow-haired youth stared blankly. Time has stopped. Zhang Fan stated calmly. Time has stopped. The youth's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Is this how you trapped me in a cage? You thought I wouldn't notice? Zhang Fan, repeating his earlier feat, conjured a metallic cage and confined the 5 zombies within it. Witnessing this scene, the yellow-haired youth understood everything. Glaring fiercely at Zhang Fan and grinding his teeth, You are utterly insidious. You possess the ability to halt time, yet you deceived me into a one-on-one confrontation. How despicable. Moreover, how many abilities do you truly have? It's none of your concern how many abilities I possess. Zhang Fan shrugged. Do you admit your defeat? The yellow-haired youth grunted in frustration, responding grumpily, A bet is a bet. I, Huang Xiaodian, keep my word. Having agreed to face you, I shall accept my loss. Now that sounds like a true man. Zhang Fan waved his hand, releasing the metallic cage that had confined Huang Xiaodian. He extended his hand warmly. Welcome to my team. My name is Zhang Fan, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Huang Xiaodian. The yellow-haired youth shook his hand briefly, puzzled. Aren't you a team? Where are the others? Our team's base is situated on Chongqing Island. The others are there handling the extermination of zombies and logistics. Zhang Fan replied with a smile. Another member and I are responsible for gathering supplies. Huang Xiaodian furrowed his brow, questioning, 2 people collecting supplies? How many members are there in total? Including you. There are 33. Zhang Fan explained. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaodian erupted. A team of 33, yet only you 2 are gathering supplies? What kind of joke is that? How can 2 people gather enough supplies for everyone? Just as Zhang Fan was about to clarify, he noticed more zombies approaching and could only say, It's not as you think. Let us hunt the zombies first, and I'll explain everything later. Huang Xiaodian scoffed and turned to confront the oncoming zombies. Feeling as if he had been deceived, having always operated solo due to the uniqueness of his abilities, he had encountered numerous teams. Likewise, many teams had extended invitations to him. Each team was distinct. Some were composed of college students, others formed from migrant workers, company colleagues, or community neighbors. The operational styles of these various teams were entirely different. Some teams fostered equality, collaboratively seeking resources and hunting zombies together. Such teams exhibited strong cohesion and formidable combat capabilities, with great potential for the future. Conversely, some teams, due to their complex composition, had distorted structures, susceptible to collapse at any moment. One team that left a deep impression on Huang Xiaodian was the one from the nearby Chang'e community. Chang'e community served as a relocation site, predominantly housing the elderly and tenants, resulting in a diverse demographic. After the apocalypse struck, the survivors of Chang'e community banded together to form a team. The team comprises over 50 individuals, with more than 30 elderly members, constituting a substantial portion of the group. While these seniors may not openly admit their limitations in physical strength, they are indeed incapable of combating zombies or gathering supplies. The younger members of the team bear the dual responsibility of ensuring the safety of the elderly while also providing them with necessary resources. It is a harsh truth, but these seniors have become a burden, significantly hampering the efforts of the younger generation. Ironically, some of them assert their seniority, displaying an unreasonable entitlement, believing it is the duty of the youth to protect them. Whenever supplies are distributed, any dissatisfaction with the provisions leads to a barrage of complaints. Huang Mao, who has previously collaborated with the younger members of this team, recognizes the group's inherent flaws and is aware of the growing discontent among the youth. He suggests abandoning the elderly to pursue their own development. While he is uncertain about the ensuing events, he understands that if the young members choose to forsake the elderly, the fate of the seniors is all too predictable. Huang Mao is now deeply skeptical that Zhang Fan's team is similarly plagued by ineptitude. Otherwise, how could a team of 32 individuals assign only 2 to gather supplies? Even a production team would not dare to exploit its members to such an extent. Huang Mao has privately resolved to accompany Zhang Fan back to assess the situation. If their team mirrors that of the Changla community, he will decisively withdraw. He has no intention of allowing a horde of vampires to drain him dry. As for Zhang Fan and Huang Mao, their efficiency in hunting zombies is remarkably high. They are so effective that they cannot keep pace with each other. Thus, they temporarily separate, each taking a different street to indulge in their pursuit. Zhang Fan transforms into a relentless reaper, wielding his short blade like the scythe of death, mercilessly harvesting the lives of zombies. A swath of fallen undead marks his path, with 10 duplicates trailing behind, collecting attribute orbs and white crystals. In a secluded room of the Lagrange Hotel, Chef Wang Dapeng and manager Tian Nana stealthily convene. Wang Dapeng, like an overly eager monkey, shuts the door and embraces Tian Nana, eager to indulge in his desires. "You're so impatient," Tian Nana chides him, evading his unwelcome advances. "If you want me to give in, you must agree to one condition." "My darling, one condition? I would agree to 100 or 1,000. Wang Dapeng responds eagerly, his hands growing increasingly restless. "Eliminate that vixen by Qian." Tian Nana retorts, "I refuse to share a man with that shameless harlot." "All right, I'll take care of her. Once I'm back, I'll ensure she is gone. With you, who would I need her for?" Wang Dapeng hastily assures her. "Let us do it now." Tian Nana insists. "Later will suffice. I'll handle it once I return. If I fail, let me meet a wretched end, devoured by zombies." Wang Dapeng swears an oath. "That won't do. I need to see results." Tian Nana insists. "Fine, fine." Wang Dapeng transforms into a wisp of black smoke and bursts from the room, only to return shortly, triumphantly holding aloft the severed head of Bai Qian. "I am now convinced that you truly love me." Tian Nana was overjoyed and leapt forward. In the past, she would have never looked twice at Wang Dapeng. As the hotel manager and the boss's mistress, she was not only beautiful but also held a prominent position within the hotel. In stark contrast, Wang Dapeng was coarse-featured, with a thick neck and an unappealing appearance, resembling nothing more than a mere cook. How could Tian Nana possibly regard him? Yet, with the advent of the apocalypse, everything changed. The seemingly unremarkable Wang Dapeng unexpectedly awakened a remarkably peculiar power. With his newfound abilities, he began to slay zombies, safeguarding the hotel's inhabitants and emerging as their pillar of support, gradually becoming the de facto leader of the establishment. In this altered dynamic, Tian Nana, the former hotel manager, found herself in an awkward position, as the others no longer heeded her commands but instead followed Wang Dapeng's lead. Despite her internal resentment, she found herself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, her beauty remained an asset, and Wang Dapeng was undeniably enamored by it. Though his abilities were indeed extraordinary, it appeared that all his points were allocated to his powers, leaving his intellect somewhat questionable. In this post-apocalyptic world, had Wang Dapeng exhibited a modicum of cleverness, he could have easily claimed Tian Nana for himself. Yet, he chose to fawn over her, allowing her to manipulate him completely. However, as Tian Nana continued to dangle Wang Dapeng on a string, she could sense his waning interest. She understood that he was becoming weary. Managing a sycophant requires skill. Endless flattery and grandiose promises can lead to disillusionment and fatigue. At such a juncture, it becomes imperative to offer tangible incentives to reignite a sycophant's motivation. Thus, Tian Nana resolved to provide Wang Dapeng with some practical benefits, which led to the intimate encounter in her room today. However, she believed that such advantages should not be given freely. They must be leveraged to their utmost potential. Tian Nana aimed to seize this opportunity to eliminate the greatest threat within the hotel, Bai Qian. Bai Qian, once a mere waitress, was the second most beautiful woman in the establishment after Tian Nana. Following the onset of the apocalypse, she was the first to court Wang Dapeng, becoming his girlfriend. She posed a significant threat to Tian Nana, who sought to persuade Wang Dapeng to eliminate Bai Qian, thereby eradicating this danger. Once Bai Qian was gone, no one would remain to challenge Tian Nana's authority. Driven by lust, Wang Dapeng complied with her wishes. Satisfied with her machinations, Tian Nana anticipated the ensuing chaos. As she leaned against the window of her room, she suddenly spotted a multitude of zombies flooding the street. What was happening? Confused, she opened the window for a better view. To her astonishment, she noticed a young man amidst the throng, with the encroaching zombies all gravitating towards him. How foolish to venture out with so many zombies around. Tian Nana scoffed internally. Yet, in the next moment, she was left utterly astonished by the scene before her. The young man effortlessly dispatched the zombies as if they were mere vegetables, swiftly cutting down the horde that surged towards him. Within moments, he had decimated a significant portion of the approaching undead. Tian Nana's jaw dropped in disbelief, wide enough to fit a cucumber. Truly impressive. After a brief moment of distraction, she swiftly turned around and exclaimed to Wang Daping, who was noticeably pregnant with expectations. Daping, we have a new target. Hurry down and apprehend him. Do not let him escape. I refuse. Wang Daping replied outright. Tian Nanan grew anxious, raising her hand to deliver a playful reprimand. When has there ever been a time to shy away from such matters? If we miss out on such a formidable opponent, we may never find another. All right. Wang Daping reluctantly adjusted his trousers and approached the window. Upon glancing out, his eyes instantly lit up. My goodness, this is truly remarkable. Wang Daping's eyes sparkled with desire. This fellow is indeed exceptionally strong, a splendid quarry. Nana, you are truly my invaluable assistant. As he spoke, Wang Daping cupped Tian Nana's face and planted a fervent kiss on her lips. Wait for my return. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he transformed into a wisp of black smoke and soared out of the window, heading towards the young man on the street, who was none other than Zhang Fan. Chapter 71. Has the major boss emerged? To gather the white crystals, one must first crack open the zombie skulls and search through the mixture of brain matter and blood. Moreover, the crystals are rather small, making the collection process quite tedious. Even with 10 replicas simultaneously engaged in gathering crystals, they could not keep pace with Zhang Fan's singular hunting speed. By the time they reached the traffic light, Zhang Fan had already arrived at the next one. Thus, when Wang Daping descended as a cloud of black smoke, he found only Zhang Fan standing alone. With a thunderous crash, Wang Daping landed on the road like a dark mountain shrouded in rolling clouds. The black smoke churned violently before coalescing into human form. Zhang Fan was taken aback by the sight, uttering two bewildered words. Monster? This grand entrance was nothing short of monstrous. Wang Daping was, of course, no monster. He twisted his sturdy neck, appraising Zhang Fan with a glint of greed in his eyes. Youngster, you must be at least level 3, right? Who are you? Zhang Fan inquired, puzzled. Though he did not recognize Wang Daping, he sensed a palpable aggression and malice emanating from him, akin to the overwhelming presence of a powerful zombie he had encountered before. Was he being considered prey by this imposing figure? Zhang Fan marveled at the notion. Wang Daping, uninterested in answering, viewed Zhang Fan not as a person, but as a source of nourishment for his own strength. Just a mere corpse. In the early days of the apocalypse, most zombies and survivors were at levels 1 or 2, with level 3s being a rarity. Wang Daping's gaze burned with intensity. Your level 3 prowess indicates that your abilities are exceptionally formidable. So what? Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes, infused with caution. Thus, you are my prey, destined to be hunted by me. Wang Daping laughed heartily. I will seize everything from you, including your body and your powers. As the words fell from his lips, Wang Daping abruptly spread his arms wide. His 10 fingers elongated rapidly, transforming into 10 tendrils that shot forth like venomous serpents towards Zhang Fan. Though Wang Daping's words were disjointed and perplexing, Zhang Fan's intuition allowed him to deduce the situation. It appeared that Wang Daping had awakened some form of extraordinary ability, one that could usurp everything from others, including their powers. Attempting to seize my abilities? You foolish, blundering fool, have you not yet awakened from your slumber? Zhang Fan thought with a cold smirk, as he brandished a dagger that shimmered like a sliver of ice, slicing through the approaching tendrils. With a resounding thud, the golden alloy, birthed from his ability, cleaved through the tendrils effortlessly. A scream escaped Wang Daping's lips as his fingers fell to the ground, writhing like the heads of serpents in agony. Curse you! Wang Daping's eyes blazed crimson, resembling a furious bull, as he spat venomous threats. I will see you dead. With that, he retracted his severed fingers. Miraculously, the wounds healed with astonishing speed, and by the time they returned to their normal size, they bore no trace of injury. Healing ability. Zhang Fan marveled internally, recognizing that this man possessed the power of regeneration as well. Suddenly, a glimmer caught Zhang Fan's eye. Wang Daping appeared to be enveloped in a shimmering golden sheen, transforming him into a resplendent metallic figure. Alloy transformation. Zhang Fan was taken aback. This burly man possessed the ability to alloy himself as well. His transformation radiated a brilliance akin to gold, exuding an air of nobility and dominance, far more striking than Zhang Fan's own silver alloy form, which seemed understated in comparison. One was golden, the other silver. There was an undeniable disparity in their grandeur. Zhang Fan acknowledged his envy. He too yearned for a gilded exterior, to adorn himself with a skin of dazzling gold, so majestic and imposing. "Damn you, I will end you," Wang Daping bellowed, as he forcefully stomped the ground, causing the asphalt to fracture beneath him. Utilizing the rebound, he launched himself forward, a flash of gold surging toward Zhang Fan. His speed was formidable, surpassing that of most adversaries Zhang Fan had encountered, though not quite matching that of Huang Mao. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, his right fist swinging like a sledgehammer, aiming a ferocious blow at Zhang Fan. "Come at me." Zhang Fan exhaled a deep breath, grounding himself as he activated his extraordinary strength, meeting Wang Daping's strike with a punch of his own. The collision of their fists echoed like two speeding vehicles crashing into one another, a deafening roar erupting as a terrifying force unleashed, stirring the air around them and generating a violent shockwave that radiated outward. Debris, the corpses of zombies, and pools of tainted blood were all flung aside, creating a vacuum in the vicinity. In the aftermath of the clash, Zhang Fan stood resolute, his expression calm and unyielding, while Wang Daping was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a runaway vehicle. At that moment, a horde of zombies charged from behind him, and Wang Daping collided head-on with one of the undead. With a sickening crunch, the zombies' brain matter exploded, and together they plowed forward, toppling 7 or 8 more zombies before coming to a halt. The surrounding zombies roared and lunged toward Wang Daping. However, he emerged unscathed. His alloyed form granted him unparalleled defensive strength. The minor collisions inflicted no harm upon him. "Get away." Wang Daping seized a zombie by the head, applying a slight pressure that crushed its skull, sending brain matter and blood splattering. He sprang back up, unleashing a terrifying repulsive force that sent the approaching zombies flying. With his golden eyes wide open and a twisted expression, he declared, "You wretched creatures have thoroughly enraged me. I shall tear you apart as one would a chick." No sooner had he spoken than his golden arms began to twist and morph rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into 2 gleaming, razor-sharp blades. "Is this even possible?" Zhang Fan marveled. Wang Daping's ability resembled that of venom, allowing him to weaponize his body. This was a power Zhang Fan did not possess, igniting a fervent desire within him. "Die!" Wang Daping roared as he charged toward Zhang Fan. Simultaneously, his blade-like hands crossed into a lethal arc aimed at Zhang Fan. "I want to take that head-on," Zhang Fan thought, activating his metal control ability. In an instant, the rushing Wang Daping was frozen in place, immobile, as his entire being was composed of alloy, leaving him utterly vulnerable to Zhang Fan's powers. Metal control? Wang Daping was no fool. He quickly recognized Zhang Fan's ability and promptly retracted his alloyed state, reverting to flesh and blood to escape Zhang Fan's grasp. Even in his human form, his hands still resembled massive blades, creating a bizarre sight. Crackling, silver currents erupted from Wang Daping, forming a thick bolt of electricity that struck fiercely toward Zhang Fan. "Control over lightning?" Zhang Fan exclaimed in astonishment. "How many abilities does this guy possess? He's nearly my equal. Yet, he still falls just short. That is his fatal flaw." "Super hypnosis." Zhang Fan's eyes widened, a flash of silver light emanating from them. Wang Daping, struck as if by lightning, fell to the ground, his eyelids slamming shut as he succumbed to slumber. "Perish." Zhang Fan directed a wisp of black mist from his fingertips, enveloping Wang Daping's form. In an instant, Wang Daping was obliterated into nothingness, a pure energy surge filling Zhang Fan's being. A gentle warmth coursed through Zhang Fan's limbs, swiftly replenishing the stamina he had just expended in battling zombies and confronting Wang Daping. Suddenly, several luminous orbs fell to the ground, shining brilliantly, nearly blinding Zhang Fan's titanium alloy eyes. 1, 2, 3 astonishing. A total of 9 orbs. Zhang Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could this be the reward for defeating a major boss? Chapter 72. Abundant supernatural powers. The golden orb representing physical constitution and the silver orb symbolizing spirit, as usual, appeared one each. Remarkably, there were 7 white orbs embodying supernatural abilities. Zhang Fan first collected the golden and silver orbs. His physical constitution soared to 4,692, while his spirit reached 253. Indeed, this fellow was a level 4 supernatural being. Observing the increase in his physical constitution, Zhang Fan understood clearly. Wang Dapeng was the strongest entity he had encountered thus far. Neither the zombies nor the survivors could compare to him. As expected, Wang Dapeng was truly a level 4 supernatural being. With the knowledge of Wang Dapeng's rank, Zhang Fan's curiosity regarding his abilities intensified. Zhang Fan himself had experienced rapid advancement due to his ability to collect attributes. But what about Wang Dapeng? How had he achieved level 4 in such a short span? Was it merely through the absorption of white crystals? That seemed implausible. Jingya and the others absorbed white crystals daily. Yet none had managed to break through to level 4. Zhang Fan speculated that Wang Dapeng's swift cultivation must also stem from his supernatural powers. So, what exactly were his abilities? One by one, Zhang Fan collected the 7 white orbs. Merging with the orbs was rather painful. Thankfully, after enduring it multiple times, he had grown somewhat numb to the sensation. He acquired the ability of super regeneration. Super regeneration? Zhang Fan was taken aback. He knew that Wang Dapeng possessed a regeneration ability, but he never anticipated it to be of a super caliber. Super regeneration? The term super implied that it surpassed the ordinary regeneration abilities, didn't it? Recalling how Wang Dapeng could even regrow severed fingers, super regeneration was indeed well-deserved. Could this ability allow for the rebirth of severed limbs? Zhang Fan pondered silently. If it could indeed facilitate the rebirth of limbs, then this power would be extraordinarily impressive. He continued to collect more orbs. He obtained the ability to manipulate lightning. Having recently witnessed this ability and possessing it himself, Zhang Fan paid it little mind. Next, he acquired the ability of alloy transformation. Having just experienced this ability, Zhang Fan took a moment to appreciate it and activated the power. In an instant, his body transformed into a magnificent golden sculpture. Gazing at his radiant golden form, he clenched his fists and felt a smile spread across his face. In terms of appearance, golden alloy transformation was far more visually appealing, exuding a sense of nobility and grandeur, elevating his status significantly. In terms of substance, the golden alloy transformation also surpassed the previous silver variant. Zhang Fan could sense that after the transformation, his strength had amplified further, and his defense had become more robust. Comparing the two, his prior silver alloy transformation could be deemed a low-tier version, whereas the current golden transformation was a high-tier, VIP version. The two were on entirely different levels. What a remarkable ability. Zhang Fan was elated. He continued to collect more orbs. He obtained the ability of smoke transformation. Smoke transformation? Zhang Fan paused slightly, pondering what kind of ability this was. As Zhang Fan attentively immersed himself in his newfound abilities, he gradually realized that his power was remarkably impressive. The ability to transform into black smoke was indeed extraordinary. Once he assumed this form, he possessed all the characteristics inherent to black smoke. For instance, he lacked a fixed shape, could soar through the air, and was impervious to all physical attacks. The most practical aspects of this ability were flight and immunity to physical harm. Zhang Fan mused that immunity to physical attacks constituted an exceptional defensive capability. Smoke, being composed of minuscule solid particles, lacked a defined form, allowing it to coalesce and disperse, changing shape at will. Blades, fists, and kicks were utterly ineffective against him. Warriors like Yang Guang, who relied solely on physical assaults, were left utterly bewildered when confronted with such an ability, transforming into a wisp of black smoke. Zhang Fan felt an exhilarating lightness, as if a gentle breeze could lift him off the ground. He deftly maneuvered through the air, akin to a mischievous gust. Darting along the streets, he occasionally swept over car rooftops, slipped through windows, and weaved between hordes of zombies. This ability was indeed splendid. Flying felt liberating, far more exhilarating than relying on gravity to soar. Returning to solid form, he continued to collect the luminous orbs. Having just gathered 4, he was left with 3, igniting his curiosity about the remaining orbs and the powers they might bestow. The sensation was thrilling, akin to unboxing a surprise gift, filled with anticipation, anxiety, and excitement. Upon retrieving the 5th white orb, he acquired the transformative ability. Transformative ability? Was it the power to alter one's form at will, like that individual he encountered earlier? Zhang Fan immediately investigated further and soon realized he had underestimated this ability. The transformative capability was more profound than he had anticipated. It allowed the wielder to alter their bodily structure, thereby enabling them to change their physical shape at will. For example, one could alter their face, morph into weapons, sprout multiple arms, or even change into a cat, dog, or pig. However, this transformation was limited to the shape of the body and did not include hair or clothing. In other words, while this ability could modify one's form, it could not conjure hair or attire out of thin air. This distinction set it apart from Mystique from the X-Men. Thus, if Zhang Fan were to transform into a cat, he would be a hairless giant feline. If he transformed into Jingya, despite resembling her closely, he would lack her flowing locks. The transformative ability referred specifically to altering body shape and organ structure. Rather than a genuine metamorphosis, Zhang Fan was not particularly captivated by the notion of changing faces or becoming animals. His interest lay in weapon transformation, similar to Wang Daping, who had first transformed into a golden alloy before morphing his hands into weapons. This was the true embodiment of the unity between man and weapon, as weapons were inherently part of the body. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan began to experiment. Gazing at his right hand, he initiated the transformation. A wondrous spectacle unfolded. His right hand morphed as if molded by invisible hands, effortlessly shifting shapes. It first transformed into a spear, then into a sword, and subsequently into a knife. Yet, it was crucial to note that these weapons were merely shape shifts. They did not genuinely become weapons. After all, a corporeal form, no matter how it transforms, remains flesh and blood, never truly becoming a weapon. However, with a flourish, Zhang Fan activated his golden alloy transformation ability. His entire being instantaneously enveloped in resplendent golden metal. Consequently, his right hand, now resembling a blade, morphed into a metallic sword. He brandished his sword-like hand and struck fiercely at a nearby utility pole. With a clean slice, the pole was severed in two, the cut smooth and even, as though it had been crafted by a precision cutting machine. Ah, what a remarkable ability! Zhang Fan reveled in his transformative power. No longer would he need to forge or carry weapons, for his body could become one. What exhilaration! As he collected the sixth luminous orb, he acquired the ability to manipulate soil. A fleeting moment of joy washed over him. He had anticipated something more extraordinary. Was this truly it? Zhang Fan pouted, realizing that he had already possessed the ability to control Earth, rendering this new power redundant. Upon seizing the seventh white orb, an intense pain surged through him, and he obtained the power of adhesion. Adhesion ability? Zhang Fan was momentarily stunned, pondering the nature of this newfound power.